Swan Song by Robert R. McCammon. Copyright 1987 by the McCammon Corporation. Narrated by David Palmer.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Annotation. A horror novel set in a future world born of nuclear disaster where ancient evil roams a devastated America. The man with the Scarlet Eye, the man of many faces, gathers under his power the forces of human greed and madness while searching for the child named Swan who has the gift of life. Violence, strong language, and some descriptions of sex. 1987. From the book jacket. The year's most frightening book. On the edge of a barren Kansas landscape, a man called Black Frankenstein hears the cry, "Protect the child." In the wasteland of New York City, a bag lady clutches a strange bejeweled ring and feels magic coursing through her. Within an Idaho mountain, a survivalist compound lies in ruins, and a young boy learns how to kill. In a wasteland born of nuclear rage, in a world of mutant animals and marauding armies, the last people on earth are now the first. 3 bands of survivors journey toward destiny, drawn into the final struggle between annihilation and life. They have survived the unsurvivable. Now the ultimate terror begins. An epic journey of terror across a land seething with unspeakable horrors, America, haunted by an evil whose time has finally come. An ancient evil roams the blasted nightmare country, an evil as old as time. He is the man with the Scarlet Eye, the man of many faces, gathering under his power the forces of human greed and madness. He is seeking to destroy a child, the one called Swan. From Robert R. McCammon, one of the living masters of horror, comes a stunning tale of sheer fright and power where the end of the world is just the beginning of mankind's ultimate struggle. Dedication. For Sally, whose inside face is as beautiful as the one outside. We survived the comet. Book 1. Part 1. The Point of No Return. Once Upon a Time, Sister Creep, Black Frankenstein, The Spooky Kid, King's Night. Chapter 1. July 16th, 10:27 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Washington, D.C. Once upon a time we had a love affair with fire, the President of the United States thought, as the match that he'd just struck to light his pipe flared beneath his fingers. He stared into it, mesmerized by its color, and as the fire grew he had the vision of a tower of flame 1,000 feet tall, whirling across the country he loved, torching cities and towns, turning rivers to steam, ripping across the ruins of Heartland farms, and casting the ashes of 70 million human beings into a black sky. He watched with dreadful fascination as the flame crawled up the match, and he realized that there, on a tiny scale, was the power of both creation and destruction. It could cook food, illuminate the darkness, melt iron, and sear human flesh. Something that resembled a small, unblinking scarlet eye opened in the center of the flame, and he wanted to scream. He had awakened at 2 in the morning from a nightmare of Holocaust. He had begun crying and couldn't stop, and the First Lady had tried to calm him, but he just kept shaking and sobbing like a child. He'd sat in the Oval Office until dawn, going over the maps and top security reports again and again, but they all said the same thing. First strike. The fire burned his fingers. He shook the match out and dropped it into the ashtray embossed with the presidential seal in front of him. The thin thread of smoke began to curl up toward the vent of the air filtration system. "Sir?" someone said. He looked up, saw a group of strangers sitting in the situations room with him, saw the high-resolution computer map of the world on the screen before him, the array of telephones and video screens set in a semicircle around him like the cockpit of a jet fighter, and he wished to God that someone else could sit in his seat, that he was still just a senator, and he didn't know the truth about the world. "Sir?" He ran his hand across his forehead. His skin felt clammy. Fine time to be coming down with the flu, he thought, and he almost laughed at the absurdity of it. The president gets no sick days, he thought, because a president's not supposed to be sick. He tried to focus on who at the oval table was speaking to him. They were all watching him, the vice president, nervous and sly, Admiral Narramore, ramrod straight in his uniform with a chest full of service decorations, General Sinclair, crusty and alert, his eyes like two bits of blue glass in his hard-seamed face, Secretary of Defense Hannon, who looked as kindly as anyone's old grandfather, but who was known as Iron Hands by both the press corps and his associates, General Shivington, the ranking authority on Soviet military strength, Chief of Staff Bergholz, crew-cut and crisp in his ubiquitous dark blue pinstriped suit, and various other military officials and advisers. "Yes?" the president asked Bergholz. Hannon reached for a glass of water, sipped from it, and said, "Sir, I was asking if you wanted me to go on." He tapped the page of the open report from which he'd been reading. "Oh, my pipe's gone out," he thought. "Didn't I just light it?" He looked at the burned match in the ashtray. Couldn't remember how it had gotten there. For an instant he saw John Wayne's face in his mind, a scene from some old black-and-white movie he'd seen as a kid. The Duke was saying something about the point of no return. "Yes," the president said. "Go on." Hannon glanced quickly around the table at the others. They all had copies of the report before them, as well as stacks of other eyes-only coded reports fresh off the NORAD and SAC communications wires. "Less than 3 hours ago," Hannon continued, "our last operating Sky Eye recon satellite was dazzled as it moved into position over Chutka, USSR. We lost all our optical sensors and cameras, and again, as in the case of the other 6 Sky Eyes, we feel this one was destroyed by a land-based laser, probably operating from a point near Magadan. 20 minutes after Sky Eye 7 was blinded, we used our Malmstrom AFB laser to dazzle a Soviet recon satellite as it came over Canada. By our calculations, that still leaves them 2 recon eyes available, one currently over the northern Pacific and a second over the Iran-Iraq border. NASA's trying to repair Sky Eyes 2 and 3, but the others are space junk. What all this means, sir, is that as of approximately 3 hours ago, Eastern Daylight Time—" Hannon looked up at the digital clock on the Situation Room's gray concrete wall. "We went blind. The last recon photos were taken at 1830 hours over Jelgava." He switched on a microphone attached to the console before him and said, "Sky Eye Recon 716, please." There was a pause of 3 seconds as the information computer found the required data. On the large wall screen, the map of the world went dark and was replaced by a high-altitude satellite photograph showing the sweep of a dense Soviet forest. At the center of the picture was a cluster of pinheads linked together by the tiny lines of roadways. "Enlarge 12, Hannon said, the picture reflected in his horn-rimmed eyeglasses. The photograph was enlarged 12 times, until finally the hundreds of intercontinental ballistic missile silos were as clear as if the Situations Room wall screen was a plate-glass window. On the roads were trucks, their tires throwing up dust, and even soldiers were visible near the missile installations, concrete bunkers, and radar dishes. "As you can see," Hannon went on in the calm, slightly detached voice of his previous profession, teaching military history and economics at Yale, "they're getting ready for something. Probably bringing in more radar gear and arming those warheads, is my guess. We count 263 silos in that installation alone, probably housing over 600 warheads. 2 minutes later, the Sky Eye was blinded. But this picture only reinforces what we already know. The Soviets have gone to a high level of readiness, and they don't want us seeing the new equipment they're bringing in. Which brings us to General Shivington's report. General?" Shivington broke the seal on a green folder in front of him, and the others did the same. Inside were pages of documents, graphs, and charts. "Gentlemen," he said in a gravelly voice, "the Soviet war machine has mobilized to within 15% of capacity in the last 9 months. I don't have to tell you about Afghanistan, South America, or the Persian Gulf, but I'd like to direct your attention to the document marked 6633. That's a graph showing the amount of supplies being funneled into the Russian civil defense system, and you can see for yourselves how it's jumped in the last 2 months. Our Soviet sources tell us that more than 40% of their urban population has now either moved outside the cities or taken up residence inside the fallout shelters." While Chivington talked on about Soviet civil defense, the President's mind went back 8 months to the final terrible days of Afghanistan, with its nerve gas warfare and tactical nuclear strikes. And 1 week after the fall of Afghanistan, a 12.5 kiloton nuclear device had exploded in a Beirut apartment building, turning that tortured city into a moonscape of radioactive rubble. Almost half the population was killed outright. A variety of terrorist groups had gleefully claimed responsibility, promising more lightning bolts from Allah. With the detonation of that bomb, a Pandora's box of terrors had been opened. On the 14th of March, India had attacked Pakistan with chemical weapons. Pakistan retaliated by a missile strike on the city of Jaipur. 3 Indian nuclear missiles had leveled Karachi, and the war was deadlocked in the wastes of the Thar Desert. On the 2nd of April, Iran had unleashed a rain of Soviet-supplied nuclear missiles on Iraq, and American forces had been sucked into the maelstrom as they fought to hold back the Iranians. Soviet and American jets had battled over the Persian Gulf, and the entire region was primed to blow. Border wars had rippled across North and South Africa. The smallest of countries were depleting their treasuries to buy chemical and nuclear weapons from arms brokers. Alliances changed overnight, some due to military pressure and others to snipers' bullets. Less than 12 miles off Key West, a trigger-happy American F-18 fighter pilot had sent an air-to-surface missile into the side of a disabled Russian submarine on the 4th day of May. Cuban-based Russian floggers had come screaming over the horizon, shooting down the first pilot and 2 others of a squadron that arrived as backup. 9 days later, a Soviet and an American submarine had collided during a game of cat-and-mouse in the Arctic. 2 days after that, the radars of the Canadian Distant Early Warning Line had picked up the blips of 20 incoming aircraft. All western United States Air Force bases had gone to red alert, but the intruders turned and escaped before contact. On the 16th of May, all American air bases had gone to DEFCON 1, with a corresponding move by the Soviets within 2 hours. Adding to the tension that day was the detonation of a nuclear device in the Fiat complex in Milan, Italy. The action claimed by a communist terrorist group called the Red Star of Freedom. Incidents between surface ships, submarines, and aircraft had continued through May and June in the North Atlantic and North Pacific. American air bases had gone to DEFCON 2 when a cruiser had exploded and sank, cause unknown, 30 nautical miles off the coast of Oregon. Sightings of Soviet submarines in territorial waters increased dramatically, and American submarines were sent to test the Russian defenses. The activity at Soviet ICBM installations was recorded by Sky Eye satellites before they were blinded by lasers, and the President knew the Soviets saw the activity at U.S. bases before their own spy satellites were dazzled blind. On the 30th of June of the grim summer, as the news magazines were calling it, a cruise ship called the Tropic Panorama, carrying 700 passengers between Hawaii and San Francisco, had radioed that they were being stalked by an unidentified submarine. That had been the final message of the Tropic Panorama. From that day on, American naval vessels had patrolled the Pacific, with nuclear missiles armed and ready for launch. The President remembered the movie, The High and the Mighty, about an airplane in distress and about to crash. The pilot was John Wayne, and the Duke had told the crew about the point of no return, a line beyond which the plane could not turn back, but had to keep going forward, whatever the result. The President's mind had been on the point of no return a lot lately. He dreamed he was at the controls of a disabled plane, flying over a dark and forbidding ocean, searching for the lights of land. But the controls were shattered, and the plane kept dropping lower and lower, while the screams of the passengers rang in his mind. "I want to be a child again," he thought, as the other men at the table looked at him. "Dear God, I don't want to be at the controls any more." General Shivington had finished his report. The President said, "Thank you," though he wasn't sure exactly what Shivington had said. He felt the eyes of those men on him, waiting for him to speak, to move, to do anything. He was in his late 40s, dark-haired and ruggedly handsome. He had been a pilot himself, had flown the NASA shuttle Olympian, and been one of the first to walk in space wearing a jet-pack. Contemplating the great cloud-streaked orb of the Earth, he'd been moved to tears, and his emotional radio transmission of, "I think I know how God must feel, Houston," had done more than anything to win him the presidency. But he'd inherited the mistakes of the generations of presidents before him, and he'd been ridiculously naive about the world on the eve of the 21st century. The economy, after a resurgence in the mid-'80s, had tumbled out of control. The crime rate was staggering. The prisons packed slaughterhouses. Hundreds of thousands of homeless people, the ragtag nation, as the New York Times called them, roamed the streets of America, unable to afford shelter or cope mentally with the pressures of a runaway world. The Star Wars military program, that had cost billions of dollars, had proven to be a disaster, because it was realized too late that machines could only work as well as humans, and the complexity of the orbital platforms boggled the mind and broke the budget. The arms brokers had fed a crude, unstable nuclear technology to third-world nations and mad-dog leaders thirsting for power in the seductive and precarious global arena. 12-kiloton bombs, roughly the strength of the device that had decimated Hiroshima, were now as common as hand grenades, and could be carried in a briefcase. The renewed riots in Poland and the Warsaw street fighting the previous winter had chilled United States-Soviet relations to below zero, quickly followed by the collapse and national disgrace of the CIA plot to assassinate Polish liberation leaders. "We are on the edge of the point of no return," the President thought, and he felt an awful urge to laugh, but he concentrated on keeping his lips tightly sealed. His mind was grappling with an intricate web of reports and opinions that led to a terrible conclusion. The Soviet Union was preparing a first strike that would utterly destroy the United States of America. "Sir?" Hannon broke the uneasy silence. "Admiral Narramore has the next report." "Admiral?" Another folder was unsealed. Admiral Narramore, a gaunt, wiry-looking man in his mid-60s, began to go over the classified data. "At 19:12 hours, British recon helicopters off the guided missile destroyer Fife dropped sonobuoys that verify the presence of 6 unidentified submarines 73 miles north of Bermuda, bearing 300 degrees. If those subs are closing on the northeastern coast, they're already within strike range of New York City, Newport News, air bases on the eastern seaboard, the White House, and the Pentagon." He gazed across the table at the President, his eyes smoky gray under thick white brows. The White House was 50 feet above their heads. "If 6 were picked up," he said, "you can rely on the fact that Ivan's got at least 3 times that many out there. They can deliver several hundred warheads within 5 to 9 minutes of launch." He turned the page. "As of an hour ago, the 12 Delta II-class Soviet subs 260 miles northwest of San Francisco were still holding their position." The President felt dazed, as if this all were a waking dream. "Think," he told himself. "Damn you, think! Where are our submarines, Admiral?" he heard himself ask, in what might have been a stranger's voice. Narramore called up another computer map on the wall screen. It displayed a line of blinking dots about 200 miles northeast of Murmansk, USSR. Calling up a second map brought the Baltic Sea onto the screen, and another deployment of nuclear subs northwest of Riga. A third map showed the Russian east coast, a line of submarines in position in the Bering Sea between Alaska and the Soviet mainland. "We've got Ivan in an iron ring," Narramore said. "Give us the word, and we'll sink anything that tries to break through." "I think the picture's very clear." Hannon's voice was quiet and firm. "We've got to back the Soviets off." The President was silent, trying to put together logical thoughts. The palms of his hands were sweating. What if they're not planning a first strike? What if they believe we are? If we show force, might it not push them over the edge? Hannon took a cigarette from a silver case and lit it. Again the President's eyes were drawn to the flame. "Sir," Hannon replied softly, as if speaking to a retarded child, "if the Soviets respect anything, it's force. You know that as well as every man in this room, especially since the Persian Gulf incident. They want territory, and they're prepared to destroy us and to take their share of casualties to get it. Hell, their economy is worse than ours. They're going to keep pushing us until we either break or strike. And if we delay until we break, God help us." "No," the President shook his head. They'd been over this many times, and the idea sickened him. "No, we will not deliver a first strike. The Soviets," Hannon continued patiently, "understand the diplomacy of the fist. I'm not saying I think we should destroy the Soviet Union, but I do believe, fervently, that now is the time to tell them, and decisively, that we'll not be pushed, and we won't let their nuclear submarines sit off our shores waiting for launch codes." The President stared at his hands. The knot of his tie felt like a hangman's noose, and there was sweat under his arms and at the small of his back. "Meaning what?" he asked. "Meaning we intercept those goddamned submarines immediately. We destroy them if they won't turn back. We go to DEFCON 3 at all air bases and ICBM installations." Hannon looked quickly around the table to judge who stood with him. Only the Vice President glanced away, but Hannon knew he was a weak man, and his opinion carried no weight. "We intercept any Soviet nuclear vessel leaving Riga, Murmansk, or Vladivostok. We take control of the sea again, and if that means limited nuclear contact, then so be it." "Blockade," the President said. "Wouldn't that make them more eager to fight?" "Sir," General Sinclair spoke in a folksy down-home Virginia drawl, "I think the reasoning goes like this. Ivan's got to believe we'll risk our asses to blow him to hell and back. And to be honest, sir, I don't think there's a man-jack here who'll sit still and let Ivan throw a shitload of SLBMs at us without getting our own knock in, no matter what the casualty toll." He leaned forward, his piercing stare directed at the President. "I can put SAC and NORAD on DEFCON 3 within 2 minutes of your okay. I can send a squadron of B-1s right up to Ivan's back door within 1 hour. Just kind of give him a gentle prod, you see." "But they'll think we're attacking." "The point is that they'll know we're not afraid." Hannon tapped a stalk of ash into his ashtray. "If that's crazy, okay. But by God, the Russians respect insanity more than they respect fear. If we let them bring nuclear missiles to bear on our coastlines without lifting a finger, we're signing a death warrant for the United States of America." The President closed his eyes, jerked them open again. He had seen burning cities and charred black things that had once been human beings. With an effort, he said, I don't want to be the man who starts World War III. Can you understand that?" "It's already started," Sinclair spoke up. "Hell, the whole damned world's at war, and everybody's waiting for either Ivan or us to give the knockout punch. Maybe the whole future of the world depends on who's willing to be the craziest. I agree with Hans. If we don't make a move right soon, a mighty hard rain's going to fall on our tin roof." "They'll back off," Narramore said flatly. "They've backed off before. If we send hunter-killer groups after those subs and blow them out of the water, they'll know where the line's drawn. So, do we sit and wait, or do we show them our muscle? Sir, Hannon prodded. He glanced again at the clock, which showed 58 minutes after 10. I think the decision belongs to you now. I don't want it, he almost shouted. He needed time, needed to go to Camp David or off on one of those long fishing trips he had enjoyed as a senator. But now there was no more time. His hands were gripped before him. His face felt so tight he feared it would crack and fall to pieces like a mask, and he wouldn't want to see what lay underneath. When he looked up, the watching and powerful men were still there, and his senses seemed to whirl away from him. The decision had to be made, right now. Yes, the word had never sounded so terrible before. All right, we go to... He paused, drew a deep breath. We go to DEFCON 3. Admiral, alert your task forces. General Sinclair, I don't want those B-1s over 1 inch of Russian territory. Is that clear? My crews could walk that line in their sleep. Punch your codes. Sinclair went to work on the keyboard console before him, then lifted his telephone to make the voice authorization to Strategic Air Command in Omaha and the North American Air Defense Fortress in Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado. Admiral Naramore picked up the phone that instantly put him in touch with naval operations at the Pentagon. Within minutes there would be heightened activity at the country's air and naval bases. The DEFCON 3 codes would hum through the wires, and yet another check would be carried out on radar equipment, sensors, monitors, computers, and hundreds of other pieces of high-tech military hardware, as well as the dozens of cruise missiles and thousands of nuclear warheads hidden in silos across the Midwest from Montana to Kansas. The President was numb. The decision was made. Chief of Staff Bergholz adjourned the meeting and came over to grasp the President's shoulder and say what a good, solid decision it was. As the military advisers and officials left the Situations Room and moved to the elevator in the outside hallway, the President sat alone. His pipe was cold, and he did not care to relight it. Sir! He jumped, turning his head toward the voice. Hannon stood beside the door. Are you all right? A-OK. The President smiled wanly. A memory of his glory days as an astronaut had just flashed by. No. Jesus Christ, I don't know. I think I am. You made the correct decision. We both know that. The Soviets have to realize we're not afraid. I am afraid, Hans. I'm damned afraid. So am I. So is everyone. But we must not be ruled by fear. He approached the table and paged through some of the folders. In a few minutes, a young CIA man would be in to shred all the documents. I think you'd better send Julianne and Corey to the basement tonight, as soon as they can pack. We'll work out something with the press. The President nodded. The basement was an underground shelter in Delaware where the First Lady, the President's 17-year-old son, ranking cabinet members, and staff people would, they hoped, be protected from all but a direct hit by a 1-megaton nuclear warhead. Since news of the carefully constructed basement had leaked to the public several years before, such underground shelters had started appearing all over the country. Some dug into old mines, and others into mountains. The survivalist business was booming as never before. There's a subject we need to talk about, Hannon said. The President could see his own face, weary and hollow-eyed, reflected in the man's glasses. Talons. It's not time for that yet. His stomach had knotted. Not nearly time. Yes, it is time. I think you'd be safer in the Airborne Command Center. One of the first targets would be the roof of the White House. I'm going to send Paula to the basement, and as you know, you have the authority to send whomever else you want there. But I'd like to join you in the Airborne Center, if I may. Yes, of course. I want you with me. And, Hannon continued, there'll be an Air Force officer aboard with a briefcase handcuffed to his wrist. Do you know your codes? I know them. Those particular codes were among the first things he'd learned after taking office. An iron band of tension gripped the back of his neck. But I won't have to use them, will I, Hans? He asked almost pleadingly. Most likely not. But if you do, I want you to remember that by then the America we love will be dead, and no invader has ever or will ever set foot on American earth. He reached out and squeezed the President's shoulder in a grandfatherly gesture. Right? The point of no return, the President said, his eyes glazed and distant. What? We're about to cross the point of no return. Maybe we already have. Maybe it's way too late to turn back. God help us, Hans. We're flying in the dark, and we don't know where the hell we're going. We'll figure it out when we get there. We always have before. Hans, the President's voice was as soft as a child's. If you were God, would you destroy this world? Hannon didn't respond for a moment. Then, I suppose I'd wait and watch. If I were God, I mean. Wait and watch for what? To find out who wins, the good guys or the bad guys. Is there a difference any more? Hannon paused. He started to answer, and then he realized he could not. I'll get the elevator, he said, and he walked out of the Situations Room. The President unclasped his hands. The overhead lights sparkled on the cufflinks he always wore, embossed with the seal of the President of the United States. I'm A-OK, he said to himself. All systems go. Something broke inside him, and he almost cried. He wanted to go home, but home was a long, long way from this chair. Sir, Hannon called him. Moving as slowly and stiffly as an elderly man, the President stood up and went out to face the future. Chapter 2, 11:19 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, New York City. Whack! She felt somebody kick the side of her cardboard box, and she stirred and hugged her canvas bag closer. She was tired and wanted to rest. A girl needs her beauty sleep, she thought, and she closed her eyes again. I said, get out of there! Hands grabbed her ankles and hauled her roughly out of the box onto the pavement. As she came out, she shouted in indignation and started kicking wildly. You bastard, son of a bitching bastard! Let me alone, you bastard! Shit, look at that, said one of the two figures standing above her, outlined in red neon from the sign of a Vietnamese takeout restaurant across West 36th Street. He's a woman. The other man, who'd grabbed her ankles above her dirty sneakers and hauled her out, growled in a darker, meaner voice. Woman or not, I'm gonna stomp her ass. She sat up, the canvas bag holding her worldly belongings clutched close to her chest. In the red wash of neon, her square-jawed, sturdy face was deeply lined and streaked with street grime. Her eyes, sunken in violet-tinged hollows, were a pale, watery blue, and glinted with both fear and anger. On her head she wore a blue cap that she'd found the day before in a split-open garbage bag. Her outfit consisted of a dirty gray-printed short-sleeved blouse and a baggy pair of brown men's trousers with patched knees. She was a big-boned, fleshy woman, and her stomach and hips strained against the coarse material of her trousers. Her clothes, as well as the canvas duffel bag she carried, had come from a kindly minister at the Salvation Army. Under the cap, her gray-streaked brown hair hung untidily around her shoulders, parts of it chopped off here and there where she'd taken scissors to it. Stuffed into her canvas bag was a melange of objects: a roll of fishing line, a tattered bright orange sweater, a pair of cowboy boots with both heels broken off, a dented mess tray, paper cups and plastic eating utensils, a year-old copy of Cosmopolitan, a length of chain, several packages of juicy fruit chewing gum, and other items buried in the bag that even she'd forgotten were there. As the two men stared at her, one with menacing intent, she clutched the bag tighter. Her left eye and cheekbone were bruised and swollen, and her ribs hurt where she'd been pushed down a flight of stairs by another indigent woman at the Christian shelter 3 days before. She'd picked herself off the floor, stalked up the stairs, and knocked 2 teeth out of the woman's head with a roundhouse right. "You're in my box," the dark-voiced man said. He was tall and skinny, wearing only a pair of blue jeans, his chest shining with sweat. His face was bearded, his eyes filled with shadow. The second man, shorter and heavier, wore a sweaty T-shirt and green army surplus pants pocked with cigarette burns. He had oily dark hair, and he kept scratching his crotch. The first man prodded her in the side with the toe of his boot, and she winced at the pain to her ribs. "You deaf bitch! I said you're in my fucking box." The cardboard box in which she'd been sleeping lay on its side amid a sea of oozing garbage bags, a symptom of the garbage strike that had clogged Manhattan streets and gutters for over 2 weeks. In the suffocating heat of 100-degree days and 90-degree nights, the bags had swollen and exploded. Rats were having festival days, and mountains of garbage lay uncollected, blocking off traffic on some streets. She looked dazedly up at the 2 men, the contents of a half-bottle of red dagger percolating in her stomach. Her last meal had been the remnants of chicken bones and the scrapings from a discarded TV dinner. "Huh?" "My box," the bearded man shouted in her face. "This is my place. You crazy or something?" "She don't have no sense," the other one said. "She's crazy as hell. Ugly as hell, too. Hey, what you got in that bag? Let me see." He grabbed at it and yanked, but the woman emitted a loud howl and refused to give it up, her eyes wide and terrified. "You got some money in there? Something to drink? Give it here, bitch." The man almost tore it from her arms, but she whimpered and hung on. Red light sparked off an ornament around her neck, a small, cheap crucifix attached to a necklace made of linked gem clips. "Hey," the second man said. "Looky there. I know who she is. I seen her panhandling on 42nd Street. She thinks she's a damned saint, always preaching to people. They call her Sister Creep. Yeah? Well, maybe we can pawn us that trinket, then." He reached to tear the crucifix off her neck, but she turned her head away. The man grabbed the back of her neck, snarled, and balled up his other hand to strike her. "Please," she begged, about to sob. "Please don't hurt me. I got something for you." She started rummaging through the bag. "Get it out, and hurry. I'd have bust your head for sleeping in my box." He let her head go, but he kept his fist poised and ready. She made little weak whimpering noises as she searched. "Somewhere in here," she muttered. "Got it somewhere." "Put it right here." He thrust his palm at her. "And maybe I won't kick your ass." Her hand closed around what she was looking for. "Found it," she said. "Sure did." "Well, put it here." "Okay," the woman replied. The whimpering was gone, and her voice was as tough as sun-baked leather. With one blurred, smooth motion she withdrew a straight razor, flicked it open with a snap of her wrist, and slashed it hard across the bearded man's open hand. Blood jetted from the gash. The man's face went white. He gripped his wrist, his mouth contorted into an O, and then the scream came out like the sound of a strangling cat. At once the woman was on her stocky legs, holding the canvas bag in front of her like a shield, and swiping again at the 2 men, who tumbled back into each other, slipped on the garbage-slimed pavement, and went down. The bearded man, blood streaming down his hand, came up holding a piece of wood studded with rusty nails. His eyes gleamed with rage. "I'll show you," he screamed. "I'll show you right now." He swung at her, but she ducked under the blow and slashed at him with the razor. He staggered back again and stood looking dumbly at the line of blood that leaked from his chest. Sister Creep didn't pause. She turned and ran, almost slipping in a pool of ooze, but regaining her balance, with the shouts of the 2 men ringing out behind her. "Gonna get you," the bearded one warned. "I'll find you, bitch. You just wait." She didn't. She kept going, her sneakers slapping the pavement, until she came to a barrier of 1,000 split-open garbage bags. She crawled over it, taking the time to pick up a few interesting items, like a broken salt shaker and a soggy copy of National Geographic, and stuffed them into her bag. Then she was over the barrier, and she kept walking, the breath still rasping in her lungs, and her body trembling. That had been close, she thought. The demons almost got me. But glory be to Jesus, and when he arrives in his flying saucer from the planet Jupiter, I'll be there on the golden shore to kiss his hand. She stood on the corner of 38th and 7th Avenue, catching her breath and watching the traffic pass like a stampeding herd of cattle. The yellow haze of garbage fumes and automobile exhaust stirred like the stagnant matter atop a pond, and the wet heat pressed in on Sister Creep. Beads of sweat broke and ran down her face. Her clothes were damp. She wished she had some deodorant, but the last of the secret was gone. She looked around at the faces of strangers, daubed the color of wounds and the glare of pulsing neon. She didn't know where she was going, and she hardly remembered where she'd been. But she knew she couldn't stand on this corner all night. Standing out in the open, she'd realized a long time ago, brought the demon X-rays, jabbing at your head, trying to scramble your brains. She began walking north, her head ducked and her shoulders hunched, in the direction of Central Park. Her nerves were jangling from her experience with the two heathen who'd tried to rob her. Sin was everywhere, she thought. In the ground, in the air, in the water. Nothing but rank, black, and evil sin. And it was in people's faces, too. Oh, yes, you could see the sin creeping over people's faces, hooding their eyes and making their mouths go crooked. It was the world and the demons that were making innocent people crazy, she knew. Never before had the demons been so busy or so greedy for innocent souls. She thought of the magic place, way over on Fifth Avenue, and her hard, worried frown softened. She often went there to look at the beautiful things in the windows. The delicate objects displayed there had the power to soothe her soul, and even though the guard at the door wouldn't let her pass, she was content to just stand outside and stare. She recalled a glass angel in the window once, a powerful figure. The angel's long hair was swept back like holy, glittering fire, and her wings were about to unfold from a strong, sleek body. And in that angel's beautiful face the eyes shone with multicolored, wonderful lights. Sister Creep had journeyed to look at that angel every day for a month, until they replaced it with a glass whale leaping from a stormy blue-green glass sea. Of course, there were other places with treasures along Fifth Avenue, and Sister knew their names: Saks, Fortunoff's, Cartier, Gucci, Tiffany. But she was drawn to the sculptures on display at the Steuben glass shop, the magic place of soul-soothing dreams, where the silken sheen of polished glass, under soft lights, made her think how lovely heaven was going to be. Somebody jostled her back to reality. She blinked in the hot shout of neon. Nearby a sign announced, "Girls, live girls." Would men want dead ones, she wondered? And a movie marquee advertised, "Born Erect." The signs pulsed from every niche and doorway. Sex books, sex aids, boom boxes, martial arts weapons. A thunder of bass-heavy music came from a bar's doorway, and other pounding, discordant rhythms strutted from speakers set up over a strip of bookstores, bars, strip shows, and porno theaters. At almost 11:30, 42nd Street, near the rim of Times Square, was a parade of humanity. A young Hispanic boy near Sister Creep held up his hands and shouted, "Coke, poppers, crack, right here!" Not far away, a rival drug seller opened his coat to show the plastic bags he was carrying. He yelled, "Get ya high, you're gonna fly. Do it deep, cheap, cheap, cheap." Other sellers shouted at the cars that slowly drove along 42nd. Girls in halter tops, jeans, hot pants, or leather slacks hung around the doors of the bookstores and theaters, or motioned for the drivers to pull over. Some did, and Sister Creep watched the young girls being swept away into the night by strangers. The noise was almost deafening, and across the street in front of a peep show 2 young black men were grappling on the sidewalk, surrounded by a ring of others who laughed and urged them on to a higher level of violence. The burning hemp aroma of pot floated through the air, the incense of escape. "Switchblades!" another vendor yelled. Blades, right here. Sister Creep moved on, her gaze warily ticking back and forth. She knew this street, this den of demons. She had come to preach here many times. But the preaching never did any good, and her voice was drowned out in the thunder of music and the shouting of people with something to sell. She stumbled across the body of a black man sprawled across the pavement. His eyes were open, and blood had pooled from his nostrils. She kept going, bumping into people, being shoved and cursed at, and the neon glare all but blinded her. Her mouth opened, and she shouted, "Save your souls! The end is near! God have mercy on your souls!" But no one even looked at her. Sister Creep plunged into the swirl of bodies, and suddenly an old, gnarled man with vomit on the front of his shirt was in her face. He cursed at her and grabbed for her bag, yanking several items out of it and running before she could get a good swing at him. "You're going to hell, you son of a bitch!" she shrieked. And then a wave of freezing cold gnawed at her bones, and she flinched. The image of an onrushing freight train bearing down on her streaked through her mind. She did not see who hit her. She simply sensed that she was about to be hit. A hard, bony shoulder thrust her aside as easily as if her body had turned to straw, and in the second of contact an indelible picture was seared into her brain. A mountain of broken, charred dolls. No, not dolls, she realized, as she was flung toward the street. Dolls had no insides to burst through their rib cages, no brains to ooze from their ears, no teeth to grimace in the frozen rictus of the dead. She hit the curb, and a cab swerved to avoid her, the driver shouting and leaning on his horn. She was all right, just the wind knocked out of her, and her hurt side throbbing, and she struggled to her feet to see who'd hit her such a blow. But no one was paying her any attention. Still, Sister Creep's teeth chattered from the cold that clung to her. There, on the hottest night of midsummer, and she felt her arm for what she knew would be a black bruise where that bastard had collided with her. "You heathen shit-ass!" she yelled at nobody in particular. But the vision of a mountain of smoldering corpses lingered behind her eyes, and a claw of fear clutched at her stomach. Who had that been, passing on the sidewalk, she wondered? What kind of monster dressed in human skin? She saw the marquee of a theater before her, advertising a double feature of The Face of Death, Part 4, and Mondo Bizarro. Walking closer, she saw that the poster for Face of Death, Part 4, promised scenes from the autopsy table, car wreck victims, death by fire, uncut and uncensored. A chill lingered in the air around the closed door of the theater. "Come in," a sign said on the door. "We're air-conditioned." But it was more than the air-conditioner, she decided. This was a dank, sinister chill, the chill of shadows where poison toadstools grow, their ruddy colors beckoning a child to come, take a taste of candy. It was fading now, dissipating in the sultry heat. Sister Creep stood in front of that door, and though she knew that sweet Jesus was her mission, and sweet Jesus would protect her, she knew also that she wouldn't set foot inside that theater for a full bottle of Red Dagger. Not even 2 full bottles. She backed away from the door, bumped into somebody who cursed and shoved her aside, and then she started walking again. Where, she didn't know, nor did she care. Her cheeks burned with shame. She had been afraid, she told herself, even though sweet holy Jesus stood at her side. She had been afraid to look evil in the face, and she had sinned yet again. 2 blocks past the forbidding theater, she saw a black kid toss a beer bottle into the midst of some overflowing garbage cans set back in the doorway of a crumbling building. She pretended to be searching for something in her bag until he'd passed, and then she stepped into that doorway and started looking for the bottle, her throat parched for a sip, a drop of liquid. Rats squealed and scurried away over her hands, but she didn't mind them. She saw rats every day, and much bigger ones than these. One of them perched on the edge of a can and squealed at her with furious indignation. She tossed a cast-off tennis shoe at it, and the thing fled. The smell of the garbage was putrid, the smell of meat that had long since gone bad. She found the beer bottle, and in the murky light she rejoiced to see that a few drops remained. She quickly tilted it to her lips, her tongue struggling into the bottle for the tang of beer. Heedless of the chattering rats, she sat down with her back to the rough brick wall. As she put her hand to the ground to steady herself, she touched something damp and soft. She looked to her side, but when she realized what it was, she put her hand to her mouth to stifle a scream. It had been wrapped up in a few pages of newspaper, but the rats had chewed that away. Then they had gone to work on the flesh. Sister Creep couldn't tell how old it was, or whether it was a boy or a girl, but its eyes were half open in the tiny face, as if the infant lay on the edge of sweet slumber. It was nude. Someone had tossed it into the heap of garbage cans and bags and sweltering filth, as if it were a broken toy. "Oh," she whispered, and she thought of a rain-swept highway and a spinning blue light. She heard a man's voice saying, "Let me have her now, lady. You've got to let me have her." Sister Creep picked up the dead infant and began to rock it in her arms. From the distance came the pounding of mindless music and the calls of the vendors on 42nd Street, and Sister Creep crooned in a strangled voice, "Hush-a-bye, hush-a-bye, little baby, don't you cry." She couldn't remember the rest of it. The blue light spinning, and the man's voice floating through time and distance. "Give her to me, lady. The ambulance is coming." "No," Sister Creep whispered. Her eyes were wide and staring, and a tear trickled down her cheek. "No, I won't. Let her go." She pressed the infant against her shoulder, and the tiny head lolled. The body was cold. Around Sister Creep the rats chattered and squealed with frustration. "Oh, God," she heard herself say. And then she lifted her head toward a slice of sky and felt her face contort, and the anger flooded out of her as she screamed, "Where are you?" Her voice echoed off along the street and was drowned by the merry commerce a couple of blocks away. Sweet Jesus is late, she thought. He's late, late, late for a very important date. She began to giggle hysterically and cry at the same time, until what came from her throat sounded like the moaning of a wounded animal. It was a long time before she realized that she had to move on, and she could not take the infant with her. She wrapped it carefully in the bright orange sweater from her bag, and then she lowered it into one of the garbage cans and piled as much as she could on top of it. A large gray rat came close to her, baring its teeth, and she hit it square with the empty beer bottle. She couldn't find the strength to stand, and she crawled out of the doorway with her head bowed, and the hot tears of shame, disgust, and rage coursing down her face. "I can't go on," she told herself. "I can't live in this dark world any more. Dear sweet Jesus, come down in your flying saucer and take me with you." She leaned her forehead against the sidewalk, and she wanted to be dead and in heaven, where all the sin was blotted clean. Something clinked to the sidewalk, ringing like notes of music. She looked up. Her eyes were blurred and swollen from crying, but she saw someone walking away from her. The figure turned the corner and was gone. Sister Creep saw that several coins lay on the pavement a few feet away, 3 quarters, 2 dimes, and a nickel. Somebody had thought she was panhandling, she realized. Her arm darted out, and she scooped up the coins before anybody else could get them. She sat up, trying to think what she should do. She felt sick and weak and tired, and she feared lying out on the street in the open. "Have to find a place to hide," she decided. "Find a place to dig myself a hole and hide." Her gaze came to rest on the stairs across 42nd Street that descended into the subway. She had slept in the subway before. She knew the cops would run her out of the station, or worse, haul her off yet again to the shelter. But she knew also that the subway held a warren of maintenance tunnels and unfinished passageways that snaked off from the main routes and went deep beneath Manhattan, so deep that none of the demons in human skin could find her, and she could curl up in the darkness and forget. Her hand clenched the money. It was enough to get her through the turnstile, and then she could lose herself from the sinful world that sweet Jesus had shunned. Sister Creep stood up, crossed 42nd Street, and descended into the underground world. Chapter 3. 10:22 p.m. Central Daylight Time, Concordia, Kansas. Kill him, Johnny! Tear him to pieces! Pull off his arm and beat him to death with it!" The rafters of the hot, smoky Concordia High School gymnasium rang with the combined yelling of over 400 people, and at the gym's center 2 men, one black, one white, battled in a wrestling ring. At the moment, the white wrestler, a local boy named Johnny Lee Richwine, had the monster known as Black Frankenstein against the ropes and was battering him with judo chops as the crowd shouted for blood. But Black Frankenstein, who stood 6'4", weighed over 300 pounds, and wore an ebony mask covered with red leather scars and rubber bolts, stuck out his mountainous chest. He gave a thunderous roar and grabbed Johnny Lee Richwine's hand in mid-air, then twisted the trapped hand until the young man was forced to his knees. Black Frankenstein growled and kicked him with a size 13 boot in the side of the head, knocking him sprawling across the canvas. The referee was scrambling around ineffectually, and as he stuck a warning finger in Black Frankenstein's face, the monster shoved him aside as easily as flicking a grasshopper. Black Frankenstein stood over the fallen boy and thumped his chest, his head going around and around like a maniac's, as the crowd screamed with rage. Crumpled Coke cups and popcorn bags began to rain into the ring. "You dumb geeks!" Black Frankenstein shouted in a bass boom that carried over the noise of the crowd. "Watch what I do to your hometown boy!" The monster gleefully stomped on Johnny Lee Richwine's ribs. The young man contorted, his face showing deepest agony, while the referee tried to pull Black Frankenstein away. With one shove, the monster threw the referee into the turnbuckle, where he sagged to his knees. Now the crowd was on its feet, paper cups and ice flying, and the local policeman, who'd signed on for wrestling arena duty, stood nervously around the ring. "Want to see some Kansas farm boy blood?" Black Frankenstein bellowed as he lifted his boot to crush his opponent's skull. But Johnny snapped to life. He grabbed the monster's ankle and threw him off balance, then kicked his other leg out from under him. His thick arms windmilling, Black Frankenstein hit the mat with a force that made the floor shake, and the crowd's noise almost ripped the roof off. Black Frankenstein cowered on his knees, his hands up and pleading for mercy, as the young man advanced on him. Then Johnny turned to help the injured referee, and as the crowd shrieked, Black Frankenstein bounded up and rushed Johnny from behind, his huge hands clasped together to deliver a hammer blow. The frenzied screaming of the fans made Johnny Lee Richwine whirl around at the last instant, and he kicked the monster and the roll of fat around his midsection. The noise of air expelled from Black Frankenstein's lungs sounded like a steamboat whistle. He staggered around the ring with drunken, mincing steps, trying to escape his fate. Johnny Lee Richwine caught him, bent and lifted Black Frankenstein's body on his shoulders for an airplane spin. The fans hushed for a second as all that weight left the mat, then began to shout again when Johnny started twirling the monster in the air. Black Frankenstein bawled like a baby being spanked. There was a noise like a pistol shot. Johnny Lee Richwine cried out and began to topple to the mat. Legs busted. The man who was called Black Frankenstein had time to register before he flung himself off the young man's shoulders. He knew very well the sound of popping bones. He'd been against the boys trying an airplane spin, but Johnny had wanted to impress the home folks. Black Frankenstein slammed into the mat on his side, and when he sat up he saw the young hometown wrestler lying a few feet away, grasping at his knee and moaning, this time in genuine pain. The referee was on his feet, not knowing what to do. Black Frankenstein was supposed to be stretched out, and Johnny Lee Richwine was supposed to win this main event. That's how the script went, and everything had gone just fine in the run-through. Black Frankenstein got up. He knew the boy was hurting bad, but he had to stay in character. Lifting his arms over his head, he strutted across the ring in a torrent of cups and popcorn bags, and as he neared the stunned referee, he said in a quiet voice, very much different from his villainous ranting, "Disqualify me and get that kid to a doctor." "Huh? Do it now." The referee, a local man who ran a hardware store in nearby Belleville, finally made a crisscrossed waving motion that meant disqualification for Black Frankenstein. The huge wrestler made a show of jumping up and down with rage for a minute, as the audience hooted and cursed at him, and then he stepped quickly out of the ring to be escorted to his dressing-room by a phalanx of policemen. On that long walk he suffered popcorn in his face, a pelting of ice and spitballs, and obscene gestures from children and senior citizens alike. He had a special fear of grandmotherly old ladies, because one had attacked him with a hat-pin a year before in Waycross, Georgia, and tried to boot him in the genitals for good measure. In his dressing-room, which was a bench and locker in the football squad room, he stretched as many of the kinks out of his muscles as he could. Some of the aches and pains were permanent, and his shoulders felt as tight as chunks of petrified wood. He unlaced his leather mask and looked at himself in the little cracked mirror that hung inside his locker. He could hardly be called handsome. His hair was shaven right to the skull to allow the mask a good fit, his face marked by the scars of many ring accidents. He remembered exactly where each of those scars had come from: a miscalculated turnbuckle blow in Birmingham, a chair swung too convincingly in Winston-Salem, an impact with the edge of the ring in Sioux Falls, a meeting with a concrete floor in San Antonio. Mistakes in timing caused real injuries in professional wrestling. Johnny Lee Richwine hadn't been balanced well enough to support the weight, and his leg had paid for it. He felt bad about it, but there was nothing he could do. The show must go on. He was 35 years old, and the last 10 years of his life had been spent on the wrestling circuit, following the highways and county roads between city auditoriums, high school gyms, and country fairs. He was known in Kentucky as Lightning Bolt Jones, in Illinois as Brickhouse Perkins, and in a dozen states by similar fearsome aliases. His real name was Joshua Hutchins, and tonight he was a long way from his home in Mobile, Alabama. His broad, flat nose had been broken 3 times, and looked it. The last time he hadn't even bothered to get it set. Under thick black brows his eyes were deeply set, and the pale gray of wood smoke. Another small scar looped around the point of his chin like an upside-down question mark, and the hard lines and angles of his face made him resemble a war-weary African king. He was large to the point of being freakish, a curiosity that people stared at when he walked the streets. Ridges of muscle bulged in his arms, shoulders, and legs, but his stomach was dissolving to flab, the result of too many boxes of glazed doughnuts consumed in lonely motel rooms. But even carrying a spare truck tire of fat around his midsection, Josh Hutchins moved with grace and power, giving the impression of a tightly coiled spring about to burst free. It was what remained of the explosive force he'd commanded when he was a linebacker for the New Orleans Saints, many years and a world ago. Josh showered and soaped the sweat off. Tomorrow night he was due to wrestle in Garden City, Kansas, which would be a long, dusty trek across the state, and a hot trip, too, because the air conditioner in his car had broken down a few days earlier, and he couldn't afford to get it fixed. His next paycheck would come at the end of the week in Kansas City, where he was to participate in a 7-man free-for-all. He got out of the shower, dried off, and dressed. As he was putting his gear away, the match's promoter came in to tell him that Johnny Lee Richwine had been taken to the hospital, and that he'd be okay, but that Josh should be careful leaving the gym, because the hometown folks could get a little rough. Josh thanked the man in his quiet voice, zipped up his traveling bag, and said good night. His beat-up 6-year-old gray Pontiac was parked in the lot of a 24-hour food giant supermarket. He knew from the experience of many slashed tires not to park any nearer the wrestling arena. While he was so close to the market, Josh went inside and emerged a few minutes later with a package of glazed doughnuts, some Oreo cookies, and a jug of milk. He drove away, heading south on Highway 81 to the Restwell Motel. His room faced the highway, and the rumble of passing trucks sounded like beasts prowling the darkness. He turned on The Tonight Show, then took off his shirt and smeared Ben Gay on his aching shoulders. It had been a long time since he'd worked out in a gym, though he kept telling himself he was going to start jogging again. His gut was as soft as marshmallow. He knew he could really get hurt there if his opponents didn't pull the kicks and punches, but he decided to worry about that tomorrow. There was always tomorrow, and he put on his bright red pajamas and lay back in bed to consume his snack and watch the tube. He was halfway through the donuts when an NBC news bulletin interrupted the celebrity chatter. A grim-looking newsman came on, with the White House in the background, and he began talking about a high-priority meeting the President had just had with the Secretary of Defense, the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, the Vice President, and other advisers, and that sources confirmed the meeting involved both SAC and NORAD. American air bases, the reporter said with urgency in his voice, might be going to a higher level of readiness. More bulletins would break in as the news was available. "Don't blow up the world till Sunday," Josh said through a mouthful of doughnut. "I've got to collect my paycheck first." Every night the newscasts were filled with the facts or rumor of war. Josh watched the broadcasts and read the newspapers whenever he could, and he understood that nations were jealous and paranoid and downright crazy, but he couldn't fathom why sane leaders didn't just pick up their telephones and talk to each other. What was so tough about talking? Josh was beginning to believe the whole thing was like professional wrestling. The superpowers put on their masks and stomped around, roaring threats and swinging wildly at each other, but it was a game of macho, strutting bluff. He couldn't imagine what the world would be like after the nuclear bombs fell, but he knew it'd be pretty damned hard to find a box of glazed donuts in the ashes, and he surely would miss them. He had started on the Oreos when he looked at the telephone next to the bed and thought of Rose and the boys. His wife had divorced him after he'd left pro football and become a wrestler, and she had custody of their 2 sons. She still lived in Mobile. Josh visited them whenever the circuit took him down that way. Rose had a good job as a legal secretary, and the last time Josh had seen her, she'd told him she was engaged to be married to a black attorney at the end of August. Josh missed his sons very much, and sometimes in the arena crowds he glimpsed the faces of boys who reminded him of them. But the faces were always yelling and jeering at him. It didn't pay, he knew, to think too much about people you loved. There was no point in driving the hurt too deep. He wished Rose well. Sometimes he longed to call her, but he feared a man would answer. Well, he thought as he opened another cookie to get at the creamy stuff, I wasn't cut out to be a family man anyhow. No, sir, I like my freedom too much, and by God, that's just what I've got. He was tired. His body ached, and tomorrow would be a long day. Maybe he'd call the hospital before he left, find out about Johnny Lee Richwine. The boy would be smarter for what he'd learned tonight. Josh left the set on because he liked the sound of human voices, and he slowly fell asleep with the package of Oreos balanced on the mound of his stomach. Big day tomorrow, he thought as he drifted off. Gotta be mean and strong again. Then he slept, snoring softly, his dreams filled with the noise of a crowd shouting for his head. The devotional came on. A minister talked about beating swords into plowshares. Then the Star-Spangled Banner played over scenes of majestic snow-capped mountains, wide waving fields of wheat and corn, running streams, verdant forests, and mighty cities. It ended with an image of the American flag stretched out and immobile on a pole sunk into the surface of the moon. The picture froze, lingered for a few seconds, and then static filled the screen as the local station signed off. Chapter 4, 11:48 p.m., Central Daylight Time, near Wichita, Kansas. They were fighting again. The little girl squeezed her eyes shut and put the pillow over her head, but the voices came through anyway, muffled and distorted, almost inhuman. I'm sick and tired of shit, woman. Get off my back. What am I supposed to do? Just smile when you go out drinking and gambling away money I earn? That money was supposed to go for the rent on this damn trailer and buy us some groceries. And by God, you went out and threw it away. Just threw it? Get off my fucking back, I said. Look at you. You look like a worn-out old whore. I'm sick to death of you hanging around here giving me shit all the time. Maybe I ought to do something about that, huh? Maybe I ought to just pack and get my ass out of here. Go on, then. Get out and take that spooky kid with you. I will. Don't you think I won't? The argument went back and forth, their voices getting louder and meaner. The little girl had to come up for air, but she kept her eyes tightly closed and filled her mind with her garden just outside the window of her cramped bedroom. People came from all over the trailer court to see her garden and to comment on how well the flowers were growing. Mrs. Yeager, from next door, said the violets were beautiful, but she'd never known them to bloom so late and in such hot weather. The daffodils, snapdragons, and bluebells were growing strong, too. But for a while the little girl had heard them dying. She'd watered them and kneaded the soil with her fingers, and she'd sat amid her garden in the morning sunlight and watched over her flowers with eyes as blue as robin's eggs, and finally the death sounds went away. Now the garden was a healthy blaze of color, and even most of the grass around the trailer was a rich dark green. Mrs. Yeager's grass was brown, though she hosed it down almost every day. But the little girl had heard it die a long time ago, though she didn't want to make Mrs. Yeager sad by saying so. Maybe it would come back when the rain fell. A profusion of potted plants filled the bedroom, sitting on cinder-block shelves and crowded around the bed. The room held the heady aroma of life, and even a small cactus in a red ceramic pot had sprouted a white flower. The little girl liked to think of her garden and her plants when Tommy and her mother were fighting. She could see the garden in her mind, could visualize all the colors and the petals, and feeling the earth between her fingers, and those things helped to take her away from the voices. "Don't you touch me!" her mother shouted. "You bastard, don't you dare hit me again!" "I'll knock you on your ass if I want to." There was the sound of a struggle, more cursing, followed by the noise of a slap. The little girl flinched, tears wetting her closed blonde eyelashes. "Stop fighting," she thought frantically. "Please, please, please stop fighting. Get away from me!" Something hit the wall and shattered. The child put her hands over her ears and lay rigidly in bed, about to scream. There was a light, a soft light, blinking against her eyelids. She opened her eyes and sat up. And there on the window-screen across the room was a pulsing mass of light, a pale yellow glow like 1,000 tiny birthday candles. The light shifted, like the swirls of an incandescent painting, and as the child stared at it, entranced, the noise of the fighting got quieter and far away. The light reflected in her wide eyes, moved over her heart-shaped face, and danced in her shoulder-length blonde hair. The entire room was illuminated by the glow of the light creature that clung to the window-screen. Fireflies, she realized. Hundreds of fireflies clinging to the screen. She had seen them on the window before, but never so many, and never all blinking at the same time. They pulsed like stars trying to burn their way through the screen, and as she stared at them, she no longer heard the awful voices of her mother and Uncle Tommy. The blinking fireflies commanded all her attention, their patterns of light mesmerizing her. The language of light changed, took on a different, faster rhythm. The little girl remembered a hall of mirrors at the state fair, and how the lights had reflected dazzlingly off the polished glass. Now she felt as if she were standing at the center of 1,000 lamps, and as the rhythm became faster and faster, they seemed to whirl around her with dizzying speed. "They're talking," she thought, "talking in their own language, talking about something very, very important. Swan, honey, wake up. Talking about something about to happen. Can't you hear me? Something bad about to happen, real soon. Swan!" Someone was shaking her. For a few seconds she was lost in the hall of mirrors and blinded by the flashing lights. Then she remembered where she was, and she saw the fireflies leaving the window-screen, rising up into the night. "Goddamn bugs all over the window," she heard Tommy say. Swan pulled her gaze away from them with an effort that strained her neck. Her mother stood over her, and in the light from the open door Swan could see the purple swelling around her mother's right eye. The woman was thin and haggard, with tangled blonde hair showing dark brown roots. She glanced back and forth between her daughter's face and the last of the insects flying off the screen. "What's wrong with you?" "She's spooky," Tommy said, his thick-shouldered body blocking the doorway. He was stocky and unkempt, with a scraggly brown beard covering his angular jaw, his face thick-jowled and fleshy. He wore a red cap, a T-shirt, and overalls. "She's fucked up in the head," he said, and he swigged from a bottle of Miller High Life. "Mama?" The child was still dazed, the lights blinking behind her eyes. "Honey, I want you to get up and put your clothes on. We're leaving this damn dump right now, you hear me?" "Yes, ma'am." "You ain't going nowhere," Tommy sneered. "Where you gonna go?" "As far away as we can get. I was stupid to move in here with you in the first place. Get up now, honey. Put your clothes on. We want to be out of here as soon as we can." "You gonna go back to Rick Dawson?" "Yeah, you go on. He kicked you out once before, and I picked you up. Go on and let him kick you again." She turned toward him and said coldly, "Get out of my way, or so help me God, I'll kill you." Tommy's eyes were hooded and dangerous. He drank from the bottle again, licked his lips, and then laughed. "Sure." He stepped back and made an exaggerated sweeping gesture with his arm. "Come on through. You think you're a goddamned queen? Come on through." She looked at her child with a glance that urged her to hurry, and walked past him out of the bedroom. Swan got out of bed, and, clad in her 9-year-old girl-sized Wichita State University nightshirt, hurried to the window and peered outside. The lights of Mrs. Yeager's trailer next door were on, and Swan figured the noise had probably awakened her. Swan looked upward and stared open-mouthed with awe. The sky was filled with waves of moving, blinking stars. Wheels of light rolled across the darkness over the trailer court, and streaks of yellow fire zigzagged upward into the haze that obscured the moon. Thousands upon thousands of fireflies were passing overhead like galaxies in motion, their signals forming chains of light that stretched from west to east as far as Swan could see. From somewhere in the trailer park a dog began to howl. The noise was picked up by a second dog, then a third, then from other dogs in the subdivision across Highway 15. More lights were going on in the trailers, and people were stepping outside to see what was happening. "God Almighty, what a racket!" Tommy was still standing in the doorway. He bellowed, "Shut the fuck up!" and then finished the rest of his beer with one angry gulp. He fixed Swan with a baleful, bleary-eyed gaze. "I'll be glad to get rid of you, kid. Look at this damned room, all these plants and shit. Christ, this is a trailer, not a greenhouse." He kicked over a pot of geraniums, and Swan flinched. But she stood her ground, her chin uplifted, and waited for him to leave. "Want to know about your mama, kid?" he asked her slyly. "Want to know about that bar where she dances on tables and lets men touch her titties?" "Shut up, you bastard!" the woman shouted, and Tommy spun around in time to stop her swing against his forearm. He shoved her away. "Yeah, come on, Darlene. Show that kid what you're made of. Tell her about the men you've been through, and, oh yeah, tell her all about her daddy. Tell her you were so high on LSD and PCP and God knows what else, and you don't even remember the fucker's name." Darlene Prescott's face was contorted with anger. Years ago she'd been a pretty woman, with strong cheekbones and dark blue eyes that communicated a sexual challenge to any number of men, but now her face was tired and sagging, and deep lines cut across her forehead and around her mouth. She was only 32, but looked at least 5 years older. She was squeezed into tight blue jeans and wore a yellow cowgirl blouse with spangles on the shoulders. She turned away from Tommy and went into the trailer's master bedroom, her lizard-skin cowgirl boots clumping on the floor. "Hey," Tommy said, giggling, "don't run off mad." Swan began to take her clothes out of the dresser drawers, but her mother returned with a suitcase already full of gaudy outfits and boots, and shoveled as much of Swan's clothes into it as would fit. "We're going right now," she told her daughter. "Come on." Swan paused, looking around at the room full of flowers and plants. "No," she thought, "I can't leave all my flowers. And my garden? Who'll water my garden?" Darlene leaned down on the suitcase, pressed it shut, and snapped it. Then she grasped Swan's hand and turned to go. Swan had time only to grab her Cookie Monster doll before she was pulled out of the room in her mother's wake. Tommy followed behind them, a fresh beer in hand. "Yeah, you go on. You'll be back by tomorrow night, Darlene. You just wait and see." "I'll wait," she replied, and she pushed through the screen door. Outside, in the steamy night, the howling of dogs floated from all directions. Banners of light streamed across the sky. Darlene glanced up at them, but she didn't hesitate in her long stride toward the bright red Camaro parked at the curb behind Tommy's souped-up Chevy pickup truck. Darlene threw the suitcase in the back seat and slid under the wheel, as Swan, still in her nightshirt, got in the passenger side. "Bastard," Darlene breathed as she fumbled with her keys. "I'll show his ass." "Hey, look at me!" Tommy yelled, and Swan looked. She was horrified to see that he was dancing in her garden, the sharp toes of his boots kicking up clumps of dirt, the heels mashing her flowers dead. She clasped her hands to her ears, because she heard their hurting sounds rising up like the strings of a steel guitar being plucked. Tommy grinned and capered, took off his cap and threw it into the air. A white-hot anger flared within Swan, and she wished Uncle Tommy dead for hurting her garden. But then the flash of anger passed, leaving her feeling sick to her stomach. She saw him clearly for what he was, a fat, balding fool, his only possessions in the world a broken-down trailer and a pickup truck. This was where he would grow old and die without letting anyone love him, because he was afraid, just like her mother was, of getting too close. She saw all that and understood it in a second, and she knew that his pleasure at destroying her garden would end with him, as usual, on his knees in the bathroom over the toilet, and when he was through being sick he would sleep alone and wake up alone. But she could always grow another garden, and she would in the next place they went to, wherever that was going to be. She said, "Uncle Tommy?" He stopped dancing, his mouth leering at her, and a curse on his lip. "I forgive you," Swan said softly, and the man stared at her as if she'd struck him across the face. But Darlene Prescott shouted, "Fuck you!" at him, and the Camaro's engine fired like the roar of a cannon. Darlene jammed her foot down on the accelerator, laying rubber for 30 feet before the tires caught and rocketed them out of the Highway 15 trailer park forever. "Where are we going?" Swan asked, cuddling Cookie Monster after the noise of the shrieking tires had faded. "Well, I figure we'll find us a motel to spend the night in. Then I'll go by the bar in the morning and try to get some money from Frankie." She shrugged. "Maybe he'll give me $50. Maybe." "Are you going back to Uncle Tommy?" "No," Darlene said firmly. "I'm through with him. He's the meanest man I've ever known, and by Christ I can't understand what I ever saw in him." Swan recalled that she'd said the same thing about both Uncle Rick and Uncle Alex. She paused thoughtfully, trying to decide whether to ask the question or not, and then she drew a deep breath and said, "Is it true, Mama, what Tommy said about you not knowing who my daddy really was?" "Don't you say that," she snapped. She riveted her attention on the long ribbon of road. "Don't you even think such a thing, young lady. I've told you before, your daddy's a famous rock-and-roll star. He's got blonde, curly hair and blue eyes like yours, the blue eyes of an angel dropped to earth. And can he play a guitar and sing? Can birds fly? Lord, yes. And I've told you time and again that as soon as he divorces his wife, we're going to go out and live in Hollywood, California. Won't that be something, you and me on that Sunset Strip?" "Yes, ma'am," Swan said listlessly. She'd heard that story before. All Swan wanted was to live in one place for more than 4 or 5 months, so she could make friends she wouldn't be afraid of losing, and go to the same school for a whole year. Because she had no friends, she turned all her energy and attention to her flowers and plants, spending hours creating gardens in the rough earth of trailer parks, boarding houses, and cheap motels. "Let's get us some music on the radio," Darlene said. She switched it on, and rock and roll blared from the speakers. The volume was turned so loud that Darlene didn't have to think about the lie that she'd told her daughter time and again. In truth, she only knew that he was a tall, blond hunk whose rubber had broken in mid-thrust. It hadn't mattered at the time. A party was going on, and in the next room everybody was raising hell, and both Darlene and the hunk were flying high on a mixture of LSD, angel dust, and poppers. That had been when she was living in Las Vegas 9 years ago, working as a blackjack dealer, and since then she and Swan had lived all over the West, following men who promised to be fun for a while, or taking jobs as a topless dancer whenever she could find them. Now, though, Darlene didn't know where they were going. She was sick of Tommy, but she was afraid of him, too. He was too crazy, too mean. It was likely he'd come after them in a day or so, if she didn't get far enough away. Frankie, at the high-noon saloon where she danced, might advance her some money on her next paycheck. But then where? Home, she thought. Home was a little speck called Blakeman, up in Rawlins County in the northwest corner of Kansas. She'd run away when she was 16, after her mother had died of cancer and her father had started going crazy on religion. She knew the old man hated her, and that's why she'd left. What would home be like now, she wondered. She imagined her father would drop his teeth when he found out he had a granddaughter. Hell no, I can't go back there. But she was already calculating the route she would take if she did decide to go to Blakeman. North on 135 to Salina, west through the sweeping corn and wheat fields on Interstate 70, north again on Arrow Straight country roads. She could get enough money from Frankie to pay for the gas. "How'd you like to take a trip in the morning?" "Where to?" She clutched the Cookie Monster tighter. "Oh, just somewhere. A little town called Blakeman. Not much going on the last time I was there. Maybe we could go there and rest for a few days. Get our heads together and think. Right?" Swan shrugged. "I guess," she said, but she didn't care one way or the other. Darlene turned the radio down and put her arm around her daughter. Looking up, she thought she saw a glimmer of light in the sky, but then it was gone. She squeezed Swan's shoulder. "Just you and me against the world, kid," she said. "And know what? We're going to win out yet, if we just keep on slugging." Swan looked at her mother and wanted very badly, to believe. The Camaro continued into the night along the unfolding highway, and in the clouds, hundreds of feet above, living chains of light linked across the heavens. Chapter 5, 11:50 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, Blue Dome Mountain, Idaho. A gunmetal gray Ford Romer recreational vehicle climbed the narrow, winding road that led to the top of Blue Dome Mountain, 11,000 feet above sea level and 60 miles northwest of Idaho Falls. On both sides of the road, dense pine forests clung to harsh ribs of stone. The RV's headlights bored holes in a low-lying mist, and the lights of the instrument panel glowed green on the drawn, tired face of the middle-aged man behind the wheel. In the reclined seat beside him, his wife was sleeping with a map of Idaho unfolded on her lap. On the next long curve, the headlights hit a sign on the roadside that said in bright orange luminescent letters, "Private property. Trespassers will be shot." Phil Croninger slowed the RV, but he had the plastic ID card they'd mailed him in his wallet, so he kept going past the forbidding sign and onward up the mountain road. "Would they really do that, Dad?" his son asked in a reedy voice from the seat behind him. "Do what?" "Shoot trespassers? Would they really?" "You know it. They don't want anybody up here who doesn't belong." He glanced at the rearview mirror and caught his son's green-daubed face floating like a Halloween mask over his shoulder. Father and son closely resembled each other. They both wore thick-lensed eyeglasses, had thin, lank hair, and were slight and bony. Phil's hair was threaded with gray and was receding rapidly, and the 13-year-old boy's was dark brown, cut in straight bangs to hide the height of his forehead. The boy's face was a study in sharp angles, like his mother's. His nose, chin, and cheekbones all seemed to be about to slice through his pallid skin, as if a second face were underneath the first and on the edge of being revealed. His eyes, magnified slightly by the lenses, were the color of ashes. He wore a T-shirt done in military camouflage colors, a pair of khaki shorts, and hiking boots. Elise Croninger stirred. "Are we there yet?" she asked sleepily. "Almost. We should see something pretty soon." It had been a long, tiring trip from Flagstaff, and Phil had insisted on traveling at night because, by his calculations, the cooler temperatures were kinder on the tires and boosted gas mileage. He was a careful man who took no chances. "I'll bet they're looking at us right now with radar." The boy stared toward the woods. "I'll bet they're really taking us apart." "Could be," Phil agreed. "They've got about everything you can think of up here. It's a terrific place. Wait till you see it." "I hope it's cool in there," Elise said irritably. "God knows I didn't come all this way to cook in a mine shaft." "It's not a mine shaft," Phil reminded her. "Anyway, it's naturally cool, and they've got all sorts of air filtration systems and safety stuff. You'll see." The boy said, "They're watching us. I can feel them watching us." He felt under his seat for what he knew was hidden there, and his hand came out with a .357 Magnum. "Bang!" he said, and he clicked the trigger toward the dark woods on his right. And another bang to the left. "Put that thing down, Roland," his mother told him. "Put it away, son. We don't want it out in the open." Roland Croninger hesitated and grinned slyly. He pointed the gun at the center of his mother's head, pulled the trigger, and said quietly, "Bang!" and then a bang and a click of the trigger at his father's skull. "Roland," his father said in what passed for a stern voice, "stop kidding around now. Put the gun away." "Roland," his mother warned. "Oh, heck." He shoved the weapon back under the seat. "I was just having some fun. You two take everything too seriously." There was a sudden jolt as Phil Croninger planted his foot on the brake pedal. Two men in green helmets and camouflage uniforms were standing in the middle of the road. Both of them were holding Ingram submachine guns and had .45s in holsters at their waists. The Ingram guns were pointed right at the RV's windshield. "Jesus," Phil whispered. One of the soldiers motioned for him to roll down the window. When Phil had done so, the soldier stepped around to his side of the RV, snapped on a flashlight, and shone it in his face. "ID, please," the soldier said. He was a young man with a hard face and electric blue eyes. Phil brought out his wallet and the ID card and handed it to the young man, who examined Phil's photograph on the card. "How many coming in, sir?" the soldier asked. 3. Me, my wife, and son. We're expected." The young man gave Phil's card to the other soldier, who unclipped a walkie-talkie from his utility belt. Phil heard him say, "Central, this is checkpoint. We've got 3 coming up and a gray recreational vehicle. Name on the cards, Philip Austin Croninger, computer number 0-671-4724. I'll hold for confirmation." "Wow," Roland whispered excitedly. "This is just like the war movies." "Shh," his father warned. Roland admired the soldiers' uniforms. He noted that the boots were spit-shined, and the camouflage trousers still held creases. Above each soldier's heart was a patch that depicted an armored fist gripping a lightning bolt, and below the symbol was Earth House, stitched in gold. "Okay, thank you, Central," the soldier with the walkie-talkie said. He returned the card to the other one, who handed it to Phil. "There you go, sir. Your ETA was 10:45. "Sorry." Phil took the card and put it away in his wallet. "We stopped for a late dinner." "Just follow the road," the young man explained. "About a quarter-mile ahead you'll see a stop sign. Make sure your tires are lined up with the marks. Okay? Drive on." He gave a quick motion with his arm, and as the second soldier stepped aside, Phil accelerated away from the checkpoint. When he glanced in the side-view mirror again, he saw the soldiers re-entering the forest. "Does everybody get a uniform, Dad?" Roland asked. "No, I'm afraid not. Just the men who work here wear uniforms." "I didn't even see them," Elise said, still nervous. "I just looked up and there they were. They were pointing those guns right at us. What if one had gone off?" "These people are professionals, hon. They wouldn't be here if they didn't know what they were doing, and I'm sure all of them know how to handle guns. That just shows you how secure we're going to be for the next 2 weeks. Nobody can get up here who doesn't belong, right?" "Right," Roland said. He had experienced a thrill of excitement when he'd looked down the barrels of those 2 Ingram guns. If they'd wanted to, he thought, they could have blown us all away with a single burst. One squeeze of the trigger and zap! The feeling left him amazingly invigorated, as if cold water had been splashed in his face. That was good, he thought, very good. One of the qualities of a king's knight was to take danger in stride. "There's the stop sign," Phil told them as the headlights hit it, dead ahead. The large sign was affixed to a wall of rough, jagged rock that ended the mountain road. Around them were only dark woods and the rise of more rocky walls. There was no sign of the place they had come from Flagstaff to find. "How do you get inside?" Elise asked. "You'll see. This was one of the neatest things they showed me." Phil had been here in April, after he'd read an advertisement for Earth House and Soldier of Fortune magazine. He slowly guided the roamer forward until its front tires sank into 2 grooves in the earth, and triggered a pair of latches. Almost immediately there was a deep rumbling sound, the noise of heavy machinery, gears and chains at work. A crack of fluorescent light appeared at the base of the rock wall. A section of it was smoothly ascending, like the door of the Croninger garage at home. But to Roland Croninger it looked like the opening of a massive portal into a medieval fortress. His heart had begun to pound, and the crack of fluorescent light reflected in the lenses of his glasses grew wider and brighter. "My God," Elise said softly. The rock wall was opening to reveal a concrete-floored parking deck, its spaces filled with cars and other recreational vehicles. A row of lights hung from a gridwork of iron beams at the ceiling. In the doorway stood a uniformed soldier, waving Phil to come ahead. He eased forward, the grooves guiding the roamer down a concrete ramp and onto the parking deck. As soon as the tires had disengaged the latches again, the doorway began to rumble shut. The soldier motioned Phil along to a parking place between 2 other campers and made a gesture with a finger across his throat. "What's that mean?" Elise asked uneasily. Phil smiled. "He's telling us to cut the engine." He did. "We're here, gang." The rock doorway closed with a solid, echoing thunk, and the outside world was sealed off. "We're in the Army now," Phil told his son, and the boy's expression was one of dreamy amazement. As they got out of the roamer, 2 electric carts pulled up. In the first one was a smiling young man, his hair sandy brown and clipped in a crew cut, wearing a dark blue uniform with the Earth House insignia on his breast pocket. The second cart carried 2 husky men in dark blue jumpsuits and pulled a flat luggage trailer like those used at airports. The smiling young man, whose white teeth seemed to reflect the fluorescent lighting, checked the information on his clipboard to make sure he had the name right. "Hi, folks," he said cheerfully. "Mr. and Mrs. Philip Croninger?" "Right," Phil said. "And our son, Roland." "Hi, Roland. You folks have a good trip from Flagstaff?" "A long trip," Elise told him. She gawked around at the parking deck, figuring that there were well over 200 cars. "My God, how many people are here?" "We're about 95% of capacity, Mrs. Croninger. We figure to be 100% by the weekend. Mr. Croninger, if you'll give these 2 gentlemen your keys, they'll bring your luggage along for you." Phil did, and the 2 men began to unload suitcases and boxes from the roamer. "I've got computer equipment," Roland told the young man. "It'll be okay, won't it?" "Sure will. You folks just hop aboard here, and I'll take you to your quarters. Corporal Mathis?" he said, addressing one of the baggage handlers. "Those go to Section C, number 16. You folks ready?" Phil had gotten into the front passenger's seat, and his wife and son in the back. Phil nodded, and the young man drove them across the parking deck and into a corridor, concrete-floored and lined with lights, that angled gently downward. A cool breeze circulated from an occasional strategically placed ceiling fan. Other corridors branched off from the first, and there were arrows that pointed to sections A, B, and C. "I'm Hospitality Sergeant Shore." The young man offered his hand, and Phil shook it. "Glad to have you with us. Are there any questions I can answer for you? Well, I've taken the tour back in April, and I know about Earth House, Phil explained. But I don't think my wife and son got the full impact from the pamphlets. Elise was worried about the air circulation down here. Shore laughed. Not to worry, Mrs. Croninger. We've got 2 state-of-the-art air filtration systems, one online and one backup. The system would power up within 1 minute of a code red. That's when we're, expecting impact, and we seal the vents. Right now, though, the fans are drawing in plenty of air from outside, and I can guarantee you that the air on Blue Dome Mountain is probably the cleanest you'll ever breathe. We've got 3 living areas, sections A, B, and C, on this level, and underneath us is the command center and maintenance level. Down there, 50 feet below us, is the generator room, the weapons supply, the emergency food and water supply, the radar room, and the officers' quarters. By the way, we have a policy of storing all incoming firearms in our weapons supply. Did you happen to have any with you? A .357 Magnum, Phil said. Under the back seat. I didn't know about that policy. Well, I'm sure you overlooked it in the contract you signed. But I think you'll agree all firearms should be localized for the safety of Earth House residents, right? He smiled at Phil, and Phil nodded. We'll code it and give you a receipt, and when you leave us in 2 weeks, you'll get it back cleaned and shining. What kinds of weapons do you have down there? Roland asked eagerly. Oh, pistols, automatic rifles, submachine guns, mortars, flamethrowers, grenades, anti-personnel and anti-vehicle mines, flares, about everything you can think of. And, of course, we keep our gas masks and anti-radiation suits down there, too. When this place was put together, Colonel Macklin wanted it to be an impregnable fortress, and that's exactly what it is. Colonel Macklin, Roland thought. Colonel James Jimbo Macklin. Roland was familiar with the name through articles in the Survivalist and Weaponry magazines that his father subscribed to. Colonel Macklin had a long record of success as a 105D Thunder Chief pilot over North Vietnam, had been shot down in 1971 and had been a POW until the end of the war. Then he'd gone back into Vietnam and Indochina looking for MIAs, and had fought with soldiers of fortune in South Africa, Chad, and Lebanon. Will we get to meet Colonel Macklin? Orientation is at 0800 hours sharp in the town hall. He'll be there. They saw a sign reading Section C with an arrow pointing to the right. Sergeant Shore turned off the main corridor, and the tires jumbled over bits of concrete and rock that littered the floor. Water was dripping from above into a widening puddle, and it wet all of them before Shore could brake the cart. Shore looked back, his smile slipping. He stopped the cart, and the Croningers saw that part of the ceiling the size of a manhole cover had collapsed. Exposed in the hole were iron bars and chicken wire. Shore took a walkie-talkie from the cart's dash, clicked it on, and said, "This is Shore near the junction of Central and C corridors. I've got a drainage problem here. Need a cleanup crew on the double. You read me?" "Read you," a voice replied, weakened by static. "Trouble again?" I've got new arrivals with me, Corporal." "Sorry, sir. Cleanup crew's on the way." Shore switched off the walkie-talkie. His smile returned, but his light brown eyes were uneasy. "Minor problem, folks. Earth House has a top-line drainage system, but sometimes we get these minor leaks. Cleanup crew will take care of it." Elise pointed upward. She'd noticed the jigsaw of cracks and patches in the ceiling. "That doesn't look too safe. What if that thing falls in?" She looked wide-eyed at her husband. "My God, Phil, are we supposed to stay here for 2 weeks under a leaking mountain?" "Mrs. Croninger," Shore said in his most soothing voice, "Earth House wouldn't be at 95% capacity if it wasn't safe. Now, I agree the drainage system needs work, and we are getting it in shape. But there is absolutely no danger. We've had structural engineers and stress specialists inspect Earth House, and all of them gave it the okay. This is a survivalist condominium, Mrs. Croninger. We wouldn't be here if we didn't want to survive the coming Holocaust, right?" Elise glanced back and forth between her husband and the young man. Her husband had paid $50,000 for membership in the Earth House time-sharing plan, 2 weeks every year for life, and what the pamphlets called a luxurious survivalist fortress in the mountains of southern Idaho. Of course, she believed the nuclear holocaust was coming soon, too. Phil had shelves of books on nuclear war, and was convinced that it would happen within a year, and that the United States would be driven to its knees by the Russian invaders. He had wanted to find a place, as he told her, to make a last stand, but she'd tried to talk him out of it, telling him that he was betting $50,000 that nuclear disaster would happen during one of their 2-week time-sharing periods, and that was a pretty crazy gamble. He'd explained to her the Earth House protection option, which meant that for an extra $5,000 a year, the Croninger family could find refuge in Earth House at any time, within 24 hours of the detonation of an enemy-fired nuclear missile within the continental United States. It was Holocaust insurance, he told her. Everybody knew the bombs were going to fall. It was just a question of when. And Phil Croninger was very aware of the importance of insurance, because he owned one of the largest independent insurance agencies in Arizona. "I suppose," she finally said. But she was troubled by those cracks and patches, and by the sight of that flimsy chicken wire sticking out of the new hole. Sergeant Shore accelerated the electric cart. They passed metal doorways on both sides of the corridor. "Must have cost a lot of money to build this place," Roland said, and Shore nodded. "A few million," Shore said, "not counting loose change. A couple of brothers from Texas put the money into it. They're survivalists, too, and they got rich off oil wells. This place used to be a silver mine back in the 40s and 50s, but the load ran out, and it just sat here for years, until the Osleys bought it. Here we are just ahead." He slowed the cart and stopped in front of a metal door marked 16. "You're home sweet home for the next 2 weeks, folks." He opened the door with a key affixed to an Earth House insignia keychain, reached inside, and switched on the lights. Before she followed her husband and son over the threshold, Elise Croninger heard the sound of water dripping, and she saw another puddle spreading in the corridor. The ceiling was leaking in 3 places, and there was a long, jagged crack 2 inches wide. Jesus, she thought, unnerved, but she stepped into the room anyway. Her first impression was of the starkness of a military barracks. The walls were beige-painted cinder block, decorated with a few oil paintings. The carpet was thick enough, and not a bad color of rust red, but the ceiling seemed awfully low to her, though it cleared Phil's head by about 6 inches, and he was 5 feet 11. The apparent lack of height in the suite's living area, as the pamphlets had called it, made her feel almost, yes, she thought, almost entombed. One nice touch, though, was that the entire far wall was a photographic mural of snow-capped mountains, opening up the room a little, if just by optical illusion. There were 2 bedrooms and a single bathroom connecting them. Sergeant Shore took a few minutes to show them around, demonstrating the whooshing toilet that flushed upward to a tank, he said, that delivered the waste materials to the forest floor, and so aided the vegetation growth. The bedrooms were also of beige-painted cinder block, and the ceilings were made of cork tile that presumably, Elise thought, hid the latticework of iron beams and reinforcing rods. "It's great, isn't it?" Phil asked her. "Isn't this something?" "I'm not sure yet," she replied. "I still feel like I'm in a mine shaft." "Oh, that'll pass," Shore told her amiably. "Some of the first-timers get claustrophobia, but it wears off. Let me give you this," he said, and he handed Phil an Earth House map that unfolded to show the cafeteria, the gymnasium, the infirmary, and the arcade game room. "The town hall's right here," he said, and he pointed on the map. "It's really just an auditorium, but we figure we're a community down here, right? Let me show you the quickest way to get there from here." In his bedroom, the smaller of the 2, Roland had switched on the bedside lamp and was scouting a suitable electrical outlet for his computer. The room was small, but he thought it was okay. It was the atmosphere that was important, and he looked forward to the seminars on improvised weapons, living off the land, governments in chaos, and guerrilla tactics that the pamphlets had promised. He found a good outlet, near enough to the bed so he could prop himself up on pillows while he programmed the King's Night game on his computer. In the next 2 weeks, he thought, he was going to dream up dungeons and monsters to roam them that would make even an expert, jaded King's Knight like himself tremble in his jambos. Roland went to the closet and opened it to see how much room he had to store his stuff. The inside was cheaply paneled, a few wire hangers dangling from the rod. But something small and yellow suddenly flitted like an autumn leaf from the back of the closet. Roland instinctively reached out and caught it, closing his fingers around it. Then he walked over to the light and carefully opened his palm. Lying stunned in his hand was a fragile yellow butterfly, with streaks of green and gold along its wings. Its eyes were dark green pinheads like gleaming emeralds. The butterfly fluttered, weak and dazed. "How long have you been in there?" Roland wondered. "No telling. Probably came in on somebody's car or camper, or in their clothes." He lifted his hand closer to his face and stared for a few seconds into the creature's tiny eyes. And then he crushed the butterfly in his fist, feeling the body smear under the power of his grip. Zap, he thought. Super zap. He sure hadn't come all the way from Flagstaff, he told himself, to share a room with a fucking yellow bug. He dropped the mangled remnant into a wastebasket, then wiped the iridescent yellow sparkle from his palm onto his khakis and went back to the living room. Shore was saying good night, and the other 2 men had just arrived with the luggage and Roland's computer gear. "Orientation at 0800, folks," Shore said. "See you there." "Great," Phil Croninger said excitedly. "Great." Elise's voice delivered the jab of sarcasm. Sergeant Shore, smile still locked in place, left number 16. But the smile disappeared as he stepped into the electric cart, and his mouth became a grim, rigid line. He turned the cart around and raced back to the area where the rubble lay on the floor, and he told the cleanup crew that they'd better move their asses to patch those cracks, and this time keep them patched, before the whole goddamn section fell apart. Part 2. Burning Spears. The Man Who Liked Movies, Judgment Day, The Greeter, Underground Boys, Discipline and Control Makes the Man, Charter. Chapter 6. July 17th, 4:40 a.m., Eastern Daylight Time, New York City. "He's still in there, ain't he?" the black woman with orange hair asked in a whisper, and the Hispanic boy behind the candy counter nodded. "Listen," the boy whose name was Emiliano Sanchez said, and his dark eyes widened. From beyond the faded red curtains that led into the auditorium of the Empire State Theater on 42nd Street, there came a laugh. It was a sound someone with a slashed throat might have made. The sound of it grew louder and higher, and Emiliano put his hands to his ears. The laughter had reminded him of a locomotive whistle and a child's shriek, and for a few seconds he was back in time, 8 years old and living in Mexico City, witnessing his kid brother being struck and killed by a freight train. Cecily stared at him, and as the laughter rose in volume she heard a girl's scream in it, and she was 14 years old and lying on the abortionist's table as the job was done. The vision was gone in an instant, and the laughter began to fade. "Jesus Christ," Cecily managed to say, whispering again. "What's that bastard smoking?" "I've been listening to that since midnight," he told her. His shift had started at 12 and would continue until 8. "You ever hear anything like it?" "He alone in there?" "Yeah. Few people come in, but they couldn't take it neither. Man, you should have seen their faces when they come out. Give you the creeps." "Shit, man," Cecily said. She was the ticket seller and worked in the booth out front. "I couldn't stand to sit through 2 minutes of that movie. All them dead folks and such. Lordy, I sold that guy his ticket 3 shows ago. He come out, bought a large Coke and buttered popcorn, tipped me $1, but I tell you I almost didn't want to touch the money. It looked greasy or something. Bastard's probably playing with hisself in there, probably looking at all them dead, messed-up faces and playing with hisself. Somebody ought to go in there and tell him to—" The laughter swelled again. Emiliano flinched. The noise now reminded him of the cry of a boy he'd once gut-stabbed in a knife fight. The laughter broke and burbled, became a soft cooing that made Cecily think of the sounds the addicts made in the shooting gallery she frequented. Her face was frozen until the laughter went away, and then she said, "I believe I've got things to do." She turned away and hurried to the ticket booth, where she locked the door. She'd figured that the guy inside the theater was going to be weird when she saw him. He was a big, husky, Swedish-looking man with curly blonde hair, milk-white skin, and eyes like cigarette burns. As he bought his ticket, he'd stared holes through her and never said a word. Weird, she thought, and she picked up her People magazine with trembling fingers. "Come on, 8 o'clock," Emiliano pleaded. He checked his wristwatch. In a few minutes, The Face of Death, Part 4, would be ending, and Willie, the old drunk of a projectionist, would be changing the reels upstairs for Mondo Bizarro, which showed bondage scenes and such. Maybe the guy would leave when the picture changed. Emiliano sat on his stool and continued reading his Conan comic book, trying to shut off the bad memories that had been stirred up by the laughter from within. The red curtains moved. Emiliano hunched his shoulders as if about to be beaten. Then the curtains parted, and the man who liked movies emerged into the dingy lobby. He's leaving. Emiliano almost grinned, his gaze glued to the comic book. He's going out the door. But the man who liked movies said in a soft, almost childlike voice, "I'd like a large Coke and a tub of buttered popcorn, please." Emiliano's stomach clenched. Without letting himself look into the man's face, he got off his stool, drew the Coke into a cup from the dispenser, got the popcorn, and splashed butter into it. "More butter, please," the man who liked movies requested. Emiliano gave the popcorn another drool of butter and slid it and the Coke across the counter. $3, he said. A $5 bill was pushed toward him. "Keep the change," the man said, and this time his voice had a southern accent. Startled, Emiliano looked up. The man who liked movies stood about 6'4", and was wearing a yellow T-shirt and green khaki trousers. Under thick black eyebrows, his eyes were hypnotically green against the amber hue of his flesh. Emiliano had already figured him to be South American as soon as he'd walked in, maybe with some Indian blood in him, too. The man's hair was black and wavy, cut close to the skull. He stared fixedly at Emiliano. "I want to see the movie again," he said quietly, and his voice carried what might have been a Brazilian accent again. Mondo Bizarro's about to come on in a couple of minutes. Projection guy's probably got the first reel on." "No," the man who liked movies said, and he smiled slightly. "I want to see that movie again, right now." "Yeah, well, listen, I don't make the decisions here, right? You know? I just work behind the counter. I don't have any say-so about—" And then the man reached out and touched Emiliano's face with cold, butter-smeared fingers, and Emiliano's jaw seized up as if it had frozen solid. The world seemed to spin around him for a second, and his bones were a cage of ice. Then he blinked, and his whole body trembled, and he was standing behind the counter, and the man who liked movies was gone. "Damn," he thought. "Bastard touched me." He grabbed a paper napkin and wiped his face where the fingers had been, but he could still feel the chill they'd left. The $5 bill remained on the countertop. He put it in his pocket and came out from behind the counter, and he peeked through the curtains into the theater. On the screen, in glorious and gory color, were blackened corpses being pulled from the wreckage of cars by firemen. The narrator was saying, "Face of Death will pull no punches. Everything you see will be real. If you are in any way squeamish, you should now be on your way out." The man who liked movies was sitting in the front row. Emiliano could see the outline of his head against the screen. The laughter began, and as Emiliano backpedaled away from the curtains, he looked dumbly at his wristwatch and realized that almost 20 minutes of his life was a black hole. He went through a door and up a flight of stairs to the projection booth, where Willie sat sprawled on a couch reading Hustler. "Hey," Emiliano said. "What's going on, man? How come you showing that shit again?" Willie stared at him for a moment over the edge of the magazine. "You lost your marbles, kid?" he inquired. "You and your friend just come up here and asked me to. Wasn't 15 minutes ago. So I put it back on. Don't mean shit to me one way or the other. Anyway, I don't argue with no old perverts." "Old perverts? What are you talking about, man?" "Your friend," Willie said. "Guy must be 70 years old. Beard makes him look like Rip Van Winkle. Where do these perverts come from?" "You're crazy," Emiliano whispered. Willie shrugged and returned to his reading. Outside, Cecily looked up as Emiliano ran into the street. He glanced back at her, shouted, "I ain't staying in there. No way. I quit," and ran away along 42nd Street and into the gloom. Cecily crossed herself, rechecked the lock on the ticket booth's door, and prayed for dawn. In his seat in the front row, the man who liked movies dug a hand into his buttered popcorn and stuffed his mouth full. Before him were scenes of broken bodies being extracted from the rubble of a London building bombed by Irish terrorists. He cocked his head to one side, appreciating the sight of crushed bones and blood. The camera, blurred and unsteady, focused on the frantic face of a young woman as she cradled a dead child. The man who liked movies laughed as if he were watching a comedy, and the sound of that laughter was the shriek of napalm bombs, incendiary rockets, and tomahawk missiles. It echoed through the theater, and if other people had been sitting there, each one would have squirmed with the memory of a private terror. And in the reflected light from the screen, the man's face was undergoing a transformation. No longer did he look Swedish or Brazilian, or have a gray Rip Van Winkle beard. His facial features were running together like the slow melting of a wax mask, the bones shifting beneath the skin. The features of 100 faces rose and fell like suppurating sores. As the screen showed an autopsy in close-up progress, the man clapped his hands together with merry glee. "Almost time," he thought. "Almost time for the show to start." He'd been waiting a long time for the curtain to rise, had worn many skins and many faces, and the moment was soon, very soon. He'd watched the lurch toward destruction through many eyes, had smelled fire and smoke and blood in the air like intoxicating perfumes. The moment was soon, and the moment would belong to him. Oh, yes, almost time for the show to start. He was a creature of patience, but now he could hardly keep himself from dancing. Maybe a little Watusi up the aisle would be in order, and then he'd slam-dance that cockroach behind the candy counter. It was like waiting for a birthday party, and when the candles were lit he would rear his head back and roar loud enough to stagger God. Almost time, almost time. But where would it start, he wondered? Who would push the first button? No matter. He could almost hear the fuse crackling and the flame drawing near. It was the music of the Golan Heights, of Beirut and Tehran, of Dublin and Warsaw, Johannesburg and Vietnam. Only this time the music would end in a final, deafening crescendo. He stuffed popcorn into a mouth that opened greedily on his right cheek. Party down, he thought, and he giggled with a noise like grinding glass. Last night he'd stepped off a Trailways bus from Philadelphia, and strolling down 42nd Street, had seen that this film was playing. He took the opportunity to admire his performances in The Face of Death, Part 4, whenever he could. Just in the background, of course, always part of the crowd, but he could always recognize himself. There was a good shot of him standing over a mass of corpses after the bombing of an Italian soccer stadium, looking suitably shocked. Another brief glimpse showed him, wearing a different face, at an airport massacre in Paris. Lately he'd been on tour, riding the bus from city to city, seeing America. There were so many terrorist groups and armed firebrands in Europe that his influence was hardly needed, though he'd enjoyed helping plant that nice potent bomb in Beirut. He'd stayed a while in Washington, but none of the theaters were showing Face of Death Part 4 there. Still, Washington held so many possibilities, and when you mixed and mingled with Pentagon boys and cabinet members at some of those parties, you never knew what you might stir up. It was all coming around to him now. He sensed the nervous fingers hovering near red buttons all over the world. Jet pilots would be scrambling, submarine commanders would be listening to their sonars, and old lions would be eager to bite. And the amazing thing was that they were doing it all themselves. It almost made him feel useless, but his starring role was coming around very soon. His only concern was that it wouldn't be finished yet, not even with all the lightning soon to strike. There might still be pockets of humanity left, and small towns struggling to survive in the dark like rats in a collapsed basement. He understood very well that the firestorms, the whirlwinds of radiation and black rain, would destroy most of them, and the ones that remained would wish they were dead 1,000 times over. And in the end he would Watusi on their graves, too. It was almost time. Tick-tock, tick-tock, he thought. Nothing ever stops the clock. He was a patient creature, but it had been a long wait. A few more hours would only whet his appetite, and he was very, very hungry. For the time being, he could enjoy watching himself in this fine film. Curtains going up, he thought, and the mouth in the center of his forehead grinned before it disappeared into the flesh like a gray worm in damp ground. It's showtime. Chapter 7. 10:16 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, New York City. A blue light was spinning. Cold rain came down, and a young man on a yellow rain slicker reached out his arms. "Give her to me, lady," he said, his voice as hollow as if he were speaking from the bottom of a well. "Come on, let me have her." "No," Sister Creep shouted, and the man's face fragmented into pieces like the shattering of a mirror. She thrust out her hands to push it away, but then she was sitting up, and the nightmare was whirling away in pieces like silver bats. The sound of her cry echoed back and forth between the walls of rough gray brick, and she sat staring at nothing for a moment, as the sputtering of nerves shook her body. Oh, she thought, when her head had cleared, that was a bad one. She touched her clammy forehead, and her fingers came away damp. That was close, she thought. The young demon in the yellow raincoat was there again, very near, and he almost got my— She frowned. Got my what? The thought was gone now, whatever it had been. It had flipped over to the dark side of her memory. She often dreamed of the demon in the yellow raincoat, and he was always wanting her to give him something. In the dream, a blue light was always flashing, hurting her eyes, and rain was hitting her in the face. Sometimes the surroundings seemed terribly familiar, and sometimes she almost knew what it was he wanted. But she knew he was a demon, or probably the devil himself, trying to pull her away from Jesus, because her head pounded so badly after the dream was over. She didn't know what time it was, or whether it was day or night, but her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She had tried to sleep on a subway bench, but the noise of some shouting kids scared her, so she'd trundled off with her bag in search of a more secure place. She'd found it at the bottom of a ladder that descended in a darkened section of subway tunnel. About 30 feet beneath the main tunnel was a drainage pipe, large enough for her to move through if she stooped over. Dirty water streamed past her sneakers, and the tunnel was illuminated by an occasional blue utility lamp that showed the network of cables and pipes just overhead. The tunnel shook with the thunder of a subway train passing, and Sister Creep realized she was under the rails, but as she continued along the tunnel, the noise of the trains faded to a polite, distant growl. She soon found evidence that this was a popular place for members of the ragtag nation. A beat-up old mattress pushed back into a cubbyhole, a couple of empty wine bottles, and some dried human excrement. She didn't mind, she'd seen worse, and so she'd slept on the mattress until the nightmare of the demon in the yellow raincoat had awakened her. She was hungry, and she decided she'd climb back up to the subway station to search for scraps in the garbage cans. Maybe try to find a newspaper, too, to see if Jesus had come while she was sleeping. Sister Creep stood up, put the strap of her bag around her shoulder, and left the cubbyhole. She started back along the tunnel, tinged by the dim blue glow of the utility bulbs, and hoped she'd find a hot dog today. She'd always been fond of hot dogs, with plenty of good spicy The tunnel suddenly trembled. She heard the sound of concrete cracking. The blue lamps flickered, went dark, and then brightened again. There was a noise like a howl of wind, or a runaway subway train speeding overhead. The blue lamps continued to brighten until the light was almost blinding, and Sister Creep squinted in the glare. She took 3 more uncertain steps forward. The utility bulbs began to explode. She put her hands up to shield her face, felt pieces of glass strike her arms, and she thought with sudden clarity, "I'll sue somebody for this." In the next instant the entire tunnel whipped violently to one side, and Sister Creep fell into the stream of dirty water. Chunks of concrete and rock dust cascaded from the ceiling. The tunnel whipped back in the other direction with a force that made Sister Creep think her insides were tearing loose, and the concrete chunks hit her head and shoulders as her nostrils filled with grit. "Lord Jesus!" she shouted, about to choke. "Oh, Lord Jesus!" Sparks shot overhead as the cables began to rip free. She smelled the wet heat of steam and heard a pounding noise like the footsteps of a behemoth treading above her head. As the tunnel pitched and swayed, Sister Creep clung to her bag, riding out the gut-twisting undulations, a scream straining behind her clenched teeth. A wave of heat passed over her, stealing her breath. "God help me!" she shrieked in her mind as she struggled for air. She heard something pop and tasted blood streaming from her nose. "I can't breathe. Oh, sweet Jesus, I can't breathe." She gripped at her throat, opened her mouth, and heard her own strangled scream wail away from her through the shivering tunnel. Finally her tortured lungs dragged in a breath of scorched air, and she lay curled up on her side in the darkness, her body racked with spasms and her brain shocked numb. The violent twisting motion of the tunnel had stopped. Sister Creep drifted in and out of consciousness, and through the haze came the distant roar of that runaway subway train again. Only now it was getting louder. "Get up," she told herself. "Get up! It's Judgment Day, and the Lord has come in his chariot to take the righteous up into the rapture." But a calmer, clearer voice spoke, perhaps from the dark side of her memory, and it said, "Bullshit. Something bad's happened up there." "Rapture, rapture, rapture," she thought, forcing the wicked voice away. She sat up, wiped blood from her nose, and drew in steamy, stifling air. The noise of the runaway train was closer. Sister Creep realized that the water she was sitting in had gotten hot. She grasped her bag and slowly rose to her feet. Everything was dark, and when Sister Creep felt the tunnel's walls, her fingers found a crazy quilt of cracks and fissures. The roaring was much louder, and the air was heating up. The concrete against her fingers felt like city pavement at noon in August, ready to fry eggs sunny side up. Far away along the tunnel there was a flicker of orange light, like the headlamp on a speeding subway train. The tunnel had begun to tremble again. Sister Creep stared, her face tightening, as the orange light grew brighter, showing streaks of incandescent red and purple. She realized then what it was, and she moaned like a trapped animal. A blast of fire was roaring toward her along the tunnel, and she could already feel the rush of air being sucked into it, as if into a vacuum. In less than a minute it would be upon her. Sister Creep's trance snapped. She turned and fled, holding her bag close, her sneakers splashing through steaming water. She leaped broken pipes and pushed aside fallen cables with the frenzy of the doomed. She looked back and saw the flames shooting out red tendrils that snapped in the air like whips. The vacuum suction pulled at her, trying to draw her backward into the fire, and when she screamed, the air sizzled in her nostrils and at the back of her throat. She could smell burning hair, felt her back and arms rippling with blisters. In maybe 30 seconds she'd be joining her Lord and Master, and it astounded her that she wasn't ready and willing to go. With a startled cry of terror, she suddenly tripped and fell headlong to the floor. As she started to scramble up, she saw she'd tripped over a grate into which the stream was draining. Beneath the grate was only darkness. She looked at the onrushing fire, and her eyebrows singed. Her face broke into oozing blisters. The air was unbreathable. There was no time to get up and run. The fire was almost upon her. She gripped the bars of the grate and wrenched upward. One of the grate's rusted screws snapped, but the second held tight. The flames were less than 40 feet away, and Sister Creep's hair caught fire. "God help me!" she screamed inwardly, and she pulled upward on the grate so hard she felt her shoulders almost rip loose from their sockets. The second screw snapped. Sister Creep flung the grate aside, had a second to grab her bag, then lunged head-first into the hole. She fell about 4 feet into a coffin-sized space that held 8 inches of water. The flames passed overhead, sucking the air from her lungs and scorching every inch of her exposed skin. Her clothes burst into flame, and she rolled frantically in the water. For a few seconds there was nothing but the roaring and the agony, and she smelled the odor of hot dogs being boiled in a vendor's cart. The wall of fire moved on like a comet, and in its wake returned a whoosh of outside air that carried the thick smell of charred flesh and molten metal. Down in the hole that fed drainage water to a sewer pipe, Sister Creep's body hitched and contorted. 3 inches of water had risen as mist and evaporated, blunting the full force of the fire. Her burned, tattered body struggled for a breath and finally gasped and sputtered, the blistered hands tightly gripping her smoldering canvas bag. And then she lay still. Chapter 8. 8:31 a.m., Mountain Daylight Time, Blue Dome Mountain, Idaho. The steady buzzing of the telephone on the table beside his bed brought the man up from a dreamless sleep. "Go away," he thought. "Leave me alone." But the buzzing continued, and finally he slowly turned over, switched on the lamp, and, squinting at the light, picked up the receiver. "Macklin," he said, his voice slurred and sleepy. Colonel, sir?" It was Sergeant Shore. "I've got some people in orientation waiting to meet you, sir." Colonel James Jimbo Macklin looked at the little green alarm clock next to the phone and saw he was more than 30 minutes late for the orientation and handshaking session. "Damn it to hell," he thought. "I set that alarm for 06:30 sharp. All right, Sergeant. Keep them there another 15 minutes. He hung up and then checked the back of the alarm clock. He saw that the little lever was still pressed down. Either he'd never set the alarm, or he'd turned it off in his sleep. He sat on the edge of the bed, trying to summon the energy to get up, but his body felt sluggish and bloated. Years ago, he mused grimly, he'd never needed an alarm clock to wake him. He could have been snapped out of sleep by the sound of a footstep in wet grass, and he would have been as alert as a wolf within seconds. Passing time, he thought. Long gone. He willed himself to stand up, willed himself to walk across the bedroom, its walls decorated with photographs of Phantom and Thunder Chief jets in flight, and walked into the small bathroom. He switched on the light and ran water into the sink. It came out rusty. He splashed the water on his face, dried himself with a towel, and stood staring bleary-eyed at the stranger in the mirror. Macklin stood 6'2", and until 5 or 6 years ago his body had been lean and hard, his ribs covered with muscle, his shoulders strong and straight, his chest thrust out like chobham armor on the snout of an M1 tank. Now the definitions of his body were blurred by loose flesh, and his pot belly resisted the 50 sit-ups he did every morning, that is, when he had time to do them. He detected a stoop in his shoulders, as if he were being bowed by an invisible weight, and the hair on his chest was sprinkled with gray. His biceps, once rock-hard, had deteriorated into flab. He'd once broken the neck of a Libyan soldier in the crook of his arm. Now he didn't feel as if he had the strength to crack a walnut with a sledgehammer. He plugged in his electric razor and guided it over the stubble on his jaw. His dark brown hair was clipped in a severe crew cut, showing flecks of gray at the temples. Beneath a square slab of a forehead, his eyes were frosty blue and sunken in deep hollows of fatigue, like bits of ice floating on muddy water. As he shaved, Macklin thought that his face had come to resemble any one of the hundreds of battlefield maps he'd pored over long ago. The jutting cliff of his chin, leading to the rugged ravine of his mouth, up to the highlands of his chiseled cheekbones and the craggy ridge of his nose, down again into the swamps of his eyes, then an upward sweep into the brown forests of his thick eyebrows. And all the terrain marks were there as well, the pock-marked craters of the severe acne he'd had as an adolescent, the small trench of a scar zigzagging through his left eyebrow, compliments of a ricocheting bullet in Angola. Across his left shoulder-blade was a deeper and longer scar, carved by a knife in Iraq, and a reminder of a Viet Cong bullet puckered the skin over the right side of his rib cage. Macklin was 44 years old, but sometimes he awakened feeling 70. with shooting pains in his arms and legs from bones that had been broken in battles on distant shores. He finished shaving and drew aside the shower curtain to run the water. Then he stopped, because littering the bottom of the small shower stall were ceiling tiles and bits of rubble. Water was dripping from a series of holes where the shower stall ceiling had given way. As he stared at the leaking water, realizing he was running late and could not take a shower, anger suddenly rose within him like molten iron in a blast furnace. He slammed his fist against the wall once, and then again. The second time, the force of his blow left a network of minute cracks. He leaned over the sink, waiting for the rage to pass, as it usually did. "Steady," he told himself. "Discipline and control, discipline and control." He repeated it a few more times like a mantra, drew a long, deep breath, and straightened up. "Time to go," he thought. "They're waiting for me." He used his stick deodorant under his arms, then went out to the bedroom closet to choose his uniform. He picked a pair of crisply pressed dark blue trousers, a light blue shirt, and his beige poplin flight jacket with leather patches on the elbows and Macklin printed across the breast pocket. He reached up to the overhead shelf where he kept a case containing his Ingram gun and ammo clips, and lovingly took his Air Force colonel's cap down. He brushed an imaginary bit of lint off the polished brim and put the cap on his head. He checked himself in the full-length mirror on the back of the closet door. Buttons polished, check. Trousers creased, check. Shoes shining, check. He straightened his collar, and then he was ready to go. His private electric cart was parked outside his quarters on the command center level. He locked his door with one of the many keys he carried on a keychain, and got into the cart and drove along the corridor. Behind him, past his own quarters, was the sealed metal door of the weapons storage room and the emergency food and water supply. Down at the other end of the corridor, past the quarters of other Earth House technicians and employees, was the generator room with the air filtration system controls. He passed the door of perimeter control, which contained the screens of the small portable battlefield surveillance radars set out to guard the entry to Earth House, and the main screen of the skyward-trained radar dish that sat atop Blue Dome Mountain. Within perimeter control was also the hydraulic system that sealed the air vents and the lead-lined doorway in the event of a nuclear attack, and the various radar screens were manned around the clock. Macklin guided the cart up a ramp to the next level and headed for the town hall. He passed the open doors of the gymnasium, where an aerobics class was in session. A few morning joggers were running in the corridor, and Macklin nodded at them as he sped past. Then he was in the wider corridor of Earth House Town Square, a junction of hallways with a rock garden at its center. All around were various shops, with storefronts made to resemble those in a country town. Earth House's Town Square contained a tanning salon, a theater where videotaped movies were shown, a library, an infirmary staffed by a doctor and 2 nurses, a game arcade, and a cafeteria. Macklin caught the aroma of bacon and eggs as he drove past the cafeteria's doors and wished he'd had time for breakfast. It was not his way to be late. Discipline and control, he thought. Those were the 2 things that made a man. But he was still angry about the collapsed ceiling in his shower stall. Lately it seemed that the walls and ceiling in several areas of Earth House were cracking and giving way. He'd called the Osley brothers many times, but they'd told him the structural reports showed settling was to be expected. "Settling my ass," Macklin had said. "We've got a water drainage problem here. Water's collecting over the ceilings and leaking through. Don't get yourself in a dither, Colonel," Donnie Osley had told him from San Antonio. "If you get nervous, them folks are going to get nervous, right? And there ain't no sense in getting nervous, 'cause that mountain's been standing for a few thousand years, and it ain't going nowhere." "It's not the mountain," Macklin had said, his fist tightening around the receiver. "It's the tunnels. My cleanup crews are finding new cracks every day. Settling, that's all. Now listen, Terry and me have pumped about 10 million big ones into that place, and we built it to last. If we didn't have business to run, we'd be right there with you. Now, that far underground, you're going to have some settling and water leaks. Ain't no way round it. And we're paying you $100,000 a year to endorse Earth House and live down there, you being a big war hero and all. So you fix them cracks and keep everybody happy. You listen, Mr. Osley. If I don't get a structural engineer to look this place over within a week, I'm leaving. I don't give a damn about my contract. I'm not going to encourage people to stay down here if it's not safe." "I believe," Donnie Osley had said, his Texas accent getting a few degrees cooler, "you'd better calm yourself down, Colonel. Now, you don't want to walk out on a business deal. That ain't good manners. You just remember how Terry and me found you and brought you along before you start flying off the handle, okay?" Discipline and control, Macklin had thought, his heart hammering. Discipline and control. And then he'd listened, as Donnie Osley had told him he'd send an engineer up from San Antone within 2 weeks to go over Earth House with a fine-tooth comb. "But meantime, you're head honcho. You got a problem, you fix it, right?" And that had been almost a month ago. The structural engineer had never come. Colonel Macklin stopped his cart near a pair of double doors. Above the doors was the sign Town Hall in ornate, old-timey lettering. Before he went in, he tightened his belt another notch, though the trousers were already squeezed around his midsection. Then he drew himself up tall and straight and entered the auditorium. About a dozen people sat in the red vinyl seats that faced the podium, where Captain Warner was answering questions and pointing out features of Earth House on the wall map displayed behind him. Sergeant Shore, who stood ready to field the more difficult questions, saw the colonel enter and quickly stepped to the podium's microphone. "Excuse me, Captain," he said, interrupting an explanation about the plumbing and water filtration system. "Folks, I want to introduce you to someone who certainly needs no introduction. Colonel James Barnett Macklin." The colonel continued at a crisp pace along the center aisle as the audience applauded. He took his place behind the podium, framed by an American flag and the flag of Earth House, and looked out at the gallery. The applause went on, and a middle-aged man in a camouflage combat jacket rose to his feet, followed by his similarly dressed wife. Then all of them were standing and applauding, and Macklin let it continue for another 15 seconds before he thanked them and asked them to be seated. Captain Teddy Bear Warner, a husky ex-Green Beret, who'd lost his left eye to a grenade in the Sudan and now wore a black patch, took a seat behind the colonel, and Shore sat beside him. Macklin paused, gathering in his mind what he was going to say. He usually gave the same welcoming speech to all the new arrivals at Earth House, told them how secure the place was and how it would be the last American fortress when the Russians invaded. Afterward he took their questions, shook their hands, and signed a few autographs. That was what the Osley boys paid him for. He looked into their eyes. They were used to nice, clean beds, sweet-smelling bathrooms, and roast beef on Sunday afternoons. Drones, he thought. They lived to breed and eat and shit, and they thought they knew all about freedom and loyalty and courage, but they didn't know the first thing about those attributes. He cast his gaze over the faces, saw nothing but softness and weakness. These were people who thought they'd sacrifice their wives and husbands, infant children, homes, and all their possessions as the price of keeping the Russian filth off our shores, but they would not, because their spirits were weak and their brains were corrupted by mental junk food. And here they were, like all the others, waiting for him to tell them they were true patriots. He wanted to open his mouth and tell them to get the hell out of Earth House, that the place was structurally unsound, and that they, the weak-willed losers, ought to go home and cower in their basements. Jesus Christ, he thought, what the hell am I doing here? Then a mental voice, like the sound of a cracking bullwhip, said, "Discipline and control. Shape up, mister." It was the voice of the shadow soldier. Macklin closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, he was staring into the face of a bony, fragile-looking boy sitting in the second row between his father and mother. A good strong wind would knock that kid to the ground, he decided. But he paused, examining the boy's pale gray eyes. He thought he recognized something in those eyes. Determination, cunning, willpower. that he remembered from pictures of himself at that age, when he was a fat, clumsy slob that his Air Force captain father had kicked in the ass at every opportunity. Of all of them sitting before him, he thought, that skinny kid might have a chance. The others were dog meat. He braced himself and started giving the orientation speech with as much enthusiasm as if he were digging a latrine ditch. As Colonel Macklin spoke, Roland Croninger examined him with intent interest. The colonel was a lot heavier than the photographs and Soldier of Fortune, and he looked sleepy and bored. Roland was disappointed. He'd expected a trim and hungry war hero, not a used car salesman dressed up in military duds. It was hard to believe that this was the same man who had shot down 3 MiGs over the Tonhua Bridge to save a buddy's crippled plane, and then had ejected from a disintegrating aircraft. Rip-off, Roland decided. Colonel Macklin was a rip-off, and he was beginning to think Earth House might be a rip-off as well. That morning he'd awakened to find a dark water stain on his pillow. The ceiling was leaking from a crack 2 inches wide. There had been no hot water from the shower head, and the cold water was full of grit and rust. His mother had thrown a fit about not being able to get her hair clean, and his father had said he'd mentioned the problem to Sergeant Shore. Roland was fearful of setting up his computer, because the air in his bedroom was so damp, and his first impression of Earth House as a neato medieval-type fortress was wearing thin. Of course, he'd brought books to read, tomes on Machiavelli and Napoleon, and a study of medieval siege warfare, but he'd counted on programming some new dungeons for his King's Knight game while he was here. King's Knight was his own creation. 128K of an imaginary world shattered into feudal kingdoms at war with one another. Now it looked as if he was going to have to read all the time. He watched Colonel Macklin. Macklin's eyes were lazy, and his face was fat. He looked like an old bull that had been put out to pasture because he couldn't get it up any more. But as Macklin's eyes met his and held for a couple of seconds before they slid away again, Roland was reminded of a picture he'd seen of Joe Louis when the boxing champion had been a Las Vegas hotel greeter. In that picture, Joe Louis looked flabby and tired, but he had one massive hand clasped around the frail white hand of a tourist, and Joe Louis' eyes were hard and dark, and somewhere far away, maybe back in the ring, remembering the feel of a blow slammed against another man's midsection, almost to the backbone. Roland thought that the same distant stare was in Colonel Macklin's eyes, and just as you knew Joe Louis could have smashed the bones in that tourist's hand with one quick squeeze, Roland sensed that the warrior within Colonel Macklin was not yet dead. As Macklin's address continued, the wall telephone beside the display map buzzed. Sergeant Shore got up and answered it. He listened for a few seconds, hung the receiver up, and started back across the platform toward the colonel. Roland thought that something in Shore's face had been altered in the time he was on the telephone. Shore appeared older now, and his face was slightly flushed. He said, "Excuse me, Colonel," and he placed his hand over the microphone. Macklin's head snapped around, his eyes angry at the interruption. "Sir," Shore said quietly, "Sergeant Lombard says you're needed in perimeter control." "What is it?" "He wouldn't say, sir. I think he sounded pretty damn shaken." Crap, Macklin thought. Lombard got shaken every time the radar picked up a flock of geese or an airliner passing overhead. Once they'd sealed Earth House because Lombard thought a group of hang gliders were enemy paratroopers. Still, Macklin would have to check it out. He motioned for Captain Warner to follow him, and then he told Shore to dismiss the orientation after they'd gone. "Ladies and gentlemen," Macklin said into the microphone, "I'm going to have to leave you now to take care of a small problem, but I hope to see each of you later this afternoon at the newcomers' reception. Thank you for your attention." And then he stalked up the aisle with Captain Warner right behind him. They drove back in the electric cart the way Macklin had come, Macklin muttering all the way about Lombard's stupidity. When they went into the perimeter control room, they found Lombard peering into the screen that showed the returns from the sky radar atop Blue Dome. Near him stood Sergeant Becker and Corporal Prados, both staring at the screen as well. The room was full of electronic equipment, other radar screens, and the small computer that stored the arrival and departure dates of Earthhouse's residents. On a shelf above a row of radar screens, a voice was blaring from a shortwave radio, almost obscured by the crackling of static. The voice was panicked, babbling so fast Macklin couldn't understand what was being said. But Macklin didn't like the sound of it, and instantly his muscles tensed and his heart began to pound. "Move aside," he told the other man. He stood where he could get a good look at the screen. His mouth went dry, and he heard the sizzling of circuits in his own brain at work. "God in heaven," he whispered. The garbled voice from the shortwave radio was saying, "New York got it. Wiped out. The missiles are coming in over the East Coast. Hit Washington. Boston. I can see flames from here." Other voices surged out of the storm of static, bits and pieces of information hurtling along the network of ham radio operators across the United States, and picked up by Blue Dome Mountain's antennas. Another voice with a southern accent broke in, shouting, "Atlanta just went dead. I think Atlanta got hit." The voices overlapped, swelled and faded, commingled into a language of sobs and shouts, weak, faint whispers, and the names of American cities repeated like a litany of the dead. Philadelphia, Miami, Newport News, Chicago, Richmond, Pittsburgh. But Macklin's attention was fixed on what the radar screen showed. There could be no doubt about what they were. He looked up at Captain Warner and started to speak, but he couldn't find his voice for a second. Then he said, "Bring the perimeter guards in. Seal the doorway. We're under attack. Move it." Warner picked up a walkie-talkie and hustled off. "Get shore down here," Macklin said. And Sergeant Becker, a loyal and reliable man who had served with Macklin and Chad, instantly picked up the telephone and started pressing buttons. From the shortwave radio, a frantic voice said, "This is KKTZ in St. Louis. Calling anybody. I'm looking at a fire in the sky. It's everywhere. God Almighty, I've never seen such a—" A piercing squeal of static and other distant voices flooded into the empty hole left by St. Louis. "This is it," Macklin whispered. His eyes were shining, and there was a light sheen of sweat on his face. "Ready or not, this is it." And deep inside him, in the pit where no light had shone for a very long time, the shadow soldier cried out with joy. Chapter 9. 10:46 a.m. Central Daylight Time on Interstate 70, Ellsworth County, Kansas. 24 miles west of Salina, Josh Hutchins's battered old Pontiac gave a wheeze like an old man with phlegm in his lungs. Josh saw the temperature gauge's needle zoom toward the red line. Though all the windows were lowered, the inside of the car felt like a steam bath, and Josh's white cotton shirt and dark blue trousers were plastered to his body with sweat. "Oh, Lord," he thought, watching the red needle climb. "She's about to blow." An exit was coming up on the right, and there was a weathered sign that said Pawpaw's, Gas, Cold Drinks, 1 mile, and had an exaggerated drawing of an old geezer sitting on a mule smoking a corncob pipe. "I hope I can make another mile," Josh thought as he guided the Pontiac onto the exit ramp. The car kept shuddering, and the needle was into the red, but the radiator hadn't blown yet. Josh drove northward, following Pawpaw's signs, and before him, stretching to the horizon, were immense fields of corn, grown to the height of a man and withering under the terrible July heat. The 2-lane county road cut straight across them, and not a puff of breeze stirred the stalks. They stood on both sides of the road like impenetrable walls, and might have gone on, as far as Josh knew, for 100 miles, both east and west. The Pontiac wheezed and gave a jolt. "Come on," Josh urged, the sweat streaming down his face. "Come on, don't give out on me now." He didn't relish the idea of walking a mile in 100-degree sun. They'd find him melted into the concrete like an ink blot. The needle continued its climb, and red warning lights were flashing on the dashboard. Suddenly there was a crackling noise that made Josh think of the Rice Krispies he used to like as a kid. And then, in the next instant, the windshield was covered with a crawling brown mass of things. Before Josh could finish drawing a surprised breath, A brown cloud had swept through the open windows on the Pontiac's right side, and he was covered with crawling, fluttering, chattering things that got down the collar of his shirt, into his mouth, up his nostrils, and in his eyes. He spat them from his mouth and clawed them away from his eyes with one hand, while the other clenched the steering wheel. It was the most ungodly noise of chattering he'd ever heard, a deafening roar of whirring wings. And then his eyes cleared, and he could see that the windshield and the car's interior were covered with thousands of locusts, swarming all over him, flying through his car and out the windows on the left side. He switched on the windshield wipers, but the weight of the mass of locusts pinned the wipers to the glass. In the next few seconds they began flying off the windshield, first 5 or 6 at a time, and then suddenly the whole mass in a whirling brown tornado. The wipers slapped back and forth, smearing some unlucky ones who were too slow. And then steam billowed up from under the hood, and the Pontiac Bellevue lurched forward. Josh looked at the temperature gauge. A locust clung to the glass, but the needle was way over the red line. This sure isn't turning out to be my day, he thought grimly, as he brushed the remaining locusts from his arms and legs. They, too, whirred out of the car and followed the huge cloud that was moving over the sunburned corn, heading in a northwesterly direction. One of the things flew right up in his face, and its wings made a noise like a Bronx cheer before it darted out the window after the others. Only about 20 or so remained in the car, crawling lazily over the dashboard and the passenger seat. Josh concentrated on where he was going, praying that the engine would give him just a few more yards. Through the cloud of steam he saw a small, flat-roofed, cinder-block structure coming up on his right. Gas pumps stood out front, under a green canvas awning. On the building's roof was a full-sized old Conestoga wagon, and printed in big red letters on the wagon's side was "Pawpaws." He breathed a sigh of relief and turned into the gravel driveway. But before he could reach the gas pumps and a water hose, the Pontiac coughed, faltered, and backfired at the same time. The engine made a noise like a hollow bucket being kicked, and then the only sound was the rude hiss of steam. Well, Josh thought, that's that. Bathed in sweat, he got out of the car and contemplated the rising plume of steam. When he reached out to pop the hood open, the metal burned his hand like a bite. He stepped back, and as the sun beat down from a sky almost white with heat haze, Josh thought his life had reached its lowest ebb. A screen door slammed. "Got yourself some trouble?" a wizened voice inquired. Josh looked up. Approaching him from the cinder-block building was a little humpbacked old man wearing a sweat-stained 10-gallon hat, overalls, and cowboy boots. "I sure do," Josh replied. The little man, who stood maybe 5'1", stopped. His 10-gallon hat, complete with a snakeskin hatband and an eagle's feather sticking up, almost swallowed his head. His face was as brown as sun-baked clay, his eyes dark, sparkling dots. "Ooh-wee," he rasped. "You're a big 'un, ain't you? Lordy, I ain't seen one as big as you since the circus passed through." He grinned, revealing tiny nicotine-stained teeth. "How's the weather up there?" Josh's sweaty frustration tumbled out in a laugh. He grinned widely as well. "The same as down there," he answered. "Mighty hot." The little man shook his head in awe and walked in a circle around the Bonneville. He, too, attempted to get the hood up, but the heat stung his fingers. "Hose is busted," he decided. "Yep, hose. Seen a lot of 'em lately." "Do you have spares?" The man tilted his neck to look up, still obviously impressed with Josh's size. "Nope," he said. "Not a one. I can get you one, though. Order it from Salina. Should be here in, 2 or 3 hours." "2 or 3 hours? Salina's only about 30 miles away." The little man shrugged. "Hot day. City boys don't like hot days. Too used to air conditioning. Yep, 2 or 3 hours'll do it." "Damn. I'm on my way to Garden City." "Long drive," the man offered. "Well, we'd best let her cool off some. I got cold drinks if you want one." He motioned for Josh to follow and started toward the building. Josh was expecting a tumble-down mess of oil cans, old batteries, and a wall full of hubcaps, but when he stepped inside, he was surprised to find a neat, orderly country grocery store. A throw rug had been put down right at the doorway, and behind the counter and cash register was a little alcove where the man had been sitting in his rocking chair watching television on a portable Sony. Now, though, the TV's screen showed only static. "Thing went out on me just before you drove up," he said. "I was watching that show about the hospital and them folks always getting in trouble. Lord God, they'd put you under the jail around here for some of them shenanigans." He cackled and took off his hat. His scalp was pale, and he had white hair that stood up in sweat-damp spikes. "All the other channels are off, too, so I guess we got to talk, huh?" "I guess so." Josh stood in front of a fan atop the counter, letting the deliciously cool air separate his wet shirt from his skin. The little man opened a refrigerator unit and brought out 2 canned Cokes. He handed one to Josh, who snapped the tab and drank thirstily. "No charge," the man said. "You look like you've had a rough morning. My name's Pawpaw Briggs." "Well, Pawpaw ain't my real name. It's what my boys call me, so that's what the sign says. Josh Hutchins." They shook hands, and the little man grinned again and pretended to wince under the pressure of Josh's grip. "Do your boys work here with you?" "Oh, no," Pawpaw chuckled. "They got their own place up the road 4 or 5 miles. Josh was grateful to be out of the hot sun. He walked around the store, rolling the cold can across his face and feeling the flesh tighten. For a country store out in the middle of a cornfield, he realized after another moment the shelves of Pawpaw's place held an amazing variety of items: loaves of wheat bread, rye bread, raisin bread, and cinnamon rolls, cans of green beans, beets, squash, peaches, pineapple chunks, and all kinds of fruit, about 30 different canned soups, cans of beef stew, corned beef hash, spam, and sliced roast beef, an array of utensils, including paring knives, cheese graters, can openers, flashlights, and batteries, and a shelf full of canned fruit juices, Hawaiian punch, Welch's grape juice, and mineral water in plastic jugs. A rack on the wall held shovels, picks, and hoes, a pair of garden shears, and a water hose. Near the cash register was a magazine stand displaying periodicals like Flying, American Pilot, Time and Newsweek, Playboy, and Penthouse. This place, Josh thought, was the supermarket of country stores. "Lot of people live around here?" Josh asked. "Few." Pawpaw whacked the TV with his fist, but the static remained. "Not too many." Josh felt something crawling under his collar. He reached back and dug out a locust. "Things are hell, ain't they?" Pawpaw asked. "Get into everything, they do. Been flying out of the fields by the thousands for the last 2-3 days. Kind of peculiar." "Yeah." Josh held the insect between his fingers and went to the screen door. He opened it and flicked the locust out. It whirled around his head for a couple of seconds, made a soft chirring noise, and then flew toward the northwest. A red Camaro suddenly pulled off the road, swerved around Josh's sick Bonneville, and halted at the pumps. "More customers," Josh announced. "Well, well, we got us a regular convention today, don't we?" He came around the counter to stand beside Josh, barely the height of Josh's breastbone. The doors of the Camaro opened, and a woman and a little blonde-haired girl got out. "Hey!" The woman, who was squeezed into a red halter-top and tight, uncomfortable-looking jeans, called toward the screen door. "Can I get some unleaded gas here?" "Sure can." Pawpaw went outside to pump the gas for her. Josh finished his Coke, crumpled the can, and dropped it into a wastebasket. When he looked through the screen door again, he saw that the child, who wore a little powder-blue jumpsuit, was standing right in the blazing sun, staring at the moving cloud of locusts. The woman, her poorly dyed blonde hair tangled and wet with sweat, took the child's hand and led her toward Pawpaw's place. Josh stepped aside as they entered, and the woman, who had a blackened right eye, shot Josh a distrustful glance, and then stood before the fan to cool off. The child stared up at Josh as if peering toward the highest branches of a redwood tree. She was a pretty little thing, Josh thought. Her eyes were a soft, luminous shade of blue. The color reminded Josh of what the summer sky had looked like when he himself was a child, with all the tomorrows before him and no place to go in any particular hurry. The little girl's face was heart-shaped and fragile-looking, her complexion almost translucent. She said, "Are you a giant?" "Hush, Swan," Darlene Prescott said. "We don't talk to strangers." But the little girl continued to stare up at him, expecting an answer. Josh smiled. "I guess I am." "Sue Wanda!" Darlene grabbed Swan's shoulder and turned her away from Josh. "Hot day," Josh said. "Where are you two heading?" Darlene was silent for a moment, letting the cool air play over her face. "Anywhere but here," she replied, her eyes closed and her head tilted upward to catch the air on her throat. Pawpaw returned, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a much-used handkerchief. "Got you filled up there, lady. Be $15.75, please." Darlene dug in her pocket for the money, and Swan nudged her. "I need to go right now," Swan whispered. Darlene laid a $20 bill on the counter. "You got a ladies' room, mister?" "Nope," he replied, and then he looked down at Swan, who was obviously in some discomfort, and shrugged. "Well, I reckon you can use my bathroom. Hold on a minute." He reached down and pulled back the throw rug in front of the counter. Beneath it was a trap door. Pawpaw threw back a bolt and lifted it. The aroma of rich, dark earth wafted from the open square, and a set of wooden steps descended into the basement. Pawpaw went down a few steps, flicked on an overhanging light bulb, and then came back up. "Bathroom's through the little door on the right," he told Swan. "Go ahead." She glanced at her mother, who shrugged and motioned her down, and Swan went through the trap door. The basement had walls of hard-packed dirt. The ceiling was crisscrossed with thick wooden beams. The floor was made of poured concrete, and the room, which was about 20 feet long, 10 feet wide, and 7 or 8 feet high, held a cot, a record player and radio, a shelf of dog-eared Louis L'Amour and Brett Halliday paperbacks, and had a poster of Dolly Parton on one wall. Swan found the door and entered a tiny cubicle that had a sink, a mirror, and a toilet. "Do you live down there?" Josh asked the old man as he peered through the trap door. "Sure do. Used to live in a farmhouse a couple of miles east, but I sold that after the wife passed on. My boys helped me dig the basement out. It ain't much, but it's home." "Ugh!" Darlene wrinkled her nose. "It smells like a graveyard." "Why don't you live with your sons?" Josh inquired. Pawpaw looked at him curiously, his brows knitting. "Sons? I ain't got no sons." "I thought you said your boys helped you dig the basement out." "My boys did, yeah. The underground boys. They said they'd made me a real good place to live in. See, they come here all the time and stock up, 'cause I'm the closest store." Josh couldn't make sense of what the old man was talking about. He tried once more. "Come here from where?" "Underground," Pawpaw replied. Josh shook his head. The old man was nuts. "Listen, could you take a look at my radiator now?" "I reckon so. 1 minute, and we'll go see what she wrote." Pawpaw went behind the counter, rang up Darlene's gas purchase, and gave her change from the 20. Swan started coming up the basement steps. Josh braced himself for the stunning heat and went outside, walking toward his still-steaming Bonneville. He had almost reached it when he felt the earth shake beneath his feet. He stopped in his tracks. What was that? He wondered. An earthquake? Yeah, that would just about put the capper on the day. The sun was brutal. The cloud of locusts was gone. Across the road, the huge cornfield was still as a painting. The only sounds were the hissing of steam and the steady tick, tick, tick of the Pontiac's fried engine. Squinting in the harsh glare, Josh looked up at the sky. It was white and featureless, like a clouded mirror. His heart was beating harder. The screen door slammed behind him, and he jumped. Darlene and Swan had come out and were walking toward the Camaro. Suddenly Swan stopped too, but Darlene walked on a few more paces before she realized the child was not beside her. "Come on, let's get on the road, hon." Swan's gaze was directed at the sky. "It's so quiet," she thought. "So quiet." The heavy air almost pressed her to her knees, and she was having trouble drawing a breath. All day long she'd noted huge flocks of birds in flight, horses running skittishly around their pastures, and dogs baying at the sky. She sensed something about to happen, something very bad, just as she had last night when she'd seen the fireflies. But the feeling had gotten stronger all morning, ever since they'd left the motel outside Wichita, and now it made goosebumps break out on her arms and legs. She sensed danger in the air, danger in the earth, danger everywhere. "Swan!" Darlene's voice was both irritated and nervous. "Come on now." The little girl stared into the brown cornfields that stretched to the horizon. Yes, she thought, and danger there, too, especially there. The blood pounded in her veins, and an urge to cry almost overcame her. "Danger," she whispered. "Danger in the corn." The ground shook again beneath Josh's feet, and he thought he heard a deep grinding growl like heavy machinery coming to life. Darlene shouted, "Swan, come on!" What the hell? Josh thought. And then there came a piercing, whining noise that grew louder and louder, and Josh put his hands to his ears and wondered if he was going to live to see his paycheck. "God Almighty!" Pawpaw shouted, standing in the doorway. A column of dirt shot up about 400 yards into the cornfield to the northwest, and hundreds of cornstalks burst into flame. A spear of fire emerged, made a noise like bacon sizzling in a skillet as it sped upward several hundred feet, then arced dramatically to a northwesterly course and vanished in the haze. Another burning spear burst from the ground a half-mile or so away, and this one followed the first. Further away, two more shot upward and climbed out of sight within 2 seconds. Then the burning spears were coming up all over the cornfield, the nearest about 300 yards away, and the most distant fiery dots 5 or 6 miles across the fields. Geysers of dirt exploded as the things rose with incredible speed, their flaming trails leaving blue after-images on Josh's retinas. The corn was on fire, and the hot wind of the burning spears fanned the flames toward Pawpaw's place. Waves of sickening heat washed over Josh, Darlene, and Swan. Darlene was still screaming for Swan to get to the car. The child watched in horrified awe as dozens of burning spears continued to explode from the cornfield. The earth shuddered with shock waves under Josh's feet. His senses reeling, he realized that the burning spears were missiles roaring from their hidden silos in a Kansas cornfield in the middle of nowhere. The underground boys, Josh thought, and he suddenly knew what Pawpaw Briggs had meant. Pawpaw's place stood on the edge of a camouflaged missile base, and the underground boys were the Air Force technicians who were now sitting in their bunkers and pressing the buttons. "God Almighty!" Pawpaw shouted, his voice lost in the roar. "Look at 'em fly!" Still the missiles were bursting from the cornfield, each one following the other into the northwest and vanishing in the rippling air. Russia, Josh thought. Oh, my God, Jesus, they're heading for Russia. All the newscasts he'd heard and stories he'd read in the past few months came back to him, and in that awful instant he knew World War III had begun. The swirling, scorched air was full of fiery corn, raining down on the road and on the roof of Pawpaw's place. The green canvas awning was smoking, and the canvas of the Conestoga wagon was already aflame. A storm of burning corn was advancing across the ravaged field, and as the shock waves collided in 50-mile-an-hour winds, the flames merged into a solid, rolling wall of fire 20 feet high. "Come on!" Darlene shrieked, grabbing Swan up in her arms. The child's blue eyes were wide and staring, hypnotized by the spectacle of fire. Darlene started running for her car with Swan in her arms, and as a shock wave knocked her flat, the first red tendrils of flame began to reach toward the gas pumps. Josh knew the fire was about to jump the road. The pumps were going to blow, and then he was back on the football field, before a roaring Sunday afternoon crowd, and he was running for the downed woman and child like a human tank as the stadium clock ticked the seconds off. A shock wave hit him, threw him off balance, and burning corn swept over him. But then he was scooping the woman up with one thick arm around her waist. She clung to the child, whose face had frozen with terror. "Let me go!" Darlene shrieked. But Josh whirled around and sprinted for the screen door, where Pawpaw stood watching the flight of the burning spears in open-mouthed wonder. Josh had almost reached it when there was an incandescent flash, like 100 million high-wattage bulbs going off at the same instant. Josh was looking away from the field, but he saw his shadow projected onto Pawpaw Briggs, and in the space of a millisecond he saw Pawpaw's eyeballs burst into blue flame. The old man screamed, clawed at his face, and fell backward into the screen door, tearing it off its hinges. "Oh, God! Oh, Jesus! Oh, God!" Darlene was babbling. The child was silent. The light got brighter still, and Josh felt a wash of heat on his back, gentle at first, like the sun on a nice summer day. But then the heat increased to the level of an oven, and before Josh could reach the door he heard the skin on his back and shoulders sizzling. The light was so intense he couldn't see where he was going, and now his face was swelling so fast he feared it would explode like a beach ball. He stumbled forward, tripped over something, Pawpaw's body, writhing in agony in the doorway. Josh smelled burning hair and scorched flesh, and he thought crazily, "I'm one barbecued son of a bitch." He could still see through the slits of his swollen eyes. The world was an eerie blue-white, the color of ghosts. Ahead of him, the trap-door yawned open. Josh reached down with his free hand, grabbed the old man's arm, and dragged him, along with the woman and child, toward the open square. An explosion sent shrapnel banging against the outside wall. The pumps, Josh knew, and a shard of hot metal flew past the right side of his head. Blood streamed down, but he had no time to think of anything but getting into that basement, for behind him he heard a wailing cacophony of wind like a symphony of fallen angels, and he dared not look back to see what was coming out of that cornfield. The whole building was shaking, cans and bottles jumping off the shelves. Josh flung Pawpaw Briggs down the steps like a sack of grain, and then leaped down himself, skinning his ass on the wood, but still clinging to the woman and child. They rolled to the floor, the woman screaming in a broken, strangled voice. Josh scrambled back up to close the trap door. And then he looked through the doorway and saw what was coming. A tornado of fire. It filled the sky, hurling off jagged spears of red and blue lightning, and carrying with it tons of blackened earth gouged from the cornfields. He knew in that instant that the tornado of fire was advancing on Pawpaw's grocery store, bringing half the dirt from the field with it, and it would hit them within seconds. And simply, either they would live or they would die. Josh reached up, slammed the trapdoor in place, and jumped off the steps. He landed on his side on the concrete floor. "Come on," he thought, his teeth gritted and his hands over his head. "Come on, damn it!" An unearthly commingling of the mighty roar of whirling wind, the crackle of fire, and the bellowing crash of thunder filled the basement, forcing everything from Josh Hutchins's mind but cold, stark terror. The basement's concrete floor suddenly shook, and then it lifted 3 feet and cracked apart like a dinner plate. It slammed down with brutal force. Pain pounded at Josh's eardrums. He opened his mouth and knew he was screaming, but he couldn't hear it. And then the basement's ceiling caved in, the beams cracking like bones in hungry hands. Josh was struck across the back of the head. He had the sensation of being lifted up and whirled in an airplane spin while his nostrils were smothered with thick, wet cotton, and all he wanted to do was get out of this damned wrestling ring and go home. Then he knew no more. Chapter 10. 10:17 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Earth House. "More bogies at 10 o'clock. Lombard said as the radar swept around again, and the green dots flickered across the display screen. 12 heading southeast at 14,000 feet. Jesus Christ, look at those mothers move! Within 30 seconds, the blips had passed out of radar range. 5 more coming over, Colonel. Lombard's voice shook with a mixture of horror and excitement. His heavy, jowled face flushed, and his eyes large behind aviator-style glasses. Heading northwest at 7:03. They're ours. Go for it, baby. Sergeant Becker whooped and smacked a fist into the palm of his open hand. Wipe Ivan off the map, he shouted. Behind him, Captain Warner smoked a corn-tipped cheroot and impassively watched the radar screen through his good eye. A couple of other uniformed technicians monitored the perimeter radar. Across the room, Sergeant Shore was slumped in a chair, his eyes glassy and unbelieving, and every once in a while his tortured gaze crept toward the main radar screen and then quickly moved back to a spot on the opposite wall. Colonel Macklin stood over Lombard's right shoulder, his arms crossed over his chest and his attention fixed on the green blips that had been moving across the screen for the last 40 minutes. It was easy to tell which were Russian missiles, because they were heading southeast, on trajectories that would take them hurtling into the Midwestern Air Force bases and ICBM fields. The American missiles were speeding northwest, toward deadly rendezvous with Moscow, Magadan, Tomsk, Karaganda, Vladivostok, Gorky, and 100 other target cities and missile bases. Corporal Prados had his earphones on, monitoring the weak signals that were still coming in from shortwave operators across the country. Signal from San Francisco just went off the air, he said. Last word was from KXCA in Sausalito. Something about a fireball and blue lightning. The rest was garbled. 7 bogies at 11 o'clock, Lombard said. 12,000 feet, heading southeast. 7 more, Macklin thought. My God, that brought to 68 the number of incoming mail picked up by Blue Dome's radar, and God only knew how many hundreds, possibly thousands, had streaked over out of radar range. From the panicked reports of shortwave radio operators, American cities were being incinerated in a full-scale nuclear assault. But Macklin had counted 44 pieces of outgoing mail headed for Russia, and he knew that thousands of ICBMs, cruise missiles, B-1 bombers, and submarine-based nuclear weapons were being used against the Soviet Union. It didn't matter who'd started it. All the talking was over. It only mattered now who was strong enough to withstand the atomic punches the longest. Earth House had been ordered sealed when Macklin saw the first blips of Soviet missiles on the radar screen. The perimeter guards had been brought in, the rock doorway lowered and locked in place, the system of louver-like baffles activated in the ventilation ducts to prevent entry of radioactive dust. There was one thing that remained to be done: tell the civilians inside Earth House that World War III had started, that their homes and relatives had possibly been vaporized already, that everything they'd known and loved might well be gone in the flash of a fireball. Macklin had rehearsed it in his mind many times before. He would call the civilians together in the town hall, and he would calmly explain to them what was happening. They would understand that they would have to stay here inside Blue Dome Mountain, and they could never go home again. Then he would teach them discipline and control, mold hard shells of armor over those soft, sluggish civilian bodies, teach them to think like warriors. And from this impregnable fortress they would hold off the Soviet invaders to the last breath and drop of blood, because he loved the United States of America, and no man would ever make him kneel and beg. Colonel, one of the young technicians looked up from his perimeter radar screen. I've got a vehicle approaching. Looks like an RV coming up the mountain pretty damn fast. Macklin stepped over to watch the blip approaching up the mountain road. The RV was going so fast its driver was in danger of slinging it right off Blue Dome. It was still within Macklin's power to open the front doorway and bring the RV inside by using a code that would override the computerized locking system. He imagined a frantic family inside that vehicle, perhaps a family from Idaho Falls or from one of the smaller communities at the base of the mountain. Human lives, Macklin thought, struggling to avoid decimation. He looked at the telephone. Punching in his ID number and speaking the code into the receiver would make the security computer abort the lock and raise the doorway. By doing so, he would save those people's lives. He reached toward the telephone. But something stirred within him, a heavy, dark, unseen thing shifting as if from the bottom of a primeval swamp. "Stop." The shadow soldier's whisper was like the hiss of a fuse on dynamite. "Think of the food. More mouths, less food." Macklin hesitated, his fingers inches from the phone. More mouths, less food. Discipline and control. "Shape up, mister." "I've got to let them in," Macklin heard himself say, and the other men in the control room stared at him. "Don't backtalk me, mister. More mouths, less food. And you know all about what happens when a man's hungry, don't you?" "Yes," Macklin whispered. "Sir?" the radar technician asked. "Discipline and control," Macklin replied in a slurred voice. "Colonel?" Warner gripped Macklin's shoulder. Macklin jerked as if startled from a nightmare. He looked around at the others, then at the telephone again, and slowly lowered his hand. For a second he'd been down in the pit again, down in the mud and shit and darkness. But now he was okay. He knew where he was now. Sure, discipline and control did the trick. Macklin shrugged free of Captain Warner and regarded the blip on the perimeter radar screen through narrowed eyes. "No," he said. "No, they're too late. Way too late. Earth House stays sealed." And he felt damn proud of himself for making the manly decision. There were over 300 people in Earth House, not including the officers and technicians. More mouths, less food. He was sure he'd done the right thing. "Colonel Macklin," Lombard called, his voice cracked. "Look at this." At once Macklin stood beside him, peering into the screen. He saw a group of 4 bogies streaking within radar range, but one seemed slower than the others, and as it faltered, the faster 3 vanished over Blue Dome Mountain. "What's going on?" "That bogey's at 22,004, Lombard said. "A few seconds ago, it was at 25. I think it's falling." "It can't be falling. There aren't any military targets within 100 miles. Sergeant Becker snapped, pushing forward to see. "Check again," Macklin told Lombard, in the calmest voice he could summon. The radar arm swept around with agonizing slowness. 20,002, sir. Could be malfunctioned. The bastard's coming down." "Shit. Get me an impact point." A plastic-coated map of the area around Blue Dome Mountain was unfolded, and Lombard went to work with his compass and protractor, figuring and refiguring angles and speeds. His hands were trembling, and he had to start over more than once. Finally he said, "It's going to pass over Blue Dome, sir, but I don't know what the turbulence is doing up there. I've got it impacting right here." And he tapped his finger at a point roughly 10 miles west of Little Lost River. He checked the screen again. "It's just coming through 18,000, sir. It's falling like a broken arrow." Captain Teddy Bear Warner grunted. "There's Ivan's technology for you," he said. "All fucked up." "No, sir." Lombard swiveled around in his chair. "It's not Russian. It's one of ours." There was an electric silence in the room. Colonel Macklin broke it by expelling the air in his lungs. "Lombard, what the hell are you saying?" "It's a friendly," he repeated. "It was moving northwest before it went out of control. From the size and speed, I'd guess it's a Minuteman III, maybe a Mark 12 or 12A. "Oh, Jesus," Ray Becker whispered, his ruddy face gone ashen. Macklin stared at the radar screen. The runaway blip seemed to be getting larger. His insides felt bound by iron bands, and he knew what would happen if a Minuteman III Mark 12A hit anywhere within 50 miles of Blue Dome Mountain. The Mark 12As carried 3 335-kiloton nuclear warheads, enough power to flatten 75 Hiroshimas. The Mark 12s, carrying payloads of 3 170-kiloton warheads, would be almost as devastating. But suddenly Macklin was praying that it was only a Mark 12. because maybe, the mountain could withstand that kind of impact without shuddering itself to rubble. "Falling through 16,000, Colonel. 5,000 feet above Blue Dome Mountain." He could feel the other men watching him, waiting to see if he was made of iron or clay. There was nothing he could do now, except pray that the missile fell far beyond Little Lost River. A bitter smile crept across his mouth. His heart was racing, but his mind was steady. Discipline and control, he thought. Those were the things that made a man. Earth House had been constructed here because there were no nearby Soviet targets, and all the government charts showed the movement of radioactive winds would be to the south. He'd never dreamed in his wildest scenarios that Earth House would be hit by an American weapon. Not fair, he thought, and he almost giggled. Oh, no, not fair at all. 13,003, Lombard said, his voice strained. He hurriedly did another calculation on the map, but he didn't say what he found, and Macklin didn't ask him. Macklin knew they were going to take one hell of a jolt, and he was thinking of the cracks in the ceiling and walls of Earth House, those cracks and weak, rotted areas that the son-of-a-bitching Ousley brothers should have taken care of before they opened this dungeon. But now it was too late, much too late. Macklin stared at the screen through slitted eyes, and hoped that the Ousley brothers had heard their skin frying before they died. 12,002, Colonel. Shore let out a panicked whimper and drew his knees up to his chest. He peered into empty air like a man seeing the time, place, and circumstances of his own death in a crystal ball. "Shit," Warner said softly. He drew once more on his cigar and crushed it out on an ashtray. "I guess we'd better get comfortable, huh? Poor bastards upstairs are going to be thrown around like rag dolls." He squeezed himself into a corner, bracing against the floor with his hands and feet. Corporal Prados took off his earphones and braced himself against the wall, beads of sweat glistening on his cheeks. Becker stood beside Macklin, who watched the approaching blip on Lombard's radar screen and counted the seconds to impact. 11,002. Lombard's shoulders hunched up. "It's cleared Blue Dome, passing to the northwest. I think it's going to make the river." "Go, you bastard, go!" "Go," Becker breathed. "Go," Prados said, and he squeezed his eyes shut. "Go, go." The blip had vanished from the screen. "We've lost it, Colonel. It's gone below radar range." Macklin nodded. But the missile was still falling toward the forest, along Little Lost River, and Macklin was still counting. All of them heard a humming like a distant, huge swarm of hornets. Then silence. Macklin said, "It's down." And in the next second the radar screen exploded with light. The men around it crying out and shielding their eyes. Macklin was momentarily blinded by the dazzle, and he knew the sky radar atop Blue Dome had just been incinerated. The other radar screens brightened like green suns and shorted out as they picked up the flash. The noise of hornets was in the room, and the blue sparks spat from the control boards as the wiring blew. "Hang on!" Macklin shouted. The floors and walls shook, a jigsaw of cracks running across the ceiling. Rock dust and pebbles fell into the room, the larger stones rattling down on the control boards like hailstones. The floor heaved violently enough to drop both Macklin and Becker to their knees. Lights flickered and went out, but within seconds the emergency lighting system had switched on, and the illumination, harsher, brighter, throwing deeper shadows than before, came back. There was one last weak tremor, and another rain of dust and stones, and then the floor was still. Macklin's hair was white with dust, his face gritty and scratched, but the air filtration system was throbbing, already drawing the dust into the wall vents. "Everybody okay?" he shouted, trying to focus past the green dazzle that remained on his eyeballs. He heard the sound of coughing and someone, Shore, he thought it must be, sobbing. "Is everybody okay?" He got a reply back from all but Shore and one of the technicians. "It's over," he said. "We made it. We're okay." He knew that there would be broken bones, concussions, and cases of shock among the civilians on the upper level, and they were probably panicked right now. But the lights were on, and the filtration system was pumping, and Earth House hadn't blown apart like a house of cards in a high wind. "It's over. We made it." Still blinking to see past the green haze, he struggled to his feet. A short, hollow bark of a laugh escaped between his clenched teeth, and then the laughter bubbled up from his throat, and he was laughing louder and louder because he was alive, and his fortress was still standing. His blood was hot and singing again, like it had been in the steamy jungles and parched plains of foreign battlefields. On those fields of fire the enemy wore a devil's face, and did not hide behind the mask of Air Force psychiatrists, bill collectors, scheming ex-wives, and cheating business partners. He was Colonel Jimbo Macklin, and he walked like a tiger, lean and mean, with the shadow soldier at his side. He had once again beaten death and dishonor. He grinned, his lips white with grit. But then there was a sound like cloth being ripped between cruel hands. Colonel Macklin's laughter stopped. He rubbed his eyes, straining through the green glare, and was able at last to see where that noise was coming from. The wall before him had fractured into thousands of tiny interconnected cracks, but at the top of it, where the wall met the ceiling, a massive crack was moving in fits and leaps, zigzagging as it went, and rivulets of dark, evil-smelling water streamed down the wall like blood from a monstrous wound. The ripping sound doubled and tripled. He looked at his feet, made out a second huge crack crawling across the floor. A third crack snaked across the opposite wall. He heard Becker shout something, but the voice was garbled and in slow motion, as if heard in a nightmare. Chunks of stone fell from above, ripping the ceiling tile loose, and more streams of water splattered down. Macklin smelled the sickening odor of sewage, and as the water dripped all over him, he realized the truth, that somewhere in the network of pipes the sewage system had exploded, perhaps weeks ago or months, and the backed-up sludge had collected not only above the first level, but between levels 1 and 2 as well, further eroding the unsteady, overstressed rock that held the warren of Earth House together. The floor pitched at an angle that threw Macklin off balance. Plates of rock rubbed together with the noise of grinding jaws, and as the zigzagging cracks connected, a torrent of foul water and rock cascaded from the ceiling. Macklin fell over Becker and hit the floor. He heard Becker scream, and as he twisted around he saw Ray Becker fall through a jagged crevice that had opened in the floor. Becker's fingers grasped the edge, and then the two sides of the crevice slammed shut again, and Macklin watched in horror as the man's fingers exploded like overstuffed sausages. The entire room was in violent motion, like a chamber in a bizarre carnival funhouse. Pieces of the floor collapsed, leaving gaping craters that fell into darkness. Shore screamed and leaped toward the door, jumping a hole that opened in his path, and as the man burst out into the corridor, Macklin saw that the corridor walls were veined with deep fissures as well. Huge slabs of rock were crashing down. Shore disappeared into whirling dust, his scream trailing behind him. The corridor shook and pitched, the floor heaving up and down as if the iron reinforcing rods had turned to rubber. And all around, through the walls and the floor and ceiling, there was a pounding like a mad blacksmith beating on an anvil, coupled with the grinding of rock and the sound of reinforcing rods snapping like off-key guitar notes. Over the cacophony, a chorus of screams swelled and ebbed in the corridor. Macklin knew the civilians on the upper level were being battered to death. He sat huddled in a corner in the midst of the noise and chaos, realizing that the shock waves from that runaway missile were hammering Earth House to pieces. Filthy water showered down on him. A storm of dust and rubble crashed into the corridor, and with it was something that might have been a mangled human body. The debris blocked the control room's doorway. Someone, Warner, he thought, had his arm and was trying to pull him to his feet. He heard Lombard howling like a hurt dog. Discipline and control, he thought. Discipline and control. The lights went out. The air vents exhaled a gasp of death. And an instant afterward the floor beneath Macklin collapsed. He fell, and he heard himself screaming. His shoulder hit an outcrop of rock, and then he struck bottom with a force that knocked the breath out of him and stopped his scream. In utter darkness, the corridors and rooms of Earth House were caving in one after the other. Bodies were trapped and mangled between pincers of grinding rock. Slabs of stone fell from above, crashing through the weakened floors. Sludge streamed knee-deep in the sections of Earth House that still held together, and in the darkness people crushed each other to death, fighting for a way out. The screams, shrieks, and cries for God merged into a hellish voice of pandemonium, and still the shock waves continued to batter Blue Dome Mountain as it caved in on itself, destroying the impregnable fortress carved in its guts. Chapter 11. 1:31 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, aboard Airborne Command. The President of the United States, his eyes sunken into purple craters in his ashen face, looked to his right out the oval plexiglass window and saw a turbulent sea of black clouds beneath the Boeing E-4B. Yellow and orange flashes of light shimmered 35,000 feet below, and the clouds boiled up in monstrous thunderheads. The aircraft shook, was sucked downward 1,000 feet, and then its 4 turbofan engines, screaming, battled for altitude again. The sky had turned the color of mud, the sun blocked by the massive, swirling clouds, and in those clouds, tossed upward 30,000 feet from the surface of the earth, was the debris of civilization. Burning trees, entire houses, sections of buildings, pieces of bridges and highways and railroad tracks, glowing incandescent red. The objects boiled up like rotting vegetation, stirred from the bottom of a black pond, and then were sucked downward again, to be replaced by a new wave of humanity's junk. He couldn't stand to watch it, but he couldn't make himself stop looking. With dreadful hypnotic fascination he watched blue streaks of lightning lance through the clouds. The Boeing shuddered, leaned over on its port wing, and strained upward again, plummeted and rose like a roller-coaster ride. Something huge and flaming streaked past the President's window, and he thought that it might have been part of a train thrown into the air by the tremendous shock waves and super-tornado-force winds shrieking across the scorched earth below. Someone reached forward and pulled down the smoked glass visor that shielded the President's window. "I don't think you need to look any more, sir." For a few seconds the President struggled to recognize the man who sat in the black leather seat facing his own. Hands, he thought. Secretary of Defense Hannon. He looked around himself, his mind groping for equilibrium. It was in the Boeing Airborne Command Center, in his quarters at the tail of the aircraft. Hannon was seated in front of him, and across the aisle sat a man in the uniform of an Air Force Special Intelligence captain. The man was ramrod straight and square-shouldered, and he wore a pair of sunglasses that obscured his eyes. Around his right wrist was a handcuff, and the other end of the chain was attached to a small black briefcase that sat on the formica-topped table before him. Beyond the door of the President's cubicle, the aircraft was a bristling nerve center of radar screens, data-processing computers, and communications gear linked to Strategic Air Command, North American Air Defense, Shape Command in Europe, and all the Air Force, Naval, and ICBM bases in the United States. The technicians who operated the equipment had been chosen by the Defense Intelligence Agency, which had also chosen and trained the man with the black briefcase. Also aboard the aircraft were DIA officers and several Air Force and Army generals assigned special duty on Airborne Command, whose responsibility was constructing a picture of reports coming in from the various theaters of conflict. The jet had been circling over Virginia since 0600 hours, and at 0946 the first electrifying reports had come in from Naval Central. Contact between hunter-killer task forces and a large wolf pack of Soviet nuclear submarines north of Bermuda. According to the early reports, the Soviet submarines had fired ballistic missiles at 0958, but the later reports indicated that an American submarine commander might have launched cruise missiles without proper authorization in the stress of the moment. It was hard now to tell who had fired first. Now it no longer mattered. The first Soviet strike had hit Washington, D.C., 3 warheads plowing into the Pentagon, a 4th hitting the Capitol, and a 5th striking Andrews Air Force Base. Within 2 minutes, the missiles launched at New York had struck Wall Street and Times Square. In rapid succession, the Soviet SLBMs had marched along the eastern seaboard, but by that time B-1 bombers were flying toward the heart of Russia. American submarines ringing the Soviet Union were firing their weapons, and NATO and Warsaw Pact missiles were screaming over Europe. Russian submarines lurking off the west coast launched nuclear warheads, striking Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, Seattle, Portland, Phoenix, and Denver. And then the longer-range Russian multiple-warhead ICBMs, the really nasty bastards, had streaked in over Alaska and the Pole, hitting Air Force bases and Midwestern missile installations, incinerating heartland cities in a matter of minutes. Omaha had been one of the first targets, and with it Strategic Air Command headquarters. At 12:09 hours, the last garbled signal from NORAD had come through the technicians' earphones. Final birds away. And with that message, which meant that a last few Minuteman III or cruise missiles had been fired from hidden silos somewhere in western America, NORAD went off the air. Hannon wore a pair of earphones, through which he'd been monitoring the reports as they filtered in. The President had taken his earphones off when NORAD had gone dead. He tasted ashes in his mouth, and he couldn't bear to think about what was in that black briefcase across the aisle. Hannon listened to the distant voices of submarine commanders and bomber pilots, still hunting targets or trying to avoid destruction in fast, furious conflicts halfway around the planet. Naval task forces on both sides had been wiped out, and now Western Europe was being hammered between the ground troops. He kept his mind fixed on the faraway, ghostly voices floating through the storm of static, because to think about anything else but the job at hand might have driven him crazy. He wasn't called Iron Hands for nothing, and he knew he must not let memories and regrets weaken him. The Airborne Command Center was hit by turbulence that lifted the aircraft violently and then dropped it again with sickening speed. The President clung to the armrests of his seat. He knew he would never see his wife and son again. Washington was a lunar landscape of burning rubble. The Declaration of Independence and the Constitution ashes in the shattered Archives building, the dreams of 1,000,000 minds destroyed in the inferno of the Library of Congress. And it had happened so fast, so fast. He wanted to cry and wanted to scream, but he was the President of the United States. His cufflinks bore the presidential seal. He recalled, as if from a vast and terrible distance, asking Julianne how the blue-checked shirt would look with his tan suit. He hadn't been able to choose a tie, because it was too much of a decision. He couldn't think any more, couldn't figure anything out. His brain felt like a lump of saltwater taffy. Julianne had chosen the proper tie for him, had put the cufflinks in his shirt, and then he'd kissed her and embraced his son, and the Secret Service men had taken them away with other staff members to the basement. It's all gone, he thought. Oh, Jesus, it's all gone. He opened his eyes and pushed up the visor again. Black clouds, glowing with red and orange centers, loomed around the aircraft. From the midst of them shot gouts of fire and lightning streaks upward 1,000 feet above the plane. Once upon a time, he thought, we had a love affair with fire. "Sir," Hannon said quietly. He took his earphones off. The President's face was gray, and his mouth was twitching badly. Hannon thought the man was going to be airsick. "Are you all right?" The deadened eyes moved in the pallid face. "A-okay," he whispered, and he smiled tightly. Hannon listened to more voices coming in. "The last of the B-1s just went down over the Baltic. The Soviets hit Frankfurt 8 minutes ago, and 6 minutes ago London was struck by a multiple-warhead ICBM," he relayed to the President. The other man sat like stone. "What about casualty estimations?" he asked wearily. "Not coming through yet. The voices are so garbled even the computers can't squelch all the static out." "I always liked Paris. the President whispered. "Julianne and I had our honeymoon in Paris, you know." "What about Paris?" "I don't know. Nothing's coming out of France." "And China?" "Still silent. I think the Chinese are biding their time." The aircraft lurched and dropped again. Engines screamed through the dirty air, fighting for altitude. A reflection of blue lightning streaked across the President's face. "All right," he said. "Here we are. Where do we go from here?" Hannon started to reply, but he didn't know what to say. His throat had closed up. He reached out to shut the visor again, but the President said firmly, "No, leave it up. I want to see." His head slowly turned toward Hannon. "It's over, isn't it?" Hannon nodded. "How many millions are already dead, Hans?" "I don't know, sir. I wouldn't care to—" "Don't patronize me!" the President shouted suddenly, so loud even the rigid Air Force captain jumped. "I asked you a question, and I want an answer. A best estimate, a guess, anything. You've been listening to those reports. Tell me." "In the Northern Hemisphere," the Secretary of Defense replied shakily, his iron facade beginning to crack like cheap plastic, "I'd estimate between 300 and 550 million. The President's eyes closed. "And how many are going to be dead a week from now? A month? 6 months? Possibly another 200 million in the next month, from injuries and radiation. Beyond that, no one knows but God." "God," the President repeated. A tear broke and trickled down his cheek. "God's looking at me right now, Hans. I feel him watching me. He knows I've murdered the world. Me. I've murdered the world." He put his hands to his face and moaned. "America is gone," he thought. "Gone. Oh," he sobbed. "Oh, no." "I think it's time, sir." Hannon's voice was almost gentle. The President looked up. His wet, glassy eyes moved toward the black briefcase across the aisle. He snapped his gaze away again and stared out the window. How many could possibly be still alive in that Holocaust, he wondered. No, a better question was, how many would want to be alive? Because in his briefings and research on nuclear warfare, one thing was very clear to him. The hundreds of millions who perished in the first few hours would be the lucky ones. It was the survivors who would endure 1,000 forms of damnation. "I am still the President of the United States of America," he told himself. "Yes, and I still have one more decision to make." The airplane vibrated, as if over a cobblestone road. Black clouds enveloped the craft for a few seconds, and in the dark domain fire and lightning leapt at the windows. Then the plane veered to starboard and continued circling, weaving between the black plumes. He thought of his wife and son. Gone. Thought of Washington and the White House. Gone. Thought of New York City and Boston. Gone. Thought of the forests and highways of the land beneath him. Thought of the meadows and prairies and beaches. Gone. All gone. "Take us there," he said. Hannon flipped open one of his armrests and exposed the small control console there. He pressed a button that opened the intercom line between the cubicle and the pilot's deck. Then he gave his code name and repeated coordinates for a new course. The aircraft circled and began flying inland, away from the ruins of Washington. "We'll be in range within 15 minutes, he said. "Will you pray with me?" the President whispered. And together they bowed their heads. When they had finished their prayer, Hannon said, "Captain, we're ready now," and he gave up his seat to the officer with the briefcase. The man sat across from the President and held the briefcase on his knees. He unlocked the handcuff with a little laser that resembled a pocket flashlight. Then he took a sealed envelope from the inside pocket of his coat and tore it open, producing a small golden key. He inserted the key into one of 2 locks on the briefcase and turned it to the right. The lock disengaged with a high electronic tone. The officer turned the briefcase to face the president, who also brought out a sealed envelope from his coat pocket, tore it open, and took out a silver key. He slipped it into the briefcase's second lock, clicked it to the left, and again there was a high tone, slightly different from the first. The Air Force captain lifted the briefcase's lid. Inside was a small computer keyboard, with a flat screen that popped up as the lid was raised. At the bottom of the keyboard were 3 small circles, green, yellow, and red. The green one had begun flashing. Beside the president's seat, fixed to the aircraft's starboard bulkhead beneath the window, was a small black box with 2 cords, one red and one green, coiled under it. The president uncoiled the cords, slowly and deliberately. At the ends of the cords were plugs, which he inserted into appropriate sockets on the side of the computer keyboard. The black power pack now connected the keyboard to one of the 5-mile-long retractable antennae that trailed behind the airborne command craft. The president hesitated only a few seconds. The decision was made. He typed in his 3-letter identification code. "Hello, Mr. President," the computer screen read out. He settled back to wait, a nerve twitching at the corner of his mouth. Hannon looked at his watch. "We're within range, sir." Slowly, precisely, the president typed, "Here is Belladonna, the Lady of the Rocks, the Lady of Situations." The computer replied, "Here is the man with 3 staves, and here the wheel." The aircraft was buffeted and tossed. Something scraped along the port side of the jet like fingernails along a blackboard. The president typed, "And here is the one-eyed merchant, and this card, which is blank, is something he carries on his back," replied the computer. "Which I am forbidden to see," the president typed. The yellow circle illuminated. The president took a deep breath, as if about to leap into dark, bottomless water. He typed, "I do not find the hanged man." "Fear death by water," came the reply. The red circle illuminated. Immediately the screen cleared. Then the computer reported, "Talons armed, sir. 10 seconds to abort." "God forgive me," the president whispered, and his finger moved toward the end key. "Jesus," the Air Force captain suddenly said. He was staring through the window, his mouth agape. The president looked. Through a tornado of burning houses and chunks of scorched rubble, a fiery shape streaked upward toward the airborne command center like a meteor. It took the president a precious 2 seconds to comprehend what it was. A crushed, mangled Greyhound bus with burning wheels, and hanging from the broken windows and front windshield were charred corpses. The destination plate above the windshield said, "Charter." The pilot must have seen it at the same time, because the engine shrieked as they were throttled to their limit, and the nose jerked up with such violence that G-forces crushed the president into his seat as if he weighed 500 pounds. The briefcase and the computer keyboard spun off the captain's knees, the 2 plugs wrenching loose. The briefcase fell into the aisle and slid along it, jamming beneath another seat. The president saw the wrecked bus roll on its side, spilling bodies from the windows. They fell like burning leaves, and then the bus hit the starboard wing with a shuddering crash, and the outboard engine exploded. Half of the wing was sheared raggedly away, the second starboard engine shooting plumes of flame like Roman candles going off. Ripped apart by the impact, pieces of the Greyhound bus fell back into the maelstrom and were sucked downward out of sight. Crippled, the airborne command center heeled over on its port wing, the 2 remaining functional engines vibrating, about to burst loose from their bolts under the strain. The president heard himself scream. The aircraft fell out of control for 5,000 feet as the pilot battled with straining flaps and rudders. An updraft caught it and flung the jet 1,000 feet higher, and then it screamed downward another 10,000 feet. The aircraft spun wing over wrecked wing, and finally angled down toward the ruined earth. The black clouds closed in its wake, and the President of the United States was gone. Part 3. Lights Out. Round the mulberry bush, not yet 3, the holy axe, the world's champion upchucker, come a cropper, start with 1 step. Chapter 12. I'm in hell, Sister Creep thought hysterically. I'm dead, and in hell and burning with the sinners. Another wave of raw pain crashed over her. Help me, Jesus! She tried to scream, but she could only manage a hoarse, animalish moan. She sobbed, clenching her teeth until the pain had ebbed again. She lay in total darkness, and she thought she could hear the screams of the burning sinners from the distant depths of hell, faint, horrible wailings and shrieks that came floating to her like the odors of brimstone, steam, and scorched flesh that had brought her back to consciousness. Dear Jesus, save me from hell, she begged. Don't let me burn forever. The fierce pain returned, gnawing at her. She contorted into a fetal position, and water sloshed into her face and up her nose. She half sputtered, half screamed, and drew a breath of acrid, steamy air. Water, she thought. Water! I'm lying in water! And the memories began to glow in her feverish mind like hot coals at the bottom of a grill. She sat up, her body heavy and swollen, and when she lifted a hand to her face, the blisters on her cheeks and forehead broke, streaming fluids. I'm not in hell, she rasped. I'm not dead. Yet. She remembered now where she was, but she couldn't understand what had happened, or where the fire had come from. I'm not dead, she repeated in a louder voice. She heard it echo in the tunnel, and she shouted, I'm not dead, through her cracked and blistered lips. Still, agonizing pain continued to course through her. 1 second she was burning up, and the next she was freezing. She was tired, very tired, and she wanted to lie down in the water again and sleep. But she was afraid that if she did, she might not wake up. She reached out in the darkness, seeking her canvas bag, and had a few seconds of panic when she couldn't find it. Then her hands touched charred and soggy canvas, and she drew the bag to her, clutching it as closely as a child. Sister Creep tried to stand. Her legs gave way almost at once, so she sat in the water, enduring the pain and trying to summon up her strength. The blisters on her face were puckering again, tightening her face like a mask. Lifting her hand, she felt along her forehead, and then up into her hair. Her cap was gone, and her hair felt like the stubbly grass of a lawn that had gone a whole sweltering summer without a drop of rain. I'm burned bald-headed, she thought, and a half-giggle, half-sob came up from her throat. More blisters burst on her scalp, and she quickly took her hand away because she didn't want to know any more. She tried to stand again, and this time she made it all the way up. She touched the edge of the tunnel floor, at a level just above her stomach's bulge. She was going to have to pull herself out by sheer strength. Her shoulders were still throbbing from the effort of tearing the grate loose, but that pain was nothing compared to the suffering of her blistered skin. Sister Creep tossed the canvas bag up. Sooner or later she'd have to force herself to climb out and get it. She placed her palms on the concrete and tensed herself to push upward, but her willpower evaporated, and she stood there thinking that some maintenance man was going to come down here in a year or two and find a skeleton where a living woman had once been. She pushed upward. The strained muscles of her shoulders shrieked with pain, and one elbow threatened to give way. But as she started to topple backward into the hole, she brought a knee up and got it on the edge, then got the other knee up. Blisters burst on her arms and legs with little wet popping sounds. She scrabbled over the edge like a crab and lay on her stomach on the tunnel floor, dizzy and breathing heavily, her hands again clutching the bag. Get up, she thought. Get moving, you slob bucket, or you're going to die here. She stood up, holding her bag protectively in front of her. and began to stumble through the darkness. Her legs were stiff as chunks of wood, and several times she fell over rubble or broken cables. But she paused only long enough to catch her breath and fight back the pain, and then she struggled to her feet and went on. She bumped into a ladder and climbed it, but the shaft was blocked by cables, chunks of concrete, and pipe. She returned to the tunnel and kept going in search of a way out. In some places the air was hot and thin, and she took little gulps of breath to keep from passing out. She felt her way along the tunnel, came to dead ends of jumbled debris, and had to retrace her path, found other ladders that ascended to blocked shafts or manhole covers that refused to be budged. Her mind battered back and forth like a caged animal. One step at a time, she told herself. One step, and then the next gets you where you're going. Blisters rose and fell on her face, arms, and legs. She stopped and sat down for a while to rest, her lungs wheezing in the heavy air. There were no sounds of subway trains or cars or burning sinners. Something terrible's happened up there, she thought. Not the rapture, not the second coming. Something terrible. Sister Creep forced herself onward, one step at a time, one step and then the next. She found another ladder and looked up. About 20 feet above, at the top of the shaft, was a half-moon of murky light. She climbed up until she was near enough to touch a manhole cover, shaken 2 inches out of its socket by the same shock wave that had made the tunnel vibrate. She got the fingers of one hand in between the iron and the concrete and shoved the manhole cover out of the way. The light was the color of dried blood, and as hazy as if filtered through layers of thick gauze. Still, she had to squint until her eyes were used to light again. She was looking up at the sky, but a kind of sky she'd never seen before. Dirty brown clouds were spinning over Manhattan, and flickers of blue lightning crackled out of them. A hot, bitter wind swirled into her face, the force of it almost knocking her loose from the ladder. In the distance there was the rumble of thunder, but a different kind of thunder than she'd ever heard. This sounded like a sledgehammer banging iron. The wind made a howling noise as it swept into the manhole, pushing her backward, but she pulled herself and her bag up the last 2 rungs of the ladder and crawled into the outside world again. The wind blew a storm of grit into her face, and she was blinded for a few seconds. When her vision cleared again, she saw that she had come out of the tunnel into what looked like a junkyard. Around her were the crushed hulks of cars, taxis, and trucks, some of them melted together to form strange sculptures of metal. The tires on some of the vehicles were still smoking, while others had dissolved into black puddles. Gaping fissures had burst open in the pavement, some of them 5 and 6 feet wide. Through many of the cracks came gouts of steam or water like gushing geysers. She looked around, dazed and uncomprehending, her eyes slitted against the gritty wind. In some places the earth had collapsed, and in others there were mountains of rubble, miniature Everests of metal, stone, and glass. Between them the wind shrieked and turned, spun and rose around the fragments of buildings, many of which had been shaken apart right to their steel skeletons, which in turn were warped and bent like licorice sticks. Curtains of dense smoke from burning buildings and heaps of debris flapped before the rushing wind, and lightning streaked to earth from the black heart of roiling immense clouds. She couldn't see the sun, couldn't even tell where it lay in the turbulent sky. She looked for the Empire State Building, but there were no more skyscrapers. All the buildings she could see had been sheared off, though she couldn't tell if the Empire State was still standing or not because of the smoke and dust. It was not Manhattan anymore, but a ravaged junkyard of rubble mountains and smoke-filled ravines. Judgment of God, she thought. God has struck down an evil city, has swept all the sinners down to burn in hell forever. Crazy laughter rang out inside her, and as she lifted her face toward the dirty clouds, the fluids of burst blisters streamed down her cheeks. A spear of lightning hit the exposed framework of a nearby building, and sparks danced madly in the air. Beyond the rise of a huge mountain of debris, Sister Creep could see the funnel of a tornado in the distance, and another one writhing to the right. Up in the clouds, fiery things were being tossed like red balls in the hands of a juggler. All gone, all destroyed, she thought. The end of the world. Praise God. Praise blessed Jesus. The end of the world, and all the sinners burning in... She clasped her hands over her ears and screamed. Something inside her brain cracked like a funhouse mirror that existed only to reflect a distorted world, and as the fragments of the funhouse mirror fell apart, other images were revealed behind it. Herself as a younger, more attractive woman, pushing a stroller in a shopping mall, a suburban brick house with a small green yard and a station wagon in the driveway, a town with a main street and a statue in the square, faces, some of them dark and indistinct, others just on the edge of memory. And then the blue flashing lights, and the rain, and the demon in a yellow raincoat reaching out and saying, "Give her to me, lady. It's okay, just give her to me now." All gone, all destroyed. Judgment of God. Praise Jesus. Just give her to me now. No, she thought, no. All gone, all destroyed. All the sinners burning in hell. No, no, no. And then she opened her mouth and shrieked, because everything was gone and destroyed in fire and ruin. And in that instant she realized no god of creation would destroy his masterpiece in one fit of flame like a petulant child. This was not Judgment Day, or rapture, or the second coming. This had nothing to do with God. This was utter, evil destruction without sense or purpose or sanity. For the first time since crawling out of the manhole, Sister Creep looked at her blistered hands and arms, at the tattered rags of her clothing. Her skin was splotched with angry red burns, the blisters stretched tight with yellow fluid. Her bag was just barely held together by scraps of canvas, her belongings spilling out through burned holes. And then around her, in the pall of dust and smoke, she saw other things that at first her mind had not let her see. Flattened, charred things that could only remotely be recognized as human remains. A pile of them lay almost at her feet, as if heaped there by someone sweeping out a coal scuttle. They littered the street, lay half in and half out of the crushed cars and taxis. There was one wrapped around the remnants of a bicycle. There was another with its teeth showing, startlingly white against the crisped, featureless face. Hundreds of them lay around her, their bones melded into shapes of surrealistic horror. Lightning flashed, and the wind wailed with a banshee voice of the dead around Sister Creep's ears. She ran. The wind whipped into her face, blinding her with smoke, dust, and ashes. She ducked her head, hobbling up the side of a rubble mountain, and she realized she had left her bag behind, but she couldn't bear returning to that valley of the dead. She tripped over debris, dislodging an avalanche of junk that cascaded around her legs, shattered television sets and stereo equipment, the melted mess of home computers, ghetto blasters, radios, the burned rags of men's silk suits and women's designer dresses, broken fragments of fine furniture, charred books, antique silverware reduced to chunks of metal. And everywhere there were more smashed vehicles and bodies buried in the wreckage, hundreds of bodies and pieces of bodies, arms and legs protruding from the debris as stiffly as those of department store mannequins. She reached the top of the mountain, where the hot wind was so fierce she had to fall to her knees to keep from being thrown off. Looking in all directions, she saw the full extent of the disaster. To the north, the few remaining trees in Central Park were burning, and fires extended all along what had been 8th Avenue, glowing like blood-red rubies behind the curtain of smoke. To the east there was no sign of Rockefeller Center or Grand Central Station, just shattered structures rising up like rotten teeth from a diseased jaw. To the south the Empire State Building seemed to be gone too, and the funnel of a tornado danced near Wall Street. To the west, ridges of debris marched all the way to the Hudson River. The panorama of destruction was both a pinnacle of horror and a numbing of it, because her mind reached the limit of its ability to accept and process shock, and began flipping out memories of cartoons and comedies she'd seen as a child. Jetsons, Huckleberry Hound, Mighty Mouse, and Three Stooges. She crouched at the top of the mountain in the grip of a shrieking wind and stared dumbly out at the ruins, while a hideous fixed smile stretched her mouth, and only one sane thought got through. "Oh, my Jesus, what's happened to the magic place?" And the answer was, all gone, all destroyed. "Get up," she said to herself, though the wind swept her voice away. "Get up! You think you're going to stay here? You can't stay here. Get up and take one step at a time. One step, and then the next gets you where you're going." But it was a long time before she could move again, and she stumbled down the far side of the rubble mountain like an old woman muttering to herself. She didn't know where she was going, nor did she particularly care. The intensity of the lightning increased, and thunder shook the ground. A black, nasty-looking drizzle began to fall from the clouds, blowing like needles before the howling wind. Sister Creep stumbled from one mountain of wreckage to the next. Off in the distance, she thought she heard a woman screaming, and she called out but wasn't answered. The rain fell harder, and the wind blew into her face like a slap. And then, she didn't know how much longer it was, she came down a ridge of debris and stopped in her tracks beside the crushed remnant of a yellow cab. A street sign stood nearby, bent almost into a knot, and it said 42nd. Of all the buildings along the street, only one was standing. The marquee above the Empire State Theater was still blinking, advertising Face of Death, Part 4, and Mondo Bizarro. On both sides of the theater building, the structures had been reduced to burned-out shells, but the theater itself wasn't even scorched. She remembered passing that theater the night before, and the brutal shove that had knocked her into the street. Smoke passed between her and the theater, and she expected the building to be gone like a mirage in the next second. But when the smoke whipped on, the theater was still there, and the marquee was still blinking merrily. "Turn away," she told herself. "Get the hell out of here." But she took one step toward it, and then the next got her where she was going. She stood in front of the theater doors and smelled buttered popcorn from within. "No," she thought, "it's not possible." But it was not possible, either, that the city of New York should be turned into a tornado-swept wasteland in a handful of hours. Staring at those theater doors, Sister Creep knew that the rules of this world had been suddenly and drastically changed by a force she couldn't even begin to understand. "I'm crazy," she told herself. But the theater was real, and so was the aroma of buttered popcorn. She peered into the ticket booth, but it was empty. Then she braced herself, touched the crucifix and gem-clipped chain that hung around her neck, and went through the doors. There was no one behind the concession counter, but Sister Creep could hear the movie going on in the auditorium behind a faded red curtain. There was the grating sound of a car crash, and then a narrator's voice intoning, "And here before your eyes is the result of a head-on collision at 60 miles an hour." Sister Creep reached over the counter, grabbed 2 Hershey bars from the display, and was about to eat one when she heard the snarl of an animal. The sound rose, reaching the register of a human laugh. But in it Sister Creep heard the squeal of tires on a rain-slicked highway, and a child's piercing, heart-breaking scream, "Mommy!" She clapped her hands over her ears until the child's cry was gone, and she stood shivering until all memory of it had faded. The laughter was gone, too, but whoever made it was still sitting in there, watching a movie in the middle of a destroyed city. She crammed half a Hershey bar into her mouth, chewed and swallowed it. Behind the red curtain, the narrator was talking about rapes and murders with cool, clinical detachment. The curtain beckoned her. She ate the other half of the Hershey bar and licked her fingers. If that awful laughter swelled again, she thought, she might lose her mind. But she had to see who had made it. She walked to the curtain and slowly, slowly drew it aside. On the screen was the bruised, dead face of a young woman, but such a sight held no power to shock Sister Creep any more. She could see the outline of a head, someone sitting up in the front row, face tilted upward at the screen. The rest of the seats were empty. Sister Creep stared at that head, could not see the face, and didn't want to, because whoever, whatever it was, couldn't possibly be human. The head suddenly swiveled toward her. Sister Creep drew back. Her legs wanted to run, but she didn't let them go. The figure in the front row was just staring at her as the film continued to show close-ups of people lying on coroner's slabs. And then the figure stood up from the seat, and Sister Creep heard popcorn crunch on the floor beneath its shoes. "Run!" she screamed inwardly. "Get out!" But she stood her ground, and the figure stopped before its face was revealed by the light from the concession counter. "You're all burned up." It was the soft and pleasant voice of a young man. He was thin and tall, about 6'4" or 5", dressed in a pair of dark green khaki trousers and a yellow T-shirt. On his feet were polished combat boots. "I guess it's over out there by now, isn't it?" "All gone," she murmured. "All destroyed." She caught a dank chill, the same thing she had experienced the previous night in front of the theater, and then it was gone. She could see the faintest impression of features on the man's face, and she thought she saw him smile, but it was a terrible smile. His mouth didn't seem to be exactly where it should. "I think everyone's dead," she told him. "Not everyone," he corrected. "You're not dead, are you? And I think there are others still alive out there, too, hiding somewhere probably, waiting to die. It won't be long, though. Not long for you, either." "I'm not dead yet," she said. "You might as well be." His chest expanded as he drew in a deep breath. "Smell that air. Isn't it sweet?" Sister Creep started to take a backward step. The man said, almost gently, "No." And she stopped, as if the most important, the only important, thing in the world was to obey. "My best scene's coming up." He motioned toward the screen, where flames shot out of a building, and broken bodies were lying on stretchers. "That's me, standing by the car. Well, I didn't say it was a long scene." His attention drifted back to her. "Oh," he said softly, "I like your necklace." His pale hand, with its long, slender fingers, slid toward her throat. She wanted to cringe away because she couldn't bear to be touched by that hand, but she was transfixed by his voice, echoing back and forth in her mind. She flinched as the cold fingers touched the crucifix. He pulled at it, but both the crucifix and the gem-clipped chain were sealed to her skin. "It's burned on," the man said. "We'll fix that." With a quick snap of his wrist, he ripped the crucifix and chain off, taking Sister Creep's skin with it. Pain shot through her like an electric shock, at the same time breaking up the echo of the man's command and clearing her head. Tears burned fiery trails down her cheeks. The man held his hand palm up, the crucifix and chain dangling before Sister Creep's face. He began to sing in the voice of a little boy. "Here we go round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush." His palm caught fire, the flames crawling up along his fingers. As the man's hand became a glove of flame, the crucifix and chain began to melt and dribble to the floor. "Here we go round the mulberry bush, so early in the morning." Sister Creep looked into his face. By the light of the flaming hand she could see the shifting bones, the melting cheeks and lips, eyes of different colors surfacing where there were no sockets. The last droplet of molten metal spattered to the floor. A mouth opened across the man's chin, like a red-rimmed wound. The mouth grinned. "Lights out," it whispered. The film stopped, the frame burning away on the screen. The red curtain that Sister Creep was still holding on to burst into flames, and she screamed and jerked her hands away. A wave of sickening heat swept through the theater, the walls drooling fire. "Tick-tock, tick-tock," the man's voice continued in a merry sing-song rhythm. "Nothing ever stops the clock." The ceiling blazed and buckled. Sister Creep shielded her head with her arms and staggered backward through the fiery curtains as he advanced on her. Streams of chocolate ran down from the concession counter. She ran toward the door, and the thing behind her brayed, "Run, run, you pig!" She was 3 strides out the door before it became a sheet of fire, and then she was running madly through the ruins of 42nd Street. When she dared to look back, she saw the entire theater bellowing flame, the building's roof imploding as if driven down by a brutal fist. She flung herself behind a block of stone as a storm of glass and bricks hurtled around her. It was all over in a few seconds, but Sister Creep stayed huddled up, shivering with terror, until all the bricks had stopped falling. She peered out from behind her shelter. Now the ruins of the theater were indistinguishable from any of the other piles of ash. The theater was gone, and so, thankfully, was the thing with the flaming hand. She touched the raw circle of flesh that ringed her throat, and her fingers came away bloody. It took another moment for her to grasp that the crucifix and chain were really gone. She couldn't remember where she'd gotten it from, but it was something she'd been proud of. She'd thought that it protected her, too, and now she felt naked and defenseless. She knew she'd looked into the face of evil there in that cheap theater. The black rain was falling harder. Sister Creep curled up, her hand pressed to her bleeding throat, and she closed her eyes and prayed for death. Jesus Christ was not coming in his flying saucer after all, she realized. Judgment Day had destroyed the innocent in the same flames that killed the guilty, and the rapture was a lunatic's dream. A sob of anguish broke from her throat. She prayed, "Please, Jesus, take me home. Please, right now, this minute. Please, please." But when she opened her eyes, the black rain was still falling. The wind was getting stronger, and now it carried a winter's chill. She was drenched, sick to her stomach, and her teeth were chattering. Wearily she sat up. Jesus was not coming today. She would have to die later, she decided. There was no use lying out here like a fool in the rain. One step, she thought. One step, and then the next, gets you where you're going. Where that was, she didn't know. But from now on, she'd have to be very careful, because that evil thing with no face and all faces could be lurking anywhere. Anywhere. The rules had changed. The Promised Land was a boneyard, and hell itself had broken through the earth's surface. She had no idea what had caused such destruction, but a terrible thing occurred to her. What if everywhere was like this? She let the thought go before it burned into her brain, and she struggled to her feet. The wind staggered her. The rain was falling so heavily that she couldn't see beyond 4 feet in any direction. She decided to go toward what she thought was north, because there might be a tree left to rest under in Central Park. Her back bowed against the elements. She started with 1 step. Chapter 13. "House fell in, Mama," Josh Hutchins yelled as he struggled free of the dirt, rubble, and pieces of snapped timbers that covered his back. "Twister's done gone." His mother didn't answer, but he could hear her crying. "It's all right, Mama. We're gonna be—" The memory of an Alabama tornado that had driven Josh, his sister, and his mother into the basement of their home when he was 7 years old suddenly broke and whirled apart. The cornfield, the burning spears, and the tornado of fire came back to him with horrifying clarity, and he realized the crying woman was the little girl's mother. It was dark. A weight still bore down on Josh, and as he fought against it, a mound of rubble, mostly the dirt and broken wood, slid off him. He sat upright, his body throbbing with dull pain. His face felt funny, so tight it was about to rip. He lifted his fingers to touch his forehead, and a dozen blisters broke, the fluids oozing down his face. More blisters burst on his cheeks and jaw. He touched the flesh around his eyes and found they were swollen into slits. The pain was getting sharper, and his back felt as if it had been splashed with boiling water. Burned, he thought. Burned to hell and back. He smelled the odor of fried bacon, and he almost puked, but he was too intent on finding out the extent of his injuries. At his right ear there was a different kind of pain. He gently touched it. His fingers grazed a stub of flesh and crusted blood where his ear had been. He remembered the explosion of the pumps, and he figured that a hot sliver of metal had sliced most of his ear clean off. "I'm in fine shape," he thought, and he almost laughed out loud. Ready to take on the world. He knew that if he ever stepped into a wrestling ring again, he wouldn't need a Frankenstein mask to resemble a monster. And then he did throw up, his body heaving and shuddering, the fried bacon smell thick in his nostrils. When his sickness had passed, he crawled away from the mess. Under his hands were loose dirt, timbers, broken glass, dented cans, and cornstalks. He heard a man moaning, remembered Pawpaw's burning eyeballs, and figured that the man was lying somewhere to his right, though his ear on that side was clogged up. The woman's sobbing would put her a few feet in front of him. The little girl, if she was still alive, was silent. The air was still warm, but at least it was breathable. Josh's fingers closed on a wooden shaft, and he followed it to the end of a garden hoe. Digging into the dirt around him, he found a variety of objects. Can after can, some of them broken open and leaking. A couple of melted things that might have once been plastic milk jugs, a hammer, some charred magazines, and packs of cigarettes. The entire grocery store had caved in on top of them, spilling everything into Pawpaw's fallout shelter. And that's surely what it was, Josh reasoned. The underground boys must have known he might need it someday. Josh tried to stand, but he bumped his head before he could straighten up from a crouch. He felt a ceiling of hard-packed dirt. Planks, and possibly hundreds of rough cornstalks, jammed together about 4.5 feet off the basement floor. "Oh, Jesus," Josh thought. "There must be tons of earth right over our heads." He figured they had nothing more than a pocket of air down here, and when that was gone— "Stop crying, lady," he said. "The old man's hurt worse than you are." She gasped, as if she hadn't realized anyone else was alive. "Where's the little girl? She okay?" Blisters popped on Josh's lips. "Swan!" Darlene shouted. She searched for Sue Wanda through the dirt. "I can't find her. Where's my baby? Where's Swan?" Then her left hand touched a small arm. It was still warm. "Here she is. Oh, God, she's buried." Darlene started digging frantically. Josh crawled to her side and made out the child's body with his hands, but only her legs and left arm were buried. Her face was free, and she was breathing. Josh got the child's legs uncovered, and Darlene embraced her daughter. "Swan, you okay? Say something, Swan. Come on now, talk to Mama." She shook the child until one of Swan's hands came up and pushed weakly at her. "Quit." Swan's voice was a hoarse, slurred whisper. "Want to sleep till we get there." Josh crawled toward the man's moaning. He found Pawpaw curled up and half buried. Carefully, Josh dug him out. Pawpaw's hand caught in the shreds of Josh's shirt, and the old man muttered something that Josh couldn't understand. He said, "What?" and bent his head closer. "The sun," Pawpaw repeated. "Oh, Lord, I saw the sun blow up." He started muttering again, something about his bedroom slippers. Josh knew he couldn't last much longer, and went back to Darlene and Swan. The little girl was crying, a quiet, deeply wounded sound. "Shh," Darlene said. "Shh, honey. They're going to find us. Don't you worry. They'll get us out of here." She still didn't fully grasp what had happened. Everything was hazy and jumbled past the moment when Swan had pointed to the Pawpaws sign on the interstate and said she was going to bust if she couldn't go to the bathroom. "I can't see, Mama," Swan said listlessly. "We're going to be all right, honey. They're going to find us real—" She'd reached up to smooth back her daughter's hair and jerked her hand away. Her fingers had found stubble. "Oh, my God! Oh, Swan! Oh, baby!" She was afraid to touch her own hair and face, but she felt nothing more uncomfortable than the pain of a moderate sunburn. "I'm okay," she told herself. "And Swan's okay, too. Just lost some hair, that's all. We're going to be just fine." "Where's Pawpaw?" Swan asked. "Where's the giant?" She had a toothache all over her body, and she smelled breakfast cooking. "I'm right here," Josh answered. "The old man's not too far away. We're in the basement, and the whole place caved in on." "We're gonna get out," Darlene interrupted. "It won't be too long before somebody finds us." "Lady, that might not be for a while. We're going to have to settle down and save our air." "Save our air?" Panic flared anew. "We're breathing okay?" "Right now, yeah. I don't know how much room we've got in here, but I figure the air's going to get pretty tight. We might have to stay in here for a long time," he decided to say. "You're crazy. Don't you listen to him, honey. I'll bet they're coming to dig us out right this minute." She began to rock Swan like an infant. "No, lady." It was pointless to pretend. "I don't think anybody's going to dig us out any time soon. Those were missiles that came out of that cornfield. Nuclear missiles. I don't know if one of them blew up or what, but there's only one reason those damn things would have gone off. The whole world may be shooting missiles at itself right now." The woman laughed, the sound edging toward hysteria. "You ain't got the sense God gave a pissant. Somebody had to see all that fire. They'll send help. We got to get to Blakeman." "Right," Josh said. He was tired of talking, and he was using up precious air. He crawled away a few feet and burrowed a place to fit his body into. Intense thirst taunted him, but he had to relieve himself, too. Later, he thought, too tired to move. The pain was getting bad again. His mind began to drift beyond Pawpaw's basement, beyond the burned cornfield, toward what might remain out there, if indeed World War III had started. It might be over by now. The Russians might be invading, or the Americans pushing into Russia. He thought of Rose and the boys. Were they dead or alive? He might never know. "Oh, God," he whispered in the dark, and he curled his body up to stare at nothing. Pawpaw was making a stuttering, choking noise. Then he said loudly, "Gopher's in the hole, Amy. Where are my bedroom slippers?" The little girl made another hurt, sobbing sound, and Josh clenched his teeth to hold back a scream of outrage. Such a pretty child, he thought, and now dying, like all of us are dying. We're already in our graves, already laid out and waiting. He had the sensation of being pinned to the mat by an opponent he'd not planned to meet. He could almost hear the referee's hand slap the canvas. 1, 2... Josh's shoulders shifted. Not yet 3. Soon, but not yet. And he drifted into a tortured sleep with the sound of the child's pain haunting his soul. Chapter 14. "Discipline and control," the shadow soldier said, in a voice like the crack of a belt across a little boy's legs. "That's what makes a man. Remember. Remember." Colonel James Macklin cowered in the muddy pit. There was only a slit of light, 20 feet above him, between the ground and the edge of the corrugated metal lid that covered the pit. It was enough to let the flies in, and they buzzed in circles around his face, darting to the piles of filth that surrounded him. He didn't remember how long he'd been down here. He figured the Charlies came once a day, and if that was true, then he'd been in the pit for 39 days. But maybe they came twice a day, so his calculations might be wrong. Maybe they skipped a day or two. Maybe they came 3 times in one day and skipped the next 2 days. Maybe— "Discipline and control, Jimbo." The shadow soldier was sitting cross-legged against one wall of the pit, about 5 feet away. The shadow soldier was wearing a camouflage uniform, and he had dark green and black camouflage war paint across his sallow, floating face. "Shape up, soldier." "Yes," Macklin said. "Shape up." He lifted a skinny hand and waved the flies away. And then the banging started, and Macklin whimpered and drew himself up tightly against the wall. The Charlies were overhead, hitting the metal with bamboo sticks and billy clubs. The sound echoed, doubled and tripled in the pit, until Macklin put his hands to his ears. The hammering kept on, louder and louder, and Macklin felt a scream about to rip itself from his throat. "No," the shadow soldier warned. his eyes like craters on the face of the moon. "Don't let them hear you scream." Macklin scooped up a handful of muck and jammed it into his mouth. The shadow soldier was right. The shadow soldier was always right. The banging stopped, and the metal lid was pulled to one side. Hazy sunlight stabbed Macklin's eyes. He could see them up there, leaning over the pit, grinning at him. "Nell McCrean," one of them called to him. "You hungry, Nell McCrean?" His mouth full of mud and filth, Macklin nodded and sat up like a dog begging for a scrap. "Careful," the shadow soldier whispered. "Careful." "You hungry, Nell McCrean?" "Please," Macklin said, muck running from his mouth. He lifted his emaciated arms toward the light. "Catch, Nell McCrean." An object fell into the mud a few feet away, near the decaying corpse of an infantryman named Ragsdale. Macklin crawled over the body and picked the object up. It was a cake of oily fried rice. He began to gnaw at it greedily, tears of joy springing to his eyes. The Charlies above him were laughing. Macklin crawled over the remains of an Air Force captain the other men had known as Mississippi because of his thick drawl. Now Mississippi was a silent bundle of cloth and bones. In the far corner was a third corpse, another infantryman, an Oklahoma kid named McGee, slowly moldering in the mud. Macklin crouched by McGee and chewed on the rice, almost sobbing with pleasure. "Hey, Nell McCrean, you a dirty thing. Bath time." Macklin whimpered and flinched, hunching his head down between his arms because he knew what was coming. One of the Charlies overturned a bucket of human waste into the pit, and the sludge streamed down on top of Macklin, running over his back, shoulders, and head. The Charlies howled with laughter, but Macklin concentrated on the rice cake. Some of the mess had splattered onto it, and he paused to wipe it off on the tatters of his Air Force flight jacket. "There go," the Charlie who dumped the bucket called down. "You clean boy now." The flies were rioting around Macklin's head. This was a good meal today, Macklin thought. This one would keep him alive a while longer. And as he chewed it, the shadow soldier said, "That's right, Jimbo. Eat every bit of it, every last bit. You stay clean now," the Charlie said, and the metal lid was pulled back into place, sealing off the sunlight. "Discipline and control." The shadow soldier had crept closer. "That's what makes a man." "Yes, sir," Macklin answered, and the shadow soldier watched him with eyes that burned like napalm in the dark. "Colonel!" A faraway voice was calling him. It was hard to concentrate on that voice, because pain was spreading through his bones. Something heavy lay on top of him, almost snapping his spine. A sack of potatoes, he thought. No, heavier than that. "Colonel Macklin!" the voice persisted. "Go away," Macklin wished. "Please go away." He tried to lift his right hand to wave the flies from his face, but when he did, a bolt of white-hot agony was driven through his arm and shoulder, and he groaned as it continued into his backbone. "Colonel, it's Ted Warner. Can you hear me?" "Warner? Teddy Bear Warner?" "Yes," Macklin said. Pain lanced his rib cage. He knew he hadn't spoken loudly enough, so he tried again. "Yes, I can hear you." "Thank God. I've got a flashlight, Colonel." A wash of light crept under Macklin's eyelids, and he allowed it to pry them open. The flashlight's beam probed down from about 10 feet above Macklin's head. The rock dust and smoke were still thick, but Macklin could tell he was lying at the bottom of a pit. By slowly turning his head, the pain about to make him pass out again, he saw that the opening was hardly large enough to let a man crawl through. How he'd been compressed into a space like this he didn't know. Macklin's legs were drawn up tightly beneath him, his back bent by the weight, not of a potato sack, but of a human body. A dead man, but who it was, Macklin couldn't tell. Jammed into the pit on top of him was a tangle of cables and broken pipes. He tried to push against the awful weight, to at least get his legs some room, but the searing pain leapt at his right hand again. He swiveled his head back around the other way, and with the aid of the light from above he saw what he considered a major problem. His right hand had disappeared into a crack in the wall. The crack was maybe 1 inch in width. and rivulets of blood gleamed on the rock. My hand, he thought numbly. The images of Becker's exploding fingers came to him. He realized his hand must have slipped into a fissure when he fell down there, and then when the rock had shifted again. He felt nothing beyond the excruciating manacle at his wrist. His hand and fingers were dead meat. Have to learn to be a southpaw, he thought, and then a realization hit him with stunning force. My trigger finger's gone. "Corporal Prados is up here with me, Colonel," Warner called down. "He's got a broken leg, but he's conscious. The others are in worse shape, or dead." "How about you?" Macklin asked. "My back's wrenched all to hell." Warner sounded as if he were having trouble getting a breath. "Feel like I'd split apart if my balls weren't holding me together. Spitting up some blood, too." "Anybody left to get a damage report?" "Intercom's out. Smoke's coming from the vents. I can hear people screaming somewhere, so some of them made it. Jesus, Colonel, the whole mountain must have moved. I've got to get out of here," Macklin said. "My arm's pinned, Teddy." Thinking about the mangled mess of his hand brought the pain up again, and he had to grit his teeth and wait it through. "Can you help me get out?" "How? I can't reach you, and if your arm's pinned—" "My hand's crushed," Macklin told him. His voice was calm, and he felt he was in a dream state, everything floating and unreal. "Get me a knife, the sharpest knife you can find." "What? A knife? What for?" Macklin grinned savagely. "Just do it. Then get a fire going up there and char me a piece of wood." He was oddly dissociated from what he was saying, as if what had to be done concerned the flesh of another man. "The wood has to be red-hot, Teddy. Hot enough to cauterize a stump." "A stump?" He paused. Now he was getting the picture. "Maybe we can get you out some other—" "There's no other way." To get out of this pit he would have to leave his hand. Call it a pound of flesh, he thought. "Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir," Warner replied, ever obedient. Macklin turned his face away from the light. Warner crawled from the edge of the hole that had opened in the control room's floor. The entire room was tilted at a 30-degree angle, so he was crawling slightly downhill over broken equipment, fallen rocks, and bodies. The flashlight beam caught Corporal Prados, sitting against one cracked and slanting wall. The man's face was disfigured, and bone gleamed wetly from his thigh. Warner continued into what was left of the corridor. Huge holes had ripped open in the ceiling and walls, water pouring from above onto the mess of rocks and pipes. He could still hear screaming in the distance. He was going to have to find someone to help him free Colonel Macklin, because without Macklin's leadership they were all finished, and there was no way his injured back would let him crawl down into the hole where the colonel was trapped. No, he was going to have to find someone else, someone small enough to fit, but tough enough to get the job done. God only knew what he would find when he crawled up to level 1. The colonel was counting on him, and he would not let the colonel down. Slowly and painfully he picked his way over the rubble, crawling in the direction of the screams. Chapter 15. Roland Croninger was huddled on the crooked floor in the wreckage of what had been Earth House's cafeteria, and over the wailing and screaming he was listening to one grim inner voice that said, "A king's night, a king's night, a king's night never cries." Everything was dark except for occasional tongues of flame that leapt up where the kitchen had been, and the fitful light illuminated fallen rock, broken tables and chairs, and crushed human bodies. Here and there someone staggered in the gloom like a sufferer in the caverns of hell, and broken bodies jerked under the massive boulders that had crashed through the ceiling. At first there had been a tremor that had knocked people out of their chairs. The main lights had gone out, but then the emergency floods had switched on, and Roland was on the floor with his breakfast cereal all over the front of his shirt. His mother and father had sprawled near him, and there were maybe 40 other people who had been eating breakfast at the same time. A few of them were already hollering for help, but most were shocked silent. His mother had looked at him, orange juice dripping from her hair and face, and said, Next year we go to the beach." Roland had laughed, and his father was laughing too, and then his mother began to laugh, and for a moment they were all connected by that laughter. Phil had managed to say, "Thank God I don't handle the insurance on this place. I'd have to sue my own—" And then he was drowned out by a monstrous roar and the sound of splitting rock, and the floor had heaved and tilted crazily, with such force that Roland was thrown away from his parents and collided with other bodies. A barrage of rocks and ceiling tiles caved in, and something had struck him hard in the head. Now, as he sat with his knees drawn up to his chin, he lifted his hand to his hairline and felt sticky blood. His lower lip was gashed and bleeding too, and his insides felt deeply bruised, as if his entire body had been stretched like a rubber band and then brutally snapped. He didn't know how long the earthquake had gone on, or how he'd come to be huddled up like a baby, or where his parents were. He wanted to cry, and there were tears in his eyes, but a king's knight never cries, he told himself. That was in the King's Knight Handbook, one of the rules he'd written for the proper conduct of a warrior. A king's knight never cries. He just gets even. There was something clenched in his right fist, and he opened it. His glasses, the left lens cracked and the right one completely gone. He thought he remembered taking them off when he was lying under the table to clean the milk off the lenses. He put them on and tried to stand, but it took a moment to coordinate his legs. When he did stand up, he bumped his head against a buckled ceiling that had been at least 7 feet high before the tremors had started. Now he had to crouch to avoid dangling cables and pipes and snapped iron reinforcement rods. "Mom! Dad!" he shouted, but he heard no answer over the cries of the injured. Roland stumbled through the debris, calling for his parents, and he stepped on something that gave like a wet sponge. He looked down at what might have been a huge starfish caught between 2 slabs of rock. The body bore no resemblance to anything remotely human, except it did wear the tatters of a bloody shirt. Roland stepped over other bodies. He'd seen corpses only in the pictures of his father's mercenary soldier magazines, but these were different. These were battered, featureless, and sexless, but for the rags of clothes. But none of them were his mother and father, Roland decided. No, his mom and dad were alive somewhere. He knew they were, and he kept searching. In another moment he stopped just short of plunging into a jagged chasm that had split the cafeteria in two, and he peered into it but saw no bottom. "Mom! Dad!" he shouted to the other side of the room, but again there was no reply. Roland stood on the edge of the chasm, his body trembling. One part of him was dumbstruck with terror, but another, deeper part seemed to be strengthening, surging toward the surface, shivering not with fear, but with a pure, cold excitement that was beyond anything he'd ever felt before. Surrounded by death, he experienced the pounding of life in his veins with a force that made him feel light-headed and drunk. "I'm alive," he thought, "alive!" And suddenly the wreckage of the Earth House cafeteria seemed to ripple and change. He was standing in the midst of a battlefield, strewn with the dead, and fire licked up in the distance from the burning enemy fortress. He was carrying a dented shield and a bloody sword, and he was about to go over the edge into shock, but he was still standing and still alive after the holocaust of battle. He had led a legion of knights into war on this rubbled field, and now he stood alone because he was the last king's knight left. One of the battered warriors at his feet reached out and grasped his ankle. "Please," the bloody mouth rasped, "please help me." Roland blinked, stunned. He was looking down at a middle-aged woman, the lower half of her body caught under a slab of rock. "Please help me," she begged. "My legs. Oh, my legs." A woman wasn't supposed to be on the battlefield, Roland thought. Oh, no. But then he looked around himself and remembered where he was, and he pulled his ankle free and moved away from the chasm's edge. He kept searching, but he couldn't find his father or mother. Maybe they were buried, he realized. Or maybe they'd gone down into that chasm, down into the darkness below. Maybe he'd seen their bodies but couldn't recognize them. "Mom! Dad!" he yelled. "Where are you?" No reply, only the sound of someone sobbing and voices in keening agony. A light glinted through the smoke and found his face. "You!" someone said in a pained whisper. "What's your name?" "Roland," he replied. What was his last name? He couldn't remember it for a few seconds. Then, "Roland Croninger." "I need your help, Roland," the man with the flashlight said. "Are you able to walk okay?" Roland nodded. "Colonel Macklin's trapped down below, in the control room. What's left of the control room," Teddy Bear Warner amended. He was drawn up like a hunchback. He leaned on a piece of reinforcement rod that he was using as a walking stick. Some of the passageways had been completely blocked by rock slides, while others slanted at crazy angles or were split by gaping fissures. Screams and cries for God echoed through Earth House, and some of the walls were bloody where bodies had been battered to death by the shock waves. He had found only a half-dozen able-bodied civilians in the wreckage, and of those only 2, an old man and a little girl, weren't raving mad. But the old man had a snapped wrist through which the bones protruded, and the little girl wouldn't leave the area where her father had disappeared. So Warner had continued to the cafeteria, looking for someone to help him, and also figuring that the kitchen would hold a useful assortment of knives. Now Warner played the beam over Roland's face. The boy's forehead was gashed, and his eyes were swimming with shock, but he seemed to have escaped major injury. Except for the blood, the boy's face was pallid and dusty, and his dark blue cotton shirt was ripped and showing more gashes across his sallow, skinny chest. He's not much, Warner thought, but he'll have to do. "Where are your folks?" Warner asked, and Roland shook his head. "Okay, listen to me. We've been nuked. The whole fucking country's been nuked. I don't know how many are dead in here, but we're alive, and so is Colonel Macklin. But to stay alive, we've got to get things in order as much as we can, and we've got to help the Colonel. Do you understand what I'm saying?" "I think so," Roland replied. Nuked, he thought. Nuked, nuked, nuked. His senses reeled. In a few minutes, he thought, he'd wake up in bed in Arizona. "Okay. Now I want you to stick with me, Roland. We're going back into the kitchen, and we're going to find something sharp. A butcher knife, a meat cleaver, whatever. Then we're going back to the control room." If I can find my way back, Warner thought, but he didn't dare say it. "My mom and Dad," Roland said weakly. "They're here, somewhere." "They're not going anywhere. Right now, Colonel Macklin needs you more than they do. Understand?" Roland nodded. King's night, he thought. The king was trapped in a dungeon and needed his help. His parents were gone, swept away in the cataclysm, and the king's fortress had been nuked. But I'm alive, Roland thought. I'm alive, and I'm a king's knight. He squinted into the flashlight beam. "Do I get to be a soldier?" he asked the man. "Sure. Now stay close to me. We're going to find a way into the kitchen." Warner had to move slowly, leaning all his weight on the iron rod. They picked their way into the kitchen, where pockets of fire still burned voraciously. Warner realized that what was afire was the remains of the food pantry. Dozens of cans had exploded, and the burning mess clung to the walls. Everything was gone. Powdered milk, eggs, bacon, and ham, everything. But there was still the emergency food storeroom, Warner knew, and his guts tightened at the thought that they could have been trapped down here in the dark without food or water. Utensils were scattered everywhere, blown out of the kitchen equipment pantry by the shock. Warner uncovered a meat cleaver with the tip of his makeshift cane. The blade was serrated. "Get that," he told the boy, and Roland picked it up. They left the kitchen and cafeteria, and Warner led Roland to the ruins of the town square. Slabs of stone had crashed from above, and the entire area was off balance and riddled with deep cracks. The video arcade was still burning, the air dense with smoke. "Here," Warner said, motioning with his light toward the infirmary. They went inside, finding most of the equipment smashed and useless, but Warner kept searching until he discovered a box of tourniquets and a plastic bottle of rubbing alcohol. He told Roland to take one of the tourniquets and the bottle, and then he picked through the shattered drug cabinet. Pills and capsules crunched underfoot like popcorn. Warner's light fell upon the dead face of one of the nurses, crushed by a piece of rock the size of an anvil. There was no sign of Dr. Lang, Earth House's resident physician. Warner's cane uncovered unbroken vials of Demerol and Percodan, and these he asked Roland to pick up for him. Warner stuffed them in his pockets to take back to the colonel. "You still with me?" Warner asked. "Yes, sir." "I'll wake up in a few minutes," Roland thought. "It'll be a Saturday morning, and I'll get out of bed and turn on the computer." "We've got a long way to go," Warner told him. "We'll have to crawl part of the way. But stay with me, understand?" Roland followed him out of the infirmary. He wanted to go back to search for his parents, but he knew that the king needed him more. He was a king's knight, and to be needed like this by the king was a high honor. Again, one part of him recoiled at the horror and destruction that lay around him, and shouted, "Wake up! Wake up!" in the whining voice of an anxious schoolboy. But the other part, that was getting stronger, looked around at the bodies exposed in the flashlight beam, and knew that the weak had to die so the strong might live. They moved into the corridors, stepping over bodies and ignoring the cries of the wounded. Roland didn't know how long it took them to reach the wrecked control room. He looked at his wristwatch by the light of a burning heap of rubble, but the crystal had cracked and time had stopped at 10:36. Warner crawled uphill to the edge of the pit and shone his light down. "Colonel," he called, "I've brought help. We're going to get you out." 10 feet below, McCammon stirred and turned his sweating face toward the light. "Hurry," he rasped, and then he closed his eyes again. Roland crawled to the pit's rim. He saw 2 bodies down there, one lying on top of the other, jammed in a space the size of a coffin. The body on the bottom was breathing, and his hand disappeared into a fissure in the wall. Suddenly Roland knew what the meat cleaver was for. He looked at the weapon, could see his face reflected in the blade by the spill of light, except it was a distorted face, and not the one he remembered. His eyes were wild and shiny, and blood had crusted into a star-shaped pattern on his forehead. His entire face was mottled with bruises and swollen like a toad frog's, and he looked even worse than the day Mike Armbruster had beaten his ass for not letting him cheat off Roland's paper during a chemistry test. "Little queer, little four-eyed queer," Armbruster had raged, and everyone who ringed them laughed and jeered as Roland tried to escape, but was knocked to the dirt again and again. Roland had started to sob, huddled on the ground, and Armbruster had bent down and spat in his face. "Do you know how to tie a tourniquet?" the hunchback with the eye patch asked him. Roland shook his head. "I'll guide you through it when you get down there." He shone his light around and saw several things that would make a good hot fire. The pieces of a desk, the chairs, the clothes off the corpses. They could get the fire started with the burning rubble they'd passed in the corridor. And Warner still had his lighter in his pocket. "Do you know what's got to be done?" "I think so," Roland replied. "Okay, now pay attention to me. I can't squeeze down into that hole after him. You can. You're going to draw that tourniquet tight around his arm, and then I'm going to pass down the alcohol. Splash it all over his wrist. He'll be ready when you are. His wrist is probably smashed, so it won't be too hard to get the cleaver through the bones. Now listen to me, Roland. I don't want you hacking down there for a fucking 5 minutes. Do it hard and quick and get it over with. And once you start, don't you even think about stopping before it's done. Do you hear me?" "Yes, sir," Roland answered, and he thought, "Wake up. I've got to wake up." If you tied the tourniquet right, you'll have time to seal the wound before it starts bleeding. You'll have something to burn the stump with, and you make sure you set fire to it. Hear me? If you don't, he'll bleed to death. The way he's jammed in down there, he won't fight you much, and anyway, he knows what has to be done. Look at me, Roland." Roland looked into the light. "If you do what you're supposed to, Colonel Macklin will live. If you fuck up, he'll die. Pure and simple, got it?" Roland nodded. His head was dizzy, but his heart was pounding. The king's trapped, he thought, and of all the king's knights, I'm the only one who can set him free. But no, this wasn't a game. This was real life, and his mother and father were lying up there somewhere, and Earth House had been nuked. The whole country had been nuked. Everything was destroyed. He put a hand to his bloody forehead and squeezed until the bad thoughts were gone. King's Knight. Sir Roland is my name. And now he was about to go down into the deepest, darkest dungeon to save the king, armed with fire and steel. Teddy Bear Warner crawled away to get a fire built, and Roland followed him like an automaton. They piled the pieces of the desk, the chairs, and the clothes from the corpses into a corner, and used some burning pieces of cable from the hallway to start the fire. Teddy Bear, moving slowly and in agony, piled on ceiling tiles and added some of the alcohol to the flames. At first there was just a lot of smoke, but then the red glow began to strengthen. Corporal Prados still sat against the opposite wall, watching them work. His face was damp with sweat, and he kept babbling feverishly, but Warner paid him no attention. Now the pieces of the desk and the chairs were charring, the bitter smoke rising up into the holes and cracks in the ceiling. Warner hobbled to the edge of the fire and picked up a leg of one of the broken chairs. The other end of it was burning brightly, and the wood had turned from black to ash-gray. He poked it back into the bonfire and turned toward Roland. "Okay," he said, "let's get it done." Though he ground his teeth with the pressure that wrenched his back, Warner grasped Roland's hand and helped lower him into the pit. Roland stepped on the dead body. Warner kept the light directed at Macklin's trapped arm and talked Roland through the application of the tourniquet to the colonel's wrist. Roland had to lie in a contorted position on the corpse to reach the injured arm, and he saw that Macklin's wrist had turned black. Macklin suddenly shifted and tried to look up, but he couldn't lift his head. "Tighter," Macklin managed to say. "Tie knots in the bastard." It took Roland 4 tries to get it tight enough. Warner dropped the bottle of alcohol down, and Roland splashed the blackened wrist. Macklin took the bottle with his free hand and finally twisted his head up to look at Roland. "What's your name?" "Roland Croninger, sir." Macklin could tell it was a boy from the weight in the voice, but he couldn't make out the face. Something glinted, and he angled his head to look at the meat cleaver the boy held. "Roland," he said, "you and I are going to get to know each other real well in the next couple of minutes. Teddy, where's the fire?" Warner's light vanished for a minute, and Roland was alone in the dark with the colonel. "Bad day," Macklin said. "Haven't seen any worse, have you?" "No, sir." Roland's voice shook. The light returned. Warner was holding the burning chair leg like a torch. "I've got it, Colonel. Roland, I'm going to drop this down to you. Ready?" Roland caught the torch and leaned over Colonel Macklin again. The colonel, his eyes hazy with pain, saw the boy's face in the flickering light, and thought he recognized him from somewhere. "Where are your parents, son?" he asked. "I don't know. I've lost them." Macklin watched the burning end of the chair leg and prayed that it would be hot enough to do the job. "You'll be okay," he said. "I'll make sure of that." His gaze moved from the torch and fixed on the meat cleaver's blade. The boy crouched awkwardly over him, straddling the corpse, and stared at Macklin's wrist where it joined the rock wall. "Well," Macklin said, "it's time. Okay, Roland, let's get it done before one of us turns chicken shit. I'm going to try to hang on as much as I can. You ready?" "He's ready," Teddy Bear Warner said from the lip of the pit. Macklin smiled grimly, and a bead of sweat ran down the bridge of his nose. "Make the first lick a hummer, Roland," he urged. Roland gripped the torch in his left hand and raised his right, with the meat cleaver in it, back over his head. He knew exactly where he was going to strike, right where the blackened skin was swallowed up in the fissure. "Do it," he told himself. "Do it now." He heard Macklin draw a sharp breath. Roland's hand clenched the cleaver, and it hung in the zenith over his head. "Do it now." He felt his arm go as rigid as an iron rod. "Do it now." And he sucked in his breath and brought the cleaver down with all of his strength on Colonel Macklin's wrist. Bone crunched. Macklin jerked, but made no sound. Roland thought the blade had gone all the way through, but he saw with renewed shock that it had only penetrated the man's thick wrist to the depth of an inch. "Finish it!" Warner shouted. Roland pulled the cleaver out. Macklin's eyes, ringed with purple, fluttered closed and then jerked open again. "Finish it," he whispered. Roland lifted his arm and struck down again. Still the wrist wouldn't part. Roland struck down a third time, and a fourth, harder and harder. He heard the one-eyed hunchback shouting at him to hurry, but Macklin remained silent. Roland pulled the cleaver free and struck a 5th time. There was a lot of blood now, but still the tendons hung together. Roland began to grind the cleaver back and forth. Macklin's face had turned a pasty yellow-white, his lips as gray as graveyard dirt. It had to be finished before the blood started bursting out like a fire hose. When that happened, Roland knew the king would die. He lifted the cleaver over his head, his shoulder throbbing with the effort, and suddenly it was not a meat cleaver any more. It was a holy axe, and he was Sir Roland of the realm, summoned to free the trapped king from this suffocating dungeon. He was the only one in all the kingdom who could do it, and this moment was his. Righteous power pulsed within him, and as he brought the holy axe flashing down, he heard himself shout in a hoarse, almost inhuman voice. The last of the bone cracked. Sinews parted under the power of the holy axe, and then the king was writhing, and a grotesque bleeding thing with a surface like a sponge was thrust up into Roland's face. Blood sprayed over his cheeks and forehead, all but blinding him. "Burn it!" Warner yelled. Roland put the torch to the bleeding, spongy thing. It jerked away from him, but Roland grabbed and held it while Macklin thrashed wildly. He pressed the torch to the wound where the colonel's hand had been. Roland watched the stump burn with dreadful fascination, saw the wound blacken and pucker, heard the hiss of Macklin's burning blood. Macklin's body was fighting involuntarily. The colonel's eyes rolled back in his head, but Roland hung on to the wounded arm. He smelled blood and burnt flesh, drew it deeply into his lungs like a soul-cleansing incense, and kept searing the wound, pressing fire to flesh. Finally Macklin stopped fighting, and from his mouth came a low, eerie moan, as if from the throat of a wounded beast. "Okay," Warner called down. "That's it." Roland was hypnotized by the sight of the melting flesh. The torn sleeve of Macklin's jacket was on fire, and smoke whirled around the walls of the pit. "That's enough," Warner shouted. The boy wouldn't stop. "Roland, that's enough, damn it!" This time the man's voice jolted him back to reality. Roland released the colonel's arm and saw that the stump had been burned black and shiny, as if coated with tar. The flames on Macklin's jacket sleeve were gnawing themselves out. "It's over," Roland realized. "All over." He beat the piece of wood against the pit's wall until the fire was out, and then he dropped it. "I'm going to try to find some rope to get you out with," Warner called. "You okay?" Roland didn't feel like answering. Warner's light moved away, and Roland was left in darkness. He could hear the colonel's harsh breathing, and he crawled backward over the corpse that lay jammed between them until his back was against rock. Then he drew his legs up and clutched the holy axe close to his body. A grin was fixed on his blood-flecked face, but his eyes were circles of shock. The colonel moaned and muttered something that Roland couldn't understand. Then he said it again, his voice tight with pain. "Shape up." A pause, then again. Shape up, soldier." The voice was delirious, getting louder and then fading to a whisper. "Shape up." "Yes, sir. Every bit of it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." Colonel Macklin's voice began to sound like a child, cringing from a whipping. "Yes, sir. Please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." He ended with a sound that was half moan, half shuddering sob. Roland had been listening carefully. That had not been the voice of a triumphant war hero. It had sounded more like a cringing supplicant, and Roland wondered what lived inside the king's mind. A king shouldn't beg, he thought, not even in his worst nightmares. It was dangerous for a king to show weakness. Later, how much later, Roland didn't know, something prodded his knee. He groped in the dark and touched an arm. Macklin had gained consciousness. "I owe you," Colonel Macklin said, and now he sounded like the tough war hero again. Roland didn't reply, but it had dawned on him that he was going to need protection to survive whatever was ahead. His father and mother might be dead, probably were, and their bodies lost forever. He was going to need a shield from the dangers of the future, not only within Earth House, but beyond it. That is, he told himself, if they ever saw the outside world again. But he planned on staying close to the king from now on. It might be the only way that he could get out of these dungeons alive. And, if anything, he wanted to live to see what remained of the world beyond Earth House. One day at a time, he thought, and if he'd lived through the first day, he could make it through the second and the third. He'd always been a survivor. That was part of being a king's knight. And now he'd do whatever it took to keep himself alive. The old game's over, he thought. The new game's about to begin, and it might be the greatest game of king's knight he'd ever experienced, because it was going to be real. Roland cradled the holy axe and waited for the one-eyed hunchback to return, and he imagined he heard the sound of dice rattling in a cup of bleached bone. Chapter 16. Lady, I sure as hell wouldn't drink that if I was you. Startled by the voice, Sister Creep looked up from the puddle of black water she'd been crouching over. Standing a few yards away was a short, rotund man wearing the tattered, burned rags of a mink coat. Beneath the rags were red silk pajamas. His bird-like legs were bare, but he had a pair of black wing-tips on his feet. His round, pale moon of a face was cratered with burns, and all his hair had been scorched away, except for his gray sideburns and eyebrows. His face was badly swollen, his large nose and jowls ballooned up, as if he were holding his breath, and the blue threads of broken blood vessels were showing. In the slits of his eye sockets, his dark brown eyes moved from Sister Creep's face to the puddle of water and back again. "That shit's pison," he said, pronouncing it pison. "Kill you right off." Sister Creep stayed crouched over the puddle like a beast protecting a water-hole. She'd found shelter from the pouring rain in the hulk of a taxi, and had tried to sleep there through the long and miserable night. But her few minutes of rest had been disturbed by hallucinations of the thing with the melting face in the theater. As soon as the black sky had lightened to the color of river mud, she'd left her shelter, trying very hard not to look at the corpse in the front seat, and gone in search of food and water. The rain had slowed to an occasional drizzle of needles, but the air was getting colder. The chill felt like early November, and she was shivering in her drenched rags. The puddle of rainwater beneath her face smelled like ashes and brimstone, but she was so dried out and thirsty that she'd been about to plunge her face in and open her mouth. "Busted water mains shooting up a geyser back that way," the man said, and he motioned toward what Sister Creep thought was north. "Looks like Old Faithful." She leaned back from the contaminated puddle. Thunder growled in the distance like a passing freight train, and there was no way to see the sun through the low, muddy clouds. "You find anything to eat?" she asked him through swollen lips. "A couple of onion rolls, and what was a bakery, I guess. Couldn't keep 'em down, though. My wife says I'm the world's champion upchucker." He put a blistered hand on his belly. "Got ulcers and a nervous stomach." Sister Creep stood up. She was about 3 inches taller than he. "I'm thirsty," she said. "Will you take me to the water?" He looked up at the sky, cocking his head toward the sound of thunder, then stood dumbly regarding the ruins around them. "I'm trying to find a phone or a policeman," he said. "I've been looking all night. Can't find either one when you need 'em, right?" "Something terrible's happened," Sister Creep told him. "I don't think there are any phones or cops anymore." "I gotta find a phone," the man said urgently. "See, my wife's gonna wonder what happened to me. I gotta call her and let her know I'm okay." His voice trailed off, and he stared at a pair of legs that protruded stiffly from a pile of twisted iron and concrete slabs. "Oh," he whispered, and Sister Creep saw his eyes glaze over like fog on window glass. "He's crazy as hell," she thought, and she started walking north, climbing up a high ridge of rubble. In a few minutes she heard the fat little man breathing heavily as he caught up with her. "See," he said, "I'm not from around here. I'm from Detroit. Got a shoe store at Eastland Shopping Center. I'm here for a convention, see? If my wife hears about this on the radio, she's going to worry herself sick." Sister Creep grunted in reply. Her mind was on finding water. "The name's Wisco," he told her. "Arthur Wisco. Artie for short. I gotta find a phone. See, I lost my wallet and my clothes and every damn thing. Me and some of the boys stayed out late the night before it happened. I was upchucking all over the place that morning.
Missed my first 2 sales meetings and stayed in bed. I had the covers over my head, and all of a sudden there was a god-awful light and a roaring, and my bed fell right through the floor. Hell, the whole hotel started shaking to pieces, and I crashed through a hole in the lobby and ended up in the basement, still in my bed. When I dug myself out of there, the hotel was gone." He gave a crazy little giggle. "Jesus, the whole block was gone." "A lot of blocks are gone." "Yeah. Well, my feet were cut up pretty bad. How about that? Me, Artie Wisco, with no shoes on my feet. So I had to take a pair of shoes off a—" He trailed off again. They climbed nearer to the top of the ridge. "Bastards are way too small," he said. "But my feet are swollen up, too. I tell you, shoes are important. Where would people be without shoes? Now, take those sneakers you got on. They're cheap, and they ain't going to last you very—" Sister Creep turned toward him. "Will you shut up?" she demanded, and then she kept climbing. He lasted about 40 seconds. "My wife said I shouldn't come on this trip, said I'd regret spending the money. I'm not a rich man, but I said, hell, it's once a year, and the Big Apple ain't too—" "Everything's gone!" Sister Creep screamed at him. "You crazy fool! Look around!" Artie stood motionless, staring at her, and when he opened his mouth again, his tight, strained face looked about to rip. "Please," he whispered, "please don't—" The guy's hanging on by his fingernails, she realized. There was no need to chop his fingers off. She shook her head. The important thing was to keep from falling to pieces. Everything was gone. But she still had a choice. She could either sit down here in the rubble and wait to die, or she could find that water. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't sleep too well last night." His expression slowly began to register life again. "It's getting cold," he observed. "Look, I can see my breath." He exhaled ghostly air. "Here, you need this more than I do." He started to take his mink coat off. "Listen, if my wife ever finds out I was wearing a mink, I'll never get off the hook." She waved the coat away when he offered it, but Artie persisted. "Hey, don't worry. There's plenty where this one came from." Finally, just to get them moving once more, Sister Creep let him put the tattered coat on her, and she ran her hand across the scorched mink. "My wife says I can be a real gentleman when I want to be," Artie told her. "Hey, what happened to your neck?" Sister Creep touched her throat. "Somebody took something that belonged to me," she replied, and then she clasped the mink coat around her shoulders to ward off the chill, and continued climbing. It was the first time she'd ever worn mink. When she reached the top of the ridge, she had the wild urge to shout, "Hey, all you poor dead sinners, roll over and take a look at a lady." The decimated city stretched out in all directions. Sister Creep started down the other side of the ridge, with Artie Wisco following close behind. He was still jabbering about Detroit and shoes and finding a phone, but Sister Creep tuned him out. "Show me the water," she told him when they reached the bottom. He stood looking around for a minute, as if trying to decide where to grab a bus. "This way," he finally said, and they had to climb again over the rough terrain of broken masonry, smashed cars, and twisted metal. So many corpses and varying degrees of disfigurement lay underfoot that Sister Creep stopped flinching when she stepped on one. At the top, Artie pointed. "There it is." Down in the valley of wreckage below was a fountain of water spewing up from a fissure in the concrete. In the sky to the east a network of red lightning streaks shot through the clouds, followed by a dull, reverberating explosion. They descended into the valley and walked over piles of what had been civilization's treasures 2 days before, burned paintings still in their gilded frames, half-melted television sets and stereos, the mangled remains of sterling silver and gold punch bowls, cups, knives and forks, candelabras, music boxes and champagne buckets, shards of what had been priceless pottery, antique vases, Art Deco statues, African sculpture, and Waterford crystal. The lightning flashed again, nearer this time, and the red glow sparked off thousands of bits of jewelry scattered in the wreckage, necklaces and bracelets, rings and pins. She found a sign sticking up from the debris, and she almost laughed, but she feared that if she started she might laugh on until her brains burst. The sign said, Fifth Avenue. "See?" Artie held up mink coats in both hands. "I told you there were more." He was standing knee-deep in blackened finery, leopard-skin cloaks, ermine robes, sealskin jackets. He chose the best coat he could find and shrugged painfully into it. Sister Creep paused to poke through a pile of leather bags and briefcases. She found a large bag with a good solid strap and slipped it over her shoulder. Now she no longer felt quite as naked. She looked up at the black facade of the building that the leather items had blown out of, and she could just make out the remnants of a sign. Gucci. It was probably the best bag she'd ever had. They were almost to the geyser of water when a flash of lightning made things on the ground glint like embers. Sister Creep stopped, leaned down, and picked one of them up. It was a piece of glass the size of her fist. It had been melted into a lump, and embedded in it was a scatter of small jewels, rubies, burning dark red in the gloom. She looked around herself and saw that the lumps of glass lay everywhere in the debris, all of them formed into strange shapes by the heat, as if fashioned by a maniacal glass-blower. There was nothing left of the building that stood before her but a fragment of green marble wall, but she looked to the ruins of the structures that stood off to the left, and she squinted to see through the twilight. On an arch of battered marble were letters, T-I-F-A-N-Y. Tiffany's, Sister Creep realized. And if that was where Tiffany's had been, then she was standing right in front of— "Oh, no," she whispered as tears sprang to her eyes. "Oh, no. Oh, no." She was standing in front of what had been her magic place, the Steuben glass shop, and all that remained of the beautiful sculptured treasures were the misshapen lumps at her feet. The place where she'd come to dream at the displays of cool glass was gone, ripped from its foundations and scattered. The sight of this waste against the memory of what had been was as nerve-shattering as if the door of heaven had been slammed shut in her face. She stood motionless, except for the tears crawling over her blistered cheeks. "Look at this," Artie called. He picked up a deformed octagon of glass full of diamonds, rubies, and sapphires. "Have you ever seen anything like this before? Look, they're all over the damned place." He reached into the debris and brought up handfuls of melted glass, studded with precious jewels. "Hey!" He laughed like the bray of a mule. "We're rich, lady. What are we going to buy first?" Still laughing, he threw the pieces of glass into the air. "Anything you want, lady," he shouted. "I'll buy you anything you want." The lightning flashed, streaked across the sky, and Sister Creep saw the entire remaining wall of the Steuben glass shop explode in dazzling bursts of color. Ruby red, deep emerald, midnight sapphire blue, smoky topaz, and diamond white. She approached the wall, her shoes crunching on grit, reached out and touched it. The wall was full of jewels, and Sister Creep realized that the treasures of Tiffany's, Fortunoff's, and Cartier's must have blown out of the buildings, whirled in a fantastic hurricane of gemstones along Fifth Avenue, and mingled with the melting glass sculptures of the magic place. The hundreds of jewels in the scorched green marble wall held the light for a few seconds, and then the glow faded like multicolored lamps going out. "Oh, the waste," she thought. "Oh, the awful, awful waste." She stepped back, her eyes stinging with tears, and one foot slipped on loose glass. She went down on her rear end and sat there with no more will to get up again. "You okay?" Artie walked carefully toward her. "Did you hurt yourself, lady?" She didn't answer. She was tired and used up, and she decided she was going to stay right there in the ruins of the magic place and maybe rest for a while. "Aren't you going to get up? The water's just over there." "Leave me alone," she told him listlessly. "Go away." "Go away? Lady, where the hell am I going to go?" "I don't care. I don't give a shit. Not a single rotten shit.
She picked up a handful of melted glass and ashes and let the mess fall through her fingers. What was the use of taking one more step? The little man was right. There was nowhere to go. Everything was gone, burned and ruined. No hope, she whispered, and she dug her hand deeply into the ashes beside her. No hope. Her fingers closed around more junk glass, and she brought it up to see what kind of garbage her dreams had been twisted into. "What the hell is that?" Artie asked. In Sister Creep's hand was a donut-shaped ring of glass with a hole at its center about 6 or 7 inches around. The ring itself was about 2 inches thick and maybe 7 inches in diameter. Jutting up around the top of the ring at irregular intervals were 5 glass spikes, one ice-pick thin, a second about as wide as a knife blade, a third hooked, and the other 2 just plain ugly. Trapped within the glass were hundreds of various-sized dark ovals and squares. Strange spider-web lines interconnected deep within the glass. "It's shit," she muttered, and she started to toss it back on the trash heap when the lightning flashed again. The ring of glass suddenly exploded into fiery light, and for an instant Sister Creep thought it had burst into flame in her hand. She howled and dropped it, and Artie yelled, "Jesus!" The light went out. Sister Creep's hand was trembling. She looked at her palm and fingers to make sure she hadn't been burned. There'd been no heat, just that blinding flare of light. She could still see it, pulsing behind her eyeballs. She reached toward it, then pulled her hand back again. Artie came closer and bent down a few feet away. Sister Creep let her fingers graze the glass before she jerked her hand away once more. The glass was smooth, like cool velvet. She let her fingers linger on it, and then she gripped it in her hand and picked it up from the ashes. The circle of glass remained dark. Sister Creep stared at it and felt her heart pounding. Deep within the glass circle there was a flicker of crimson that began to grow like a flame, to spread to other points within the ring, pulsing, getting stronger and brighter by the second. A ruby the size of Sister Creep's thumbnail flared bright red. Another, smaller one winked with light, like a match glowing in the dark. A third ruby burned like a comet, and then a fourth and a fifth, embedded deep inside the cool glass, began to come to life. The red glow pulsed, and Sister realized its rhythm was in time with her own heartbeat. More rubies glinted, flared, burned like coals. A diamond suddenly glowed a clear blue-white, and a 4-carat sapphire exploded into dazzling cobalt fire. As Sister Creep's heartbeat quickened, so did the bursting into light of the hundreds of jewels trapped within the circle of glass. An emerald glowed cool green, a pear-shaped diamond burned white-hot and incandescent, a topaz pulsed a dark reddish brown, and now the rubies, sapphires, diamonds, and emeralds by the dozen were awakening with light. The light rippled, traveling along the spider-web lines that wove all through the glass. The lines were threads of precious metals, gold, silver, and platinum, that had melted and been trapped as well, and as they ignited like sizzling fuses, they set off still more explosions of emerald, topaz, and amethysts, deep purple. The entire ring of glass glowed like a multicolored circle of fire, yet there was no heat under Sister Creep's fingers. It was pulsating rapidly now, as was her heartbeat, and the vibrant, stunning colors grew still brighter. She had never seen anything like this. Never, not even in the display windows of any store along Fifth Avenue. Jewels of incredible color and clarity were caught within the glass, some of them upwards of 5 and 6 carats, some only tiny specks that nevertheless burned with ferocious energy. The glass circle pulsed. "Lady," Artie whispered, his swollen eyes shining with light, "can I hold it?" She was reluctant to give it up, but he stared at it with such wonder and longing that she could not refuse him. His burned fingers closed around it, and as it left Sister Creep's grasp, the glass circle's pulse changed, picking up Artie Wisco's heartbeat. The colors subtly changed as well, as more deep blues and greens swelled, and the white-hot glare of diamonds and rubies faded a fraction. Artie caressed it, and its velvety surface reminded him of the way his wife's skin had felt when she was young and they were newlyweds just starting out. He thought of how much he loved his wife, and how he longed for her. He had been wrong, he realized in that instant. There was somewhere to go. Home, he thought. I've got to get back home. After a few minutes, he carefully gave the object back to Sister Creep. It changed again, and she sat holding it between her hands and peering into its beautiful depths. "Home," Artie whispered, and the woman looked up. Artie's mind would not let go of the memory of his wife's soft skin. "I've got to get back home," he said, his voice getting stronger. He suddenly blinked as if he'd been slapped across the face, and Sister Creep saw tears glint in his eyes. "There ain't no more phones, are there?" he asked. "And no policemen either?" "No," she said, "I don't think so." "Oh." He nodded, looked at her, and then back at the pulsating colors. "You ought to go home, too," he said. She smiled grimly. "I don't have anywhere to go." "Why don't you go with me, then?" She laughed. "Go with you? Mister, haven't you noticed the buses and cabs are a little off schedule today? I've got shoes on my feet. So do you. My legs still work, and yours do too." He pulled his gaze away from the ring of fiery light and peered around at the destruction, as if seeing it clearly for the first time. "Dear God," he said. "Oh, dear God, why?" "I don't think God had much to do with this," Sister Creep said. "I remember I prayed for the rapture, and I prayed for Judgment Day, but I never prayed for anything like this. Never." Artie nodded toward the glass ring. "You ought to hold on to that thing, lady. You found it, so I guess it's yours. It might be worth something some day." He shook his head in awe. "That's not junk, lady," he said. "I don't know what it is, but it's sure not junk." He suddenly stood up and lifted the collar of his mink coat around his neck. "Well, I hope you make out okay, lady." With one last longing gaze at the glass ring, he turned and started walking. "Hey!" Sister stood up, too. "Where do you think you're going?" "I told you," he replied without looking back. "I got to get home." "Are you crazy? Detroit's not just around the block." He didn't stop. "He's nuts," she thought. "Crazier than I am." She put the circle of glass into her new Gucci bag, and as she took her hand away from it, the pulsing ceased and the colors instantly faded, as if the thing were going to sleep again. She walked after Artie. "Hey, wait! What are you going to do about food and water?" "I guess I'll find it when I need it. If I can't find it, I'll do without. What choice do I have, lady?" "Not much," she agreed. He stopped and faced her. "Right. Well, I don't know if I'll get there. I don't even know if I'll get out of this damn junkyard. But this ain't my home. If a person's got to die, he ought to die trying to go home to somebody he loves, don't you think?" He shrugged. "Maybe I'll find some more people. Maybe I'll find a car. If you want to stay here, that's your business. But Artie Wisco's got shoes on his feet, and Artie Wisco's walking." He waved and started off again. He's not crazy any more, she thought. A cold rain began falling, the drops black and oily. Sister Creep opened her bag again and touched the misshapen glass circle with one finger to see what would happen. A single sapphire blazed to life, and she was reminded of the spinning blue light flashing in her face. A memory was close, very close, but before she could grasp it, it had streaked away again. It was something, she knew, that she was not yet ready to remember. She lifted her finger, and the sapphire went dark. One step, she told herself. One step, and then the next, gets you where you're going. But what if you don't know where to go? "Hey!" she shouted at Artie. "At least look for an umbrella, and try to find a bag like the one I've got, so you can put food and stuff in it." Christ, she thought, this guy wouldn't make it a mile. She ought to go with him, she decided, if only to keep him from breaking his neck. "Wait for me!" she shouted. And then she walked a few yards to the geyser of the broken water main and stood under it, letting the water wash the dust, ashes, and blood off her. She opened her mouth and drank until her stomach sloshed. Now hunger took thirst's place. Maybe she could find something to eat, and maybe not, she considered. But at least she was no longer thirsty. One step, she thought. One step at a time. Artie was waiting for her. Sister Creep's instincts caused her to gather up a few smaller chunks of glass with jewels embedded in them, and she wrapped them in a ragged blue scarf and put them into her Gucci bag. She nosed around the wreckage, a bag lady's paradise, and found a pretty jade box. But it played a tune when she lifted the lid, and the sweet music in the midst of so much death saddened her. She returned the box to the broken concrete. Then she started walking toward Artie Wisco through the chilly rain, and she left the ruins of the magic place behind. Chapter 17. "Gophers in the hole," Pawpaw Briggs raved. "Lord God, we come a cropper." Josh Hutchins had no idea what time it was, or how long they'd been there. He'd been sleeping a lot and having awful dreams about Rose and the boys running before a tornado of fire. He was amazed that he could still breathe. The air was stale, but it seemed okay. Josh expected to close his eyes very soon and not awaken again. The pain of his burns was bearable as long as he stayed still. He lay listening to the old man babble on, and Josh thought that suffocating probably wouldn't be such a bad way to die. Maybe it was only like getting the hiccups just before you went to sleep, and you weren't really aware that your lungs were hitching for oxygen. He felt sorriest for the little girl. So young, he thought, so young. Didn't even have a chance to grow up. Well, he decided, I'm going back to sleep now. Maybe this would be the last time. He thought of those people in the wrestling arena at Concordia, and wondered how many of them were dead or dying right now, this minute. Poor Johnny Lee Richwine. Busted leg one day and this the next. Shit, it's not fair. Not fair at all. Something tugged at his shirt. The movement sent little panics of pain shooting through his nerves. "Mister?" Swan asked. She'd heard his breathing and had crawled to him through the darkness. "Can you hear me, mister?" She tugged at his shirt again for good measure. "Yes," he answered. "I can hear you. What is it?" "My mama's sick. Can you help her?" Josh sat upright. "What's wrong with her?" "She's breathing funny. Please come help her." The child's voice was strained, but she wasn't giving in to tears. Tough little kid, Josh thought. "Okay. Take my hand and lead me to her." He held his hand out, and after a few seconds she found it in the darkness and clenched 3 of his fingers in her hand. Swan led him, both of them crawling, across the basement to where her mother lay in the dirt. Swan had been asleep, curled close to her mother, when she was awakened by a noise like the rasp of a rusted hinge. Her mother's body was hot and damp, but Darlene was shivering. "Mama," Swan whispered. "Mama, I brought the giant to help you." "I just need to rest, honey." The voice was drowsy. "I'm okay. Don't you worry about me." "Are you hurting anywhere?" Josh asked her. "Shit fire, what a question. I'm hurting all over. Christ, I don't know what hit me. I was feeling fine just a while ago. Like I had a sunburn is all. But shit, I've had worse sunburns than this." She swallowed thickly. "I sure could use a beer right now." "There might be something down here to drink." Josh started searching, uncovering more dented cans. Without a light, though, he couldn't tell what they contained. He was thirsty and hungry, too, and he knew the child must be. Pawpaw could surely use some water. He found a can of something that had burst open and was leaking out, and he tasted the liquid. Sugary peach juice. A can of peaches. "Here." He held the can to the woman's mouth so she could drink. Darlene slurped at it, then pushed it weakly away. "What are you trying to do, poison me? I said I need a beer." "Sorry. This is the best I can do for now." He gave the can to Swan and told her to drink.
When are they coming to dig us out of this shithole? Darlene asked. I don't know. Maybe... He paused. Maybe soon. Jesus, I feel like one side of me is being cooked and the other's in a deep freeze. It hit me all of a sudden. You'll be all right, Josh said. It was ridiculous, but he didn't know what else to say. He sensed the child close to him, silent and listening. She knows, he thought. Just rest, and you'll get your strength back. See, Swan? I told you I was going to be fine. Josh could do nothing else. He took the can of peaches from Swan and crawled over to where Pawpaw lay raving. Come a cropper, Pawpaw babbled. Oh, Lord, did you find the key? Now how am I going to start a truck without a key? Josh put an arm under the old man's head, tilting it up and then putting the broken can to his lips. Pawpaw was both shivering and burning up with fever. Drink it, Josh said, and the old man was as obedient as an infant with a bottle. Mister, are we going to get out of here? Josh hadn't realized the little girl was nearby. Her voice was still calm, and she was whispering so her mother couldn't hear. Sure, he replied. The child was silent, and again Josh had the feeling that even in the dark she'd seen through his lie. I don't know, he amended. Maybe. Maybe not. It depends. Depends on what? Not going to let me off the hook, are you? He thought. I guess it depends on what's left outside. Do you understand what's happened? Something blew up, she answered. Right. But a lot of other places might have blown up, too. Whole cities. There might be... He hesitated. Go ahead and say it. You might as well get it out. There might be millions of people dead, or trapped, just like we are. So there might not be anybody left to get us out. She paused for a moment. Then she replied. That's not what I asked. I asked, are we going to get out of here? Josh realized she was asking if they were going to try to get themselves out instead of waiting for someone else to come help them. Well, he said, if we had a bulldozer handy, I'd say yes. Otherwise, I don't think we're going anywhere any time soon. My mama's real sick, Swan said, and this time her voice cracked. I'm afraid. So am I, Josh admitted. The little girl sobbed just once, and then she stopped as if she'd pulled herself together with tremendous willpower. Josh reached out and found her arm. Blisters broke on her skin. Josh flinched and withdrew his hand. How about you? He asked her. Are you hurting? My skin hurts. It feels like needles and pins. And my stomach's sick. I had to throw up a while ago, but I did it in the corner. Yeah, I feel kind of sick myself. He felt a pressing need to urinate as well, and he was going to have to figure out a makeshift sanitation system. They had plenty of canned food and fruit juices, and no telling what else was buried around them in the dirt. Stop it, he thought, because he'd allowed himself a flicker of hope. The air's going to be gone soon. There's no way we can survive down here. But he knew also that they were in the only place that could have sheltered them from the blast. With all that dirt above them, the radiation might not get through. Josh was tired, and his bones ached, but he no longer felt the urge to lie down and die. If he did, he thought, the little girl's fate would be sealed, too. But if he fought off the weariness and got to work organizing the cans of food, he might be able to keep them all alive for... How long, he wondered. 1 more day? 3 more? A week? How old are you? He asked. I'm 9, she answered. 9, he repeated softly, and he shook his head. Rage and pity warred in his soul. A 9-year-old child ought to be playing in the summer sun. A 9-year-old child shouldn't be down in a dark basement with 1 foot in the grave. It wasn't fair. Damn it to hell, it wasn't right. What's your name? It was a minute before he could find his voice. Josh. And yours is Swan? Sue Wanda, but my mama calls me Swan. How'd you get to be a giant?
There were tears in his eyes, but he smiled anyway. "I guess I ate my mama's cornbread when I was about your age."
"Cornbread made you a giant?"
"Well, I was always big. I used to play some football, first at Auburn University, then for the New Orleans Saints."
"Do you still?"
"Nope. I was a wrestler," he said. "Professional wrestling. I was the bad guy."
"Oh."
Swan thought about that. She recalled that one of her many uncles, Uncle Chuck, used to like to go to the wrestling matches in Wichita and watched them on TV, too.
"Did you like that? Being the bad guy, I mean?"
"It's kind of a game, really. I just acted bad. And I don't know if I liked it or not. It was just something I started to do."
"Gopher's in the hole," Pawpaw said. "Lordy, look at him go." "Why does he keep talking about a gopher?"
Swan asked. "He's hurt. He doesn't know what he's saying." Pawpaw rambled on about finding his bedroom slippers and something about the crops needing rain. Then he lapsed again into silence. Heat radiated off the old man's body as if from an open oven, and Josh knew he couldn't last much longer. God only knew what looking into that blast had done inside his skull.
"Mama said we were going to Blakeman,"
Swan said, pulling her attention away from the old man. She knew he was dying.
"She said we were going home. Where were you going?"
"Garden City. I was supposed to wrestle there."
"Is that your home?"
"No, my home's down in Alabama, a long, long way from here."
"Mama said we were going to go see my granddaddy. He lives in Blakeman. Does your family live in Alabama?"
He thought of Rose and his 2 sons, but they were part of someone else's life now, if indeed they were still alive. "I don't have any family," Josh replied.
"Don't you have anybody who loves you?"
Swan asked. "No," he said. "I don't think so." He heard Darlene moan, and he said, "You'd better see to your mother, huh?"
"Yes, sir."
Swan started to crawl away, but then she looked back into the darkness where the black giant was.
"I knew something terrible was going to happen," she said. "I knew it the night we left Uncle Tommy's trailer. I tried to tell my mama, but she didn't understand."
"How did you know?"
"The fireflies told me," she said. "I saw it in their lights."
"Sawanda," Darlene called weakly.
"Swan, where are you?"
Swan said,
"Here, Mama,"
and she crawled back to her mother's side. The fireflies told her, Josh thought. Right. At least the little girl had a strong imagination. That was good. Sometimes the imagination could be a useful place to hide in when the going got rough. But he suddenly remembered the cloud of locusts that had flown through his car. "Been flying out of the fields by the thousands for the last 2-3 days, Pawpaw had told him. Kind of peculiar. Had the locusts known something was about to happen in those cornfields? Josh wondered. Had they been able to sense disaster? Maybe smell it on the wind or in the earth itself? He turned his mind to more important matters. First he had to find a corner to pee into before his bladder burst. He'd never had to crouch and pee at the same time before. But if the air was all right and they lasted for a while, something was going to have to be done with their waste. He didn't like the idea of crawling through his own, much less anyone else's. The floor was of concrete, but it had cracked wide open during the tremors. He recalled he'd felt a garden hoe in the debris that might be useful in digging a latrine. And he was going to search the basement from one end to the other, on his hands and knees, gathering up all the cans and everything else he could find. They obviously had plenty of food, and the cans would contain enough water and juices to keep them for a while. It was light he wanted more than anything else, and he'd never known how much he could miss electricity. He crawled into a far corner to relieve himself. Going to be a long time before your next bath, he thought. Won't be needing sunglasses any time soon, either. He winced. The urine burned like battery acid spewing out of him. But I'm alive, he reassured himself. There might not be a whole hell of a lot to live for, but I'm alive.
Tomorrow I may be dead, but today I'm alive and pissing on my knees. And for the first time since the blast, he allowed himself to dream that somehow, some way, he might live to see the outside world again. Chapter 18. The dark came with no warning. December's chill was in the July air, and a black, icy rain continued to fall on the ruins of Manhattan. Sister Creep and Artie Wisco stood together atop a ridge of wreckage and looked west. Fires were still burning across the Hudson River, in the oil refineries of Hoboken and Jersey City. But other than the orange flames, the west was without light. Raindrops pattered on the warped, gaily colored umbrella that Artie had found in what remained of a sporting goods store. The store had also yielded up other treasures, a day-glow orange nylon knapsack strapped to Artie's back, and a new pair of sneakers on Sister Creep's feet. In the Gucci bag around her shoulder was a charred loaf of rye bread, 2 cans of anchovies with the handy keys that rolled the lids back, a package of ham slices that had cooked in the plastic, and a miraculously unbroken bottle of Canada Dry ginger ale that had survived the destruction of a deli. It had taken them several hours to cover the terrain between Upper Fifth Avenue and their first destination, the Lincoln Tunnel. But the tunnel itself had collapsed, and the river had flooded right up to the toll gates, along with a wave of crushed cars, concrete slabs, and corpses. They had turned away in silence. Sister Creep had led Artie southward, toward the Holland Tunnel and another route under the river. Darkness had fallen before they'd made it, and now they'd have to wait until morning to find out if the Holland had collapsed as well. The last street sign that Sister Creep had found said West 22nd, but it was lying on its side in the ashes and could have blown far from where that street had actually been. "Well," Artie said quietly, staring across the river, "don't look like anybody's home, does it?" "No." Sister Creep shivered and drew the mink coat tighter around her. "It's gotten colder. We're going to have to find some shelter." She looked through the darkness at the vague shapes of the few structures that hadn't been toppled. Any one of them might fall on their heads, but Sister Creep didn't like the way the temperature was dropping. "Come on," she said, and she started walking toward one of the buildings. Artie followed her without question. During their journey they had found only 4 other people who hadn't been killed in the detonation, and 3 of those had been so mangled they were very near death. The 4th was a terribly burned man in a pinstriped business suit who had howled like a dog when they'd approached, and had scuttled back into a crevice to hide. So Sister Creep and Artie had gone on, walking over so many bodies that the horror of death lost its impact. Now they were shocked whenever they heard a groan in the rubble, or, as had happened once, someone laughing and shrieking off in the distance. They had gone in the direction of the voice, but they'd seen no one living. The mad laughter haunted Sister Creep. It reminded her of the laughter she'd heard inside that theater, from the man with the burning hand. "There are others still alive out there," he'd said, "waiting to die. It won't be long, not long for you either." "We'll see about that, fucker," Sister Creep said. "What?" Artie asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking." Thinking, she realized. Thinking was not something she did much of. The last several years were blurred, and beyond those was a darkness broken only by the flashing blue light and the demon in the yellow raincoat. "My real name's not Sister Creep," she thought suddenly. "My real name is—" But she didn't know what it was, and she didn't know who she was or where she'd come from. "How did I get here?" she asked herself. But she could provide no answer. They entered the remains of a gray stone building by climbing up a rubble heap and crawling through a hole in the wall. The interior was pitch dark, and the air was dank and smoky, but at least they were within a windbreak. They groped their way along a tilting floor until they found a corner. When they'd gotten settled, Sister Creep reached into her bag to bring out the loaf of bread and the bottle of ginger ale. Her fingers grazed the circle of glass, which she'd wrapped up in a scorched striped shirt she'd taken off a mannequin. The other pieces of glass, wrapped in the blue scarf, were down at the bottom of the bag,
Here." She tore off a piece of the bread and gave it to Artie, then tore a piece for herself. There was only a burned taste, but it was better than nothing. She unscrewed the cap off the bottle of ginger ale, and the soda instantly foamed up and spewed everywhere. She quickly put it to her mouth, drank several swallows, and passed the bottle to Artie. "I hate ginger ale," Artie said after he'd finished drinking, "but this is the best damned stuff I ever drank in my life." "Don't drink it all." She decided against opening the anchovies, because their saltiness would only make them more thirsty. The slices of ham were too precious to eat yet. She gave him another small bit of bread, took another for herself, and put the loaf away. "Know what I had for dinner the night before it happened?" Artie asked her. "A steak. A big T-bone steak at a place on East 50th. Then some of the guys and me started hitting the bars. That was a night, I'll tell you. We had a hell of a time." "Good for you." "Yeah. What were you doing that night?" "Nothing special," she said. "I was just around." Artie was quiet for a while, chewing on his bread. Then he said, "I called my wife before I left the hotel. I guess I told her a whopper, 'cause I said I was just going to go out and have a nice dinner and come back to bed. She said for me to be careful, and she said she loved me. I told her I loved her, and that I'd see her in a couple of days." He was silent, and when he sighed, Sister Creep heard his breath hitch. "Jesus," he whispered, "I'm glad I called her. I'm glad I got to hear her voice before it happened." "Hey, lady, what if Detroit got hit, too?" "Got hit? What do you mean, got hit?" "A nuclear bomb," he said. "What else do you think could have done this?" "A nuclear bomb. Maybe more than one. The things probably fell all over the country, probably hit all the cities, and Detroit, too." His voice was getting hysterical, and he forced himself to wait until he was under control again. "Damned Russians bombed us, lady. Don't you read the papers?" "No, I don't." "What have you been doing? Living on Mars? Anybody who reads the papers and watches the tube could have seen this shit coming. The Russians bombed the hell out of us, and I guess we bombed the hell out of them, too." A nuclear bomb? She thought. She hardly remembered what that was. Nuclear war was something she'd worried about in another life. "I hope, if they got Detroit, that she went fast. I mean, that's okay to hope for, isn't it? That she went fast without pain?" "Yes, I think that's all right." Is it okay that I told her a lie?" "It was a white lie. I didn't want her to be worried about me. She worries that I'm going to drink too much and make a fool of myself. I can't hold my liquor too good. Is it okay that I told her a white lie that night?" She knew he was begging her to say it was all right. "Sure," she told him. "A lot of people did worse things that night. She went to sleep without worrying, didn't—" Something sharp pricked Sister Creep's left cheek. "Don't move," a woman's voice warned. "Don't even breathe." The voice shook. Whoever was speaking was scared to death. "Who's there?" Artie asked, startled almost out of his skin. "Hey, lady, you okay?" "I'm okay," Sister Creep answered. She reached up to her cheek and felt a jagged, knife-like piece of glass. "I said don't move." The glass jabbed her. "How many are with you?" "Just one more." "Artie Wisco. My name's Artie Wisco. Where are you?" There was a long pause. Then the woman said, "You've got food?" "Yes." "Water." It was a man's voice this time, further to the left. "Have you got water?" "Not water. Ginger ale." "Let's see what they look like, Beth," the man said. A lighter's flame popped up, so bright in the darkness that Sister Creep had to close her eyes against the glare for a few seconds. The woman held the flame close to Sister Creep's face, then toward Artie. "I think they're all right," she told the man, who moved into the range of the light. Sister Creep could make out the woman crouched next to her. Her face was swollen, and there was a gash across the bridge of her nose, but she appeared to be young, maybe in her mid-20s, with a few remaining ringlets of curly light brown hair dangling from her blistered scalp. Her eyebrows had been burned off, and her dark blue eyes were puffy and bloodshot. She was a slim woman, and she wore a blue-striped dress that was splotched with blood. Her long, frail arms seethed with blisters. Draped around her shoulders was what looked like part of a gold-colored curtain. The man wore the rags of a cop's uniform. He was older, possibly in his late 30s, and most of his dark, crew-cut hair remained on the right side of his head. On the left it had been burned away to raw scalp. He was a big, heavy-set man, and his left arm was wrapped up and supported in a sling made of the same coarse gold material. "My God," Artie said. "Lady, we found a cop." "Where'd you two come from?" Beth asked her. "Out there. Where else?" "What's in the bag?" The woman nodded toward it. "Are you asking me or mugging me?" She hesitated, glanced at the policeman, and then back at Sister Creep, and lowered the piece of glass. She stuck it through a sash tied around her waist. "I'm asking you." "Burned bread, a couple of cans of anchovies, and some ham slices." Sister Creep could almost see the young woman start salivating. She reached in and brought out the bread. "Here, eat it in good health." Beth tore off a chunk and handed the dwindling loaf to the policeman, who also gouged off some and stuffed it into his mouth as if it were God's manna. "Please," Beth said, and she reached for the ginger ale. Sister Creep obliged her, and by the time she and the policeman had both had a taste, there were maybe 3 good swallows left. "All the water's contaminated," Beth told her. "One of us drank some from a puddle yesterday. He started throwing up blood last night. It took him almost 6 hours to die. I've got a watch that still works, see?" She proudly showed Sister Creep her Timex. The crystal was gone, but that old watch was still ticking. The time was 22 minutes past 8. "One of us," she'd said. "How many more people are here?" Sister Creep asked. 2 more. Well, really 1. The Spanish woman. We lost Mr. Kaplan last night. He drank the water. The boy died yesterday, too. And Mrs. Ivers died in her sleep. There are 4 of us left." 3, the policeman said. "Yeah, right. 3 of us left. The Spanish woman's down in the basement. We can't get her to move, and neither of us understand Spanish. Do you?" "No, sorry." "I'm Beth Phelps, and he's Jack—" She couldn't remember his last name and shook her head. "Jack Tomachek," he supplied. Artie reintroduced himself, but Sister Creep said, "Why aren't you people up here instead of in the basement?" "It's warmer down there," Jack told her, "and safer, too." "Safer? How's that? If this old building shifts again, it'll come down on your heads." "We were up here yesterday," Beth explained. "The boy, he was about 15, I guess, was the strongest of us. He was Ethiopian or something, and he could only speak a little English. He went out to find food, and he brought back some cans of corned beef hash, cat food, and a bottle of wine. But they followed him back here. They found us." "They?" Artie asked. "They who?" "3 of them. Burned so bad you couldn't tell if they were men or women. They followed him back here, and they were carrying hammers and broken bottles. One of them had an axe. They wanted our food. The boy fought them, and the one with the axe—" She trailed off, her eyes glassy and staring at the orange flame of the lighter in her hand. "They were crazy," she said. They weren't human. One of them cut me across the face. I guess I was lucky. We ran from them, and they took our food. I don't know where they went, but I remember they smelled like burned cheeseburgers. Isn't that funny? That's what I thought of, burned cheeseburgers. So we went down into the basement to hide. There's no telling what other kinds of things are out there." "You don't know the half of it," Sister Creep thought. "I tried to fight them off," Jack said, "but I guess I'm not in fighting shape anymore." He turned around, and both Sister Creep and Artie flinched. Jack Tomachek's back from shoulder to waist was a scarlet, suppurating mass of burned tissue. He turned to face them again. "Worst fucking sunburn this old Polak ever got." He smiled bitterly. "We heard you up here," Beth told them. "At first we thought those things had come back. We came up to listen, and we heard you eating. Listen, the Spanish woman hasn't eaten either. Can I take her some bread?" "Take us to the basement," Sister Creep got to her feet. "I'll open up the ham." Beth and Jack led them into a hallway. Water was streaming down from above, forming a large black pool on the floor. Through the hallway, a flight of wooden stairs without a banister descended into the darkness. The staircase shook precariously under their feet. It did seem warmer, if only by 5 or 6 degrees, in the basement, though exhaled breath was still visible. The stone walls were still holding together, and the ceiling was mostly intact, but for a few holes that let rainwater seep through. This was an old building, Sister Creep thought, and they didn't put them up like this any more. Stone pillars set at intervals supported the ceiling. Some of those were riddled with cracks, but none of them had collapsed. Yet, Sister Creep told herself. "There she is." Beth walked toward a figure huddled at the base of one of the pillars. Black water was streaming down right over the figure's head. She was sitting in a spreading pool of contaminated rain, and she was holding something in her arms. Beth's lighter went out. "Sorry," she said. "It gets too hot to hold, and I don't want to use up all the fluid. It was Mr. Kaplan's." "What did you do with the bodies?" "We took them away. This place is full of corridors. We took them way down to the end of one and left them. I wanted to say a prayer over them, but—" "But what?" "I forgot how to pray," she replied. "Praying just didn't seem to make much sense any more." Sister Creep grunted and reached into her bag for the package of ham slices. Beth bent down and offered the bottle of ginger ale to the Spanish woman. Rainwater splattered her hand. "Here," she said. "It's something to drink. El Drinko." The Spanish woman made a whimpering, crooning sound, but didn't respond. "She won't move away from there," Beth said. "The water's getting all over her, and she won't move 6 feet to a dry place." "Do you want food?" she asked the Spanish woman. Eat? Christ, how can you live in New York City without knowing English?" Sister Creep got most of the plastic peeled away from the ham. She tore off a piece and bent on her knees beside Beth Phelps. "Use your lighter again. Maybe if she sees what we've got, we can pull her away from there." The lighter flared. Sister Creep looked into the blistered but still pretty face of a Hispanic girl who was maybe all of 20. Her long black hair was crisped on the ends, and there were raw holes here and there on her scalp where circles of hair had been burned away. The woman paid no attention to the light. Her large, liquid brown eyes were fixed on what she cuddled in her arms. "Oh," Sister Creep said softly. "Oh, no." The child was maybe 3 years old, a girl with glossy black hair like her mother's. Sister Creep couldn't see the child's face. She didn't want to. But one small hand was rigidly curled, as if reaching up for her mother, and the stiffness of the corpse in the woman's arms told Sister Creep that the child had been dead for some time. The water was leaking down through a hole in the ceiling, running through the Spanish woman's hair and over her face like black tears. She began to croon gently, lovingly, rocking the corpse. "She's out of her mind," Beth said. "She's been like that since the child died last night. If she doesn't get out of that water, she's going to die too." Sister Creep heard Beth only vaguely, as if from a vast distance. She held out her arms toward the Spanish woman. "Here," she said in what sounded like a stranger's voice. "I'll take her. Give her to me." Rainwater ran down her hands and arms in streaks of ebony. The Spanish woman's crooning got louder. "Give her to me. I'll take her." The Spanish woman began to rock the corpse more furiously. "Give her to me." Sister Creep heard her own voice echo crazily, and suddenly there was a flashing blue light in her eyes. "I'll take her." The rain was falling, and thunder rumbled like the voice of God. You sinner! You drunken sinner! You've killed her, and now you have to pay." She looked down. In her arms was the corpse of a little girl. There was blood in the child's blonde hair, and the little girl's eyes were open and full of rain. The blue light of the state trooper car was spinning, and the trooper in the yellow raincoat, who was crouched on the road in front of her, said gently, "Come on. You have to give her to me now." He looked back over his shoulder at the other trooper, who was setting out flares near the wreckage of an overturned car. "She's out of her mind.
I can smell alcohol, too. You're going to have to help me." And then they were both reaching toward her, both of the demons in yellow raincoats, trying to take her baby. She recoiled and fought them, screaming, "No, you can't have her. I won't let you have her." But the thunder commanded, "Give her up, you sinner, give her up." And when she cried out and put her hands over her ears to block off the voice of judgment, they took her baby away from her. And from the little girl's hand fell a globe of glass, the kind of trinket that holds a little snow scene within it, a make-believe village in a fairy-tale land. "Mommy," she remembered the child saying excitedly, "look what I won at the party. I pinned the tail on the donkey the best." The child had shaken the globe, and for a moment, just a moment, her mother had looked away from the road to focus her blurred vision on the scene of snow falling amid the roofs of a distant and perfect land. She watched the glass globe fall, in terrible slow motion, and she screamed because she knew it was about to break on the concrete. And when it broke, everything would be gone and destroyed. It hit in front of her, and as it shattered into 1,000 pieces of glittering junk, her scream stopped with a strangled moan. "Oh," she whispered. "Oh, no." Sister Creep stared at the dead child in the Spanish woman's arms. "My little girl is dead," she remembered. "I was drunk, and I picked her up at a birthday party, and I drove right off the road into a ditch. Oh, God! Oh, dear Jesus! A sinner! A drunken, wicked sinner! I killed her! I killed my little girl! Oh, God! Oh, God, forgive me!" Tears scorched her eyes and ran down her cheeks, and her mind whirled fragments of memory like dead leaves in a high wind. Her husband, wild with rage, cursing her and saying he never wanted to see her again. Her own mother, looking at her with disgust and pity, and telling her she was never meant to bear a child. The doctor at the sanitarium, nodding his head and checking his watch. The halls of the hospital, where grotesque, shambling, insane women chattered and shrieked and fought one another over combs, and the high fence that she had climbed over, in the dead of night and in swirling snow, to reach the woods beyond. "My little girl is dead," she thought, "dead and gone, a long time ago." The tears almost blinded her, but she saw well enough to know that her little girl had not suffered as this one in the Spanish woman's arms had. Her little girl had been laid to rest under a shade tree atop a hill. This one would lie forever in a cold, damp basement in the city of the dead. The Spanish woman lifted her head and looked at Sister Creep through haunted eyes. She blinked and slowly reached through the rain to touch Sister Creep's cheek. A tear balanced on the tip of her finger for a second before it dropped. "Give her to me," Sister Creep whispered. "I'll take her." The Spanish woman looked again, longingly at the corpse, and then the tears ran from her eyes and mingled with the black rain on her face. She kissed the dead child's forehead, cradled it against her for a moment, and then she held the corpse toward Sister Creep. She took the body as if she was accepting a gift and started to stand up, but the Spanish woman reached out again and touched the crucifix-shaped wound at Sister Creep's neck. She said wonderingly, "Bendito, muy bendito." Sister Creep stood up, and the Spanish woman slowly crawled out of the water and lay on the floor, huddled and shivering. Jack Tomacek took the corpse from Sister Creep and went off into the darkness. Beth said, "I don't know how, but you did it." She bent down to offer the Spanish woman the bottle of ginger ale. The woman took it from Beth and finished it. "My God," Artie Wisco said, standing behind her. "I just realized. I don't even know your name." "It's—" "What?" she wondered. "What's my name? Where do I come from? Where is that shade tree that shelters my little girl?" None of the answers would come to her. "You can call me—" She hesitated. "I'm a bag lady," she thought. "I'm nothing but a bag lady with no name, and I don't know where I'm going. But at least I know how I got here." "Sister," she replied. "You can call me Sister." And it came to her like a shout. "I'm not crazy any more. Sister." Artie repeated. He pronounced it Sister. That ain't much of a name, but I guess it'll do. Glad to know you, sister. She nodded, the shadowy memories still whirling. The pain of what she'd remembered was still with her, and would remain, but that had happened a long time ago, to a weaker and more helpless woman. "What are we going to do?" Beth asked her. "We can't just stay here, can we?" "No, we can't. Tomorrow Artie and I are going through the Holland Tunnel, if it hasn't caved in. We're walking west. If you three want to go with us, you're welcome." "Leave New York? What if there's nothing out there? What if everything's gone?" "It won't be easy," Sister said firmly. "It'll be damned hard and damned dangerous. I don't know what the weather's going to do, but we start with one step, and that's the only way I know to get anywhere, right?" "Right," Artie echoed. "You've got good shoes, Beth. Those shoes will take you a long way." "We've got a long way to go," Sister considered. "A very long way, and God only knows what we'll find out there. Or what will find us." "Okay," Beth decided. "Okay, I'm with you." She put the flame of her lighter out again to save fuel, but this time it didn't seem nearly as dark. Part 4. Land of the Dead. The biggest tomb in the world, Belly of the Beast, The Most Wonderful Light, Summer's Over, Tunnel Trolls, Protect the Child, Dream Walking, New Turn of the Game. Chapter 19. The man with bloody strips of shirt bandaged around the stump of his right wrist moved cautiously along the wrecked corridor. He didn't want to fall down and start that stump bleeding again. It had been dribbling for hours before it had finally crusted over. He was weak and light-headed, but he pushed himself onward because he had to see for himself. His heart was pounding and the blood sang in his ears, but what his senses fixed on was an acute itching between the first and second fingers of the right hand that wasn't there anymore. The itching of that phantom hand was about to drive him crazy. Beside him was the one-eyed hunchback, and in front of him, carrying the flashlight and negotiating a path, was the boy with the cracked eyeglasses. In his left hand the boy gripped a meat cleaver, its blade rimmed with Colonel Jimbo Macklin's dried blood. Roland Croninger stopped, the beam of his light spearing through the haze before him. "There it is," Teddy Bear said. "There it is, see? I told you, didn't I? I told you!" Macklin moved forward a few paces and took the flashlight from Roland. He played it over the wall of boulders and slabs that completely blocked the corridor in front of them, looking for a chink, a weak place, an area to apply leverage, anything. There wasn't a space large enough for a rat to squeeze through. "God help us," Macklin said quietly. "I told you. See? Didn't I tell you?" Teddy Bear Warner babbled. Finding this blockage had snapped the last of the willpower that was holding him together. Beyond that wall of rock lay Earth House's emergency food supply and equipment room. They were cut off from everything. The spare flashlights and batteries, toilet paper, flares, everything. "We're fucked," Teddy Bear giggled. "Oh, are we fucked?" Dust filtered down through the flashlight beam. Macklin raised it and saw the jagged fissures that cleaved the corridor's ceiling. More of the corridor might cave in at any time. Cables and wires dangled, and the iron reinforcement beams that were supposed to have supported Earth House through a nuclear attack were entirely cut through. Teddy Bear's giggling was mixed with sobs, and as Macklin realized the full extent of the disaster, he could no longer stand the sound of human weakness. He ground his teeth, his face contorting in rage, and he turned to strike Teddy Bear across the face with his itching right hand. But he had no right hand, and as he reared his arm back there was a searing, ripping pain, and fresh blood dripped through the bandages. Macklin cradled his injured arm against his body and squeezed his eyes tightly shut. He felt sick, about to throw up or pass out. Discipline and control, he thought. Shape up, soldier. Shape up, damn you. When I open my eyes again, he told himself, that wall of rock won't be there. We'll be able to walk right on through the corridor to where the food is. We'll be okay. Please, God, please make everything okay. He opened his eyes. The wall of rock remained. Anybody got any plastic explosive? Macklin asked. His voice echoed in the corridor. It was a lunatic voice, the voice of a man down in the bottom of a muddy pit with bodies sprawled all around him. "We're going to die," Teddy Bear said, giggling and sobbing, his one good eye wild. "We've got the biggest tomb in the world. Colonel?" It was the boy speaking. Macklin shone the light in Roland's face. It was a dusty, blood-splattered, emotionless mask. "We've got hands," Roland said. "Hands, sure. I've got one hand, you've got two. Teddy Bear's two aren't worth shit. Sure, we've got hands." "Not our hands," Roland replied calmly. An idea had come to him, clear and precise. "Their hands. The ones who are still alive up there." "The civilians?" Macklin shook his head. "We probably couldn't find 10 men able to work. And look at that ceiling. See those cracks? The rest of it's about to fall. Who's going to work with that hanging over their heads?" "How far is it from that wall to the food?" "I don't know, maybe 20 feet, maybe 30. Roland nodded. "What if we tell them it's 10 feet? And what if they don't know about the ceiling?" "You think they'd work or not?" Macklin hesitated. This is a kid, he thought. What does this kid know about anything? "We 3 are going to die," Roland said, "if we can't get to that food. And we won't get there if we can't make someone else do the work. Maybe the ceiling will fall, maybe it won't. But if it does fall, we won't be the ones underneath it, will we?" "They'll know the ceiling's weak. All they have to do is look up and see those goddamned cracks." "They can't see them," Roland said quietly. "In the dark. And you're holding the only light, aren't you?" A smile touched the corners of his mouth. Macklin blinked slowly. There seemed to be a movement in the gloom over Roland Croninger's shoulder. Macklin adjusted the flashlight beam a few degrees. Crouched down on his haunches was the shadow soldier, wearing his camouflage uniform and a helmet with green netting. Beneath the black and green war paint, his face was the color of smoke. "The boy's right, Jimbo," the shadow soldier whispered. He rose to his full height. "Make the civilians do the work. Make them work in the dark and tell them it's only 10 feet to the food. Shit, tell them it's 6 feet. They'll work harder. And if they break through, fine. If not, they're only civilians. Drones, breeders, right?" "Yes, sir," Macklin answered. "Huh?" Roland saw that the colonel seemed to be looking at something just over his right shoulder, and he was using that same fawning voice that he'd used when he was in delirium down in the pit. Roland looked around, but of course there was nothing there. "Drones," Macklin said. "Breeders, right." He nodded and pulled his attention away from the shadow soldier back to the boy. "Okay, we'll go up and see if we can find enough to make a work detail. Maybe some of my men are still alive, too." He remembered Sergeant Shore running wildly from the command center. "Shore? What the hell happened to him?" Teddy Bear shook his head. "What about Dr. Lang? Is he still alive?" "He wasn't in the infirmary." Teddy Bear made an effort not to look at that wall of rock. "I didn't check his quarters." "Well, check them, then. We may need him, and whatever painkillers he can scrounge up. I'm going to need more bandages, too. And we need bottles, plastic bottles, if we can find them. We can get water out of the toilets." "Colonel, sir?" Roland immediately got Macklin's full attention. "One more thing. The air." "What about the air?" "The generator's out. The electrical system's gone. How are the fans going to pull air into the vents?" Macklin had been building a hope, however faint, that they might survive. Instantly it crumbled. Without the fans, no air would be circulated through Earth House. The dank air that Earth House now held would be all they could expect, and when the carbon dioxide levels grew high enough, they would die. But how long that would take, he didn't know. Hours? Days? Weeks? He couldn't let himself think beyond the moment, and the most important thing right now was finding a drink of water, a bite of food, and a work detail. "We've got plenty of air," he said. "Enough for everybody. And by the time it starts getting thin, we'll have found a way out of here, right?"
Roland wanted to believe, and he nodded. Behind him, the shadow soldier nodded too, and said to Macklin, "Good boy." The colonel checked his own quarters just up the corridor. The door had been torn off its hinges, and part of the ceiling had collapsed. A hole had opened in the floor, swallowing his bed, and the bedside table in its depths. The bathroom was a wreck as well, but Macklin's flashlight found a few handfuls of water remaining in the toilet bowl. He drank from it, and then Roland and Teddy Bear took their turns. Water had never tasted so sweet. Macklin went to the closet. Everything had collapsed inside and lay on the floor in a heap. He got down on his knees, and holding the flashlight in the crook of his arm, began to go through the mess, looking for something he knew must be there. It took him a while to find it. "Roland," he said, "come here." The boy stood behind him. "Yes, sir?" Macklin gave him the small Ingram machine gun that had been on the closet shelf. "You're in charge of that." He stuffed bullet clips into the pockets of his flight jacket. Roland slid the handle of the holy axe down inside his belt and held the Ingram gun in both hands. It wasn't heavy, but it felt righteous. Yes, righteous and important, like some vital signet of empire that a king's knight ought to be in charge of. "Do you know anything about guns?" Macklin asked him. "My dad takes me—" Roland stopped. No, that wasn't right, not right at all. "I used to go shooting at a target range," he replied, "but I've never used anything like this." "I'll teach you what you need to know. You're going to be my trigger finger when I need one." He shone the light at Teddy Bear, who was standing a few feet away and listening. "This boy stays near me from now on," he told Teddy Bear, and the other man nodded but said nothing. Macklin didn't trust Teddy Bear any more. Teddy Bear was too close to going over the edge. But not the boy. Oh, no. The boy was strong-minded and smart, and it had taken sheer guts for him to crawl down into that pit and do what had to be done. The kid looked like a 90-pound weakling, but if he was going to crack, he would have cracked by now. Roland put the gun sling around his shoulder and adjusted it so it was tight, and he could get to the weapon in a hurry. Now he was ready to follow the king anywhere. Faces surfaced from the muddy waters of his memory. A man and a woman. But he pushed them down again. He didn't want to remember those faces any more. There was no use for it, and it only weakened him. Macklin was ready. "Okay," he said. "Let's see what we can find." And the one-eyed hunchback and the boy with cracked eyeglasses followed him into the darkness. Chapter 20. "Lady," Jack Tomachek said, "if you think we can get through that, you belong in Bellevue." Sister didn't reply. A bitter wind was blowing in her face off the Hudson River, and she narrowed her eyes against stinging needles of ice that were whirling down from the black clouds above them, stretching from horizon to horizon like a funeral shroud. Sickly yellow rays of sunlight found holes in the clouds and moved like search-lamps from a grade B prison escape movie, then were extinguished when the holes closed. The river itself was turbid with corpses, floating trash, and the hulks of burned boats and barges, all moving sluggishly southward to the Atlantic. Across the frightful river, the oil refinery fires were still blazing, and thick black smoke swirled in a maelstrom over the Jersey shore. Behind her stood Artie, Beth Phelps, and the Spanish woman, all of them wrapped up in layers of curtains and coats to ward off the wind. The Spanish woman had cried most of the night, but her eyes were dry now. All her crying was done. Below the ridge they stood on was the entrance to the Holland Tunnel. It was jammed with vehicles whose gas tanks had exploded. But that wasn't the worst of it. The worst, Sister saw, was that the remains of those cars were about wheel-rim deep in dirty Hudson River water. Somewhere inside that long and dark tunnel, the ceiling had ruptured, and the river was streaming in, not enough yet to collapse it like the Lincoln Tunnel, but enough to make the passage a dangerous slog through a swamp of burned cars, bodies, and God only knew what else. "I'm not up to swimming," Jack said, "or drowning. If that bastard fell in on our heads, we could kiss our asses goodbye." "Okay, what's a better suggestion?" "We go east to the Brooklyn Bridge, or we go across the Manhattan Bridge, anything but in there." Sister pondered that for a moment. She held her leather bag close to her side, and within it she could feel the outline of the glass circle. Sometime during the long night she'd had a dream of the thing with the burning hand, stalking through the smoke and ruins, its eyes searching for her. She feared that thing more than the half-flooded tunnel. What if the bridges are gone? Huh? What if both those bridges are gone? She repeated calmly. Look around and tell me if you think those spindly bridges could survive what blew down the World Trade Center and the Empire State Building. They might have. We won't know unless we see. And that'll be another day gone. By that time, the tunnel might be completely flooded. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't mind getting my feet wet. Jack shook his head. No way I'm going in there, lady. And you're nuts if you do. Listen, why do you want to leave Manhattan anyway? We can find food here, and we can go back to the basement. We don't have to leave. You might not, Sister agreed. I do. There's nothing here. I'm going with you, Artie said. I'm not afraid. Who said I was afraid? Jack countered. I'm not afraid. I'm just not fucking crazy, is all. Beth? Sister turned her attention to the young woman. What about you? Are you going with us or not? She stared fearfully at the clogged tunnel entrance, and finally she replied, Yes, I'm going with you. Sister touched the Spanish woman's arm, pointed down at the Holland tunnel, and made a walking gesture with 2 fingers. The other woman was still too shocked to respond. We'll have to stay close together, Sister told Beth and Artie. I don't know how deep the water will be in there. I think we should link hands and go through so nobody gets lost, okay? Both of them nodded. Jack snorted. You're crazy. All of you are out of your minds. Sister, Beth, and Artie started down the ridge toward the tunnel entrance. The Spanish woman followed. Jack shouted, You'll never make it through there, lady. But the others didn't pause or look back, and after another moment Jack came down the ridge behind them. Sister stopped in chilly water up to her ankles. Let me have your lighter, Beth, she said. Beth gave it to her, but she didn't spark it yet. She took Beth's hand, and Beth grasped Artie's, and Artie held on to the Spanish woman's hand. Jack Tomachek completed the chain. Okay. She heard fear in her voice, and she knew she had to take the next step before her nerve broke. Let's go. She started walking around the hulks of vehicles into the Holland Tunnel, and the water crept up to her knees. Dead rats bobbed in it like corks. Less than 10 feet into the tunnel, the water had risen to her thighs. She flicked the lighter, and its meager flame popped up. The light revealed a nightmarish phantasmagoria of tangled metal before them. Cars, trucks, and taxis torn into half-submerged, otherworldly shapes. The tunnel walls were scorched black, and seemed to swallow up the light instead of reflecting it. Sister knew there must have been an ungodly inferno in here when all the gas tanks blew. In the distance, far ahead, she heard the echoing noise of a waterfall. She pulled the human chain onward. Things floated around her that she avoided looking at. Beth gave a little gasp of terror. Keep going, Sister told her. Don't look around. Keep going. The water crawled up her thighs. I stepped on something, Beth cried out. Oh, Jesus, there's something under my foot. Sister squeezed her hand tightly and guided her on. The water had reached Sister's waist by the time she had taken another half-dozen steps. She looked over her shoulder at the entrance, now about 60 feet behind them, its murky light pulling at her, but she returned her attention to what lay ahead, and immediately her heart stuttered. The lighter's flame glinted off a huge mangled knot of metal that almost completely blocked the tunnel. A pile of what used to be cars, melded together by the heat. Sister found a narrow space to slip around, her feet sliding on something slick at the bottom. Now rivulets of water were falling from above, and Sister concentrated on keeping the lighter dry. The waterfall's noise still lay ahead. It's about to cave in, Jack shouted. God, it's going to fall in on us. Keep going, Sister yelled at him. Don't stop. Ahead of them, except for the small glow of the flame, was total, unfathomable darkness. What if it's blocked up, she thought, and she felt the scurryings of panic. What if we can't make it? Settle down, 1 step at a time, 1 step. The water reached her waist and continued to climb. Listen, Beth said suddenly, and she stopped. Artie bumped into her and almost slipped into the foul water. Sister could hear nothing but the increased rumble of the waterfall. She started to pull Beth on, and then there was a deep groaning noise from above them. We're in the belly of the beast, Sister thought, like Jonah being swallowed alive. Something splashed into the water in front of her. Other falling objects banged loudly off the wreckage, like the noise of sledgehammers at work. Chunks of stone, Sister realized. Dear God, the ceiling's about to collapse. "It's falling!" Jack shouted, about to choke on terror. Sister heard him thrashing through the water, and she knew his nerve had given out. She looked back and could see him struggling wildly the way they'd come. He slipped into the water, came up sobbing. "I don't want to die," he screamed. "I don't want to die!" And the sound of his screaming trailed away after him. "Don't anybody move," Sister commanded before the others fled too. Stones were still falling all around, and she clasped Beth's hand so hard her knuckles popped. The chain trembled, but it held. Finally the stones ceased to fall, and the groaning noise stopped too. "Everybody okay? Beth? Artie, is the woman all right?" "Yeah," he answered shakily. "I think I've shit in my pants, though." "Shit I can deal with. Panic I can't. Do we go on or not?" Beth's eyes were glassy. She's checked out, Sister thought. Maybe that was for the best. "Artie, you ready?" she asked, and all Artie could do was grunt. They slogged onward, through water that rose toward their shoulders. Still there was no light ahead, no sign of a way out. Sister winced as a piece of stone the size of a manhole cover slammed into a wrecked truck about 10 feet away. The noise of the waterfall was nearer, and over their heads the tunnel groaned with the strain of holding back the Hudson River. She heard a faint voice from behind them. "Come back! Please come back!" She wished Jack Tomachek well, and then the waterfall's roar drowned him out. Her bag was full of water, her clothes pulling heavily at her, but she kept the lighter extended over her head. It was uncomfortably hot in her hand, though she dared not flick the flame off. Sister could see her breath pluming out into the light, the water numbing her legs and stiffening her knees. One more step, she resolved, then the next. Keep going. They passed another surrealistic heap of melded vehicles, and the Spanish woman cried out in pain as an edge of underwater metal gashed her leg, but she gritted her teeth and didn't falter. A little further on, Artie's feet got tangled up in something, and he went down, coming up sputtering and coughing, but he was okay. And then the tunnel curved, and Sister said, "Stop!" Before them, glittering in the feeble light, was a torrent of water pouring from above, stretching the width of the tunnel. They would have to pass through the downpour, and Sister knew what that meant. "I'm going to have to put the lighter out now, until we get past," she said. "Everybody hold on tight. Ready?" She felt Beth squeeze her hand, and Artie croaked, "Ready." Sister closed the lighter's lid. The darkness consumed all. Sister's heart was pounding, and she gripped the lighter protectively in her fist and started forward. The water hit her so hard it knocked her under. She lost Beth's hand and heard the young woman scream. Frantically, Sister tried to get her footing, but there was something slick and oozy all over the bottom. Water was in her mouth and eyes. She couldn't draw a breath, and the darkness distorted her sense of direction. Her left foot was trapped and held by an underwater object, and a shriek was very close, but she knew that if she let it go, they were all lost. She flailed around with her free hand, trying to hold the lighter up with the other, and fingers gripped her shoulder. "I've got you!" Beth shouted, her own body being battered by the waterfall. She steadied Sister, who wrenched her leg free with an effort that almost tore the sneaker off her foot. Then she was loose and moving again, guiding the others away from the snag. She didn't know how long it took them to clear the waterfall. Maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3, but suddenly they were past it, and she wasn't gasping for air any more. Her skull and shoulders felt as bruised as if she had been used as a punching bag. She shouted, "We made it!" and led them a distance away before her side bumped metal. Then she took the lighter in her fingers again and tried to strike it. A spark leaped, but there was no flame. "Oh, Jesus," Sister thought. She tried it again. Another star of sparks, but no flame, and no light. "Come on," she breathed. The third time was no charm. "Light, damn you!" But it wouldn't, not on the 4th or 5th attempts, and she prayed that the lighter hadn't gotten too wet to catch. On the 8th try, a small, weak flame appeared, wavered, and almost died again. Fluid's almost gone, Sister realized. They had to get out of here before it was used up, she thought, and before that instant she'd never known how sanity could depend on a tiny flickering flame. Beside her, the crumpled radiator grill and hood of a Cadillac protruded from the water like an alligator's snout. In front of her, another car lay on its roof, all but submerged, the tires shredded from its wheels. They were amid a maze of wreckage, their circle of light cut to a fraction of what it had been before. Sister's teeth had begun to chatter, her legs like cold chunks of lead. They went on, step by careful step. The tunnel groaned above them again, and more rubble tumbled down. But suddenly Sister realized that the water was back down to her waist. "We're coming out!" she shouted. "Thank God we're coming out!" She strained to see light ahead, but the exit wasn't yet in sight. "Don't stop! You're almost there!" She stumbled over something on the bottom. A gurgle of bubbles exploded in her face, and from the water in front of her rose a corpse, blackened and gnarled like a piece of wood, its arms frozen stiffly over its face, its mouth straining in a soundless scream. The lighter went out. The corpse leaned against Sister's shoulder in the dark. She stood motionlessly, her heart about to burst through her chest, and she knew she could either lose her mind in that moment or... She took a shuddering breath and pushed the thing aside with her forearm. The corpse slid under again, with a noise like a giggle. "I'm going to get us out of here," she heard herself vow, and in her voice there was a dogged strength she hadn't known she possessed. "Fuck the dark. We're getting out." She took the next step, and the next one after that. Slowly the water descended to their knees, and how much later, and how many steps further, Sister didn't know. She saw the Holland Tunnel's exit before them. They had reached the Jersey shore. Chapter 21. "Water, please. Let me have some water." Josh opened his eyes. Darlene's voice was getting weaker. He sat up and crawled over to where he'd piled up all the cans he'd uncovered. There were dozens of them, many of them burst open and leaking, but their contents seemed okay. Their last meal had been baked beans, washed down with V8 juice, the task of can opening made simpler by a screwdriver he'd discovered. The dirt had also yielded up a shovel with a broken blade and a pickaxe, along with other bits and pieces from the groceries shelves. Josh had put everything in the corner, organizing the tools, large and small cans, with the single-minded concentration of a pack rat. He found the V8 and crawled to Darlene. The exertion left him sweating and tired again, and the smell of the latrine trench he'd dug over on the far side of the basement didn't help the air any either. He reached out in the darkness and touched Swan's arm. She was cradling her mother's head. "Here." He tipped the can to Darlene's mouth. She drank noisily for a moment and then pushed the can away. "Water," she begged. "Please, some water." "I'm sorry, there's not any." "Shit," she muttered. "I'm burning up." Josh gently laid a hand on her forehead. It was like touching a griddle, much worse than his own fever. Further away, Pawpaw was still hanging on, intermittently babbling about Gophers, his missing truck keys, and some woman named Goldie. "Blakeman," Darlene croaked. "We gotta get to Blakeman. Swan, honey, don't you worry, we'll get there." "Yes, ma'am," Swan replied quietly, and Josh heard it in her voice. She knew her mother was near death. "Soon as they come get us out of here, we'll be on our way. Lord, I can see my daddy's face right now." She laughed, and her lungs gurgled. "Oh, his eyes are gonna jump right out of his head." "He'll be real glad to see us, won't he?" Swan asked. "Sure will. Damn it, I wish they'd come on and get us out of here. When are they coming?" "Soon, Mama." That kid's aged 10 years since the blast, Josh thought. "I had a dream about Blakeman," Darlene said. "You and me were walking, and I could see the old house right in front of us across the field, and the sun. The sun was shining so bright."
Oh, it was such a pretty day. And I looked over the field and I saw my daddy standing on the porch. And he was waving for me to come on across. He didn't hate me any more. And all of a sudden, my mama came out of the house, and she was standing on the porch beside him, and they were holding hands. And she called, "Darlene, Darlene, we're waiting for you, child. Come on home now." She was silent, just the wet sound of her breathing. We started across the field, but Mama said, "No, honey, just you, not the little girl, just you." But I didn't want to go across without my angel, and I was afraid, and Mama said, "The little girl's got to go on a long, long way." Oh, I wanted to cross that field. I wanted to, but I couldn't. She found Swan's hand. "I want to go home, honey." "It's all right," Swan whispered, and she smoothed back the sweat-damp remnants of her mother's hair. "I love you, Mama. I love you so much. Oh, I've messed things up." A sob caught in Darlene's throat. "I messed up everything I ever touched. Oh, God, who's going to watch out for my angel? I'm afraid. I'm so afraid." She began to sob brokenly, and Swan cradled her head and whispered, "Shh, Mama, I'm here. I'm right here." Josh crawled away from them. He found his corner and curled up in it, trying to escape. He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe hours. When he heard a noise near him, he sat up. "Mister," Swan's voice was weak and wounded, "I think my Mama's gone home." She broke then and began to cry and moan at the same time. Josh folded his arms around her, and she clung to his neck and cried. He could feel the child's heart beating, and he wanted to scream and rage, and if any of the prideful fools who had pushed those buttons were anywhere within reach, he could have snapped their necks like matchsticks. Thinking about how many millions might be lying dead out there warped Josh's mind, like trying to figure out how big the universe was, or how many billions of stars winked in the skies. But right now there was just this little girl, sobbing in his arms, and she could never see the world in the same way as before. No matter what happened to them, she would forever be marked by this moment, and Josh knew he would as well, because it was one thing to know that there might be millions of faceless dead out there. It was something else again to know that a woman who used to breathe and talk, and whose name was Darlene, was lying dead in the dirt less than 10 feet away. And he would have to bury her in that same dirt, have to use the pickaxe and the broken shovel and dig the grave on his knees, have to bury her deep so they wouldn't crawl over her in the dark. He felt the child's tears on his shoulder, and when he reached up to touch her hair, his fingers found blisters and burned stubble. And he prayed to God in that moment that if they were going to die, the child would pass away before him, so she wouldn't be alone with the dead. Swan cried herself out. She gave a last whimper and leaned limply against Josh's shoulder. "Swan," he said, "I want you to sit here and not move for a while. Will you do like I say?" She made no response. Then, finally, she nodded. Josh set her aside, got the pickaxe and shovel. He decided to dig the hole as far away as possible from the corner where Swan lay, and he started scooping away a mess of cornstalks, broken glass, and splintered wood. His right hand brushed something metal buried in the loose dirt, and at first he thought it was another can he could add to the others, but this one was different. It was a slim cylinder. He picked it up in both hands and ran his fingers over it. Not a can, he realized. Not a can. My God. Oh, Jesus. It was a flashlight, and it held enough weight to suggest there were batteries inside. He found the off-on switch with his thumb, but he dared not press it yet. Not until he closed his eyes and whispered, "Please, please, let it still work. Please."
He took a deep breath and pressed the little switch. There was no change, no sensation of light against his closed eyelids. Josh opened his eyes and looked at darkness. The flashlight was useless. He thought he would burst out laughing for a second, but then his face contorted with anger, and he shouted, "Damn it to hell!" He reared his arm back to fling the flashlight to pieces against the wall, and as the flashlight jiggled an instant before he let it fly, a weak yellow ray speared from its bulb. But to Josh it looked like the mightiest, most wonderful light in all of creation. It all but dazzled him blind, and then it flickered and went out again. He jiggled it furiously. The light played an impish game, coming on and going off again and again. And then Josh reached 2 fingers through the cracked plastic lens to the tiny bulb itself. Carefully, his fingers trembling, he gave the bulb a gentle clockwise turn. And this time the light stayed. A dim, murky light, yes, but light. Josh lowered his head and wept. Chapter 22. Night caught them on Communipaw Avenue in the ruins of Jersey City, just east of Newark Bay. They found a bonfire of debris burning within the roofless hulk of a building, and it was there that Sister decided they should rest. The building's walls deflected the freezing wind, and there was enough flammable material around to keep the fire burning until morning. They huddled close around the bonfire, because standing only 6 feet away was like being in a meat locker. Beth Phelps held her palms toward the fire. "God, it's so cold. Why is it so cold? It's still July." "I'm no scientist," Artie ventured, sitting between her and the Spanish woman, "but I guess the blasts threw so much dust and junk into the air that it's done something to the atmosphere, screwed up the sun's rays or something. I've never been so cold before." Her teeth chattered. "I just can't get warm." "Summer's over," Sister said as she rummaged through the contents of her bag. "I don't think it's going to be summer again for a long time." She brought out the ham slices, the last of the soggy bread, and the 2 cans of anchovies. Also, in the water-shrunken bag were several items that Sister had found today: a small aluminum pot with a black rubber-coated handle, a little knife with a serrated blade, a jar of Folger's freeze-dried coffee, and a single thick garden glove with 2 fingers burned away. Stuffed into the bottom of the bag was the glass ring, which Sister had neither looked at nor disturbed since they'd come out of the tunnel. She wanted to save looking at it and holding the treasure for later, like a gift she would give herself at the end of the day. None of them had spoken again about the Holland Tunnel. It seemed more like a hideous dream, something they wanted to forget. But Sister felt stronger now. They had made it through the tunnel. They could make it through another night and another day. "Take some bread," she told them. "Here, go easy on the ham." She chewed on a soggy hunk of bread and watched the Spanish woman eat. "Do you have a name?" Sister asked. The Spanish woman looked at her incuriously. "A name." Sister made the motion of writing in the air. "What's your name?" The Spanish woman busied herself with tearing a slice of ham into small bite-sized pieces. "Maybe she's crazy," Artie said. "You know, maybe losing her kid like that made her crazy. Think that could be?" "Maybe," Sister agreed, and she got the ashy-tasting bread down her throat. "I guess she's Puerto Rican," Beth offered. "I almost took Spanish in college, but I wound up taking a music appreciation course instead." "What are you—" Artie stopped himself. He smiled wanly, and slowly the smile faded. "What did you do for a living, Beth?" "I'm a secretary for the Homehauser Plumbing Supply Company on West 11th, 3rd floor, corner office, the Broward building. I'm Mr. Alden's secretary. He's the vice president. I mean, he was the vice president." She hesitated, trying to remember. "Mr. Alden had a headache. He asked me to go across the street to the drugstore to get him a bottle of Excedrin. I remember. I was standing on the corner of 11th and 5th, waiting for the light to change. This nice-looking guy asked me if I knew where some sushi restaurant was, but I said I didn't know. The light changed, and everybody started to cross the street. But I wanted to keep talking to that guy, because he was really cute, and Well, I don't really get to meet a lot of guys I'd like to go out with. We were about halfway across, and he looks at me and smiles and says, "My name's Keith, what's yours?" Beth smiled sadly and shook her head. I never got to answer him. I remember a loud roaring sound. I had a feeling that a wave of heat just knocked me off my feet. Then I think somebody grabbed my hand and told me to run. I did. I ran like hell, and I could hear people screaming, and I think I was screaming too. All I remember after that is hearing somebody say, "She's still alive." I got mad. I thought, of course I'm still alive. Why wouldn't I still be alive? I opened my eyes, and Mr. Kaplan and Jack were bending over me. Beth's gaze focused on Sister. We're not the only ones who made it, are we? I mean, it's not just us alone, is it? I doubt it. The ones who could make it out have probably already moved west, or north, or south, Sister said. There's sure as hell no reason to go east. By God, Beth drew in a sharp breath. My mom and dad, my little sister, they live in Pittsburgh. You don't think Pittsburgh is like this, do you? I mean, Pittsburgh could be okay, right? She grinned crookedly, but her eyes were wild. What's to bomb in Pittsburgh, right? Right, she agreed, and she concentrated on opening one of the anchovy cans with its little key. She knew the salty taste of the things might make them more thirsty, but food was food. Anybody want one of these? She scooped a fillet up on her finger and put it in her mouth. The fishy taste almost made her tongue curl, but she got the thing down, figuring fish had iodine or something that would be good for her. Both Artie and Beth took an anchovy, but the Spanish woman turned her head away. They finished the bread. Sister put the remaining slices of ham back in her bag, then poured the oil from the anchovy can onto the ground and returned the can to the bag as well. The ham and fish might carry them a couple of days more if rationed properly. What they had to do tomorrow was find something to drink. They sat huddled around the bonfire as the wind shrieked beyond the building's walls. Every so often an errant blast got inside the building and swept up cinders like comets before it spun itself out. There was only the noise of the wind and the fanning flames, and Sister stared into the seething orange heart of the bonfire. Sister? She looked toward Artie. Would you mind if I held it? He asked hopefully. She knew what he meant. Neither of them had held it since that day in the ruins of the Steuben glass shop. Sister reached down into her bag, pushed aside the other junk, and put her hand around the object wrapped in a scorched striped shirt. She brought it up and peeled the still wet shirt away. Instantly the glass circle, with its 5 spires and its embedded jewels, burst into brilliance, absorbing the bonfire's light. The thing shone like a fireball, perhaps even brighter than before. It pulsed with her heartbeat, as if her own life force powered it, and the threads of gold, platinum, and silver sizzled with light. "Oh," Beth breathed. The gemstone lights were reflected in her eyes. "Oh, what is that? I've never seen anything like that in my life." "Sister found it," Artie replied. His voice was reverent, his attention riveted to the glass ring. He tentatively held out both hands. "May I, please?" Sister gave it to him. When Artie had it, the pulsations of the gemstone shifted speed and rhythm, picking up Artie's heartbeat. He shook his head with wonder, his eyes full of rainbow colors. "Holding this makes me feel good," he said. "It makes me feel like all the beauty in the world isn't dead yet." He ran his fingers over the glass spires and circled his forefinger over an emerald the size of a large almond. "So green," he whispered, "so green." He smelled the clean, fresh aroma of a pine woods. He was holding a sandwich in his hands, pastrami on rye with hot spicy mustard, just the way he liked it. Startled, he looked up and saw around himself a vision of green forest and emerald meadowland. Beside him was a cooler with a bottle of wine in it, and a paper cup full of wine sat close at hand. He was sitting on a green-striped tablecloth. A wicker picnic basket was open in front of him, displaying a bounty of food. "I'm dreaming," he thought. "My God, I'm dreaming with my eyes open." But then he saw his hands, blistered and burned. He was still wearing the fur coat and his red pajamas. The sturdy black wingtips were still on his feet, but he felt no pain, and the sunshine was bright and warm, and a silken breeze stirred through the pine forest. He heard a car door slam. Parked about 30 feet away was a red T-bird. A tall, smiling young woman with curly brown hair was walking toward him, carrying a transistor radio that was playing "Smoke Gets in Your Eyes." "We couldn't have asked for a better day, could we?" the young woman asked, swinging the radio at her side. No," Artie replied, stunned. "I guess not." He had never smelled air so fresh and clean before. And that T-bird. My God, he thought. The T-bird had a foxtail hanging on the antenna. He remembered that set of wheels now. It was the finest, fastest car he'd ever owned, and— "Wait a minute," he thought as the young woman approached. "Hold the phone. What the hell is—" "Drink your wine," the woman offered. "Aren't you thirsty?" Yeah, I am thirsty." He picked up the cup and drank the wine in 3 swallows. His throat had been burning with thirst. He held the cup out for more and downed that one just as fast. And then Artie looked into the woman's soft blue eyes and saw the oval shape of her face and realized who she was. But she couldn't be. She was 19 years old, and here they were, back on their picnic on the afternoon he had asked her to marry him. "You're staring, Artie," she said teasingly. "I'm sorry. It's just— you're young again, and I'm sitting here like a French fry in red pajamas. It's not right." She frowned as if she couldn't fathom what he was talking about. "You're silly," she decided. "Don't you like your sandwich?" Sure I do." He bit into it, expecting it to dissolve like a mirage between his teeth, but he had a mouthful of pastrami, and if this was a dream, it was the best damn dream sandwich he'd ever eaten. He poured himself a 3rd cup of wine and guzzled it merrily. The sweet, clean scent of the pine woods filled the air, and Artie breathed deeply. He stared out at the green woods and the meadow, and he thought, my God, it's good to be alive." "You all right?" "Huh?" The voice had startled him. He blinked and was looking at Sister's blistered face. The glass ring was still between his hands. "I asked you if you're all right," she said. "You've been looking into that thing for about half a minute, just sitting there staring." "Oh!" Artie saw the bonfire, the faces of Beth and the Spanish woman, the ruined walls of the building. "I don't know where I went," he thought, "but I'm back now." He imagined that he could taste pastrami. Spicy mustard and wine lingered in his mouth. He even felt just a bit light-headed, as if he'd drunk too much too fast. But his stomach felt full now, and he wasn't thirsty any more. "Yeah, I'm all right." He let his fingers play along the glass ring for a moment longer, and then he handed it back to Sister. "Thank you," he said. She took it. For an instant she thought she smelled— what was it? Liquor? But then the faint odor was gone. Artie Wisco leaned back and belched. "Can I hold that?" Beth asked her. "I'll be careful with it." She took it from Sister as the Spanish woman admired it over her shoulder. "It reminds me of something I've seen," she said. "I can't think of what, though." She peered through the glass at the sparkle of topaz and diamonds. "Oh, Lord, do you know what this must be worth?" Sister shrugged. "I guess it would have been worth some money a few days ago. Now I'm not so sure. Maybe it's worth some cans of food and a can opener. Maybe a pack of matches. At the most, a jug of clean water." Water, Beth thought. It had been over 24 hours since she'd had a drink of the ginger ale. Her mouth felt like a dry field. A drink of water, just a sip, would be so wonderful. Her fingers suddenly submerged into the glass. Except it was not glass anymore. It was a stream of water, running over multicolored stones. She pulled her hand away, and drops of water fell like diamonds from the tips of her fingers back into the flowing stream. She sensed Sister watching her. But she also felt distanced from the other woman, distanced from the wreckage of the city around them. She felt Sister's presence, but it was as if the woman was in another room of a magic mansion to which Beth had just found the front door key. The cool stream of water made an inviting chuckling sound as it passed over the colored stones. "There can't be water running right across my lap," Beth thought. And for an instant the stream wavered and started to fade. A thing of mist burned off by the stark sun of reason. No, she wished, not yet. The water continued flowing right under her hands, moving from beyond to beyond. Beth put her hand into it again. So cool, so cool. She caught some of the water in her palm and brought it to her mouth. It tasted better than any glass of Perrier she'd ever had. Again she drank from it, and then she lowered her head into the stream and drank as the water rushed around her cheek like a lingering kiss. Sister thought Beth Phelps had gone into some kind of trance. She'd watched Beth's eyes suddenly glaze over. Like Artie, Beth hadn't moved for over 30 seconds. "Hey," Sister said. She reached out and poked Beth. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Beth looked up. Her eyes cleared. "What?" "Nothing. I think it's time we got some rest." Sister started to take the glass circle back, but the Spanish woman abruptly grabbed it and scrambled away, sinking down amid the broken stones and clasping it to her body. Both Sister and Beth stood up, and Beth thought she felt her stomach slosh. Sister walked to the Spanish woman, who was sobbing with her head bent over. Sister knelt beside her and said gently, "Come on, let me have that back, okay?" "Mi niña, me perdona," the woman sobbed. "Madre de Dios, mi niña, me perdona." "What's she saying?" Beth asked, standing behind Sister. "I don't know." Sister put her hand around the glass ring and slowly pulled it toward her. The Spanish woman held on to it, shaking her head back and forth. "Come on," Sister urged. "Let me have it." "My child forgives me," the Spanish woman suddenly said. Her eyes were wide and full of tears. "Mother of God, I saw my child's face in this, and she said she forgives me. I'm free. Mother of God, I'm free." Sister was stunned. "I didn't think you knew English." Now it was the Spanish woman's turn to blink dazedly. "What?" "What's your name? How come you haven't spoken English before this?" "My name is Julia Castillo." "English? I don't know what you mean." "Either I'm crazy or she is," Sister said. "Come on, let me have this." She pulled the ring away, and Julia Castillo let it go. "Okay. Now how come you haven't spoken English before now, Julia?" "No comprendo," she replied. "Good morning, good day. I am happy to see you, sir. Thank you." She shrugged and motioned vaguely southward. "Matanzas," she said. "Cuba." Sister turned her head toward Beth, who had stepped back a couple of paces and had a weird expression on her face. "Who's crazy, Beth? Julia or me? Does this lady know English or not?" Beth said, "She was speaking in Spanish. She never said one word of English. Did you understand what she said?" "Hell yes, I understood her. Every damned word. Didn't—" She stopped speaking. Her hand holding the glass ring was tingling. Beyond the bonfire, Artie suddenly sat up and hiccuped. "Hey," he said in a slightly slurred voice, "where's the party?" Sister held the glass circle out toward Julia Castillo again. The Spanish woman touched it hesitantly. "What did you say about Cuba?" Sister asked. "I'm from Matanzas in Cuba," Julia replied, in perfect English. Her eyes were large and puzzled. "My family came over in a fishing boat. My father could speak a little English, and we came north to work in a shirt factory. How do you know my language?" Sister looked at Beth. "What do you hear, Spanish or English?" "Spanish. Isn't that what you heard?" "No." She pulled the ring out of Julia's grasp. "Now say something. Say anything." Julia shook her head. "Lo siento.
No comprendo."
Sister stared at Julia for a moment, and then she slowly lifted the ring closer to her face to peer into its depths. Her hand was trembling, and what felt like little jolts of energy coursed through her forearm to her elbow. "It's this," Sister said. "The glass thing. I don't know why or how, but this thing lets me understand her, and she can understand me, too. I heard her speak English, Beth, and I think she heard me speak Spanish." "That's crazy," Beth said, but she thought of the cool stream that had flowed across her lap, and her throat that was no longer parched. "I mean, it's just glass and jewels, isn't it?" "Here," Sister offered it to her. "Find out for yourself." Beth traced one of the spires with a finger. "The Statue of Liberty," she said. "What?" "The Statue of Liberty. That's what this reminds me of. Not the statue itself, but the lady's crown." She lifted the circle to her head, the spires jutting up. "See? It could be a crown, couldn't it?" "I've never seen a lovelier princess," said a man's voice from the darkness beyond the bonfire. Instantly Beth had the glass circle protected in her arms and was backing away from the direction of the voice. Sister tensed. "Who's there?" She sensed movement. Someone was walking slowly across the ruins, approaching the firelight's edge. He stepped into the light. His gaze lingered on each of them in turn. "Good evening," he said politely, addressing Sister. He was a tall, broad-shouldered man with a regal bearing, dressed in a dusty black suit. A brown blanket was wrapped around his shoulders and throat like a peasant's serape, and across his pallid, sharp-chinned face were the scarlet streaks of deep burns, like welts inflicted by a whip. A blood-crusted gash zigzagged across his high forehead, cut through his left eyebrow, and ended at his cheekbone. Most of his reddish-gray hair remained, though there were bare spots the size of silver dollars on his scalp. The breath curled from his nose and mouth. "Is it all right if I come nearer?" he asked, his voice pained and halting. Sister didn't answer. The man waited. "I won't bite," he said. He was shivering, and she could not deny him the fire. "Come ahead," she said cautiously, and she stepped back as he did. He winced as he hobbled forward, and Sister saw what was hurting him. A jagged splinter of metal had pierced his right leg just above the knee and stuck out about 3 inches on the other side. He passed between Sister and Beth and went straight to the fire, where he warmed his outstretched hands. "Ah, that feels good. It must be 30 degrees out there." Sister had felt the cold as well, and she returned to the fire. Behind her, Julia and Beth, who was still protectively clinging to the glass ring, followed. "Who the hell are you?" Artie stared bleary-eyed across the bonfire. "My name is Doyle Halland," the man answered. "Why didn't you people leave with the rest of them?" "The rest of who?" Sister asked, still watching him warily. "The ones who got out. Yesterday, I guess it was. Hundreds of them, leaving." He smiled wanly and waved his hand around. "Leaving the Garden State. Maybe there are shelters further west, I don't know. Anyway, I didn't expect anyone was left." "We came from Manhattan," Beth told him. "We made it through the Holland Tunnel." "I didn't think anybody could have lived through what hit Manhattan. They say it was at least 2 bombs. Jersey City burned fast, and the winds... My God, the winds!" He closed his fists before the flames. "There was a tornado. More than one, I think. The winds just tore buildings off their foundations. I was lucky, I suppose. I got into a basement, but the building blew apart over my head. The wind did this." He gingerly touched the metal splinter. "I've heard of tornadoes putting straws unbroken through telephone poles. I guess this is about the same principle, huh?" He looked at Sister. "I realize I'm not at my best, but why are you staring at me like that?" "Where'd you come from, Mr. Halland?" "Not far. I saw your fire. If you don't want me to stay, just say so." Sister was ashamed of what she'd been thinking. He winced again, and she saw that fresh blood had begun to ooze around the splinter. "I don't own this place. You can stay wherever you please."
Thank you. It's not a pleasant night to be walking. His gaze moved to the sparkle of the glass circle Beth was holding. That thing shines, doesn't it? What is it? It's... She couldn't find the right word. It's magic, she blurted out. You won't believe what just happened. You see that woman over there? She can't speak English. And this thing... It's junk, Sister interrupted, taking it from Beth. She didn't trust this stranger yet, and she didn't want him knowing any more about their treasure. It's just shiny junk, that's all. She put it into the bottom of her bag, and the glow of the gems faded and went out. You want shiny junk? The man inquired. I'll show you some. He looked around and then hobbled away a few yards and painfully bent down. He picked up something and brought it back to the fire. See? It shines just like yours, he said, showing them what he held. It was a piece of stained glass window, a swirl of deep blue and purple. You're standing in what used to be my church, he said, and he pulled the blanket away from his throat to reveal the soiled white collar of a priest. Smiling bitterly, he tossed the colored glass into the fire. Chapter 23. In the darkness, 16 civilians, men, women, and children, and 3 badly injured members of Colonel Macklin's army, struggled to work the tightly jammed puzzle of rocks loose from the lower-level corridor. It's only 6 feet to the food, Macklin had told them. 6 feet. It won't take you long to break through once you get a hole opened. The first one to reach that food gets a triple ration. They had been laboring in total darkness for almost 7 hours, when the rest of the ceiling caved in on their heads with no warning. Roland Croninger, on his knees in the cafeteria's kitchen, felt the floor shake. Screams drifted up through an air vent, and then silence. Damn, he said, because he knew what had happened. Who was going to clear that corridor now? But then, on the other side of the coin, the dead didn't use up air. He went back to his task of scooping up bits of food from the floor and putting them into a plastic garbage bag. He'd suggested that Colonel Macklin set up headquarters in the gymnasium. They'd found a treasure, a mop bucket, in which they could store the toilet bowl water. When Roland, his stomach gnawing with hunger, had left them to forage in the kitchen, both Macklin and Captain Warner had been asleep. Roland had the Ingram gun on a strap around his shoulder, and the handle of the holy axe was secured by his waistband. Near him, the flashlight lay on the floor, illuminating clumps of food that had exploded from cans in the pantry. The kitchen garbage pails had yielded some finds, too. Banana peels, bits of tomato, cans with not all their contents quite scraped out, and a few breakfast biscuits. Anything and everything edible went into Roland's bag, except for the biscuits, which were his first meal since the disaster. He picked up a black piece of something and started to shove it into the bag, but hesitated. The black thing reminded him of what he'd done to Mike Armbruster's pet hamsters the day Armbruster had brought them to biology class. The hamsters had been left at the back of the room after school, while Armbruster went to football practice. Roland had gotten the cage of hamsters without being seen by the cleaning women, and had sneaked stealthily to the school's automotive workshop. In one corner stood a metal vat that held a greenish-brown liquid, and over the vat was a red sign that said, "Wear your gloves." Roland had put on a pair of heavy asbestos gloves and made cooing noises to the 2 little hamsters, and he'd thought about Mike Armbruster laughing and spitting on him while he was down in the dust. Then he'd picked up the cage by its handle and lowered it into the vat of acid, which was used to make rusted radiators shine like new. He'd let the hamsters stay under until the bubbles stopped. When he brought the cage up, he noted that the acid had attacked the metal and chewed it down to a polished gleam. Then he took his gloves off and carried the cage back to the biology room on the end of a broom. He'd often wondered what Mike Armbruster's face had looked like when he saw the 2 black things where the hamsters used to be. Armbruster hadn't realized, Roland often mused later, the many ways a king's knight can get even. Roland tossed whatever it was into the bag. He turned up a box of oatmeal, and, wonder of wonders, a single green apple. Both of those went into the bag. He continued crawling, lifting the smaller rocks and avoiding the fissures in the floor.
He was getting too far from the flashlight, and he stood up. The garbage bag had some weight to it now. The king was going to be well pleased. He started toward the light, stepping nimbly over the dead. There was a noise behind him, not a loud noise, just a whir of disturbed air, and he knew he was no longer alone. Before he could turn, a hand clamped across his mouth. "Get the bag," a man said. "Hurry!" It was torn from his grip. "Little fucker's got an Ingram gun." That, too, was ripped off his shoulder. The hand moved from his mouth, replaced by an arm at his throat. "Where's Macklin? Where's the son of a bitch hiding?" I can't breathe," Roland croaked. The man cursed and flung him to the floor. Roland's glasses flew off, and a boot pressed down on his spine. "Who you gonna kill with that gun, kid? You gonna make sure you get all the food for yourself and the colonel?" One of the others retrieved the flashlight and aimed it in Roland's face. He thought there were 3 of them from the voices and movements, but he couldn't be positive. He flinched as he heard the Ingram gun's safety click off. "Kill him, Shore," one of the men urged. "Blow his fucking brains out." Shore. Roland knew that name. Hospitality Sergeant Shore. "I know he's alive, kid." Shore was standing over him, his foot planted on Roland's back. "I went down to the command center, and I found those people working in the dark. I found Corporal Prados, too. He told me a kid got Macklin out of a hole, and that the colonel was hurt. He just left Prados down there to die, didn't he?" "The corporal couldn't move. He couldn't stand up because of his leg. We had to leave him." "Who else is with Macklin?" "Captain Warner," Roland gasped. "That's all." "And he sent you here to find food? Did he give you the Ingram gun and tell you to kill everybody else?" "No, sir." The wheels of Roland's brain were spinning, trying to find a way to squirm out of this. "Where's he hiding? How many weapons does he have?" Roland was silent. Shore bent down beside him and put the gun's barrel to Roland's temple. "There are 9 other people not too far from here who need food and water, too," Shore said tersely. "My people. I thought I was going to die, and I've seen things—" He stopped, shaken. Couldn't go on for a moment. "Things nobody ought to see and live to remember. Macklin's to blame for all this. He knew this place was falling apart. He must have known it." The barrel bruised Roland's skull. High and mighty Macklin, with his tin soldiers and his worn-out medals, just marching the suckers in and out of here. He knew what was going to happen. Isn't that right? "Yes, sir." Roland felt the holy axe pressed against his stomach. Slowly he began to work his hand under his body. "He knows there's no way in hell to get to the emergency food, doesn't he? So he sent you here to get the scraps before anybody else could. You little bastard." Shore grabbed his collar and shook him, which helped Roland slide his hand closer to the holy axe. "The colonel wants to stockpile everything," Roland said. By time, he thought. "He wants to get everybody together and ration out the food and "You're a liar. He wants it all for himself." "No, we can still get through to the emergency food." "Bullshit!" the man roared, and insanity leapt in his voice. "I heard the rest of Level 1 fall in. I know they're all dead. He wants to kill all of us so he can have the food." "Finish him, Shore," the other man said. "Shoot his balls off." "Not yet, not yet. I want to know where Macklin is. Where's he hiding, and how many weapons does he have?" Roland's fingers were almost touching the blade. Closer, closer. He's got a lot of guns. Got a pistol, and another machine gun." Closer and closer still. "He's got a whole arsenal in there." "In there? And where?" "In one of the rooms. It's way down the corridor." Almost got it. "What room, you little shit?" Shore grabbed him again, shook him angrily, and Roland took advantage of the movement. He slid the holy axe out of his waistband and lay on top of it, getting a good, strong grip around the handle. When he decided to strike, it would have to be fast, and if the other 2 men had guns, he was finished. "Cry," he told himself. He forced a sob. "Please, please don't hurt me. I can't see without my glasses." He blubbered and shook. "Don't hurt me." He made a retching noise, and he felt the Ingram's gun barrel move away from his skull. Little shitter. Little candy-ass shitter. Come on, stand up like a man. He grasped Roland's arm and started to haul him to his feet. Now, Roland thought. Very calmly, very deliberately. A king's knight was not afraid of death. He let the man's strength pull him up, and then he uncoiled like a spring, twisting around and slashing out with the holy axe that still bore some of the king's dried blood on its blade. The flashlight's beam glinted off the cleaver. The blade sliced into Shore's left cheek like it was carving off a piece of Thanksgiving turkey. He was too shocked to react for a second, but then the blood burst out of the wound, and his finger jerked involuntarily on the trigger, sending a rattle of bullets whining past Roland's head. Shore staggered backward, half his face peeled open to the bone. Roland rushed him, hacking wildly before the man could aim that gun again. One of the others grabbed Roland's shoulder, but Roland broke away, tearing the rest of his shirt almost off. He swung again at Shore and caught the meaty part of his gun arm. Shore stumbled over a dead body, the Ingram gun clattering to the stones at Roland's feet. Roland scooped it up, his face contorted into a savage rictus, and he whirled upon the man holding the flashlight. He braced his legs in the firing position the colonel had taught him, aimed and squeezed the trigger. The gun hummed like a sewing machine, but its recoil knocked him back over the rubble and set him on his ass. As he fell, he saw the flashlight explode in the man's hand, and there was a grunt followed by a shrill cry of pain. Someone whimpered and scrabbled away across the floor. Roland fired into the dark, the red trajectories of tracer bullets ricocheting off the walls. There was another scream that broke into gurgling fragments and grew distant, and Roland thought that one of the men must have stepped into a hole in the floor and fallen through. He sprayed the cafeteria with bullets, and then he stopped firing because he knew he was alone again. He listened. His heart was racing. The sweet aroma of a fired weapon hung in the air. "Come on," he shouted. "You want some more? Come on!" But there was only silence. Whether he'd killed them all or not, he didn't know. He was sure he'd hit at least one. "Bastards," Roland breathed. "You bastards! Next time I'll kill you." He laughed. It startled him, because it didn't sound like the laughter of anyone he knew. He wished the men would come back. He wanted another chance at killing them. Roland searched for his glasses. He found the garbage bag, but his glasses were lost. Everything would be blurred from now on, but that was okay. There was no more light anyway. His hands found warm blood and a body to go with it. He spent a minute or two kicking the dead man's skull in. Roland picked up the garbage bag, and keeping the Ingram gun ready, carefully moved across the cafeteria toward where he knew the exit to be. His toes probed for holes in the floor, but he made it safely into the corridor. He still trembled with excitement. Everything was black and silent, but for the slow dripping of water somewhere. He felt his way toward the gymnasium with his bag of booty, eager to tell the king that he'd fought off 3 tunnel trolls, and that one of them was named Shore. But there would be more trolls. They wouldn't give up so easily. And besides, he wasn't sure if he'd killed the hospitality sergeant or not. Roland grinned into the darkness, his face and hair damp with cold sweat. He was very, very proud of himself for protecting the king, though he regretted losing the flashlight. In the corridor he stepped on bodies that were swelling like gas bags. This was turning out to be the greatest game he'd ever played. This beat the computer version by a light year. He'd never shot anybody before, and he'd never felt so powerful before either. Surrounded by darkness and death, and carrying a bag full of scraps and a warm Ingram gun, Roland Croninger knew true ecstasy. Chapter 24. A squeaking sound coming from a corner of the basement made Josh reach to his side for the flashlight and switch it on. The weak bulb threw a dim yellow spear of light, but Josh guided it toward that corner to find out what was over there. "What is it?" Swan asked, sitting up a few feet beside him. "I think we've got a rat." He played the light around, saw only a tangle of timbers, cornstalks, and the mound of dirt where Darlene Prescott lay buried. Josh quickly moved the light away from the grave. The child was just now getting her senses back. "Yeah, I think it's a rat," Josh decided. "Probably had a nest hidden down here somewhere." "Hey, Mr. Rat," he called. "Mind if we share your basement for a while?" He sounds like he's hurt." "He probably thinks we sound pretty bad, too." He kept the flashlight's beam away from the little girl. He'd already seen her once in the meager light, and that was enough. Almost all of her beautiful blonde hair was burned away, her face a mass of red, watery blisters. Her eyes, which he remembered as being so stunningly blue, were deep sunken and a cloudy gray. He was aware that the blast hadn't spared his looks either. The backwash of the light revealed splotched gray burns that covered his hands and arms. More than that, he didn't care to know. He was going to wind up looking like a zebra, but at least they were both still alive, and though he had no way of calculating how much time had passed since the explosion, he thought they'd been down here for maybe 4 or 5 days. Food was no longer a problem, and they had plenty of canned juices. Air must be entering from somewhere, though the basement remained stuffy. The worst concern Josh had was the latrine smell, but that couldn't be helped right now. Maybe later he'd figure out a neater sanitation system, perhaps using the empty cans and burying those in the dirt. Something moved in the light's beam. "Look," Swan said. "Over there." A small, burned little animal perched on a tiny hillock of dirt, its head tilted toward Swan and Josh, and then the animal squeaked again and disappeared into the debris. Josh said, "That's not a rat. It's a gopher," Swan finished for him. "I've seen lots of them before, digging out near the trailer park." "A gopher," Josh repeated. He remembered Pawpaw's voice saying, "Gopher's in the hole." Swan was pleased to see something else alive down here with them. She could hear it sniffing in the dirt, over beyond the light and the mound where— She let the thought go, because she couldn't stand it. But her mama wasn't hurting any more, and that was a good thing. Swan listened to the gopher snuffling around. She was very familiar with the things because of all the holes they dug in her garden. All the holes they dug, she thought. "Josh," Swan said. "Yeah?" "Gophers dig holes," she said. Josh smiled faintly at what he took to be just a childlike statement, but then his smile froze as what she was getting at struck him. If a gopher had a nest down here, then there might indeed be a hole leading out. Maybe that was where the air was coming from. Josh's heart leaped. Maybe Pawpaw knew there was a gopher hole somewhere in the basement, and that was the message he'd been trying to relay. A gopher hole could be enlarged to make a tunnel. "We've got a pickaxe and shovel," he thought. "Maybe we can dig ourselves out." Josh crawled to where the old man lay. "Hey," Josh said. "Can you hear me?" He touched Pawpaw's arm. "Oh, Lord," Josh whispered. The old man's body was cool. It lay stiffly, the arms rigid by the sides. Josh shone the light into the corpse's face, saw the mottled scarlet burns like a strange birthmark across the cheeks and nose. The eye sockets were dark brown, gaping holes. Pawpaw had been dead for several hours at least. Josh started to close Pawpaw's eyelids, but there were none. Those, too, had been incinerated and vaporized. The gopher squeaked. Josh turned away from the corpse and crawled toward the noise. Probing into the debris with his light, he found the gopher licking at its burned hind legs. It abruptly darted under a piece of wood wedged into the corner. Josh reached after it, but the wood was tucked tight. As patiently as he could, he began to work it free. The gopher chattered angrily at the invasion. Slowly, Josh got the splintered piece of timber loose and pulled it away. The light revealed a small round hole in the dirt wall about 3 inches off the floor. "Found it!" Josh exclaimed. He got down on his belly and shone the light up into the hole. About 2 or 3 feet out of the basement, it crooked to the left and continued on beyond the range of the light. "This thing's got to lead to the surface." He was as excited as a kid on Christmas morning, and he was able to get his fist up into the hole. The ground was hard-packed and unyielding, burned even at this depth to the solidity of asphalt. Digging through it was going to be an absolute bitch, but following the hole would make the work easier. One question nagged at him. Did they want to get out of the basement any time soon? The radiation might kill them outright. God only knew what the surface world would be like. Did they dare find out? Josh heard a noise behind him. It was a hoarse rattling sound, like congested lungs struggling for air. "Josh?" Swan had heard the noise too, and it made the remaining hairs on the back of her neck stand up. She had sensed something moving in the darkness just a few seconds before. He turned and shone the light at her. Swan's blistered face was turned to the right. Again there came that hideous rattling noise. Josh shifted the light, and what he saw made him feel as if a freezing hand had clenched his throat. Pawpaw's corpse was shivering, and that awful noise was emanating from it. "He's still alive," Josh thought incredulously. But then, no, he was dead when I touched him. He was dead. The corpse lurched. Slowly, arms still stiff at its sides, the dead man began to sit up. Its head started turning inch by inch, like a clockwork automaton, toward Josh Hutchins, its raw eye sockets seeking the light. The burned face rippled, the mouth straining to open, and Josh thought that if those dead lips parted, he would lose whatever marbles he had left right then and there. With a hiss and rattle of air, the mouth opened, and from it came a voice like the rush of wind through dried-up reeds. It was at first an unintelligible sound, thin and distant, but it was getting stronger, and it said, "Protect." The eye sockets faced the beam of light, as if there were still eyeballs in them. "Protect," the awful voice repeated. The mouth with its gray lips seemed to be straining to form words. Josh shrank backward, and the corpse ratcheted out, "Protect that child." There was a quiet whoosh of air. The corpse's eye sockets caught fire. Josh was mesmerized, and he heard Swan give a soft, stunned, "Oh!" The corpse's head burst into a fireball, and the fire spread and enveloped the entire body in a writhing, reddish-blue cocoon. An intense wave of heat licked at Josh's face, and he put up his hand to shield his eyes. When he lowered it again, he saw the corpse dissolving at the center of its fiery shroud. The body remained sitting upright, motionless now, every inch of it ablaze. The burning went on for maybe 30 seconds longer. Then the fire began to flicker out, and the last to burn were the soles of Pawpaw's shoes. But what lingered was white ash, in the shape of a man sitting upright. The fire went out. The ashen shape crumbled. It was ash through and through, even the bones. It collapsed in a heap on the floor, and what remained of Pawpaw Briggs was ready for a shovel. Josh stared. Ash drifted lazily through the light. "I'm going off my bird," he thought. "All those body slams have caught up with me." Behind him, Swan bit her lower lip and fought off frightened tears. "I won't cry," she told herself. "Not any more." The urge to sob passed, and she let her shocked eyes drift toward the black giant. Protect the child. Josh had heard it, but Pawpaw Briggs had been dead, he reasoned. Protect the child. Sue Wanda. Swan. Whatever had spoken through the dead man's lips was gone now. It was just Josh and Swan alone. He believed in miracles, but of the biblical version, the parting of the Red Sea, the turning of water to wine, the feeding of the multitude from a basket of bread and fish. Up until this moment he'd thought the age of miracles was long past. But maybe it was a small miracle that they'd both found this grocery store, he realized. It was certainly a miracle that they were still alive, and a corpse that could sit up and speak was not something you saw every day. Behind him, the gopher scrabbled in the dirt. He smelled the food leaking from the cans, Josh figured. Maybe that gopher hole was a small miracle, too. He could not stop staring at the pile of white ashes, and he would hear that reedy voice for the rest of his life, however long that might be. "You all right?" he asked Swan. "Yes," she replied, barely audible. Josh nodded. If something beyond his ken wanted him to protect the child, he thought, then he was damned well going to protect the child. After a while, when he got his bones thawed out again, he crawled to get the shovel, and then he switched off the light to let it rest. In the darkness, he covered the ashes of Pawpaw Briggs with cornfield dirt. Chapter 25. Cigarette? A pack of Winstons was offered. Sister took one of the cigarettes. Doyle Halland flicked a gold butane lighter with the initials RBR on its side. When the cigarette was lit, Sister drew the smoke deeply into her lungs. No use to fret about cancer now, and let it trickle through her nostrils. A fire crackled in the hearth of the small wood-framed suburban house in which they'd decided to shelter for the night. All the windows were broken out, but they'd been able to trap some heat in the front room due to a fortunate discovery of blankets and a hammer and nails. They'd nailed the blankets up over the largest windows and huddled around the fireplace. The refrigerator yielded up a can of chocolate sauce, some lemonade in a plastic pitcher, and a head of brown lettuce. The pantry held only a half-full box of Raisin Bran and a few other cans and jars of left-behinds. Still, all of it was edible, and Sister put the cans and jars in her bag, which was beginning to bulge with things she'd scavenged. It was soon going to be time to find a second bag. During the day they had walked a little more than 5 miles through the silent sprawl of the East Jersey suburbs, heading west along Interstate 280 and crossing the Garden State Parkway. The bitter cold gnawed at their bones, and the sun was no more than an area of gray in a low, muddy brown sky streaked with red. But Sister noted that the further away they got from Manhattan, the more buildings were still intact, though almost every one of them had blasted out windows, and they leaned as if they'd been knocked off their foundations. Then they reached an area of 2-story, close-cramped houses, thousands of them, brooding and broken like little Gothic manors. On postage-stamp-sized lawns burned the color of dead leaves. Sister noted that none of the trees or bushes she saw had a scrap of vegetation. Nothing was green any more. Everything was colored in the dun gray and black of death. They did see their first cars that weren't twisted into junk. Abandoned vehicles, their paint blistered off and windshields smashed, stood here and there on the streets, but only one of them had a key, and that one was broken off and wedged in the ignition. They went on, shivering in the cold, as the gray circle of the sun moved across the sky. A laughing woman wearing a flimsy blue robe, her face swollen and lacerated, sat on a front porch and jeered at them as they passed. "You're too late," she shouted. "Everybody's gone. You're too late." She was holding a pistol in her lap, and so they kept going. On another corner, a dead man with a purple face, his head hideously misshapen, leaned against a bus-stop sign and grinned up at the sky, his hands locked around a business briefcase. It was in the coat pocket of this corpse that Doyle Halland had found the pack of Winstons and the butane lighter. Everyone was indeed gone. A few corpses lay in front lawns or on curbs or draped over steps, but those who were still living and still halfway sane had fled from the radius of the Holocaust. Sitting in front of the fire and smoking a dead man's cigarette, Sister envisioned an exodus of suburbanites frantically packing pillowcases and paper bags with food and everything they could carry as Manhattan melted beyond the Palisades. They had taken their children and abandoned their pets, fleeing westward before the black rain like an army of tramps and bag ladies. But they had left their blankets behind, because it was the middle of July. Nobody expected it to get cold. They just wanted to get away from the fire. Where were they going to run to? And where were they going to hide? The cold was going to catch them, and many of them would already be deep asleep in its embrace. Behind her, the others were curled up on the floor, sleeping on sofa cushions and covered by rugs. Sister drew on the cigarette again and then looked at Doyle Halland's craggy profile. He stared into the fire, a Winston between his lips, one long-fingered hand tentatively massaging his leg where the splinter was driven through. The man was damn tough, Sister thought. He'd never once asked to stop and rest his leg today, though the pain of walking had bled his face chalky. "So what were you planning on doing?" Sister asked him. "Staying around that church forever?" He hesitated a moment before he answered. "No," he said, "not forever. Just until— I don't know, just until someone came along who was going somewhere." "Why didn't you leave with the other people?" "I stayed to give the last rites to as many as I could. Within 6 hours of the blast, I'd done so many that I lost my voice. I couldn't speak, and there were so many more dying people. They were begging me to save their souls.
begging me to get them into heaven." He glanced quickly at her and then away. He had gray eyes flecked with green. "Begging me," he repeated softly. "And I couldn't even speak, so I gave them the sign of the cross, and I kissed them. I kissed them to sleep, and they all trusted me." He drew on the cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and watched it drift toward the fireplace. "St. Matthew's has been my church for over 12 years. I kept coming back to it and walking through the ruins, trying to figure out what had happened. We had some lovely statues and stained-glass windows. 12 years. He slowly shook his head. "I'm sorry," Sister offered. "Why should you be? You didn't have anything to do with this. It's just something that got out of control. Maybe nobody could have stopped it." He glanced at her again, and this time his gaze lingered at the crusted wound in the hollow of her throat. "What's that?" he asked her. "It looks almost like a crucifix." She touched it. "I used to wear a chain with a cross on it." "What happened?" "Someone—" She stopped. How could she describe it? Even now her mind skittered away from the memory. It was not a safe thing to think about. "Someone took it from me," she continued. He nodded thoughtfully and leaked smoke from the corner of his mouth. Through the blue haze his eyes searched hers. "Do you believe in God?" "Yes, I do." "Why?" he asked quietly. "I believe in God because someday Jesus is going to come and take everyone worthy up in the No, she told herself. No, that was Sister Creep babbling about things she'd heard other bag ladies say. She paused, getting her thoughts in order, and then she said, "I believe in God because I'm alive, and I don't think I could have made it this far by myself. I believe in God because I believe I will live to see another day." "You believe because you believe," he said. "That doesn't say much for logic, does it?" "Are you saying you don't believe?" Doyle Halland smiled vacantly. The smile slowly slipped off his face. "Do you really think that God has his eye on you, lady? Do you think he really cares whether you live one more day or not? What singles you out from all those corpses we passed today? Didn't God care about them?" He held the lighter with its initials in the palm of his hand. "What about Mr. R.B.R.? Didn't he go to church enough? Wasn't he a good boy?" "I don't know if God has an eye on me or not," Sister replied, "but I hope he does. I hope I'm important enough, that we're all important enough. As for the dead, maybe they were the lucky ones, I don't know." "Maybe they were," he agreed. He returned the lighter to his pocket. "I just don't know what there is to live for anymore. Where are we going? Why are we going anywhere? I mean, one place is as good as another to die in, isn't it? I'm not planning on dying any time soon. I think Artie wants to get back to Detroit. I'll go there with him." "And after that? If you make it as far as Detroit?" She shrugged. "Like I say, I'm not planning on dying. I'll keep going as long as I can walk." "No one plans on dying," he said. "I used to be an optimist a long time ago. I used to believe in miracles. But do you know what happened? I got older, and the world got meaner. I used to serve and believe in God with all my heart, with every ounce of faith in my body." His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were looking at something far beyond the fire. "As I say, that was a long time ago. I used to be an optimist. Now I suppose I'm an opportunist. I'm very good at judging which way the wind blows, and I'd have to say that now I judge God, or the power that we know as God, to be very, very weak. A dying candle, if you like, surrounded by darkness, and the darkness is closing in." He sat without moving, just watching the fire burn. "You don't sound much like a priest." "I don't feel much like one, either. I just feel like a worn-out man in a black suit with a stupid, dirty white collar. Does that shock you?" "No. I don't think I can be shocked any more." "Good. Then that means you're becoming less of an optimist, too, doesn't it?" He grunted. "I'm sorry. I guess I don't sound like Spencer Tracy in Boys Town, do I? But those last rites I gave, they fell out of my mouth like ashes, and I can't get that damned taste out of my mouth." His gaze slipped down to the bag at Sister's side. "What's that thing I saw you with last night? That glass thing?" "It's something I found on Fifth Avenue." "Oh, may I see it?" Sister brought it out of her bag. The jewels trapped within the glass circle burst into blazing rainbow colors. The reflections danced on the walls of the room and striped both Sister's and Doyle Hallen's faces. He drew in his breath, because it was the first time he'd really gotten a good look at it. His eyes widened, the colors sparkling in his pupils. He reached out to touch it, but drew his hand back at the last second. "What is it?" "Just glass and jewels, melted together. But last night, just before you came, this thing did something wonderful, something I still can't explain." She told him about Julia Castillo, and being able to understand each other's language when they were linked by the glass circle. He sat listening intently. "Beth said this thing's magic. I don't know about that, but I do know it's pretty strange. Look at it pick up my heartbeat. And the way the thing glows. I don't know what this is, but I'm sure as hell not going to throw it away." "A crown," he said softly. "I heard Beth say it could be a crown. It looks like a tiara, doesn't it?" "I guess it does. Not quite like the tiaras in the Tiffany windows, though. I mean, it's all crooked and weird-looking. I remember I wanted to give up. I wanted to die. And then I found this, and it made me think that... I don't know, it's stupid, I guess." "Go on," he urged. "It made me think about sand," Sister told him. "That sand is about the most worthless stuff in the world, yet look what sand can become in the right hands." She ran her fingers over the velvet surface of the glass. "Even the most worthless thing in the world can be beautiful," she said. "It just takes the right touch. But seeing this beautiful thing and holding it in my hands made me think I wasn't so worthless either. It made me want to get up off my ass and live. I used to be crazy, but after I found this thing, I wasn't so crazy anymore. Maybe part of me's still crazy, I don't know. But I want to believe that all the beauty in the world isn't dead yet. I want to believe that beauty can be saved." "I haven't seen very much beauty in the last few days," he replied. "Except for that. You're right. It is a very, very beautiful piece of junk." He smiled faintly. "Or crown. Or whatever it is you choose to believe." Sister nodded and peered into the depths of the glass circle. Beneath the glass, the threads of precious metals flared like sparklers. The pulsing of a large, deep brown topaz caught her attention. She could sense Doyle Halland watching her, could hear the crackle of the fire and the sweep of the wind outside, but the brown topaz and its hypnotic rhythm, so soft, so steady, filled up her vision. "Oh," she thought, "what are you? What are you? What—" She blinked. She was no longer holding the circle of glass, and she was no longer sitting before the fire in the New Jersey house. Wind swept around her, and she smelled dry, scorched earth, and something else. What was it? Yes, now she knew. It was the odor of burned corn. She was standing on a vast flat plain, and the sky above her was a whirling mass of dirty gray clouds through which electric blue streaks of lightning plunged. Charred cornstalks lay about her by the thousands, and the only feature on that awful wasteland was a large dome that looked like a grave about 100 yards away. "I'm dreaming," she thought. "I'm really sitting in New Jersey. This is a dreamscape, a picture in my mind, that's all. I can wake up any time I want to, and I'll be back in New Jersey again." She looked at the strange dome and wondered how far she could push the limits of this dream. "If I take a step," she thought, "will the whole thing fall to pieces like a movie set?" She decided to find out, and she took a single step. The dreamscape remained intact. "If this is a dream," she told herself, "then by God I'm dream-walking somewhere a long way from New Jersey, because I can feel that wind in my face." She walked over the dry earth and cornstalks toward the dome. No dust plumed beneath her feet, and she had the sensation of drifting over the landscape, like a ghost instead of actually walking, though she knew her legs were moving. As she neared the dome, she saw it was a mass of dirt, thousands of burned cornstalks, pieces of wood, and cinder blocks all jammed together. Nearby was a twisted thing of metal that might once have been a car, and another one lay 10 or 15 yards beyond the first. Other pieces of metal, wood, and debris lay scattered around her. Here was what appeared to be the nozzle from a gas pump. There was the burned lid of a suitcase. The rags of clothes, small clothes, were lying about. Sister walked. Dream-walked, she thought. Past part of a wagon wheel half buried in the dirt, and there was the remnant of a sign that still held barely decipherable letters. P-A-W. She stopped about 20 yards from the grave-like dome. This is a funny thing to be dreaming about, she thought. I could be dreaming about a thick steak and an ice-cream sundae. Sister looked in all directions, saw nothing but desolation. But no, something on the ground caught her eye, a little figure of some kind, and she dream-walked toward it. A doll, she realized as she got nearer. A doll with a bit of blue fur still clinging to its body, and 2 plastic eyes with little black pupils that Sister knew would jiggle around if it was picked up. She stood over the doll. The thing was somehow familiar, and she thought of her own dead daughter perched in front of the TV set. Reruns of an old show for kids called Sesame Street had been one of her favorite programs, and Sister remembered the child pointing gleefully at the screen and shouting, "Cookies!" The Cookie Monster. Yes, that's who that was, lying there at her feet. Something about that doll there on the desolate plain struck a note of terrible sadness in Sister's heart. Where was the child to whom this doll belonged? Blown away with the wind, or buried and lying dead under the earth? She bent down to pick up the Cookie Monster doll, and her hands went right through it, as if either the scene or she were made of smoke. This is a dream, Sister thought. This is not real. This is a mirage inside my head, and I'm dream-walking through it. She stepped back from the doll. It was for the best that it remained there, in case the child who had lost it some day came back this way. Sister squeezed her eyes shut. I want to go back now, she thought. I want to go back where I was. Back far away from here. Far away. Far... For your thoughts. Sister was startled by the voice, which seemed to be whispered right into her ear. She looked to her side. Doyle Hallen's face hovered above her, caught between the firelight and the reflection of the jewels. What? I said a penny for your thoughts. Where'd you go? Where indeed, Sister wondered. Far away from here, she said. Everything was as it had been before. The vision was gone, but Sister imagined she could still smell burned corn and feel that wind on her face. The cigarette was burning down between her fingers. She took one last draw from it and then thumped it into the fireplace. She put the glass ring down into her bag again and held the bag close to her body. Behind her eyes she could still clearly see the dome of dirt, the wagon wheel, the mangled remains of cars, and the blue-furred Cookie Monster. Where was I? She asked herself, and she had no answer. Where do we go in the morning? Howland inquired. West, she answered. We keep going west. Maybe we'll find a car with a key in the ignition tomorrow. Maybe we'll find some other people. I don't think we'll have to worry much about food for a while. We can scavenge enough to eat as we go. I was never very fussy about my meals, anyway. Water was still going to be a problem, though. The kitchen and bathroom faucets in this house were dry, and Sister figured that the shock waves had shattered water mains all over the metro area. Do you really think it's going to be better anywhere else? He lifted his burned eyebrows. The wind's going to throw radiation all over this country. If the blast and the fires and the radiation don't finish people off, it's going to be hunger, thirst, and the cold. I say there's nowhere to go after all, is there? Sister stared into the fire. Like I say, she said finally, nobody has to go with me who doesn't want to. I'm getting some sleep now. Good night.
She crawled over to where the others were huddled under the rugs, and she lay down between Artie and Beth and tried to find sleep, while the wind shrieked beyond the walls. Doyle Howland carefully touched the metal splinter in his leg. He sat slightly slumped forward, and his gaze ticked toward Sister and the bag she held so protectively. He grunted thoughtfully, smoked his cigarette down to the filter, and tossed it into the fireplace. Then he positioned himself in a corner, facing Sister and the others, and he stared at them for perhaps a full 5 minutes, his eyes glittering in the gloom, before he leaned his head back and went to sleep, sitting up. Chapter 26. It began with a mangled voice calling from beyond the gymnasium's barricaded door. "Colonel? Colonel Macklin?" Macklin, on his knees in the dark, did not answer. Not far away, Roland Croninger clicked the safety off the Ingram gun, and he could hear Warner's harsh breathing over to his right. "We know you're in the gym," the voice continued. "We searched everywhere else. Got yourself a nice little fortress, don't you?" As soon as Roland had reported the incident at the cafeteria, and gone to work blocking the gym's doorway with stones, cables, and parts of broken-up Nautilus machines, the boy had had the good idea to scatter shards of glass out in the corridor, to cut the marauders up when they came creeping through the dark on their hands and knees. A moment before the voice, Macklin had heard curses and pained mutterings, and he knew the glass had done its job. In his left hand he held a makeshift weapon that had been part of a Nautilus super pullover machine, a curved metal bar about 2 feet long, with 12 inches of chain and a dangling mace-like sprocket at its business end. "Is the boy in there?" the voice inquired. "I'm looking for you, boy. You really did a job on me, you little fucker." And now Roland knew Shore had escaped, but from the way he sounded, the hospitality sergeant had lost half his mouth. Teddy Bear Warner's nerve shattered. "Go away! Leave us alone!" "Oh, shit," Macklin thought. "Now they know they've got us." There was a long silence. Then, "I've got some hungry people to feed, Colonel, sir. We know you've got a bag full of food in there. It's not right for you to have it all, is it?" When Macklin didn't reply, Shore's distorted voice roared, "Give us the food, you son of a bitch!" Something gripped Macklin's shoulder. It felt like a cold, hard claw digging into his skin. "More mouths, less food," the shadow soldier whispered. "You know what it's like to be hungry, don't you? Remember the pit back in Nam? Remember what you did to get that rice, mister?" Macklin nodded. He did remember. Oh, yes, he did. He remembered knowing that he was going to die if he didn't get more than 1/4 of a small rice cake every time the Kong guards dropped one down, and he'd known the others, McGee, Ragsdale, and Mississippi, could read their own tombstones, too. A man had a certain look in his eyes when he was pushed against the wall and stripped of his humanity. His entire face changed, as if it was a mask cracking open to show the face of the real beast within. And when Macklin had decided what it was he had to do, the shadow soldier had told him how to do it. Ragsdale had been the weakest. It had been a simple thing to press his face into the mud while the others were sleeping, but 1/3 of the rice wasn't enough, the shadow soldier said. Macklin had strangled McGee, and then there were 2. Mississippi had been the toughest to kill. He was still strong, and he'd fought Macklin off again and again. But Macklin had kept at him, attacking him when he tried to sleep. And finally Mississippi had lost his mind and crouched in the corner, calling for Jesus like a hysterical child. It had been an easy thing, then, to grasp Mississippi's chin and wrench his head violently backward. Then all the rice was his, and the shadow soldier said he'd done very, very well. "Can you hear me, Colonel, sir?" Shore sneered beyond the barricade. "Just give us the food and we'll go." "Bullshit," Macklin answered. There was no more use in hiding. "We've got weapons in here, Shore." He desperately wanted the man to believe they had more than just one Ingram gun, a couple of metal clubs, a metal cleaver, and some sharp rocks. "Back off." "We've brought along some toys of our own. I don't think you want to find out what they are." "You're bluffing." "Am I?
Well, sir, let me tell you this. I found a way to get to the garage. There's not much left. Most everything's smashed to hell, and you can't get to the drawbridge crank. But I found what I needed, Colonel, sir, and I don't give a damn how many guns you've got in there. Now, does the food come out, or do we take it? Roland, Macklin said urgently, get ready to fire. The boy aimed the Ingram gun in the direction of Shore's voice. What we've got stays here, Macklin told him. You find your own food, just like we found ours. There is no more, Shore raged. You son of a bitch! You're not going to kill us like you killed everybody else in this damned... Fire! Macklin ordered. Roland squeezed the trigger with no hesitation. The gun jumped in his hands as the tracers streaked across the gym like scarlet comets. They hit the barricade and the wall around the door, popping and whining madly as they ricocheted. In the brief, jerky light, a man, not Shore, could be seen trying to climb through the space between the pile of rubble and the top of the door. He started to pull back when the firing began, but he suddenly screamed, caught in the glass and metal cables that Roland had arranged. Bullets hit him, and he writhed, getting more tangled up. His screaming stopped. Arms came up, grabbed the body, and heaved it backward into the corridor. Roland released the trigger. His pockets were full of ammo clips, and the colonel had drilled him in changing the clips quickly. The noise of the machine gun faded. The marauders were silent. "They're gone," Warner shouted. "We ran 'em off." "Shut up," Macklin warned him. He saw a flicker of light from the corridor. What might have been a match being struck. In the next instant, something of fire came flying over the barricade. It hit with the sound of shattering glass, and Macklin had a second to smell gasoline before the Molotov cocktail blew. A sheet of fire leaping across the gym. He jerked his head down behind his rock pile, hiding place, as glass whined like yellow jackets around his ears. The flames shot past him, and when the explosion was over, he looked up and saw a puddle of gas burning about 15 feet away. Roland had ducked as well, but small fragments of glass had nicked his cheek and shoulder. He lifted his head and fired again at the doorway. The bullets hit the top of the barricade and ricocheted harmlessly. "You like that, Macklin?" Shore taunted. "We found us a little gasoline in some of the car tanks. Found us some rags and a few beer bottles, too. We've got more where that one came from. You like it?" Firelight flickered off the walls of the wrecked gym. Macklin hadn't counted on this. Shore and the others could stand behind the barricade and toss those bastards over the top. He heard a metal tool of some kind scrape against the debris that blocked the door, and some of the rocks slid away. A second gasoline-filled bottle, a flaming rag jammed down into it, sailed into the gym and exploded near Captain Warner, who cowered behind a mound of stones, bent metal, and nautilus weights. The gas spattered like grease from a skillet, and the captain cried out as he was hit by flying glass. Roland fired the Ingram gun at the doorway as a third bomb landed between him and Colonel Macklin, and he had to leap aside as burning gas splashed at his legs. Shards of glass tugged at Macklin's jacket, and one caught him over the right eyebrow and snapped his head back like a punch. The gym's rubble, mats, towels, ceiling tiles, ripped-up carpeting and wood paneling, was catching fire. Smoke and gasoline fumes swirled through the air. When Roland looked up again, he could see blurred figures furiously digging their way over the barricade. He gave them another burst of bullets, and they scattered back into the corridor like roaches down a hole. A gas-filled Dr. Pepper bottle exploded in reply, the whoosh of flames searing Roland's face and sucking the breath from his lungs. He felt a stinging pain and looked at his left hand. It was covered in flame, and silver dollar-sized circles of fire burned all over his arm. He shouted with terror and scrambled toward the mop bucket full of toilet water. The flames were growing, merging and advancing across the gym. More of the barricade crumbled, and Macklin saw the marauders coming in. Shore was leading them, armed with a broom handle sharpened into a spear. A blood-stained rag wrapped around his swollen, wide-eyed face. Behind him were 3 men and a woman, all carrying primitive weapons, jagged-edged stones and clubs made from broken furniture. As Roland frantically washed off the burning gasoline, Teddy Bear Warner hobbled out from his shelter and fell down on his knees in front of Shore, his hands upraised for mercy. "Don't kill me," he begged. "I'm with you. I swear to God, I'm with—" Shore drove the sharpened broomstick into Warner's throat.
The others swarmed over him as well, beating and kicking the captain as he flopped on the end of the spear. The flames threw their shadows on the walls like dancers in hell. Then Shore jerked the spear from Warner's throat and whirled toward Colonel Macklin. Roland picked up the Ingram gun at his side. A hand suddenly clamped around the back of his neck, jerking him to his feet. He saw the blurred image of a man in tattered clothes standing over him, about to smash a rock into his skull. Shore charged Macklin. The colonel staggered to his feet to defend himself with the high-tech mace. The man gripping Roland's neck made a choking sound. He was wearing eyeglasses with cracked lenses held together at the bridge of his nose with a band-aid. Shore fainted with the spear. Macklin lost his balance and fell, twisting away as the spear grazed his side. "Roland, help me!" he screamed. "Oh, my God!" the man with the cracked eyeglasses breathed. "Roland, you're alive!" Roland thought the man's voice was familiar, but he wasn't sure. Nothing was certain any more but the fact that he was a king's knight. All that had gone before this moment were shadows, flimsy and insubstantial, and this was real life. "Roland," the man said, "don't you know your own—" Roland brought the Ingram gun up and blew most of the man's head away. The stranger staggered back, broken teeth chattering in a mask of blood, and fell into the fire. The other people threw themselves upon the garbage bag and tore wildly at it, splitting it open and fighting one another for the scraps. Roland turned toward Shore and Colonel Macklin. Shore was jabbing at the colonel with his spear, while Macklin used his metal club to parry the thrusts. Macklin was being steadily forced into a corner, where the leaping firelight revealed a large air shaft set in the cracked wall, its wire mesh grill hanging by one screw. Roland started to shoot, but smoke swirled around the figures, and he feared hitting the king. His finger twitched on the trigger, and then something struck him in the small of the back and knocked him onto his face on the floor, where he lay struggling for breath. The machine gun fell from his hand, and the woman with insane, red-rimmed eyes who'd thrown the rock scrabbled on her hands and knees to get it. Macklin swung the mace at Shore's head. Shore ducked, stumbling over the rocks and burning debris. "Come on," Macklin yelled. "Come and get me." The crazy woman crawled over Roland and picked up the Ingram gun. Roland was stunned, but he knew both he and the king were dead if she was able to use the weapon. He grabbed her wrist, and she shrieked and fought, her teeth gnashing at his face. She got her other hand up and went for his eyes with her fingers, but he twisted his head away to keep from being blinded. The woman wrenched her wrist loose, and, still shrieking, aimed the machine gun. She fired it, the tracers streaking across the gym, but she was not aiming at Colonel Macklin. The two men who were fighting over the garbage can were caught by the bullets and made to dance as if their shoes were aflame. They went down, and the crazy woman scrambled toward the scraps with the gun clutched against her breasts. The chatter of the Ingram gun had made Shore's head swivel around, and Macklin lunged forward, striking at the other man's side with the mace. He heard Shore's ribs break like sticks trodden underfoot. Shore cried out, tried to backpedal, tripped and fell to his knees. Macklin lifted the mace high and smashed it down on the center of Shore's forehead, and the man's skull dented in the shape of a nautilus cam. Then Macklin was standing over the body, striking the skull again and again. Shore's head started to change shape. Roland was on his feet. A short distance away, the crazy woman was stuffing her mouth with the burned food. The flames were growing higher and hotter, and dense smoke whirled past Macklin, as finally the strength of his left arm gave out. He dropped the mace and gave Shore's corpse one last kick to the ribs. The smoke got his attention. He watched it sliding into the shaft, which was about 3 feet high and 3 feet wide, large enough to crawl through, he realized. It took him a minute to clear the fatigue out of his mind. The smoke was being drawn into the air shaft. Drawn in. Where was it going? To the surface of Blue Dome Mountain? To the outside world? He didn't care about the garbage bag anymore. Didn't care about Shore or the crazy woman or the Ingram gun. There had to be a way out, up there somewhere. He wrenched the grill off and crawled into the shaft. It led upward at a 40-degree angle, and Macklin's feet found the heads of bolts in the aluminum surface to push himself against. There was no light ahead, and the smoke was almost choking, but Macklin knew that this might be their only chance to get out. Roland followed him, inching upward after the king in this new turn of the game. Behind them in the burning gym, they heard the crazy woman's voice float up into the tunnel. "Where'd everybody go? It's hot in here. So hot.
God knows I didn't come all this way to cook in a mine shaft."
Something about that voice clutched at Roland's heart. He remembered a voice like that a long time ago. He kept moving, but when the crazy woman screamed and the smell of burning meat came up into the tunnel, he had to stop and clasp his hands over his ears, because the sound made the world spin too fast, and he feared being flung off. The screaming stopped after a while, and all Roland could hear was the steady sliding of the king's body further along the shaft. Coughing, his eyes watering, Roland pushed himself onward. They came to a place where the shaft had been crushed closed. Macklin's hand found another shaft branching off from the one they'd been following. This one was a tighter fit, and it clamped around the colonel's shoulders as he squeezed into it. The smoke was still bad, and his lungs were burning. It was like creeping up a chimney with a fire blazing below, and Roland wondered if this was what Santa Claus felt like. Further along, Macklin's questing fingers touched fiberglass. It was part of the system of air filters and baffles that purified what Earth House residents breathed in case of nuclear attack. Sure helped a whole hell of a lot, didn't it? He thought grimly. He ripped away the filter and kept crawling. The shaft curved gradually to the left, and Macklin had to tear through more filters and louver-like baffles made of rubber and nylon. He was straining hard to breathe, and he heard Roland gasping behind him. The kid was damn tough, he thought. Anybody who had a will to live like that kid did was a person to reckon with, even if he looked like a 90-pound weakling. Macklin stopped. He'd touched metal ahead of him, blades radiating from a central hub, one of the fans that drew air in from the outside. "We must be close to the surface," he said. Smoke was still moving past him in the dark. "We've got to be close." He put his hand against the fan's hub and pushed until the muscles in his shoulder cracked. The fan was bolted securely in place and wasn't going to move. "Damn you," he seethed. "Damn you to hell." He pushed again, as hard as he could, but all he did was exhaust himself. The fan wasn't going to let them out. Macklin laid his cheek against cool aluminum and tried to think, tried to picture the blueprints of Earth House in his mind. How were the intake fans serviced? Think. But he was unable to see the blueprints correctly. They kept shivering and falling to pieces. "Listen!" Roland cried out. Macklin did. He couldn't hear anything but his own heartbeat and his raw lungs heaving. "I hear wind," Roland said. "I hear wind moving up there." He reached up, felt the movement of air. The faint sound of shrilling wind came from directly above. He ran his hands over the crumpled wall to his right, then to his left, and he discovered iron rungs. "There's a way up! There's another shaft right over our heads." Grasping the bottom rung, Roland drew himself up, rung by rung, to a standing position. "I'm climbing up," he told Macklin, and he began to ascend. The wind scream was louder, but there was still no light. He had climbed maybe 20 feet when his hand touched a metal flywheel over his head. Exploring, his fingers glided over a cracked concrete surface. Roland thought it must be the lid of a hatch, like a submarine's conning tower hatch that could be opened and closed by the flywheel. But he could feel the strong suction of air there, and he figured the blast must have sprung the hatch, because it was no longer securely sealed. He grasped the flywheel, tried to turn it. The thing wouldn't budge. Roland waited a minute, building up his strength and determination. If ever he needed the power of a king's knight, it was at this moment. He attacked the flywheel again. This time he thought it might have moved a half-inch, but he wasn't sure. "Roland!" Colonel Macklin called from below. He'd finally put the blueprints together in his mind. The vertical shaft was used by workmen to change the air filters and baffles in this particular sector. "There should be a concrete lid up there. It opens to the surface." "I've found it. I'm trying to get it open." He braced himself with one arm through the nearest rung, grasped the flywheel, and tried to turn it with every ounce of muscle left in his body. He shook with the effort. His eyes closed, and beads of sweat popped up on his face. "Come on," he urged fate, or God, or the devil, or whoever worked these things. "Come on." He kept straining against it, unwilling to give up. The flywheel moved, an inch, then 2 inches, then 4. Roland shouted, "I've got it!" And he started cranking the flywheel with a sore and throbbing arm. A chain clattered through the teeth of gears, and now the wind was shrieking. He knew the hatch was lifting.
but he saw no light. Roland had given the wheel 4 more revolutions when there was a piercing wail of wind, and the air, full of stinging grit, thrashed madly around the shaft. It almost sucked him right out, and he hung on to a rung with both hands as the wind tore at him. He was weak from his battle with the flywheel, but he knew that if he let go, the storm might lift him up into the dark like a kite and never set him down again. He shouted for help, couldn't even hear his own voice. An arm without a hand locked around his waist. Macklin had him, and they slowly descended the rungs together. They retreated into the shaft. "We made it," Macklin shouted over the howling. "That's the way out." "But we can't survive in that. It's a tornado." "It won't last much longer. It'll blow itself out." "We made it." He started to cry, but he remembered that discipline and control made the man. He had no conception of time, no idea how long it had been since he'd first seen those bogies on the radar scope. It must be night, but the night of which day he didn't know. His mind drifted toward the people who were still down in Earth House, either dead or insane or lost in the dark. He thought of all the men who'd followed him into this job, who'd had faith in him and respected him. His mouth twitched into a crooked grin. It's crazy, he thought. All those experienced soldiers and loyal officers lost, and just this skinny kid with bad eyes left to go on at his side. What a joke. All that remained of Macklin's army was one puny-looking high school geek. But he recalled how Roland had rationalized putting the civilians to work, how he'd calmly done the job down in that awful pit where Macklin's hand remained. The kid had guts. More than guts. Something about Roland Croninger made Macklin a little uneasy, like knowing a deadly little thing was hiding beneath a flat rock you had to step over. It had been in the kid's eyes when Roland had told him about Shore waylaying him in the cafeteria, and in his voice when Roland had said, "We've got hands." Macklin knew one thing for sure. He'd rather have the kid at his side than at his back. "We'll get out when the storm's over," Macklin shouted. "We're going to live." And then tears did come to his eyes, but he laughed so the kid wouldn't know it. A cold hand touched his shoulder. Macklin's laughter stopped. The shadow soldier's voice was very close to his ear. "Right, Jimbo, we're going to live." Roland shivered. The wind was cold, and he pushed his body against the king's for warmth. The king hesitated, and then laid his handless arm across Roland's shoulder. Sooner or later the storm would stop, Roland knew. The world would wait, but it would be a different world, a different game. He knew it would be nothing like the one that had just ended. In the new game, the possibilities for a king's night might be endless. He didn't know where they would go, or what they would do. He didn't know how much remained of the old world. But even if all the cities had been nuked, there must be packs of survivors roaming the wastelands, or huddled in basements waiting for a new leader, waiting for someone strong enough to bend them to his will and make them dance in the new game that had already begun. Yes, it would be the greatest game of King's Night ever. The game board would stretch across ruined cities, ghost towns, blackened forests, and deserts where meadows used to be. Roland would learn the rules as he went along, just like everybody else. But he was already one step ahead because he recognized that there was great power to be grabbed up by the smartest and strongest, grabbed up and used like a holy axe, poised over the heads of the weak. And maybe, just maybe, his would be the hand that held it, alongside the king, of course. He listened to the roar of the wind and imagined that it spoke his name in a mighty voice and carried that name over the devastated land like a promise of power yet to be. He smiled in the dark, his face splattered with the blood of the man he'd shot, and waited for the future. Part 5. Wheel of Fortune Turning. Black Circle, The Hurting Sound, Strange New Flower, Tupperware Bowls, Big Fist A-Knockin', Citizen of the World, Paper and Paints. Chapter 27. Sheets of freezing rain the color of nicotine swirled over the ruins of East Hanover, New Jersey, driven before 60-mile-an-hour winds.
The storm hung filthy icicles from sagging roofs and crumbling walls, broke leafless trees, and glazed all surfaces with contaminated ice. The house that sheltered Sister Artie Wisco, Beth Phelps, Julia Castillo, and Doyle Halland trembled on its foundations. For the third day since the storm had hit, they huddled before the fire, which boomed and leapt as wind shot down the chimney. Almost all the furniture was gone, broken up and fed to the flames in return for life-sustaining heat. Every so often they heard the walls pop and crack over the incessant shriek of the wind, and Sister flinched, thinking that at any minute the entire flimsy house would go up like cardboard. But the little bastard was tough and hung together. They heard noises like trees toppling, and Sister realized it must be the sound of other houses blowing apart around them and scattering before the storm. Sister asked Doyle Halland to lead them in prayer, but he looked at her through bitter eyes and crawled into a corner to smoke the last cigarette and stare grimly at the fire. They were out of food and had nothing more to drink. Beth Phelps had begun to cough up blood, fever glistening in her eyes. As the fire ebbed, Beth's body grew hotter, and, admit it or not, the others sat closer around her to absorb the warmth. Beth leaned her head against Sister's shoulder. "Sister," she asked in a soft, exhausted voice, Can I hold it, please?" Sister knew what she meant, the glass thing. She took it from her bag, and the jewels glowed in the low orange firelight. Sister looked into its depths for a few seconds, remembering her experience of dream-walking across a barren field, strewn with burned cornstalks. It had seemed so real. What is this thing? She wondered. And why do I have it? She put the glass ring into Beth's hands. The others were watching, the reflection of the jewels scattered across their faces like the rainbow lamps of a faraway paradise. Beth clutched it to her. She stared into the ring and whispered, "I'm thirsty. I'm so very, very thirsty." Then she was silent, just holding the glass and staring, with the color slowly pulsating. "There's nothing left to drink," Sister replied. "I'm sorry." Beth didn't answer. The storm made the house shake for a few seconds. Sister felt someone staring a hole through her, and she looked up at Doyle Halland. He was sitting a few feet away, his legs outstretched toward the fire, and the sliver through his thigh catching a glint of light. "That's going to have to come out sooner or later," Sister told him. "Ever heard of gangrene?" "It'll keep," he said, and his attention drifted to the circle of glass. "Oh," Beth whispered dreamily. Her body shivered, and then she said, "Did you see it? It was there. Did you see it?" "See what?" Artie asked. "The stream, flowing between my fingers. I was thirsty, and I drank. Didn't anybody else see it?" The fever's got her, Sister thought. Or maybe she had gone dream-walking too. "I put my hands in," Beth continued, "and it was so cool, so cool. Oh, there's a wonderful place inside that glass." "My God," Artie said suddenly. "Listen, I didn't say anything before because I thought I was going nuts, but—" He looked around at all of them, finally stopped at Sister. "I want to tell you about something I saw when I looked into that thing." He told them about the picnic with his wife. "It was weird. It was so real I could taste what I'd eaten after I came back. My stomach was full, and I wasn't hungry any more." Sister nodded, listening intently. "Well," she said, "let me tell you where I went when I looked into it." When she was finished, the others remained silent. Julia Castillo was watching Sister, her head cocked to one side. She couldn't understand a word that was being said, but she saw them all looking at the glass thing, and she knew what they were discussing. "My experience was pretty real, too," Sister went on. "I don't know what it means. Most likely it doesn't mean anything. Maybe it's a picture that just floated out of my head. I don't know." "The stream is real," Beth said. "I know it is. I can feel it, and I can taste it." "That food filled my belly," Artie told them. "It kept me from being hungry for a while. And what about being able to talk to her?" He motioned toward Julia. "With that thing? That's damned strange, isn't it?" "This is something very special. I know it is.
It gives you what you want when you need it. Maybe it's—" Beth straightened up and peered into Sister's eyes. Sister felt the fever rolling off her in waves. "Maybe it is magic. A kind of magic that's never been before. Maybe the blast made it magic. Something with the radiation or—" Doyle Halland laughed. They all jumped, startled by the harshness of that laugh, and looked at him. He grinned in the firelight. "This is about the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life, folks. Magic. Maybe the blast made it magic." He shook his head. "Come on. It's just a piece of glass with some jewels stuck in it. Yes, it's pretty, okay. Maybe it's sensitive, like a tuning fork or something. But I say it hypnotizes you. I say the colors do something to your mind. Maybe they trigger the pictures in your mind, and you think you're eating a picnic lunch or drinking from a stream or walking on a burned-up field. What about my being able to understand Spanish, and her understanding English?" Sister asked him. "That's a hell of a hypnosis, isn't it?" "Ever heard of mass hypnosis?" he asked pointedly. "This thing comes under the same heading as bleeding statues, visions, and faith healing. Everybody wants to believe, so it comes true. Listen, I know. I've seen a wooden door that 100 people swear holds a picture of Jesus in the grain. I've seen a window glass that a whole block sees as an image of the Virgin Mary, and you know what it was? A mistake. An imperfection in the glass, that's all. There's nothing magic about a mistake. People see what they want to see, and they hear what they want to hear." "You don't want to believe," Artie countered defiantly. "Why? Are you afraid?" "No, I'm just a realist. I think, instead of jabbering about a piece of junk, we ought to be finding some more wood for that fire before it goes out." Sister glanced at it. The flames were gnawing away the last of a broken chair. She gently took the glass ring back from Beth. It was hot from the other woman's palms. Maybe the colors and pulsations did trigger pictures in the mind, she thought. She was suddenly reminded of an object from a distant childhood, a glass ball filled with black ink, made to look like a pool table 8-ball. You were supposed to make a wish, think about it real hard, and then turn it upside down. At the bottom of the 8-ball, a little white polyhedron surfaced with different things written on each side, such as, "Your wish will be granted," "It's a certainty," "It appears doubtful," and the aggravating, "Ask again later." They were all-purpose answers to the questions of a child who desperately wanted to believe in magic. You could make whatever you wanted to out of those answers, and maybe this was what the glass thing was, too, a cryptic 8-ball that made you see what you wanted to see. Still, she thought, she'd had no desire to go dream-walking across a burned prairie. The image had just appeared and carried her along. So what was this thing? Cryptic 8-ball, or doorway to dreams? Dream food and dream water might be good enough to soothe desire for such things, Sister knew. But they needed the real stuff, plus wood for that fire. And the only place to get any of that was outside, in one of the other houses. She put the glass thing back into her bag. "I've got to go out," she said. "Maybe I can find us some food and something to drink in the next house. Artie, will you go with me? You can help me break up a chair or whatever for some more wood. Okay?" He nodded. "Okay. I'm not afraid of a little wind and rain." Sister looked at Doyle Halland. His gaze skittered up from the Gucci bag. "How about you? Will you go with us?" Halland shrugged. "Why not? But if you and he go in one direction, I ought to go in another. I can look through the house to the right if you go to the one on the left." "Right. Good idea." She stood up. "We need to find some sheets that we can wrap wood and stuff up in to carry it. I think we'd be safer crawling than walking. If we stay close to the ground, maybe the wind won't be so bad." Artie and Halland found sheets and clutched them under their arms to keep them from opening like parachutes in the wind. Sister made Beth comfortable and motioned for Julia to stay with her. "Be careful," Beth said. "It doesn't sound too nice out there." "We'll be back," Sister promised, and she went across the room to the front door, which was about the only wooden thing that hadn't gone into the fire. She pushed against the door, and immediately the room was full of cold, spinning wind and icy rain. Sister dropped to her knees and crawled out onto the slick porch, holding her leather bag. The light was the color of graveyard dirt,
and the wind-blasted houses around them were as crooked as neglected tombstones. Followed closely by Artie, Sister began to crawl slowly down the front steps to the frosted-over lawn. She looked back, squinting against the stinging whip-strike of ice, and saw Doyle Halland inching toward the house on the right, drawing his injured leg carefully after him. It took them almost 10 freezing minutes to reach the next house. The roof had been torn almost off, and ice coated everything. Artie went to work, finding a crevice in which to tie the sheet into a bag and then gather up the shards of timbers that lay everywhere. In the remains of the kitchen, Sister slipped on ice and fell hard on her rear end, but she found some cans of vegetables in the pantry, some frozen apples, onions, and potatoes, and in the refrigerator some rock-hard TV dinners. All that could be stuffed into her bag went in, and by that time her hands were stiff claws. Lugging her bundle of booty, she found Artie with a bulging sheet bag full of bits and pieces of wood. "You ready?" she shouted against the wind, and he nodded that he was. The trip back was more treacherous, because they were holding their treasures so tightly. The wind thrust against them, even though they crawled on their bellies, and Sister thought that if she didn't get to a fire soon, her hands and face would fall off. Slowly they covered the territory between houses. There was no sign of Doyle Halland, and Sister knew that if he'd fallen and hurt himself, he could freeze to death. If he didn't return in 5 minutes, she'd have to go looking for him. They crawled up the ice-coated steps to the front porch and through the door into the blessed warmth. When Artie was in, Sister pushed the door shut and latched it. The wind beat and howled outside like something monstrous deprived of playthings. A skin of ice had begun to melt from Sister's face, and little icicles dangled from Artie's earlobes. "We made it." Artie's jaws were stiff with cold. "We got some—" He stopped speaking. He was staring past Sister, and his eyes, with their icy lashes, were widening in horror. Sister whirled around. She went cold, colder than she'd been in a storm. Beth Phelps was lying on her back before the guttering fire. Her eyes were open, and a pool of blood was spreading around her head. There was a hideous wound in her temple, as if a knife had been driven right through her brain. One hand was upraised, frozen in the air. "Oh, Jesus!" Artie's hand pressed to his mouth. In a corner of the room, Julia Castillo lay curled up and contorted. Between her sightless eyes there was a similar wound, and blood had sprayed like a Chinese fan over the wall behind her. Sister clenched her teeth to trap a scream, and then a figure stirred. In a corner beyond the fire's faint glow. "Come in," Doyle Halland said. "Excuse the mess." He stood to his full height, his eyes catching a glint of orange light like the reflecting pupils of a cat. "Got your goodies, didn't you?" His voice was lazy, the voice of a man who'd stuffed himself at dinner but couldn't refuse dessert. "I got mine, too." My God, what's happened here?" Artie held on to Sister's arm for support. Doyle Halland lifted a finger into the air and slowly aimed it at Sister. "I remembered you," he said softly. "You were the woman who came into the theater. The woman with the necklace. See, I met a friend of yours back in the city. He was a policeman. I ran into him while I was wandering." Sister saw his teeth gleam as he grinned, and her knees almost buckled. "We had a nice chat." Jack Tomachek. Jack Tomachek couldn't go through the Holland Tunnel. He'd turned back, and somewhere in the ruins he'd come face to face with— "He told me some others had gotten out," Doyle Halland continued. "He said one of them was a woman. And do you know what he remembered most about her? That she had a wound on her neck in the shape of— well, you know. He told me she was leading a group of people west." His hand with the extended finger jiggled back and forth. "Naughty, naughty. No fair sneaking when my back's turned." "You killed them." Her voice quavered. "I freed them. One of them was dying, and the other was half dead. What did they have to hope for? I mean, really." "You followed me? Why?" "You got out. You were leading others out. That's not very fair either. You ought to let the dead lie where they fall. But I'm glad I followed you, because you have something that interests me very much. His finger pointed to the floor. "You can put it at my feet now." "What?" "You know what. The glass thing. Come on, don't make a scene." He waited. Sister realized she hadn't sensed his cold spoor, as she had on 42nd Street and in the theater, because everything was cold, and now here he was, and he wanted the only thing of beauty that remained. "How did you find me?" she asked him, trying desperately to think of a way out. Beyond the latched door at her back, the wind keened and shrieked. "I knew if you got through the Holland Tunnel, you'd have to cross Jersey City. I followed the path of least resistance, and I saw your fire. I stood listening to you and watching, and then I found a piece of stained glass, and I realized what the place had been. I found a body, too, and I took the clothes off it. I can make any size fit. See?" His shoulders suddenly rippled with muscle, his spine lengthening. The priest's jacket split along the seams. Now he stood about 2 inches taller than he had a second before. Artie moaned, shaking his head from side to side. I don't understand." "You don't have to, Cupcakes. This is between the lady and me." "What are you?" She resisted the urge to retreat before him, because she feared that one backward step would bring him on her like a dark whirlwind. "I'm the winner," he said. "And you know what? I didn't even have to work up a sweat. I just laid back, and it all came to me." His grin turned savage. "It's party time, lady, and my party's going to go on for a long, long time." Sister did step back. The Doyle-Halland thing glided forward. "That glass circle is pretty. Do you know what it is?" She shook her head. "I don't either. But I know I don't like it." "Why? What's it to you?" He stopped, his eyes narrowing. "It's dangerous. For you, I mean. It gives you false hope. I listened to all that bullshit about beauty and hope and sand a few nights ago. I had to bite my tongue, or I would have laughed in your face. Now, tell me you don't really believe in that crap and make my day, won't you?" "Yes," Sister said firmly. Her voice only trembled a little bit. "I do believe." "I was afraid of that." Still grinning, he reached down to the metal splinter in his leg. Its point was smeared with gore. He began to draw it out, and Sister knew what had made those wounds. He pulled the dagger free and straightened up. His leg did not bleed. "Bring it to me," he said, in a voice as smooth as black velvet. Sister's body jerked. The willpower seemed to drain out of her, as if her soul had become a sieve. Dazed and floating, she wanted to go to him, wanted to reach into the bag and draw out the circle of glass, wanted to place it in his hand and offer her throat to the dagger. That would be the easy thing to do, and all resistance seemed incredibly, insufferably difficult. Shivering, her eyes round and wet, she winnowed her hand into the bag, past the cans and the hard-frozen TV dinners, and touched the circle. Diamond-white light flared under her fingers. Its brilliance startled her to her senses, the willpower flooding back into her mind. She stiffened her legs as if rooting them to the floor. "Come to Papa," he said. But there was a tense, rough edge in his voice. He wasn't used to being disobeyed, and he could feel her resisting him. She was tougher by far than the kid in the theater, who had resisted about as much as a marshmallow pie against a buzzsaw. He could peer behind her eyes, and he saw leaping, shadowy images, a spinning blue light, a rainy highway, the figures of women drifting through dim corridors, the feel of harsh concrete and brutal blows. This woman, he reasoned, had learned to make suffering her companion. "I said, bring it to me. Now." And he won, after a few more seconds of struggle. He won as he knew he must. Sister tried to prevent her legs from moving forward, but they continued on, as if they might snap off at the knees and keep going without her torso. His voice licked at her senses, drew her steadily onward. "That's right. Come on, bring it here." "Good girl," he said when she got within a few feet. Behind her, Artie Wisco still cringed near the door. The Doyle-Howland thing reached slowly out to take the glowing glass circle. His hand paused, inches from touching it. The jewels pulsed rapidly. He cocked his head to one side. Such a thing should not be. He would feel much better about it when it was ground to bits under his shoe. He snatched it from her fingers. "Thank you," he whispered. The ring of glass changed. It happened in an instant. The rainbow lights faded, became murky and ugly, turning swamp mud brown, pus gray, coal mine black. The glass circle did not pulse. It lay dead in his grip. "Shit," he said, amazed and confounded, and one of his gray eyes bleached pale blue. Sister blinked, felt cold chills running down her spine. The blood tingled in her legs again. Her heart labored like an engine straining to kick over after a night in the cold. His attention was directed to the black circle, and she knew she only had a second or two to save her life. She braced her legs and swung the leather bag right at the side of his skull. His head jerked up, his lips twitching into a grimace. He started to juke aside, but the Gucci bag full of cans and frozen dinners hit him with every ounce of strength Sister could summon. She expected him to take it like a stone wall and scream like hellfire, so she was astounded when he grunted and staggered back against the wall as if his bones were made of papier-mâché. Sister's free hand shot out and grabbed the ring, and they held it between them. Something akin to an electric shock rippled through her arm, and she had the mental vision of a face studded with 100 noses and mouths and blinking eyes of all shapes and colors. She thought it must be his true face, a face of masks and changes, tricks and chameleonic evil. Her half of the circle erupted into light, even brighter than before. The other half, in his grasp, remained black and cold. Sister ripped it away from him, and the rest of the ring blossomed into incandescent fire. She saw the Doyle-Howland thing squint in its glare and throw a hand over his face to avoid the light. Her heartbeat was making the ring pulse wildly, and the creature before her recoiled from that fiery light, as if he was stunned by both its strength and her own. She saw what might have been fear in his eyes, but it was only there for an instant, because suddenly his eyes were sucked down into hoods of flesh, his entire face shifting. The nose collapsed, the mouth slithered away, a black eye opened at the center of his forehead, and a green eye blinked on his cheek. A shark-like mouth yawned over the point of the chin, and exposed within the cavity were small yellow fangs. "Let's party, bitch," the mouth howled, and the metal splinter flashed with light as he lifted it over his head to strike. The dagger came down like vengeance, but Sister's bag was there like a shield, and the dagger punched through but couldn't penetrate a frozen turkey dinner. He reached for her throat with his other hand, and what she did next she did from street fighting down in dirty ball-kicking experience. She swung the glass circle at his face and buried one of the spikes in the black eye at the center of his forehead. A scream like a cat being skinned came from that gaping mouth, and the Doyle-Howland thing's head thrashed so quickly that the glass spike broke off, still full of light and embedded in the eye like Ulysses' spear in the orb of the Cyclops. He flailed wildly with his dagger, the other eye rolling in its socket and percolating through the flesh. Sister shouted, "Run!" to Artie Wisco, and then turned and fled herself. He fumbled with the latch and almost took the door with him as he ran from the house. The wind caught him, knocked his legs out from under him. He slid on his belly, still gripping the bagful of wood shards, down the steps to the icy curb. Sister followed him, also lost her balance on the steps and went down. She shoved the glass ring deep into her bag and crawled along the ice, skimming away from the house on her belly like a human sled. Artie scrabbled after her, and from behind them, tattered by the wind's scream, came his maddened roar. "I'll find you! I'll find you, bitch! You can't get away!" She looked back, saw him through the storm. He was trying to pull the black spike out of his eye, and suddenly his feet went out from under him and he fell on the front porch. "I'll find you," he promised, struggling to get up. "You can't get a—" The noise of the storm took his voice, and Sister realized she was sliding faster, going downhill over the tea-colored ice. An ice-covered car loomed in front of her. There was no way to avoid it. She scrunched herself down and went under it, something snagging and ripping her fur coat as she shot beneath the car and continued down the incline. Out of control, She looked back and saw Artie spinning like a saucer, but his course took him around the car and out of danger. They sped down the hill, 2 human toboggans passing along a street lined with dead and crumpled houses, the wind thrusting them onward and sleet stinging their faces. They would find shelter somewhere, Sister thought, maybe another house, and they had plenty of food, wood to start a fire. No matches or lighter, but surely the looters and fleeing survivors hadn't carried off everything that would throw a spark. She still had the glass ring. The Doyle-Halland thing had been right. It was hope, and she would never let it go, never. But it was something else, too. Something special. Something, as Beth Phelps had said, magic. But what the purpose of that magic was, she couldn't yet fathom. They were going to live, and they were skidding further and further away from the monster who wore a priest's suit. "I'll find you," she heard it bellowing in her mind. "I'll find you." And she feared that someday, somehow, it just might. They skidded down to the end of the hill, past more abandoned cars, and continued along the thoroughfare about 40 more yards before they bumped the curb. Their ride was over, but their journey had just begun. Chapter 28. Time passed. Josh judged its passage by the number of empty cans that were piling up in what he thought of as the city dump, that foul area over in the far corner where they both used the bathroom and tossed the empties. They went through 1 can of vegetables every other day, and 1 can of a meat product like Spam or corned beef on alternating days. The way Josh calculated the passage of a day was by his bowel movements. He'd always been as regular as clockwork, so the trips to the city dump and the pile of empties gave him a reasonable estimation of time, and he figured now that they'd been in the basement between 19 and 23 days, which would make it anywhere between the 5th and 13th of August. Of course, there was no telling how long they'd been there before they'd gotten semi-organized, either. So Josh thought it was probably closer to the 17th, and that would mean 1 month had passed. He'd found a packet of flashlight batteries in the dirt, so they were okay on that account. The light showed him that they'd passed the halfway point of their food supply. It was time to start digging. As he gathered up the shovel and pickaxe, he heard their gopher scrambling happily amid the city dump's cans. The little beast thrived on their leftovers, which didn't amount to much, and licked the cans so clean you could see your face reflected on the bottom, which was something Josh definitely avoided doing. Swan was asleep, breathing quietly in the darkness. She slept a lot, and Josh figured that was good. She was saving her energy, hibernating like a little animal. Yet when Josh woke her, she came up instantly, focused and alert. He slept a few feet away from her, and it amazed him how attuned he'd become to the sound of her breathing. Usually it was deep and slow, the sound of oblivion, but sometimes it was fast and ragged, the gasp of memories, bad dreams, the sinking in of realities. It was that sound that awakened Josh from his own uneasy sleep, and often he heard Swan call for her mother or make a garbled utterance of terror, as if something was stalking her across the wasteland of nightmares. They'd had plenty of time to talk. She'd told him about her mother and uncles, and how much she enjoyed planting her gardens. Josh had asked her about her father. She'd said he was a rock musician, but hadn't offered anything else. She'd asked him what it felt like to be a giant, and he'd told her he'd be a rich man if he had a quarter for every time he'd bumped his head at the top of a doorway. Also, it was tough finding clothes big enough, though he didn't tell her that he'd already noticed his waistband was loosening, and that his shoes were specially made. "So I guess it's expensive to be a giant," he'd said. "Otherwise, I guess I'm about the same as everybody else." In telling her about Rose and the boys, he'd tried very hard not to let his voice break. He could have been talking about strangers, people he knew only as pictures in somebody else's wallet. He told Swan about his football days, how he'd been most valuable player in 3 games. Wrestling wasn't so bad, he'd told her. It was honest money, and a man as big as he couldn't do much else that was legal. The world was too small for giants. It built doorways too low, furniture too flimsy, and there wasn't a mattress made that didn't pop and squall when he lay down to rest. During the times they talked, Josh kept the flashlight off. He didn't want to see the child's blistered face and stubble of hair and remember how pretty she'd been. And also he wanted to spare her the sight of his own repellent mug. Pawpaw Briggs's ashes were buried. They did not talk about that at all. But the command, "Protect the child," remained in Josh's mind like the tolling of an iron bell. He switched on the flashlight. Swan was curled up in her usual place, sleeping soundly. The dried fluids of burst blisters glistened on her face. Flaps of skin were dangling from her forehead and cheeks like thin layers of flaking paint, and underneath them the raw scarlet flesh was growing fresh blisters. He gently prodded her shoulder, and her eyes immediately opened. They were bloodshot, the lashes gummy and yellow, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He moved the light away from her. "Time to wake up. We're going to start digging." She nodded and sat up. "If we both work, it'll be faster," he said. "I'm going to start with a pickaxe. Then I'd like for you to shovel away the loose dirt, okay?" "Okay," she replied, and she got on her hands and knees to follow him. Josh was about to crawl over to the gopher hole when he noticed something in the spill of light that he'd not seen before. He shifted the beam back to where she'd been sleeping. "Swan? What is that?" "Where?" Her gaze moved along the light. Josh put aside the shovel and pickaxe and reached down. Where Swan customarily slept were hundreds of tiny emerald-green blades of grass. They formed a perfect image of the child's curled-up body. He touched the grass. Not exactly grass, he realized. Shoots of some kind. Tiny shoots of... Were they new cornstalks? He shone the light around. The soft, down-like vegetation was growing in no other place but where Swan slept. He plucked up a bit of it to examine the roots, and he noted that Swan flinched. "What's wrong?" "I don't like that sound." "Sound? What sound?" "A hurting sound," she answered. Josh didn't know what she was talking about, and he shook his head. The roots trailed down about 2 inches, delicate filaments of life. They'd obviously been growing there for some time, but Josh couldn't understand how the shoots had rooted in tainted dirt without a drop of water. It was the only bit of green life he'd seen since they'd been trapped here. But there had to be a simple explanation. He figured that the whirlwind had carried seeds in, and somehow they'd rooted and popped up, that's all. Right, he thought. Rooted without water and popped up without an iota of sunlight. That made about as much sense as Pawpaw deciding to emulate a Roman candle. He let the green shoots drift down again. At once Swan picked up a handful of loose dirt, worked it between her fingers for a few seconds with single-minded interest, and covered the shoots over. Josh leaned back, his knees up against his chest. "It's only growing where you lie down to sleep. It's kind of peculiar, don't you think?" She shrugged. She could feel him watching her carefully. "You said you heard a sound," he continued. "What kind of sound was it?" Again a shrug. She didn't know how to talk about it. Nobody had ever asked her such things before. "I didn't hear anything," Josh said, and he reached toward the chutes again. She grasped his hand before he got there. "Like I said, a hurting sound. I don't know exactly." "When I plucked them up?" "Yes." Lord, Josh thought, I'm just about ready for a rubber room. He'd been thinking, as he looked at the pattern of green in the dirt, that they were growing there because her body made them grow, her chemistry or something, reacting with the earth. It was a crazy idea, but there they were. "What's it like? A voice?" "No, not like that." "I'd like to hear about it." "Really?" "Yes," Josh said, "really. My mama said it was imagination." "Is it?" She hesitated, and then she said firmly, "No." Her fingers touched the new shoots tenderly, barely grazing them. "One time my mama took me to a club to hear the band. Uncle Warren was playing the drums. I heard a noise like the hurting sound, and I asked her what made it. She said it was a steel guitar, the kind you put on your lap and play. But there are other things in the hurting sound, too." Her eyes found his. "Like the wind, or a train's whistle way far off, or thunder long before you see the lightning. A lot of things." "How long have you been able to hear it?" "Since I was a little girl." Josh couldn't help but smile. Swan misread it. "Are you making fun of me?" "No. Maybe. I wish I could hear a sound like that. Do you know what it is?" "Yes," Swan answered. "It's death." His smile faltered and went away. Swan picked up some dirt and slowly worked it, feeling its dry, brittle texture. "In the summer it's the worst. That's when people bring their lawnmowers out." "But it's just grass," Josh said. "In the fall the hurting sounds different," she continued, as if she hadn't heard him. "It's like a great big sigh, and then the leaves come down. Then in winter the hurting sound stops and everything sleeps." She shook nuggets of dirt from her palm, mixed them with the rest. "When it starts getting warm again, the sun makes things think about waking up." "Think about waking up?" "Everything can think and feel in its own way," she replied, and she looked up at him. The eyes in her young face were very old, Josh thought. "Bugs, birds, even grass. Everything has its own way of speaking and knowing. Just depends on whether you can understand it or not." Josh grunted. "Bugs," she'd said. He was remembering the swarm of locusts that had whirled through his Pontiac the day of the blast. He'd never thought before about the things she was saying, but he realized there was truth to it. Birds knew to migrate when the clock of seasons changed. Ants built ant-hills in a frenzy of communication. Flowers bloomed and withered, but their pollen lived on, all according to a great mysterious schedule that he'd always taken for granted. It was as simple as grass growing, and as complex as a firefly's light. "How do you know these things?" he asked. "Who taught you?" "Nobody. I just figured it out." She recalled her first garden, growing from a sandbox at a nursery school playground. It had been years before she found out that holding earth didn't make everybody's hands tingle with a pins and needles sensation, or that everybody couldn't tell from its buzz whether a wasp wanted to sting or just investigate your ear. She'd always known, and that was that. "Oh," he said. He watched her rubbing the dirt in her hands. Swan's palms were tingling, her hands warm and moist. He looked at the green shoots again. "I'm just a wrestler," he said very quietly. "That's all. I mean, damn, I'm just a nobody." Protect the child, he thought. Protect her from what? From whom? And why? "What the hell," he whispered, "have I got myself into?" "Huh?" she asked. "Nothing," he said. Her eyes were those of a little girl again, and she mixed the rest of the warm dirt into the ground around the chutes. "We'd better start digging now. Are you up to it?" "Yes." She grasped the shovel he'd laid aside. The tingling, glowing sensation was slowly ebbing away. But he wasn't ready, not just yet. "Swan, listen to me for a minute. I want to be truthful with you, because I think you can handle it. We're going to try to get out of here, but that's not saying we can. We'll have to dig a pretty wide tunnel to squeeze my blubber through. It's going to take us some time, and it sure as hell won't be easy work. If it caves in, we'll have to start all over again. What I'm saying, I guess, is that I'm not sure we can get out. I'm not sure at all. Do you understand?" She nodded, said nothing. "And one more thing," he added. When we get out, we might not like what we find. Everything might be changed. It might be like waking up after the worst nightmare you can think of, and finding that the nightmare followed you into daylight. Understand?" Again Swan nodded. She'd already thought about what he was saying, because no one had ever come to get them out like her mamma had said. She put on her most grown-up face and waited for him to make the next move. "Okay," Josh said. "Let's start digging." Chapter 29. Josh Hutchins stared, squinted, and blinked. "Light," he said, the walls of the tunnel pressing against his shoulders and back. "I see light." Behind him, about 30 feet away in the basement, Swan called, "How far is it?" She was utterly filthy, and there seemed to be so much dirt up her nostrils that they might sprout gardens, too. The thought had made her giggle a few times, a sound she'd never believed she'd make again. "Maybe 10 or 12 feet. he answered, and he continued digging with his hands and pushing the dirt behind him, then pushing it further back with his feet. The pickaxe and shovel approach had been a valiant effort, but after 3 days of working they'd realized the best tools were their hands. Now, as he squeezed his shoulders forward to grab more dirt, Josh looked at the weak red glimmer way up at the Gopher's Hole entrance, and thought it was the most beautiful light he'd ever seen. Swan entered the tunnel behind him and scooped the loose dirt up in a large can, carrying it back to the basement to empty over the slit trench. Her hands, arms, face, nostrils, and knees, everything that was covered with dirt, tingled all the way down to her bones. She felt like she had a flame burning in her backbone. Across the basement, the young green shoots were 4 inches tall. Josh's face was plastered with dirt. Even his teeth were gritty with it. The soil was heavy, with a thick, gummy consistency, and he had to stop to rest. "Josh, you all right?" Swan asked. "Yeah, just need a minute to get my wind." His shoulders and forearms ached mercilessly, and the last time he'd been so weary was after a 10-man battle royal in Chattanooga. The light seemed further away than he'd first reckoned, as if the tunnel, which they'd both come to love and hate, was elongating, playing a cruel trick of perception. He felt as if he'd crawled into one of those Chinese tubes that lock your fingers, one stuck into each end, except his whole body was jammed tight as a monk's jockstrap. He started again, bringing a double handful of the heavy earth back and underneath him, as if he were swimming through dirt. My mama raised herself a gopher, he thought, and he had to grin despite his weariness. His mouth tasted like he'd been dining on mud pies. 6 more inches dug away. 1 more foot. Was the light closer or further away? He pushed himself onward, thinking about how his mama used to scold him for not scrubbing behind his ears. Another foot. And another. Behind him, Swan crawled in and carried the loose dirt out again, and again, like clockwork. The light was getting closer now. He was sure of it. But now it wasn't so beautiful. Now it was sickly. Not like sunlight at all. Diseased, Josh thought. And maybe deadly, too. But he kept going, one double handful after the next, inching slowly toward the outside world. Dirt suddenly plopped down on the back of his neck. He lay still, expecting a cave-in, but the tunnel held. For God's sake, don't stop now, he told himself, and he reached out for the next handful. "I'm almost there," he shouted, but the earth muffled his voice. He didn't know if Swan had heard or not. "Just a few more feet." But just short of the opening, which was not quite as large as Josh's fist, he had to stop and rest again. Josh lay staring longingly at the light, the hole about 3 feet away. He could smell the outside now, the bitter aromas of burned earth, scorched cornstalks, and alkali. Rousing himself, he pushed onward. The earth was tougher near the surface, full of glazed stones and metallic lumps. The fire had burned the dirt into something resembling pavement. Still he strained upward, his shoulders throbbing, his gaze fixed on the hole of ugly light. And then he was close enough to thrust his hand through it. But before he tried, he said, "I'm there, Swan. I'm at the top." He clawed away dirt, and his hand reached the hole. But the underside of the surface around it felt like pebbled asphalt, and he couldn't get his fingers through. He balled up his fist, the flesh mottled gray and white, and pushed. Harder. Harder still. Come on, he thought. Push, damn it. There was a dry, stubborn cracking sound. At first, Josh thought it was his arm breaking, but he felt no pain, and he kept pushing, as if trying to punch the sky. The earth cracked again. The hole began to crumble and widen. His fist started going through, and he envisioned what it might look like to someone standing on the surface, the blossoming of a zebra-blotched fist, like a strange new flower through the dead earth. The first opening and fingers, stretching petal-like under the weak red light. Josh shoved his arm through almost to the elbow. Cold wind snapped at his fingertips. That movement of air exhilarated him, jarred him as if from a long somnolence. "We're out!" he shouted, about to sob with joy. "Swan, we're out!" She was behind him, crouched in the tunnel. "Can you see anything?" "I'm going to put my head through," he told her. "Here goes." He pushed upward, his shoulder following his arm, breaking the hole wider. Then his entire arm was out, and the top of his head was ready to press through. As he pushed, he thought of watching his sons being born, their heads straining to enter the world. He felt as giddy and afraid as any infant could possibly be. Behind him, Swan was pushing at him, too, giving him support as he stretched to break free. The earth parted with a sound like baked clay snapping apart. With a surge of effort, Josh thrust his head through the opening and into a biting, turbulent wind. "Are you there yet?" Swan asked. "What can you see?" Josh narrowed his eyes, his hand up to ward off flying grit. He saw a desolate, grayish-brown landscape, featureless except for what appeared to be the mangled remnants of the Bonneville and Darlene's Camaro. Overhead was a low sky plated with thick gray clouds. From dead horizon to dead horizon the clouds were slowly, ponderously rotating, and here and there were quicksilver glints of harsher scarlet. Josh looked over his shoulder. About 15 feet behind him, and to his left, was a large dome of dirt, mashed down cornstalks, pieces of wood and metal from the gas pumps and cars. He realized it was the grave they'd been buried in, and at the same time he knew that if the tons of cornfield dirt hadn't sealed them in, they would have been burned to death. Other than that, and a few drifts of cornstalks and debris, the land was scraped clean. The wind was blowing into his face. He crawled up out of the hole and sat on his haunches, looking around at the destruction, while Swan emerged from the tunnel. The cold sliced to her bones, and her bloodshot eyes moved incredulously over what had become a desert. "Oh," she whispered, but the wind stole her voice. "Everything's gone." Josh hadn't heard her. He couldn't get any sense of direction. He knew the nearest town, or what was left of it, was Salina. But which direction was east and which west? Where was the sun? Flying grit and dust obscured everything beyond 20 yards or so. Where was the highway? "There's nothing left," Josh said, mostly to himself. "There's not a damn thing left." Swan saw a familiar object lying nearby. She stood up and walked with an effort against the wind to the small figure. Most of the blue fur had been burned off of it, but its plastic eyes, with the little black rolling pupils, were intact. Swan reached down and picked it up. The cord with its pull-string dangled from the doll's back. She yanked it and heard the Cookie Monster ask for more cookies in a slow, distorted voice. Josh rose to his feet. "Well," he thought, "now we're out. Now what the hell do we do? Where do we go?" He shook his head in disgust. Maybe there was nowhere to go. Maybe everything, everywhere, was just like this. What was the point of leaving their basement? He looked grimly at the hole they'd just crawled from, and he thought for a moment of shimmying back down there like a big gopher and spending the rest of his days licking out cans and shitting in a slit trench. Careful, he warned himself, because that hole back to the basement, back to the grave, was suddenly too appealing. Much, much too appealing. He stepped away from the hole a few paces and tried to think coherently. His gaze slid toward the child. She was covered with tunnel dirt, her ragged clothes flapping around her. She stared into the distance, her eyes narrowed against the wind, with that dumb doll cradled in her arms. Josh looked at her for a long time. "I could do it," he told himself. "Sure, I could make myself do it, because it would be the right thing. Might be the right thing. Wouldn't it? If everything is like this, what's the damn point of living, right?" Josh opened his hands, closed them again. "I could make it quick," he thought. "She'd never feel a thing. And then I could just mosey over to that junk pile and find a nice piece of metal with a sharp edge and finish the job on myself, too. That would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it? Protect the child," he thought. And a deep, terrible shame stabbed him. Some protection, he thought. But Jesus Christ, everything's gone. Everything's been blown to hell. Swan turned her head, and her eyes sought his. She said something, but he couldn't understand her. She walked closer to him, shivering and bowed against the wind, and she shouted, "What are we going to do?" "I don't know," he shouted back. "It's not like this everywhere, is it?" she asked him. "There must be other people somewhere. There must be towns and people. Maybe, maybe not. Damn, it's cold." He trembled. He'd been dressed for a hot July day, and now he hardly had a shirt on. "We can't just stand here," Swan said. "We've got to go somewhere." "Right. Well, take your choice of directions, little lady. They all look the same to me." Swan stared at him for a few seconds more, and again Josh felt shamed. Then she turned in all directions, as if trying to choose one. Suddenly her eyes filled with tears, and they stung so much she almost screamed. But she bit her lower lip, bit it until it almost bled. She had wished for a moment that her mamma was at her side, to help her and tell her what to do. She needed her mamma to guide her, now more than ever. It wasn't fair that her mamma was gone. It wasn't kind, and it wasn't right. But that was thinking like a little girl, she decided. Her mamma had gone home, to a peaceful place far from this, and Swan had to make some decisions for herself, starting right now. Swan lifted her hand and pointed away from the source of the wind. "That way," she decided. "Any particular reason?" "Yes." She turned and gave him a look that made him feel like the stupidest clown on earth. "Because the wind'll be at our backs. It'll push us, and walking won't be as hard." "Oh," Josh said meekly. In the distance she'd pointed out was nothing, just swirling dust and utter desolation. He couldn't see the reason in making his legs move. Swan sensed he was ready to sit down, and when he did that, there was no way she could pry his giant butt up again. "We worked hard to get out of there, didn't we?" she shouted to him over the wind. He nodded. "We proved we could do something if we really wanted to, didn't we? You and me? Kind of like a team? We worked hard, and we shouldn't ought to stop working hard now." He nodded dully. "We've got to try," Swan shouted. Josh looked down at the hole again. At least it was warm down there. At least they'd had food. What was so wrong with He sensed movement from the corner of his eye. The little girl, Cookie Monster doll in arms, had begun to walk off in the direction she'd chosen, the wind pushing her along. "Hey!" Josh yelled. Swan didn't stop or slow down. "Hey!" She kept going. Josh took the first step after her. The wind hit him behind his knees. A clip. 15 yards penalty, he thought, and then caught him in the small of the back, staggering him forward. He took a second step, then a third and a fourth, and then he was following her. But the wind was so strong at his back that it seemed more like flying than walking. He caught up with her, walking a few yards off to the side, and again Josh felt a pang of shame at his weakness, because she didn't even grace him with a glance. She was walking with her chin uplifted, as if in defiance of the bleakness that faced them. Josh thought that she looked like the little queen of a realm that had been stolen from her, a tragic and determined figure. "There's nothing out there," Swan thought. A deep, terrible sadness wrenched at her, and if the wind hadn't been pushing so hard she might have crumpled to her knees. "It's all gone. All gone." 2 tears ran through the crusted dirt and blisters on her face. "Everything can't be gone," she told herself. "There have to be towns and people left somewhere. Maybe a mile ahead, maybe 2. Just through the dust and over the horizon." She kept going, step after step, and Josh Hutchins walked at her side. Behind them, the gopher popped his head out of the crater and looked in all directions. Then he made a little chattering sound and disappeared again into the safety of the earth. Chapter 30. 2 figures trudged slowly along Interstate 80, with the snow-covered Pocono Mountains of eastern Pennsylvania at their backs. The fallen snow was dirty gray, and from it protruded rough rocks like warts growing in leprous flesh. New gray snow was tumbling from the sullen, sickly green and sunless sky, and it hissed softly amid the thousands of leafless black hickories, elms, and oaks. The evergreens had turned brown and were losing their needles. From horizon to horizon, as far as Sister and Artie could see, there was no green vegetation, not a green vine or leaf. The wind whipped past them, blowing the ashy snow into their faces. Both of them were bundled up with layers of clothes they'd been able to scavenge in the 21 days since they'd escaped from the monster that called itself Doyle Halland. They'd found a looted Sears department store on the outskirts of Paterson, New Jersey, but almost everything had been carried out of it, except for some merchandise at the back, under a big sign with painted icicles that read, "Winter and July Sale. Save the Sears Way." The racks and tables had been untouched, and they yielded up heavy herringbone overcoats, plaid mufflers, wool caps, and gloves lined with rabbit fur. There was even thermal underwear and a supply of boots, which Artie praised as being high-quality merchandise. Now, after more than 100 miles, the boots were supple, but their feet were bloody, wrapped in rags and newspapers after their socks had fallen apart. Both of them carried knapsacks on their backs, laden with other scavenged objects, cans of food, a can opener, a couple of sharp all-purpose knives, some kitchen matches, a flashlight and extra batteries, and the lucky find of a 6-pack of Olympia beer. Around her shoulder as well, Sister supported a dark green duffel bag from the Paterson Army-Navy surplus store, which had taken the place of the smaller Gucci bag and held a thermal blanket, some bottles of Perrier, and a few items of packaged cold cuts found in an almost empty grocery store. At the bottom of the duffel bag was the glass circle, placed so Sister could feel it through the canvas whenever she wanted to. A red plaid muffler and an electric green woolen cap protected Sister's face and head from the wind, and she was wrapped in a woolen coat over 2 sweaters. Baggy brown corduroy pants and leather gloves completed her wardrobe, and she moved slowly through the snow with the weight that pressed on her, but at least she was warm. Artie, too, was burdened with a heavy coat, a blue muffler, and 2 caps, one over the other. Only the area around their eyes was exposed to the blowing snow, the flesh raw and wind-burned. The gray, ugly snow swirled about them. The interstate pavement was covered to a depth of about 4 inches, and higher drifts grew amid the denuded forest and deep ravines on either side. Walking a few yards in front of Artie, Sister lifted her hand and pointed to the right. She trudged over to 4 dark clumps lying in the snow, and she peered down at the frozen corpses of a man, a woman, and 2 children. All were wearing summer clothes, short-sleeved shirts and light pants. The man and woman had died holding hands, except the 3rd finger of the woman's left hand had been chopped off. Her wedding ring, Sister thought. Somebody had cut the whole finger off to get it. The man's shoes were gone, and his feet were black. His sunken eyes glistened with gray ice. Sister turned away. Since crossing over into Pennsylvania, passing a big green sign that said, "Welcome to Pennsylvania, the Keystone State," about 30 miles and 7 days ago, they had found almost 300 frozen bodies on Interstate 80. They'd sheltered for a while in a town called Stroudsburg, which had been decimated by a tornado. The houses and buildings lay scattered under the filthy snow like the broken toys of a mad giant, and there'd been plenty of corpses, too. Sister and Artie had found a pickup truck, the tank drained of gas, on the town's main thoroughfare, and had slept in the cab. Then it was back onto the interstate again, heading west in their supple, blood-filled boots, passing more carnage, wrecked cars, and overturned trailers that must have been caught in a crush of traffic fleeing westward. The going was rough. They could make at the most 5 miles a day before they had to find shelter. The remnants of a house, a barn, a wrecked car, anything to hold back the wind. In 21 days of traveling, they'd seen only 3 other living people. 2 of those were raving mad, and the 3rd had fled wildly into the woods when he'd seen them coming. Both Sister and Artie had been sick for a while, had coughed and thrown up blood, and suffered splitting headaches. Sister had thought she was going to die, and they'd slept huddled together, each of them breathing like a bellows. But the worst of the sickness and weak, feverish dizziness had gone, and though they both sometimes still coughed uncontrollably and vomited up a little blood, their strength had returned, and they had no more headaches. They left the 4 corpses behind and soon came to the wreckage of an exploded Airstream trailer. A scorched Cadillac had smashed into it, and a Subaru had rear-ended the caddy. Nearby, 2 other vehicles had locked and burned. Further on, another group of people lay where they'd frozen to death, their bodies curled around one another in a vain search for warmth. Sister passed them without pausing. The face of death was no stranger to her now, but she couldn't stand to look too closely. About 50 yards further, Sister stopped abruptly. Just ahead of her, through the tumbling snow, an animal was gnawing at one of two corpses that lay against the right-hand guardrail. The thing looked up and tensed. It was a large dog, Sister saw. Maybe a wolf, come down from the mountains to feed. The beast was about the size of a German shepherd, with a long snout and a reddish-gray hide. It had chewed a leg down to the bone, and now it crouched over its prize and stared menacingly at Sister. If that bastard wants fresh meat, we're dead, she thought. She stared back at the thing, and they challenged each other for about 30 seconds. Then the animal gave a short, muttering growl and returned to its gnawing. Sister and Artie gave it a wide berth, and they kept looking back until they'd rounded a curve and the thing was out of sight. Sister shuddered under her freight of clothes. The beast's eyes had reminded her of Doyle Halland's. Her fear of Doyle Halland was worst when darkness fell, and there seemed to be no regularity to the coming of darkness, no twilight or sense of the sun going away. The darkness might fall after 2 or 3 hours of gloom, or it might hold off for what seemed like 24 hours. But when it did fall, it was absolute. In the dark, every noise was enough to make Sister sit up and listen, her heart pounding and cold sweat popping up on her face. She had something the Doyle Halland thing wanted, something he didn't understand, as she certainly did not, but that he'd vowed to follow her to get. And what would he do with the glass ring if he got it? Smash it to pieces? Probably so. She kept looking over her shoulder as she walked, fearful of seeing a dark figure coming up behind her, its face malformed, with jagged teeth showing in a shark-like grin. "I'll find you," he'd promised. "I'll find you, bitch." The day before, they'd sheltered in a broken-down barn and had made a small fire in the hay. Sister had taken the glass ring from her duffel bag. She'd thought of her future-predicting glass 8-ball, and she'd mentally asked, "What's ahead for us?" Of course, there was no little white polyhedron surfacing with all-purpose answers, but the colors of the jewels and their pulsing, steady rhythm had soothed her. She'd felt herself drifting, entranced by the glow of the ring, and then it seemed as if all her attention, all her being, was drawn deeper and deeper into the glass, deeper and deeper, as if into the very heart of fire. And then she'd gone dream-walking again, across that barren landscape where the dome of dirt was, and the Cookie Monster doll lay waiting for a lost child. But this time it was different. This time she had been dream-walking toward the dome, with the sensation of her feet not quite touching the earth, when she suddenly stopped and listened. She thought she'd heard something over the noise of the wind, a muffled sound that might have been a human voice. She listened, strained to hear it again, but could not. And then she saw a small hole in the baked ground, almost at her feet. As she watched, she imagined that she saw the hole begin to widen, and the earth crack and strain around it. In the next moment, yes, the earth was cracking, and the hole was getting larger, as if something was burrowing underneath it. She stared, both fearful and fascinated, as the sides of the hole crumbled, and she thought, "I am not alone." From the hole came a human hand. It was splotched with gray and white, a large hand, the hand of a giant, and the thick fingers had clawed upward like those of a dead man digging himself out of a grave. The sight had startled her so much that she jerked backward from the widening hole. She was afraid to see what kind of monster was emerging, and as she ran across the empty plain, she'd wished frantically, "Take me back, please. I want to go back where I was." And she was sitting before the small fire in the broken-down barn. Artie was looking at her quizzically, the raw flesh around his eyes like the Lone Ranger's mask. She'd told him what she'd seen, and he asked her what she thought it meant. Of course she couldn't say. Of course it was probably just something plucked from her mind, perhaps a response to seeing all the corpses on the highway. Sister had put the glass ring back in her duffel bag, but the image of that hand stretching upward from the earth was burned into her brain. She could not shake it. Now, as she trudged through the snow, she touched the ring's outline in the canvas bag. Just knowing it was there reassured her, and right now that was all the magic she needed. Her knees locked. Another wolf or wild dog or whatever it was stood in the road before her, about 15 feet away. This one was skinny, with raw red sores on its hide. Its eyes bored into hers, and the lips slowly pulled away from the fangs in a snarl. "Oh, shit," was her first reaction. This one looked hungrier and more desperate than the other, and behind it in the gray snow were 2 or 3 more, loping to the right and left. She looked over her shoulder past Artie. 2 more wolf shapes were behind them, half hidden by the snow, but near enough that Sister could see their outlines. Her second reaction was, "Our butts are Hamburg." Something leapt from the left, a blur of motion, and slammed into Artie's side. He yelled in pain as he fell, and the beast, which Sister thought might have been the reddish-gray animal they'd seen feasting on a corpse, grabbed part of Artie's knapsack between its teeth and violently shook its head back and forth, trying to rip the pack off. Sister reached down to grasp Artie's outstretched hand, but the beast dragged Artie about 10 feet through the snow before it let go and darted off, just to the edge of visibility. It continued to circle and lick its chops. She heard a guttural growl, and turned just as the skinny animal with the red sores leapt for her. It struck her shoulder and knocked her sprawling, the jaws snapping shut inches from her face, with a noise like a bear trap cracking together. She smelled rotted meat on its breath, and then the animal had the right sleeve of her coat and was tearing at it. Another beast feinted in from the left, and a third darted boldly forward and grabbed her right foot, trying to drag her. She thrashed and yelled. The skinny one spooked and ran, but the other one pulled her on her side through the snow. She grasped the duffel bag in both arms and kicked with her left boot, hitting the beast 3 times in the skull, before it yelped and released her. Behind her, Artie was attacked by 2 at once, from opposite sides. One caught his wrist, the teeth almost meeting flesh through his heavy coat and sweater. The second snapping at his left shoulder and worrying him with a frenzied surge of strength. "Get off! Get off!" he was screaming as they strained at each other to pull him in different directions. Sister tried to stand. She slipped in the snow, fell heavily again. Panic hit her like a punch to the gut. She saw Artie being dragged by an animal that held his wrist, and she realized the beasts were trying to separate them, much like they might separate a herd of deer or cattle. As she was struggling up, one of the things lunged in and grabbed her ankle, dragging her another few yards from Artie. Now he was just a struggling form, surrounded by the shapes of the circling animals and the swirling gray murk. "Get away, you bastard!" she shouted. The animal jerked her so hard she thought her leg had popped from its socket. With a scream of rage, Sister swung the duffel bag at it, clipping its snout, and the thing turned tail. But a second later another one was straddling her, its fangs snapping for her throat. She threw her arm up, and the jaws clamped onto it with brutal force. The wolf dog started shredding the cloth of her coat. She swung her left fist at it, caught it in the ribs and heard it grunt, but it kept tearing through the coat, now reaching the first layer of sweater. Sister knew this son of a bitch wasn't stopping until he tasted meat. She hit it again and tried to wrench free, but now something had her ankle again and was pulling her in another direction. She had the crazy mental image of saltwater taffy being stretched until it snapped. She heard a sharp crack, and thought that this time her leg had broken. But the beast that was worrying her shoulder yelped and jumped, running madly off through the snow. There was a second crack, followed closely by a third. The wolf dog that had her ankle shuddered and shrieked, and Sister saw blood spewing from a hole in its side. The animal let her go and began to spin in a circle, snapping at its tail. A fourth shot rang out. Sister realized the beast had been pierced by a bullet, and she heard an agonized howling over where Artie Wisco lay. Then the others were fleeing, slipping and sliding and crashing into one another in their haste to escape. They were gone from sight within 5 seconds. The wounded animal fell on its side a few feet away from Sister, its legs kicking frantically. She sat up, stunned and dumbfounded, and saw Artie struggling to rise too. His feet went out from under him, and he flopped down again. A figure wearing a dark green ski mask, a beat-up brown leather jacket, and blue jeans glided past Sister. He had on snowshoes laced around battered boots, and slung around his neck was a cord that pierced the necks of 3 empty plastic jugs, knotted at the ends to keep them from sliding off. On his back was a dark green hiker's pack, a bit smaller than the one Sister and Artie carried. He stood over Sister. "You okay?" His voice sounded like steel wool scrubbing a cast-iron skillet. "Yeah, I think so." She had bruises on bruises, but nothing was broken. He planted the rifle he was carrying, butt first in the snow, then unwrapped the cord that held the plastic jugs from around his shoulder. He set these down, too, near the still-kicking animal. His pack was shrugged off, and then he unzipped it with gloved fingers and took out an assortment of various-sized Tupperware bowls with sealed plastic lids. He set them in an orderly row in the snow before him. Artie came trudging toward them, holding his wrist. The man with the ski mask looked up quickly and then continued his work, taking off his gloves and untying one of the knots in the cord so he could slide the jugs off. "Son of a bitch get you?" he asked Artie. "Yeah, gashed my hand. I'm okay, though. Where'd you come from?" "That way." He jerked his head toward the woods, then began to uncap the plastic jugs with rapidly reddening fingers. The animal was still kicking violently. The man stood up, pulled his rifle out of the snow, and began to smash the animal's skull in with the weapon's butt. It took a minute to finish, but then the beast made a muffled moaning sound, trembled, and lay still. "I didn't think anybody else would be coming this way," the man said. "Thought everybody was long gone by now." He knelt again next to the body, took a knife with a long curved blade from a pouch at his belt, and cut a slit in the gray underbelly. The blood gouted. He reached for one of the plastic jugs and held it beneath the stream. The blood pattered merrily in, rapidly filling up the jug. He capped it, put it aside, and reached for another as Sister and Artie watched with sickened fascination. "Thought everybody else must be dead by now," he continued, paying close attention to his work. "Where are you two from?" Detroit," Artie managed to say. "We came from Manhattan," Sister told him. "We're on our way to Detroit." "You run out of gas? Have a blowout?" "No, we're walking." He grunted, glanced at her, and then went back to his task. The stream of blood was weakening. "Long way to walk," he said. "Hell of a long way, especially for nothing." "What do you mean?" "I mean that there's no Detroit anymore. It was blown away. Just like there's no Pittsburgh or Indianapolis or Chicago or Philadelphia anymore. I'd be surprised if any city's left. By now, I guess the radiation's done a number on the little towns, too." The flow of blood had almost stopped. He capped the second jug, which was about half full, and then he carved a long slit in the dead animal's belly. He thrust his naked hands into the steaming wound up to his wrists. "You don't know that," Artie said. "You can't know that." "I know," the man replied, but he offered nothing more. "Lady," he said, "start opening those Tupperware bowls for me, will you?" She did as he asked, and he started pulling out handfuls of bloody, steaming intestines. He chopped them up and began filling the bowls. "Did I get that other bastard?" he asked Artie. "What?" "The other one I shot at. I think you'll remember that it was chewing on your arm." "Oh, right. Yeah." Artie watched the guts being stuffed into brightly colored Tupperware bowls. "No. I think you hit him, but he let me go and ran off." "They can be tough motherfuckers," he said, and then he began to carve the animal's head from its neck. "Open that big bowl, lady," he told her. He reached up into the severed head, and the brains plopped into the big bowl. "You can put the lids on now," he said. Sister did, about to choke on the coppery smell of blood. He wiped his hands on the beast's hide, and then slid the two jugs back on the cord and retied the knot. He put his gloves back on, returned the knife to its pouch and the filled Tupperware containers to his pack, and then rose to a standing position. "You two got any guns?" "No," Sister said. "How about food?" We've got some canned vegetables and fruit juice, and some cold cuts, too." "Cold cuts," he repeated disdainfully. "Lady, you can't go very far in this weather on cold cuts. You say you've got some vegetables? I hope it's not broccoli. I hate broccoli." "No, we've got some corn, and green beans, and boiled potatoes." "Sounds like the makings of a stew to me. My cabin's about 2 miles north of here, as the crow flies. If you want to go back with me, you'll be welcome. If not, I'll say have a good trip to Detroit." "What's the nearest town?" Sister asked. "St. John's, I guess. Hazleton's the nearest town of any size, and that's about 10 miles south of St. John's. There may be a few people left, but after that flood of refugees washed in from the east,
I'd be surprised if you'd find much in any town along I-80. St. John's is about 4 or 5 miles west." The man looked at Artie, who was dripping blood onto the snow. "Friend, that's going to attract every scavenger within smelling distance, and believe me, some of those bastards can sniff blood a long, long way." "We ought to go with him," Artie said to Sister. "I might bleed to death." "I doubt it," the man countered. "Not from a scratch like that. It'll freeze up pretty soon, but you'll have a blood smell on your clothes. Like I say, they'll come out of the mountains with knives and forks between their teeth. But you do what you want to do. I'm hitting the trail." He shrugged into his pack, wrapped the cord around his shoulder, and picked up his rifle. "Take care," he said, and he started gliding across the snowy highway toward the woods. It took Sister about 2 more seconds to make up her mind. "Wait a minute." He stopped. "Okay. We'll come with you, mister." But he was already moving again, heading into the edge of the dense forest. They had no choice but to hurry after him. Artie looked over his shoulder, terrified of more lurking predators coming up behind him. His ribs ached where the beast had hit him, and his legs felt like short pieces of soft rubber. He and Sister entered the woods after the shuffling figure of the man in the ski mask, and left the highway of death behind. Chapter 31. The outlines of small, blocky, one-story buildings and red brick houses began to appear from the deepening scarlet gloom. A town, Josh realized. Thank God. The wind was still shoving mightily at his back, but after what seemed like 8 hours of walking yesterday, and at least 5 today, he was about to topple to the ground. He carried the exhausted child in his arms, as he had for the past 2 hours, and walked stiff-legged, the soles of his feet oozing with blisters and blood, in shoes that were coming apart at the seams. He thought he must look like a zombie, or like the Frankenstein monster carrying the fainted heroine in his arms. They had spent last night in the windbreak of an overturned pickup truck. Bound-up bales of hay had been scattered around, and Josh had lugged them over to build a makeshift shelter that would contain their body heat. Still, they'd been out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by wasteland and dead fields, and both of them had dreaded first light because they knew they had to start walking again. The dark town, just a scatter of wind-ravaged buildings and a few widely spaced houses on dusty lots, beckoned him onward. He saw no cars, no hint of light or life. There was a Texaco station with 1 pump and a garage whose roof had collapsed. A sign flapping back and forth on its hinges advertised Tucker's Hardware and Feeds, but the store's front window was shattered, and the place looked bare as Mother Hubbard's cupboard. A small cafe had also collapsed, except for the sign that read, Good Eats. Every step an exercise in agony, Josh walked past the crumbled buildings. He saw that dozens of paperback books lay in the dust around him, their pages flipping wildly in the restless hand of the wind. And to the left were the remains of a little clapboard structure, with a hand-painted Sullivan Public Library sign. Sullivan, Josh thought. Whatever Sullivan had once been, it was dead now. Something moved at the corner of his vision. He looked to the side, and something small, a jackrabbit, he wondered, darted out of sight behind the ruins of the cafe. Josh was stiff with cold, and he knew Swan must be freezing too. She held on to that Cookie Monster doll like life itself, and occasionally flinched in her tormented sleep. He approached one of the houses, but stopped when he saw a body curled up like a question mark on the front porch steps. He headed for the next house, further along and across the road. The mailbox, supported on a crooked pedestal, was painted white and had what appeared to be an eye, with upper and lower lids painted on it in black. The hand-lettered name was Davy and Leona Skelton. Josh walked across the dirt lot and up the porch steps to the screen door. "Swan," he said, "wake up now." She mumbled, and he set her down. Then he tried the door, but found it latched from the inside. He lifted his foot and kicked at its center, knocking it off its hinges, and they crossed the porch to the front door. Josh had just put his hand on the knob when the door flew open and the barrel of a pistol looked him in the eyes. "You broke my screen door," a woman's voice said in the gloom. The pistol did not waver. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't think anybody was here." "Why do you think the door was locked, then?" "This is private property." "I'm sorry," Josh repeated. He saw the woman's gnarled finger on the trigger. "I don't have any money," he said. "I'd pay you for the door if I did." "Money?" She hawked and spat past him. "Money ain't worth nothing no more. Hell, a screen door is worth a bagful of gold, fella. I'd blow your damn head off if I wouldn't have to clean up the mess." "If you don't mind, we'll just go on our way." The woman was silent. Josh could see the outline of her head, but not her face. Her head angled toward Swan. "A little girl," she said softly. "Oh, my Lord, a little girl." "Leona!" a weak voice called from inside the house. "Leon!" And then it was interrupted by a strangling, terrible spasm of coughing. "It's all right, Davy," she called back. "I'll be there directly." She turned her attention to Josh again, the pistol still stuck in his face. "Where'd you two come from? Where are you going?" "We came from out there." He motioned toward one end of the town. "And I guess we're going that way." He motioned to the other end. "Not much of a travel plan?" "I don't guess it is," he agreed, uneasily watching the black eye of that pistol. She paused, looked down at the little girl again, and then sighed deeply. "Well," she finally said, "since you're halfway broke in already, you might as well come on in the rest of the way." She motioned with the gun and retreated through the doorway. Josh took Swan's hand, and they entered the house. "Shut the door," the woman said. "Thanks to you, we'll be up to our ears in dust pretty soon." Josh did as she asked. A small fire was burning in the fireplace, and the woman's squat figure was outlined in red as she moved about the room. She lit a hurricane lantern on the mantel, then a second and third lantern placed strategically around the room to give the most light. The pistol was uncocked, but she kept it at her side. She finished with the lanterns and turned around to get a good look at Josh and Swan. Leona Skelton was short and wide, wearing a thick pink sweater atop ragged overalls and furry pink slippers on her feet. Her square face appeared to have been carved from an apple, then dried under the sun. There wasn't a smooth place on it, for all the winding cracks and ravines. Her large, expressive blue eyes were surrounded by webs of wrinkles, and the deep lines in her broad forehead looked like a clay etching of ocean waves. Josh figured she was in her mid to late 60s, though her curly, swept-back hair was dyed garish red. Now, as her gaze wandered between Josh and Swan, her lips slowly parted, and Josh saw that several of her front teeth were silver. "God Almighty," she said quietly. "You two got burnt, didn't you? Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, I don't mean to stare, but—" She looked at Swan, and her face seemed to compress with pain. There was a glimmer of tears in her eyes. "Oh, Lord," Leona whispered. "Oh, my Lord, you two have been hurt so bad." "We're alive," Josh said. "That's what counts." "Yes," she agreed, nodding. Her eyes found the hardwood floor. "Forgive my rudeness. I was brought up better than that." "Leona," the man rasped, and again he was savaged by a fit of coughing. "I'd best see to my husband," she said, leaving the room through a hallway. While she was gone, Josh looked around the room. It was sparsely furnished, with unpainted pine furniture and a threadbare green throw rug in front of the fireplace. He avoided peering into a mirror on one wall, and walked toward a glass-fronted cabinet nearby. On the cabinet's shelves were dozens of crystal spheres of varying sizes, the smallest about pebble-sized, and the largest as big as both of Josh's fists clenched together, about half as big as a bowling ball. Most of them were the size of baseballs and perfectly clear, though others held tints of blue, green, and yellow. Added to the collection were different kinds of feathers, some dried-out corn-cobs with multicolored kernels, and a couple of fragile-looking, almost transparent snakeskins. "Where are we?" Swan asked him, still hugging her Cookie Monster. Beneath her eyes were dark purple hollows of fatigue, and thirst burned the back of her throat. "A little town called Sullivan. There's not much here. It looks like everybody's already gone except these people." He approached the mantel to examine some framed Polaroids displayed there.
In one of the pictures, Leona Skelton was sitting in a porch swing with a smiling, stout, middle-aged man who had more belly than hair, but his eyes were young and a bit mischievous behind wire-rimmed spectacles. He had his arm around Leona, and one hand appeared to be creeping toward her lap. She was laughing, her mouth full of silver flash, and her hair wasn't quite as red. In any event, she appeared to be at least 15 years younger. In another picture, Leona was rocking a white cat in her arms like a baby. The cat's feet stuck up contentedly in the air. A third picture showed the pot-bellied man with a younger fellow, both of them carrying fishing rods and displaying bite-sized fish. "That's my family," Leona said, coming into the room. She had left the gun behind. "My husband's name is Davy, our son's named Joe, and the cat's called Cleopatra. Was called Cleopatra, I mean. I buried her about 2 weeks ago out back. Put her deep, so nothing could get at her. Have you two got names, or were you hatched?" "I'm Josh Hutchins. This is Sue Wanda, but she's called Swan." "Swan," Leona repeated. "That's a pretty name. I'm pleased to meet the both of you." "Thank you," Swan said, not forgetting her manners. "Oh, Lordy." Leona bent and picked up some farming and House Beautiful magazines that had tumbled off the coffee table, and then she took a broom from the corner and started sweeping dust toward the fireplace. "House is a god-awful wreck," she apologized as she worked. "Used to be able to keep it as neat as a needle, but lately time slips away. I ain't had no visitors for quite a number of days." She swept up the last of the dust and stood staring out a window at the red gloom and the wind-lashed remains of Sullivan. "Used to be a fine town," she said listlessly. "Had more'n 300 people living right around here. Fine people, too. Ben McCormick used to say he was fat enough to make 3 more folks. Drew and Sissy Stimmons lived in that house over there," she pointed. "Oh, Sissy loved her hats. Had about 30 of 'em, wore a different hat every Sunday for 30 Sundays, and then started over again. Kyle Doss owned the cafe. Geneva Dewberry ran the public library, and oh, Lordy, could she talk about books!" Her voice was getting quieter and quieter, drifting away. "Geneva said she was going to sit down and write herself a romance some day. I always believed she would." She motioned in another direction. "Norm Barkley lived down there at the end of the road. You can't see the house from here, though. I almost married Norman when I was a young thing, but Davy stole me away with a rose and a kiss on a Saturday night. Yes, sir." She nodded, and then she seemed to remember where she was. Her spine stiffened, and she returned the broom to its corner, as if she were giving up a dance partner. "Well," she said, "that was our town." "Where'd they all go?" Josh asked. "Heaven," she replied. "Or hell, whichever claimed them first, I reckon. Oh, some of 'em packed up and lit out." She shrugged. "Where to, I can't say, but most of us stayed here in our homes and on our land. Then the sickness started hitting folks, and death moved in. It's like a big fist a-knocking at your door. Boom, 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 like that. And you know you can't keep it from coming in. But you got to try." She moistened her lips with her tongue, her eyes glazed and distant. "Sure is some kind of crazy weather for August, ain't it? Cold enough to freeze a witch's tit." "You do know what's happened, don't you?" She nodded. "Oh, yes," she said. "Lee Proctor had the radio going full blast at the hardware store when I was there buying nails and wire to hang a picture. I don't know what station he was tuned to, but all of a sudden there was a god-awful squalling, and this man's voice came on, talking real fast about a state of emergency and bombs and all. Then there was a sizzling noise, like grease in a hot skillet, and the radio went dead. Couldn't raise a whisper on it. Wilma James come running in, yelling for everybody to look up at the sky. We went out and looked, and we seen the airplanes or bombs or whatever they were passing overhead, some of 'em near about to collide with each other. And Grange Tucker said, 'It's happening. Armageddon is happening.' And he just plopped down on the curb in front of his store and watched those things fly past. Then the wind came, and the dust, and the cold," she said, still staring out the window. "The sun went blood red.
Twisters passed through, and one of 'em hit the McCormick farm and just took it away. Didn't leave nothing but foundation stones. Not a trace of Ben, Ginny, or the kids. Of course, everybody in town started coming to me, wanting to know what lay in the future and all. She shrugged. I couldn't tell 'em I saw skulls where their faces used to be. How can you tell your friends something like that? Well, Mr. Laney, the postman from Russell County, didn't show up, and the phone lines were down, and there was no electricity. We knew whatever had happened had been a whomper. Kyle Doss and Eddie Meacham volunteered to drive the 20 miles to Matheson and find out what was going on. They never come back. I saw skulls where their faces were, too. But what could I say? You know, sometimes there just ain't no sense in telling somebody their time's about up. Josh wasn't following the old woman's ramblings. What do you mean, you saw skulls where their faces were? Oh, sorry. I forgot that everybody beyond Sullivan don't know about me. Leona Skelton turned from the window, a faint smile on her dried apple face. She picked up one of the lamps, walked across the room to a bookcase, and withdrew a leather-bound scrapbook. She took it to Josh and opened it. There you go, she said. That's me. She pointed to a yellowed picture and article, carefully scissored from a pulp magazine. The headline read, Kansas Seer foretold Kennedy death 6 months before Dixon. And below that, a smaller line proclaimed, Leona Skelton sees riches, new prosperity for America. The photograph showed a much younger Leona Skelton, surrounded by cats and crystal balls. That's from Fate magazine back in 1964. See, I wrote a letter to President Kennedy warning him to stay out of Dallas because he was giving a speech on television, and I saw a skull where his face was, and then I used the tarot cards and the Ouija board and found out that Kennedy had a powerful enemy in Dallas, Texas. I even got part of the name, but it came out as Osbald. Anyway, I wrote this letter, and I even made a copy of it. She flipped the page, showing him a battered, almost illegible handwritten letter dated April 19th, 1963. 2 FBI men came to the house and wanted to have a long talk with me. I was pretty calm, but they liked to have scared poor Davy out of his clodhoppers. Oh, they were silky talking fellows, but they could look a hole right through you. I saw they thought I was a crazy lunatic, and they told me not to write any more letters, and then they left. She turned another page. The headline on this article read, Touched by an Angel at Birth, Kansas Jean Dixon Vows. That's from the National Tatler about 1965. I just happened to mention to that writer lady that my mama always told me she had a vision of an angel in white robes kissing my forehead when I was a baby. Anyway, this one came right out after I found a little boy who'd been missing from his folks in Kansas City. He just got mad and ran away from home, and he was hiding in an old house about 2 blocks away. She flipped more pages, proudly pointing to different articles from the Star, the Enquirer, and Fate magazine. The last article, in a small Kansas newspaper, was printed in 1987. I haven't been doing so well lately, she said. Sinus trouble and arthritis. Kind of clouded me up, I guess. Anyway, that's who I am. Josh grunted. He'd never believed in extrasensory perception, but from what he'd witnessed lately, anything was possible. I noticed your crystal balls over there. That's my most favorite collection. Those are from all over the world, you know. They're real pretty, Swan added. Thank you kindly, little lady. She smiled down at Swan, then returned her gaze to Josh. You know, I didn't see this thing happening. Maybe I'm getting too old to see much any more. But I had a bad, deep-down gut feeling about that astronut president. I thought he was the kind to let too many cooks stir the pot. Davy and me, neither one of us voted for him, no, sir. The coughing rattled from the back room again. Leona cocked her head, listening intently, but the coughing faded, and Leona visibly relaxed once more. I don't have much to offer in the way of food, she explained. Got some old corn muffins as hard as cinder blocks, and a pot of vegetable soup. I can still do my cooking over the fireplace, but I've gotten used to eating food that's as cold as a virgin's bed. Got a well in the backyard that still pumps up clean water. So you're welcome to whatever you'll have. Thank you, Josh said. I think some soup and corn muffins would be pretty fine, cold or not. Is there any way I can get some of this dirt off me? You mean you want to take a bath? She thought for a minute. "Well, I reckon we can do it the old-fashioned way. Heat buckets of water in the fire and fill the tub up like that. Little lady, I expect you ought to scrub up, too. Course my drains might clog with all the dirt, and I don't believe the plumber makes house calls any more. What have you two been doing? Rolling in the ground?" "Sort of," Swan said. She thought a bath, warm water or cold, was a fine idea. She knew she smelled like a pigsty. Still, she was afraid of what her skin might look like under all the dirt. She knew it wasn't going to be very pretty. "I'll fetch you a couple of buckets. Then you can pump your own water. Which one wants to go first?" Josh shrugged and motioned to Swan. "All righty. I'd help you pump, but I've got to be close to Davy in case he has a spell. You bring the buckets in, and we'll warm 'em up in the fireplace. I've got a nice claw-footed bathtub that hasn't nestled a body since this damned mess started." Swan nodded and said thank you, and Leona Skelton waddled off to get the buckets from the kitchen. In the back bedroom, Davy Skelton coughed violently a few times. Then the noise subsided. Josh was tempted to step back there and take a look at the man, but didn't. That coughing sounded bad. It reminded him of Darlene's coughing just before she'd died. He figured it must be radiation poisoning. The sickness started hitting folks, Leona had said. Radiation poisoning must have wiped out almost the whole town. But it had occurred to Josh that some people might be able to resist the radiation better than others. Maybe it poleaxed some right off and slowly crept up on the rest. He was tired and weak from walking, but otherwise he felt okay. Swan, too, was in pretty good shape, except for her burns, and Leona Skelton seemed healthy enough. Back in the basement, Darlene had been fit and boisterous one day, laid low and scalding with fever the next. Maybe some people could go for weeks or months without feeling the full effects of it. He hoped. But right now the idea of a warm bath and a meal eaten from a bowl with a real spoon made him delirious. "You okay?" he asked Swan, who stared into space. "I'm better," she replied, but her mind had drifted back to her mamma, lying dead under the dirt, and to what Pawpaw, or whatever had taken hold of Pawpaw, had said. What did it mean? What was the giant supposed to protect her from? And why her? She thought of the green seedlings growing from the dirt and the shape of her body. Nothing like that had ever happened to her before. She really hadn't even had to do anything, not even knead the dirt between her hands. Of course, she was used to the tingling sensation, to feeling sometimes like a fountain of energy was coming up from the earth and through her backbone. But this was different. Something had changed, she thought. I could always make flowers grow. Bringing them up from wet earth when the sun shone down was easy. But she'd made grass grow in the dark without water, and she hadn't even tried. Something had changed. And it came to her just like that. I'm stronger than I was before. Josh crossed to the window and peered out at the dead town, leaving Swan alone with her thoughts. A figure caught his attention out there, a small animal of some kind, standing in the wind, its head lifted, watching Josh. A dog, he realized, a little terrier. They stared at each other for a few seconds, and then the dog darted away. Good luck to you, he thought. And then he turned away, because he knew the animal was bound to die, and he had a sickened gut full of death. Davy coughed twice and called weakly for Leona. She brought the buckets in from the kitchen for Swan's bath water, and then she hurried back to see about her husband. Chapter 32. Sister and Artie had found a little piece of heaven. They walked into a small log cabin hidden in a grove of naked evergreens on the shore of an ice-skimmed lake, and into the wonderful warmth of a kerosene space heater. Tears almost burst from Sister's eyes as she stumbled across the threshold, and Artie gasped with pleasure. "This is the place," the man in the ski mask said. 4 other people were already in the cabin. A man and woman, both dressed in ragged summer clothing, who appeared to be young, maybe in their early 20s, but it was hard to tell because both of them had severe brown-crusted burns and weird geometric shapes on their faces and arms and under the torn places of their clothing. The young man's dark hair hung almost to his shoulders, but the crown of his scalp was burned bald and splotched with the brown marks. The woman might have been pretty, with large blue eyes and the fine bones of a fashion model, but her curly auburn hair was almost all scorched away, and the brown-crusted marks lay diagonally,
like precise pen strokes across her face. She was wearing cut-off blue jeans and sandals, and her bare legs were also splotched with burns. Her feet were swathed in rags, and she was curled up next to the heater. The other two were a thin, older man, maybe in his mid-50s, with bright blue burns disfiguring his face, and a teenaged boy, 16 or so, wearing jeans and a T-shirt with Black Flag Lives in untidy scrawled letters on the front. 2 small studs were pinned in the boy's left earlobe, and he had all of his rooster-cut orange hair, but gray burn marks streamed down his strong-jawed face as if someone had lit a candle over his forehead and let the wax drip. His deep-socketed green eyes watched Sister and Artie with a hint of amusement. "Meet my other guests," the man in the ski mask said, laying his pack on a blood-stained porcelain counter next to the sink after he'd shut the door and latched it. "Kevin and Mona Ramsey," he motioned toward the young couple. "Steve Buchanan," toward the teenage boy. "And the most I can get out of the old man is that he's from Union City. I didn't get your names." "Artie Wisco." "You can call me Sister," she said. "What's yours?" He peeled off the ski mask and hung it on the hook of a coat rack. "Paul Thorson," he told her. "Citizen of the world." He took off the jugs of blood and lifted the Tupperware bowls with their grisly contents from his pack. Sister was shocked. Paul Thorson's face was unmarked by burns, and it had been a long time since Sister had seen a normal human face. He had long black hair flecked with gray, and gray swirled back from the corners of his mouth and his full black beard. His flesh was white from lack of sunshine, but it was weathered and wrinkled, and he had a high, deeply creased forehead and the rough-hewn look of an outdoorsman. Sister thought he resembled a mountain man, somebody who might have lived alone in a shack and come down to the valley only to trap beavers or something. Beneath black eyebrows his eyes were a frosty gray-blue, surrounded by dark circles of weariness. He shrugged off his parka, which had made him appear a lot heftier than he actually was, and hung that up as well, then started dumping the contents of the bowls into the sink. "Sister," he said, "let's have some of those vegetables you're carrying around. We're going to have asshole stew tonight, folks." "Asshole stew?" Sister asked and frowned. What the hell is that?" "It means you're a stupid asshole if you don't eat it, because that's all we've got. Come on, let's have the cans." "We're going to eat that?" Artie recoiled from the bloody mess. His ribs were hurting, and he had his hand pressed on the pane under his coat. "It's not too bad, man," the teenager with orange hair said, in a flat Brooklyn accent. "You get used to it. Hell, one of those fuckers tried to eat me. Serves him right to be eaten by us, huh?" "Absolutely," Paul agreed, going to work with his knife. Sister took off her pack, opened the duffel bag, and gave him some of the canned vegetables. Paul opened them with a can opener and dumped them into a big iron pot. Sister shuddered, but the man obviously knew what he was doing. The cabin seemed to be only 2 large rooms. In this front room, along with the space heater, was a small fireplace of rough stones, a fire burning cheerfully within it, and throwing off more warmth and light. A few candles, melded to saucers, and a kerosene lamp were set around the room, which contained 2 unrolled sleeping bags, a cot, and a nest of newspapers tucked away in a corner. A cast-iron stove and a good-sized pile of split logs stood on the other side of the room, and when Paul said, "Steve, you can get the stove going now," the boy got up off the floor, took a shovel from beside the fireplace, and put burning pieces of wood into the stove. Sister felt a new rush of joy. They were going to have a hot meal. "It's time now," the old man spoke up, looking at Paul. "It's time, isn't it?" Paul glanced at his wristwatch. "Nope, not quite yet." He continued chopping up the intestines and brains, and Sister noted that his fingers were long and slender. He had artistic hands, she thought, particularly unsuited to the task they were now performing. "This your place?" she asked. He nodded. "Been living here, about 4 years now. During the summer I'm the caretaker for the Big Pine ski area, about 6 or 7 miles that way." He motioned in the direction of the lake behind the cabin. "In the winter I cozy on in and live off the land." He glanced up and smiled grimly.
Winter came early this year.
What were you doing on the highway?
The wolves go up there to chow down. I go up there to hunt wolves. That's how I found all these other poor souls, wandering around on I-80. I found quite a few more, too. Their graves are out back. I'll show you if you like. She shook her head. See, the wolves have always lived in the mountains. They've never had reason to come down before. They eat rabbits, deer, and whatever other animals they can find. But now the small animals are dying in their holes, and the wolves can smell new food. So they're coming down in droves to Supermarket I-80 for the freshest meat. These people made it here before the snow started falling, if you can call that radioactive shit snow. He grunted with disgust. Anyway, the food chain's been knocked off kilter. No small animals for the big ones to eat. Just people. And the wolves are getting real desperate and real brave. He plopped the hunks of innards into the pot, then uncapped one of the blood jugs and poured the stuff in. The smell of blood permeated the room. More wood in there, Steve. We want this shit to boil. Right. I know it's time, the old man whined. It's got to be. No, it's not, Kevin Ramsey told him. Not until after we've had our food. Paul added the other jug of blood to the pot and began to stir it with a wooden spoon. You people might as well take off your coats and stay for dinner, unless you want to head for the next restaurant down the road. Sister and Artie looked at each other, both of them queasy from the smell of the stew. Sister was the first to take off her gloves, coat, and woolen cap, and then Artie reluctantly did the same. Okay. Paul lifted the pot and put it on one of the stove's burners. Stoke that baby's engine and let's get the fire up. As Steve Buchanan worked on the fire, Paul turned to a cupboard and produced a bottle that still had a little red wine left in it. This is the last soldier, he told them. Everybody gets one good jolt. Wait. Sister unzipped her knapsack again and brought out the six-pack of Olympia beer. This might go better with the stew. Their eyes lit up like penny candles. My God, Paul said. Lady, you just bought my soul. He gingerly touched the six-pack as if afraid it might evaporate, and when it didn't, he worked one can from its plastic ring. He shook it carefully, was pleased to find it hadn't frozen. Then he popped the tab and tilted it to his mouth, drinking long and deep with his eyes closed in rapture. Sister handed beers to everyone but Artie and shared the bottle of Perrier with him. It wasn't as satisfying as the beer, but it tasted fine anyway. The asshole stew made the cabin reek like a slaughterhouse. From outside came a low, distant howling. They smell it, Paul said, glancing out a window. Oh, those bastards are going to be all around this place in a few minutes. The howling continued and grew as more wolf voices added dissonant notes and vibrato. It's got to be time, the old man insisted after he'd finished his beer. Isn't it? It's almost time. Mona Ramsey had a gentle, lovely voice. But not yet. Not yet. Steve was stirring the pot. It's boiling. I think the shit's as ready as it's gonna be. Great. Artie's stomach was about to curdle. Paul ladled the stew out in brown clay bowls. It was thicker than Sister had thought it would be, and the smell was heavy, but not quite as bad as some of the things she'd scavenged from garbage bags back in Manhattan. The stuff was dark red, and if you didn't look too closely, you might have thought it was just a bowl of hearty beef stew. Outside, the wolves howled in unison, much closer to the cabin than before, as if they knew that one of their kin was about to go down human gullets. Down the hatch, Paul Thorson said, and he took the first sip. Sister tilted the bowl to her mouth. The soup was bitter and gritty, but the meat wasn't too bad. The saliva suddenly flooded into her mouth, and she gulped the hot food down like an animal herself. After 2 swallows, Artie had begun to go pale. Hey, Paul said to him, if you're going to puke, do it outside. 1 speck on my clean floor, and you sleep with the wolves. Artie shut his eyes and kept eating. The others attacked their bowls, scraping them clean with their fingers and holding them out for more, like orphans from Oliver Twist. The wolves howled and clamored just outside the cabin. Something slammed against the wall, and Sister jumped so hard she spilled asshole stew on her sweater. They're just curious, Steve told her. Don't sweat it, lady, it's cool. Sister had a second bowl. Artie looked at her in horror and crawled away, his hand pressed against a throbbing pain at his ribs. Paul noticed, but he said nothing. No sooner had the pot been cleaned out than the old man said irritably, "It's time, right now." Paul put aside his empty bowl and checked his wristwatch again. "It hasn't been a whole day yet." "Please." The old man's eyes were like those of a lost puppy's. "Please. All right?" "You know the rules. Once a day, no more, no less." "Please. Just this once. Can't we do it early?" "Oh, shit," Steve said. "Let's go ahead and get it over with." Mona Ramsey shook her head violently. "No, it isn't time. It hasn't been a whole day yet. You know the rules." The wolves were still growling outside, as if they had their muzzles right up to the cracks in the door. 2 or more of them started a gnashing, howling fight. Sister had no idea what everyone in the room was talking about, but whatever it was must be vital, she thought. The old man was near tears. "Just this once, he moaned. "Don't do it," Mona told Paul, her eyes defiant. "We've got to have rules." "Oh, fuck the rules." Steve Buchanan banged his bowl down on the counter. "I say we do it and get it over with." "What's going on here?" Sister asked, puzzled. The others stopped arguing and looked at her. Paul Thorson glanced at his wristwatch, then sighed heavily. "Okay," he said. "Just this once we do it early." He held up a hand to ward off the young woman's objections. "We're only going to be about an hour and 20 minutes early. That's not enough to hurt." "Yes, it is." Mona was almost shouting. Her husband put his hands on her shoulders, as if to restrain her. "It could ruin everything." "Let's vote on it, then," Paul offered. "We're still a democracy, right? Everybody say aye who wants to do it early." Immediately the old man shouted, "Aye!" Steve Buchanan stuck his thumb up in the air. The Ramseys were silent. Paul paused, listening to the call of the wolves, and Sister could see him thinking. Then he quietly said, "Aye. The ayes have it." "What about them?" Mona pointed at Sister and Artie. "Don't they get votes?" "Hell no," Steve said. "They're new. They don't get votes yet." "The ayes have it," Paul repeated firmly, staring at Mona. 1 hour and 20 minutes early won't make a big difference." "It will," she replied, and then her voice cracked. She started sobbing, while her husband held her shoulders and tried to soothe her. "It'll ruin everything. I know it will." "You two come with me," Paul told Sister and Artie, and he motioned them into the cabin's other room. In the room there was a regular bed with a quilted cover, a few shelves of paperback and hardbound books, and a desk and chair. On the desk was a battered old Royal typewriter and a thin sheaf of typing paper. Balls of paper were scattered around an overflowing wicker trash can. An ashtray was full of matches, and tobacco ash had spilled from the bowl of a black-briar pipe. A couple of candles were set in saucers on a little table beside the bed, and a window looked out toward the tainted lake. But that was not all the window revealed. Parked behind the cabin was an old Ford pickup truck, the battleship gray paint flaking off its sides and hood, and red creepers of rust starting to eat through the metal. "You've got a truck," Sister said excitedly. "My God, we can get out of here." Paul glanced at the truck, scowled, and shrugged. "Forget it, lady." "What? What do you mean, forget it? You've got a truck. We can get to civilization." He picked up his pipe and jammed a finger into the bowl, digging at a carbon deposit. "Yeah? And where might that be?" "Out there, along I-80. "How far do you think? 2 miles? 5? 10? What about 50? He put the pipe aside and glared at her. Then he drew a green curtain shut between this room and the other. "Forget it," he repeated. "That truck's got about a teacup full of gas in it. The brakes are shot, and I doubt if it'll even crank. The battery was fucked up even on the best of days. But—" She looked out at the vehicle again, then at Artie, and finally back to Paul Thorson. "You've got a truck," she said, and she heard herself whine. "The wolves have got teeth," he replied. "Sharp ones. Do you want those poor souls out there to find out how sharp?"
You want to pile them in a pickup truck and go for a nice excursion through the Pennsylvania countryside with a teacup full of gas in the tank? Sure. No problem to call a tow truck when we break down. Take us right to the gas pumps, and we'll pull out our trusty credit cards and be on our way." He was silent for a moment, and then he shook his head. "Please don't torture yourself. Forget it. We're here to stay." Sister heard the wolves howling, the sound floating through the woods and over the frozen lake, and she feared that he might be right. "Talking about that bum truck's not why I asked you in here." He bent down and pulled an old wooden footlocker out from beneath the bed. "You two still seem to have most of your marbles," he said. "I don't know what you've been through, but those people out there are hanging on by their fingernails." The footlocker was sealed by a fist-sized padlock. He fished a key from his jeans pocket and opened the lock. "We play a little game around here. It might not be a very nice game, but I figure it keeps them from letting go. It's kind of like walking to the mailbox every day because you're expecting a love letter or a check." He lifted the footlocker's lid. Inside, cushioned with newspapers and rags, were 3 bottles of Johnny Walker Red Label Scotch, a .357 Magnum revolver, and a box or 2 of ammunition, some mouldy-looking manuscripts bound with rubber bands, and another object wrapped in heavy plastic. He began to unfold the plastic. "It's funny as shit, it really is," he said. "I came out here to nowhere to get away from people. Can't stand the breed, never could. I'm sure as hell no good Samaritan. And then all of a sudden the highway's covered with cars and corpses, and people are running like hell, and I'm up to my ears in the human race. I say screw it. We deserved everything we got." He unfolded the last layer of plastic to reveal a radio with an intricate set of dials and knobs. He lifted it from the footlocker, opened the desk drawer, and got out 8 batteries. "Short wave," he told them as he began to put the batteries in the back of the radio. "I used to like to listen to concerts from Switzerland in the middle of the night." He closed the footlocker and snapped the padlock on again. "I don't understand," Sister said. "You will. Just don't get too bent out of shape, no matter what happens out there in the next few minutes. Like I say, it's all a game, but they're pretty jumpy today. I just wanted to prepare you." He motioned for them to follow, and they returned to the front room. "It's my turn today," the old man cried out, sitting up on his knees, his eyes shining. "You did it yesterday," Paul told him calmly. "It's Kevin's turn today." He offered the radio to the young man. Kevin hesitated, then took it as if accepting a child in swaddling clothes. The others gathered around him, except for Mona Ramsey, who crawled petulantly away. But even she watched her husband excitedly. Kevin grasped the tip of the radio's recessed antenna and drew it all the way out. It jutted up about 2 feet, the metal shining like a promise. "Okay," Paul said. "Switch it on." "Not yet," the young man balked. "Please, not just yet." "Go ahead, man." Steve Buchanan's voice shook. "Do it." Kevin slowly turned one of the knobs, and the red needle moved all the way to one end of the frequency dial. Then he laid his finger against a red button and let it rest there as if he couldn't bear to press it. He drew a sudden sharp breath, and his finger punched the on button. Sister winced, and everyone else breathed or flinched or shifted too. No sound came from the radio. "Crank the volume up, man." "It's already set high," Kevin told him, and slowly, delicately, he began to move the needle along the frequency dial. A quarter-inch more, and still dead air. The red needle continued to move, almost imperceptibly. Sister's palms were sweating. Slowly, slowly, another fraction of an inch further. A high burst of static suddenly wailed from the speaker, and Sister and everyone else in the room jumped. Kevin looked up at Paul, who said, "Atmosphere's supercharged." The red needle moved on, through the thickets of little numbers and decimal points, searching for a human voice. Different tones of static faded in and out, weird cacophonies of atmospheric violence. Sister heard the howl of the wolves outside mingling with the static noise, a lonely sound, almost heartbreaking in its loneliness. Spaces of dead air alternated with the grating, terrible static, and Sister knew she was hearing ghosts from the black craters where cities had been. "You're going too fast," Mona objected, and he slowed the needle's progress to a speed that might tempt a spider to spin a web between his fingers. Sister's heart pounded at every infinitesimal change in the pitch or volume of static pouring from the speaker. Finally, Kevin came to the end of the dial. His eyes were luminous with tears. "Try AM," Paul told him. "Yeah, try AM," Steve said, pressing over Kevin's shoulder. "There's got to be something on AM." Kevin turned another small dial to change from shortwave to AM, and he began to lead the red searching needle back over the numbers again. This time, except for abrupt pops and clicks and a faint distant humming noise like honeybees at work, the band was almost completely dead. Sister didn't know how long it took Kevin to reach the other end of the dial. It could have been 10 minutes or 15 or 20, but he stretched it out to the very last faint sizzle, and then he sat holding the radio between his hands, staring at it as a pulse beat steadily at his temple. "Nothing," he whispered, and he pressed the red button. Silence. The old man put his hands to his face. Sister heard Artie, who was standing beside her, give a helpless, despairing sigh. "Not even Detroit," he said listlessly. "Dear God, not even Detroit." "You turned it way too fast, man," Steve told Kevin Ramsey. "Shit, you spun through it. I thought I heard something. It sounded like a voice, and you went right through it." "No!" Mona shouted. "There was no voice. We did it too early, and that's why there was no voice. If we'd done it on time by the rules, we would have heard somebody this time. I know it." "It was my turn." The old man's pleading eyes turned toward Sister. "Everybody always steals my turn." Mona began to sob. "We didn't go by the rules. We missed the voice because we didn't go by the rules." "Fuck it," Steve snapped. "I heard a voice. I swear to God I did. It was right—" He started to take the radio, but Paul Thorson snatched it out of Kevin's hands before he could. Paul lowered the antenna and turned away, going back through the curtain into the other room. Sister couldn't believe what she'd just witnessed. Anger stirred within her, and pity for the poor, hopeless souls. She strode purposefully into the room where Paul Thorson was wrapping the radio back up in its protective plastic. He looked up at her, and she lifted her right hand and gave him a slap across the face with all the fury of judgment behind it. The blow knocked him sprawling and left a red handprint on his cheek. Still, as he fell, he grasped the radio protectively to his chest and took the fall on his shoulder. He lay blinking up at her. "I've never seen anything so cruel in all my life," Sister raged. "Do you think that's funny? Do you get pleasure out of that? Get up, you son of a bitch. I'll knock your ass right through that wall." She advanced on him, but he held up a hand to ward her off, and she hesitated. "Wait," he croaked. "Hold on. You don't get it yet, do you? You're going to get it, shit-ass. Back off. Just wait and watch. Then you can kick butt if you still want to." He pulled himself up, continued wrapping the radio, and replaced it in the footlocker. Then he snapped the padlock shut and pushed the footlocker underneath the bed again. "After you," he said, motioning her into the front room. Mona Ramsey was bent over in the corner, sobbing as her husband tried to comfort her. The old man had curled up against one wall, staring into space, and Steve was kicking and hammering at the wall with his fist, shouting obscenities. In the center of the room, Artie stood very still, as the red-haired teenager rampaged around him. "Mona," Paul said, with Sister standing just behind him and to the side. The young woman raised her eyes to his. The old man looked at him, and so did Kevin, and Steve stopped hammering at the walls. "You're right, Mona," Paul went on. "We didn't go by the rules. That's why we didn't hear a voice. Now, I'm not saying we will hear one if we go by the rules tomorrow, but tomorrow is another day, right? That's what Scarlet O'Hara said. Tomorrow we'll turn the radio on and try again. And if we don't hear anything tomorrow, we'll try the day after that. You know, it would take some time to repair a radio station and kick the juice back on. It would take quite a while. But tomorrow we'll try again, right?" "Sure," Steve said. "Hell, it would take a while to get the juice back on." He grinned, looking at all of them in turn. "I bet they're trying to get the stations back on the air right now. God, that'd be a job, wouldn't it? I used to listen to the radio all the time." The old man spoke up. He was smiling, too,
as if he'd stepped into a dream. I used to listen to the Mets on the radio in the summertime. Tomorrow we'll hear somebody, I'll bet you. Mona clutched at her husband's shoulder. We didn't go by the rules, did we? See? I told you. It's important to have rules. But her crying was over, and just as suddenly she started to laugh. God'll let us hear somebody if we follow the rules. Tomorrow. Yes, I think it might be tomorrow. Right, Kevin agreed, hugging her close. Tomorrow. Yeah. Paul looked around the room. He was keeping a smile on his face, but his eyes were pain-ridden and haunted. I kind of think it might be tomorrow, too. His gaze met Sister's. Don't you? She hesitated, and then she understood. These people had nothing to live for but that radio in the footlocker. Without it, without being able to look forward to a very special time once a day, they might very well kill themselves. Keeping it on all the time would waste batteries and blunt the hope, and she saw that Paul Thorson knew they might never hear a human voice on that radio again. But in his own way, he was being a good Samaritan. He was keeping these people alive in more ways than by just feeding them. Yes, she finally said, I think it might be. Good. His smile deepened, and so did the networks of lines around his eyes. I hope you two are poker players. I've got a hot deck of cards and plenty of matches. You weren't going anywhere in a hurry, were you? Sister glanced at Artie. He was standing stoop-shouldered, his eyes vacant, and she knew he was thinking of the hole where Detroit had been. She watched him for a moment, and finally he straightened up and answered in a weak but courageous voice, No, I'm not hurrying anywhere. Not any more. We play 5-card draw around here. If I win, I get to read my poetry to you, and you have to smile and enjoy it. Either that or you can dump the crap buckets. Your choice. I'll make up my mind when I come to it, Sister replied, and she decided that she liked Paul Thorson very much. You sound like a real gambler, lady. He clapped his hands together with mock glee. Welcome to the club. Chapter 33. Swan had avoided it as long as she possibly could, but now, as she stepped out of the bathtub's wonderfully warm water, leaving it murky brown with shed skin and grime, and reached for the large towel that Leona Skelton had set out for her, she had to do it. She had to. She looked in the mirror. The light came from a single lamp, its wick turned low, but it was enough. Swan stared into the oval glass over the basin, and she thought she might be seeing someone in a grotesque, hairless Halloween mask. One hand fluttered up to her lips. The awful image did the same. Shreds of skin were hanging from her face, peeling off like tree bark. Brown, crusty streaks lay across her forehead and the bridge of her nose, and her eyebrows, once so blond and thick, had been burned clean away. Her lips were cracked like dry earth, and her eyes seemed to be sunken down into dark holes in her skull. On her right cheek were 2 small black warts, and on her lips were 3 more of them. She'd seen those same wart-like things on Josh's forehead, had seen the brown burns on his face and the mottled gray-white of his skin. But she'd gotten used to what Josh looked like. Seeing herself with a stubble where her hair had been, and the dead white skin dangling from her face, jarred loose tears of shock and horror. She was startled by a polite knock at the bathroom door. "Swan, you all right, child?" Leona Skelton asked. "Yes, ma'am," she answered, but her voice was unsteady, and she knew the woman had heard. After a pause, Leona said, "Well, I've got some grub for you when you're ready." Swan thanked her and said she'd be out in a few minutes, and Leona went away. The Halloween mask monster peered at her from the mirror. She had left her grimy clothes with Leona, who'd said she'd try to wash them in a pot and dry them before the fire, and so she wrapped herself up in the floppy plaid boy-size robe and thick white socks that Leona had left for her. The robe was part of a trunk full of clothes that had belonged to Leona's son Joe, who now, the woman had said proudly, lived in Kansas City with a family of his own, and was the manager of a supermarket. "Been meaning to throw that trunk out," Leona had told Swan and Josh, "but somehow I just never got around to the job." Swan's body was clean. The soap she had used had smelled like lilacs,
and she thought wistfully of her gardens, bright with color beneath the sun. She hobbled out of the bathroom, leaving the lantern burning for Josh to see by when he took his bath. The house was chilly, and she went directly to the fireplace to warm herself again. Josh was asleep on the floor under a red blanket, with his head on a pillow. Near his head was a TV tray with an empty bowl and cup on it, and a couple of corn muffin crumbs. The blanket had pulled off his shoulder, and Swan bent down and tucked it up underneath his chin. "He told me how you two got together," Leona said, quietly so as not to disturb Josh. He was sleeping so soundly, though, that she doubted he'd wake if a truck came through the wall. She continued into the room from the kitchen, bringing Swan a TV tray, with a bowl of lukewarm vegetable soup, a cup of well water, and 3 corn muffins. Swan took the tray and sat down in front of the fireplace. The house was quiet. Davy Skelton was asleep, and except for the occasional rush of wind around the roof, there was no sound but the crackling of embers and the ticking of a wind-up clock on the mantel that said it was 40 minutes after 8. Leona eased herself into a chair covered with a garish flower-patterned fabric. Her knees popped. She winced and rubbed them with a gnarled, age-spotted hand. "Old bones like to talk," she said. She nodded toward the sleeping giant. "He says you're a mighty brave little girl. Says once you set your mind, you don't give up. That true?" Swan didn't know what to say. She shrugged, chewing on a rock-hard corn muffin. "Well, that's what he told me, and it's good to have a tough mind, especially in times like these." Her gaze moved past Swan and to the window. "Everything's changed now. All that was is gone. I know it." Her eyes narrowed. "I can hear a dark voice in that wind," she said. "It's saying, 'All mine, all mine.' I don't figure a whole lot of people are going to be left out there, I'm sorry to say. Maybe the whole world's just like Sullivan, blowing away, changing, turning into something different than what it was before." "Like what?" Swan asked. "Who knows?" Leona shrugged. "Oh, the world's not going to end. That's what I thought first off. But the world has got a tough mind, too." She lifted a crooked finger for emphasis. "Even if all the people in all the big cities and little towns die, and all the trees and the crops turn black, and the clouds never let the sun through again, the world'll keep turning. Oh, God gave this world a mighty spin, he did. And he put mighty tough minds and souls in a lot of people, too. People like you, maybe, and like your friend over there." Swan thought she heard a dog barking. It was an uncertain sound, there for a few seconds, and then masked by the wind. She stood up, looked out one window and then another, but couldn't see much of anything. "Did you hear a dog bark?" "Huh? No, but you probably did, all right. Strays pass through town all the time, looking for food. Sometimes I leave a few crumbs and a bowl of water on the porch steps." She busied herself getting the new wood situated in the fireplace so it would catch amid the embers. Swan took another swallow from her cup of water and decided her teeth couldn't take the battle with the corn muffins. She picked up a muffin and said, "Would it be okay if I took this water and the muffin out there?" "Sure, go ahead. Guess strays need to eat, too. Watch out the wind don't grab you away, though." Swan took the muffin and cup of water out to the porch steps. The wind was stronger than it had been during daylight, carrying waves of dust before it. Her robe flapping around her, Swan put the food and water on one of the lower steps and looked in all directions, shielding her eyes from the dust. There was no sign of a dog. She went back up to where the screen door had been and stood there for a moment, and she was about to go back inside when she thought she detected a furtive movement off to the right. She waited, beginning to shiver. At last a small gray shape came nearer. The little terrier stopped about 10 feet from the porch and sniffed the ground with his furry snout. He smelled the air next, trying to find Swan's scent. The wind ruffled through his short, dusty coat, and then the terrier looked up at Swan and trembled. She felt a deep pang of pity for the creature. There was no telling where the dog had come from. It was frightened and wouldn't approach the food, though Swan was standing up at the top of the steps. The terrier abruptly turned and bolted into the darkness. Swan understood. It didn't trust human beings any more. She left the food and water and went back into the house. The fire was burning cheerfully. Leona stood before it, warming her hands. Under his blanket, Josh kicked and snored more loudly, then quieted down again. "Did you see the dog?" Leona asked. "Yes, ma'am. It wouldn't take the food while I was standing there, though." "'Spect not. Probably got his pride, don't you think?" She turned toward Swan, a round figure outlined in orange light, and Swan had to ask a question that had occurred to her while she was basking in the tub. "I don't mean this to sound bad, but are you a witch?" Leona laughed huskily. "Ha! You say what you think, don't you, child? Well, that's fine. That's too rare of a thing in this day and age." Swan paused, waiting for more. When it didn't come, Swan said, "I'd still like to know. Are you? My mamma used to say that anybody who had second sight or could tell the future had to be evil, because those things come from Satan." "Did she say that? Well, I don't know if I'd call myself a witch or not. Maybe I am at that. And I'll be the first to tell you that not everything I see comes true. In fact, I've got a pretty low score for a seer. I figure life is like one of those big jigsaw puzzles you have to put together, and you can't figure it out. You just have to go at it piece by piece, and you try to jam wrong pieces in where they don't fit, and you get so weary you just want to hang your head and cry." She shrugged. "I'm not saying the puzzle is already put together, but maybe I have the gift of seeing which piece fits next. Not all the time, mind you, just sometimes, when that next piece is real important. I figure Satan would want to scatter those pieces, burn 'em up and destroy 'em. I don't figure Old Scratch would like to see the puzzle neat and clean and pretty, do you?" "No," Swan agreed. "I don't guess so." "Child, I'd like to show you something, if that's all right with you." Swan nodded. Leona took one of the lamps and motioned for Swan to follow. They went along the hallway, past the closed door where Davy slept, and to another door at the end of the hall. Leona opened it and led Swan into a small pine-paneled room full of bookshelves and books, with a square card table and 4 chairs at the room's center. A Ouija board sat atop the table, and underneath the table was a multicolored 5-pointed star, painted on the wooden floor. "What's that?" Swan asked, pointing to the design as the lamplight revealed it. "It's called a pentacle. It's a magic sign, and that one's supposed to draw in good, helpful spirits." "Spirits? You mean ghosts?" "No, just good feelings and emotions and stuff. I'm not exactly sure. I ordered the pattern from an ad in Fate magazine, and it didn't come with much background information." She put the lamp on the table. "Anyway, this is my seeing room. I used to bring my customers in here to read the crystal ball and the Ouija board for them. So I guess this is kind of my office, too." "You mean you make money off this?" "Sure, why not? It's a decent way to make a living. Besides, everybody wants to know about their favorite subject, themselves." She laughed, and her teeth sparkled silver in the lamplight. "Looky here." She reached down beside one of the bookshelves and brought up a crooked length of wood that looked like a skinny tree branch, about 3 feet long, with 2 smaller branches jutting off at opposite angles on one end. "This is Crybaby," Leona said. "My real money-maker." To Swan, it just looked like a weird old stick. "That thing? How? Ever heard of a dowsing rod? This is the best dowsing rod you could wish for, child. Old Crybaby here'll bend down and weep over a puddle of water 100 feet under solid rock. I found it in a garage sale in 1968, and Crybaby sprung 50 wells all over this county. Sprung my own well out back. Brought up the cleanest water you could ever hope to curl your tongue around. Oh, I love this here booger." She gave it a smacking kiss and returned it to its resting place. Then her sparkling, impish gaze slid back to Swan. "How do you like to have your future told?" "I don't know," she said uneasily. "But wouldn't you like to? Maybe just a little bit. Oh, I mean for fun, nothing more." Swan shrugged, still unconvinced. "You interest me, child," Leona told her. "After what Josh said about you, and what the both of you went through,
I'd like to take a peek at that big old jigsaw puzzle, wouldn't you?"
Swan wondered if Josh had told her about Pawpaw's commandment, and about the grass growing where she'd been sleeping. Surely not, she thought. They didn't know Leona Skelton well enough to be revealing secret things. Or, Swan wondered, if the woman was a witch, good or bad, maybe she somehow already knew, or at least guessed, that something was strange from Josh's story. "How would you do it?" Swan asked. "With one of those crystal balls? Or that board over there on the table?" "No, I don't think so. Those things have their uses, but I'd do it with these." And she took a carved wooden box from a place on one of the shelves and stepped over toward the table where the light was stronger. She put the Ouija board aside, set the box down, and opened it. The inside was lined with purple velvet, and from it Leona Skelton withdrew a deck of cards. She turned the deck face up, and with one hand skimmed the cards out so Swan could see, and Swan caught her breath. On the cards were strange and wonderful pictures, swords, sticks, goblets, and pentacles, like the one painted on the floor. The objects and assorted numbers on each card, and presented against enigmatic drawings that Swan couldn't fathom. 3 swords piercing a heart, or 8 sticks flying through a blue sky. But on some of the other cards were drawings of people. An old man in grey robes, his head bowed, and a staff in one hand, and the other a 6-pointed glowing star in a lantern. 2 naked figures, a man and woman, curled around each other to form a single person. A knight with red flaming armor on a horse that breathed fire, the hooves striking sparks as it surged forward, and more magical figures. But what set them to life were the colors impressed into the cards. Emerald green, the red of 1,000 fires, glittering gold and gleaming silver, royal blue and midnight black, pearly white, and the yellow of a midsummer sun. Bathed in those colors, the figures seemed to move and breathe, to perform whatever range of action they were involved in. Swan had never seen such cards before, and her eyes couldn't get enough of them. "They're called tarot cards," Leona said. "This deck dates from the 1920s, and each color was daubed in by somebody's hand. Ain't they something?" "Yes," Swan breathed. "Oh, yes." "Sit down right there, child." Leona touched one of the chairs. "And let's see what we can see, all right?" Swan wavered, still uncertain, but she was entranced by the beautiful, mysterious figures on those magic cards. She looked up into Leona Skelton's face, and then she slid into the chair as if it had been made for her. Leona took the chair across from her and moved the lamp toward her right. "We're going to do something called the Grand Cross. That's a fancy way to arrange the cards so they'll tell a story. It might not be a clear story, it might not be an easy story, but the cards will lock together, one upon the next, kind of like that jigsaw puzzle we were talking about. You ready?" Swan nodded, her heart beginning to thump. The wind hooted and wailed outside, and for an instant Swan thought she did hear a dark voice in it. Leona smiled and rummaged through the cards, looking for a particular one. She found it and held it up for Swan to see. "This one'll stand for you, and the other cards'll build a story around it." She placed the card down on the table in front of Swan. It was trimmed in gold and red, and bore the picture of a youth in a long gold cape and a cap with a red feather, holding a stick before him with green vines curled around it. "That's the Page of Rods. A child with a long way yet to go." She pushed the rest of the deck toward Swan. "Can you shuffle those?" Swan didn't know how to shuffle cards, and she shook her head. "Well, just scramble 'em, then. Scramble 'em real good, around and around, and while you're doing that, you think real hard about where you've been and who you are and where you're wanting to go." Swan did as she asked, and the cards slipped around in all directions, their faces pressed to the table, and just their golden backs showing. She concentrated on the things that Leona had mentioned, thought as hard as she could, though the noise of the wind kept trying to distract her, and finally Leona said, "That's good, child. Now put 'em together into a deck again, face down, in any order you please. Then cut the deck into 3 piles and put 'em on your left."
When that was done, Leona reached out, her hand graceful in the muted orange light, and picked up each pile to form a deck once more. "Now we start the story," she said. She placed the first card face up, directly over the page of rods. "This covers you," she said. It was a large golden wheel, with figures of men and women as the spokes in it. Some with joyous expressions at the top of the wheel, and others on the wheel's bottom, holding their hands to their faces in despair. The wheel of fortune, ever turning, bringing change and unfolding fate. That's the atmosphere you're in. Maybe things moving and turning around you that you don't even know about yet. The next card was laid across the wheel of fortune. "This crosses you," Leona said, "and stands for the forces that oppose you." Her eyes narrowed. "Oh, Lordy." The card, trimmed in ebony and silver, showed a figure shrouded almost entirely in a black cloak and cowl, except for a white mask-like and grinning face. Its eyes were silver, but there was a third eye of scarlet in its forehead. At the top of the card was scrolled intricate lettering that read, "The Devil," Leona said. "Destruction unleashed, inhumanity. You have to be on guard and watch yourself, child." Before Swan could ask about that card, which gave her a shiver, Leona dealt the next one out, above the other two. "This crowns you, and says what you yearn for. The Ace of Cups. Peace, beauty, a yearning for understanding." "Oh, that's not me," Swan said, embarrassed. "Maybe not yet, but maybe someday." The next card was laid below the hateful-looking devil. "This is beneath you, and tells a story about what you've been through to get where you are." The card showed the brilliant yellow sun, but it was turned upside down. "The sun like that stands for loneliness, uncertainty, the loss of someone, maybe the loss of part of yourself, too, the death of innocence." Leona glanced up quickly and then back to the cards. The next card, the fifth that Leona had dealt from the scrambled pack, was placed to the left of the devil card. "This is behind you, an influence passing away." It was the old man carrying a star and a lantern, but this one was upside down, too. "The Hermit. Turned upside down, it means withdrawal, hiding, forgetting your responsibilities. All those things are passing away. You're going out into the world, for better or worse." The sixth card went to the right of the devil. "This is before you, and says what will come." Leona examined the card with interest. This one showed a youth in crimson armor, holding an upraised sword, while a castle blazed in the background. "The Page of Swords," Leona explained. "A young girl or boy who craves power, who lives for it, needs it like food and water. The devil's looking in that direction, too. Could be there's some kind of link between 'em. Anyway, that's somebody you might run up against, somebody real crafty, and maybe dangerous, too." Before she could turn the next card over, a voice drifted through the hallways. "Leona! Leona!" Davy began coughing violently, almost choking, and instantly she put the cards aside and rushed out of the room. Swan stood up. The devil card, a man with a scarlet eye, she thought, seemed to be staring right at her, and she felt goose-bumps come up on her arms. The deck that Leona had put aside was only a few inches away, its top card beckoning her to take a peek. Her hand drifted toward it, stopped. Just a peek, a small itty-bitty peek. She picked up the top card and looked. It showed a beautiful woman in violet robes, the sun shining above her, and around her a sheaf of wheat, a waterfall, and flowers. At her feet lay a lion and a lamb, but her hair was afire, and her eyes were fiery too, determined to set on some distant obstacle. She carried a silver shield with a design of fire at its center, and on her head was a crown that burned with colors like trapped stars. Ornate lettering at the top of the card said, "The Empress." Swan allowed herself to linger over it until all the details were impressed in her mind. She put it down, and the deck's next card pulled at her. "No," she warned herself. "You've gone far enough." She could almost feel the devil's baleful scarlet eye mocking her to lift one more card. She picked up the following card, turned it over. She went cold. A skeleton in armor sat astride a rearing horse of bones, and in the skeleton's arms was a blood-smeared scythe. The thing was reaping a wheat field, but the sheaves of wheat were made up of human bodies lashed together, nude and writhing in agony as they were slashed by the flailing scythe. The sky was the color of blood, and in it black crows circled over the human field of misery. It was the most terrible picture Swan had ever seen, and she did not have to read the lettering at the top of this card to recognize what it was. "What are you up to in here?" The voice almost made her jump 3 feet in the air. She whirled around, and there was Josh, standing in the doorway. His face, splotched with gray and white pigment and brown-crusted burns, was grotesque, but Swan realized in that instant that she loved it, and him. He looked around the room, frowning. "What's all this?" "It's Leona's seeing room. She was reading my future in the cards." Josh walked in and took a look at the cards laid out on the table. "Those are real pretty," he said. "All except that one." He tapped the devil card. "That reminds me of a nightmare I had after I ate a salami sandwich and a whole box of chocolate donuts." Still unnerved, Swan showed him the last card she'd picked up. He took it between his fingers and held it nearer the light. He'd seen tarot cards before in the French Quarter in New Orleans. The lettering spelled out death. Death reaping the human race, he thought. It was one of the grimmest things he'd ever seen, and in the tricky light the silver scythe seemed to slash back and forth through the human sheaves, the skeletal horse rearing while its rider labored under the blood-red sky. He flipped it back onto the table, and it slid halfway across the card with the demonic, scarlet-eyed figure on it. "Just cards," he said. "Paper and paints. They don't mean anything." "Leona said they tell a story." Josh gathered the cards into a deck again, getting the devil and death out of Swan's sight. "Paper and paints," he repeated. "That's all." They couldn't help but hear Davy Skelton's gasping, tormented coughing. Seeing those cards, especially the one with the grim reaper, had given Josh a creepy feeling. Davy sounded as if he were strangling, and they heard Leona crooning to him, trying to calm him down. Death's near, Josh knew suddenly. It's very, very near. He walked out of the seeing room and down the hall. The door to Davy's room was ajar. Josh figured he might be able to help, and he started into the sick room. He saw first that the sheets were splotched with blood. A man's agonized face was illuminated by yellow lamplight, eyes dazed with sickness and horror, and from his mouth, as he coughed, came gouts of thick, dark gore. Josh stopped in the doorway. Leona was leaning over her husband, a porcelain bowl in her lap, and a blood-damp rag in her hand. She sensed Josh's presence, turned her head, and said, with as much dignity as she could muster, "Please, go out and close the door." Josh hesitated, stunned and sick. "Please," Leona implored, as her husband coughed his life out in her lap. He backed out of the room and pulled the door shut. Somehow he found himself sitting before the fireplace again. He smelled himself. He stank, and he needed to get some buckets of water from the well, heat them in the fire, and immerse himself in that bath he'd been looking forward to. But the yellow, strained face of the dying man in the other room was in his mind, and would not let him move. He remembered Darlene dying in the dirt, remembered the corpse that lay out there on somebody's porch steps in the moaning dark. The image of that skeletal rider running riot through the wheat field of humanity was leached in his brain. "Oh, God," he thought, as the tears started to come. "Oh, God, help us all." And then he bowed his head and sobbed, not just for his memories of Rose and the boys, but for Davy Skelton and Darlene Prescott, and the dead person out in the dark, and all the dead and dying human beings who'd once felt the sun on their faces and thought they'd live forever. He sobbed, the tears rolling down his face and dropping from his chin, and he could not stop. Someone put an arm around his neck. The child. Swan. Josh pulled her to him, and this time she clung to him while he cried. She held tight. She loved Josh, and she couldn't bear to hear his hurting sound.
The wind shrieked, changed direction, attacked the ruins of Sullivan from another angle. And in that wind she thought she heard a dark voice whispering, "All mine, all mine."